Hytale's building is flawed. There's a lot of small quirks about building that make it really frustrating to build in Hytale. Now obviously that makes sense, the game is in early access. But even then, I reached out to Simon to address some of my complaints regarding building in Hytale, specifically one where I can't place a lantern on this barrel. So I reached out and told him that I would provide feedback if he followed me back on Twitter, and so today, I have compiled everything that I think will fix Hytale's building, and in this video, I will be showing you, and hopefully the Hytale team, everything that would fix building and make building feel so much more empowering and so much more creative in this game. Real quick before I begin, if you have any tips to improve building in Hytale, please leave them in the comments, and hopefully that'll get the Hytale team to see them and add it to the game. First off, we're going to start with the cloth roof blocks. If you place cloth roof blocks like this and you want to flap at the end, you can do that. But only if there's a bottom block supporting. If I wanted to place 2 cloth roof blocks right here, I couldn't do that. An easy fix to this would of course to just be remove the limitations on the flap roof block so that you could do this anywhere you wanted. Wooden shutters have the same issue. They can only be placed if a bottom block is supporting it. If I wanted to put a wooden shutter here, I can't do it. Speaking of cloth blocks, it would be nice to have a cloth roof variant for all of the colors of cloth. As of right now, we only have blue, green, orange, red, white, and yellow, but all of these cloth blocks. Additionally, I would like to see a brown colored cloth block. Additionally, many blocks can't be placed on others that they should be able to. This includes lanterns on barrels, barrels on barrels, windows on walls, windows on doors, shelves on slabs, and so much more. An easy fix to this would just to be remove the placement restrictions placed on these blocks. This next problem has to do with chandeliers. If we come into my church build, we can see that I had to use a full block to support this chandelier. Originally, I wanted to use a marble beam, but when I try to do it, I can't place it down. After this, I tried to get a chain to do it, but as you can see, it won't let you. So the chandeliers should have much better placement and allow you to put it on a majority of blocks. I've seen this one suggested a lot. We should be able to place trapdoors on the bottom of blocks. This would make detailing and sloping up so much easier. Another small thing I found with trapdoors is that they currently work like ladders. As you can see, I'm climbing up and down the trapdoor. I think this is good functionality as long as you have a trapdoor connected to a ladder, as it allows you to come up through a block. Just like this. However, I don't think that they should just act as a ladder by themselves. I think the trapdoor should probably only act as a ladder if they have a ladder connected above or below it. This would help scenarios like this, where when I try to walk through the window, I get stuck on the side of the trapdoor. This next problem involves planters. Planters can be used to plant many different kinds of plants, from cactuses to flowers and even coral. But for some reason, bushes, ferns, and grass of all types cannot be placed in the planters. Somewhere where it would be nice to have a bush in the planter, I had to use a poppy instead. This next issue involves iron bars, fences, and walls. If you wanted to make a zigzag pattern with these, you'd have to start with 2 and then start looping it around. However, if you place it like this, it doesn't do that functionality, when it probably should. This happens with fences and walls. Additionally, I think these blocks should have more connections than they do right now. For example, if I wanted to have iron bars coming into this iron bar, this middle piece should have a 3-way connection, but it doesn't. And if I wanted to continue it on the other side, it should have a 4-way connection. Just like the one before, this problem also exists with fences and walls. I think if this 3- and 4-way building connection was added to the game, it would change building in Hytale drastically. This next issue involves slabs. I like the ability to where you can stack slabs both vertically and horizontally to make the full block. However, not all slabs have this ability, even when the normal block does exist. So I think this functionality needs to be brought to all the different slab types in the game. I can understand having this if there isn't a full variant of the slab, but even then, I think it would be more useful to add the full variant to the slab. This next issue is pretty frustrating. If you want to create a 2x1 of stairs, like this, it works as intended, but if you try to do it upside down, well, this happens. The stair, for some reason, doesn't want to connect like the bottom half does. If this were fixed, this would make for a lot better shapes using stairs. Going back to trapdoors for a second, if you place two trapdoors faced back to each other and then open both, the texture starts Z-fighting, and they merge into the same block. As you can see, if I break this trapdoor, it's still there. Admittedly, I'm not sure how I would fix this problem, but I do count it as an issue nonetheless. Doors have this issue as well, but because they have the same texture, it doesn't Z-fight, so I don't think this is too big of a deal. This next one I probably can't show on YouTube, but stairs in this formation create an interesting symbol. Now, I'm not going to complete this, but you can probably see where I'm going with this. Interestingly enough, some stairs don't actually have this problem, even though they're still brick stairs. That's because the corner block uses a smooth texture while the side of the stair uses a brick texture. Where for some reason, on some brick stairs, while the normal stair does use a smooth texture, the corner stair does not. That leads to, well, that being created. Obviously, the fix to this would just be to change the top texture of the stairs to a smooth texture. This next one has to do with pillars. I think pillars should be able to rotate on their sides. Currently, they're only able to go vertically. However, there is a mod that does this, and I think it looks fantastic. Horizontal pillars would allow for much better detailing. Another issue with the pillars is the naming of the block. This middle one is fine, but the first time I used pillars, I spent ages looking for the top pillar block because this one is called the base pillar. I did this before realizing that you could just rotate the base pillar to be the one at the top. I don't think a top pillar needs to be added, but I do think that this one should be renamed to ends or something similar. This next one would literally change building forever. Currently, branches and beams are able to be placed on the horizontal and vertical axis. But I think beams should be able to connect more than just that. I think if I put two beams here, this should connect to make a brace. Similarly, if I put a beam here and here, this beam should curve to do this. This would allow for the most insane looking custom trees and detail that you can't really get in any other voxel game. Seriously, this would literally change building forever. I mean, imagine if you built something like this, and this middle one connected every single way to every beam on every side. These next few suggestions have to do with the actual creative tools. First off, I find that having a bunch of stuff in the inventory gets to be really annoying when I can't clear it quickly. Having a clear inventory button somewhere over here, maybe right here, alongside a command like /clear or /clear inventory, would work great instead of just having to do this. These next few would be a game changer if added. If I take this chalk block and I want to replace the ground with the chalk, as of right now, I have to break the ground and replace it. However, I think they should add a replace mode. For example, if you pressed the R key right now, when I placed this block down, instead of placing like normal, if I pressed R to turn on replace mode, and I clicked, it would do this. That way, instead of having to break and placing like this, I could just place, and it would automatically fill the blocks like this. For parts where R is used to rotate instead, replace mode can simply be turned on outside, then switched back, and then when I placed, it would replace. We need a better way to do gradients in Hytale, so my suggestion is to, somewhere over here, maybe in another tab, add a gradient selection tool. With this, you could choose two end blocks, for example. I could choose hardwood planks for the beginning, and black cloth for the end. I would be able to put them in a 9-row inventory slot like this, and the game would automatically find the right blocks and fill in the gradient between the two. This way you could place down and figure out gradients a lot easier. The next setting we need is an illegal block placement mode. What this would do is as soon as you turn it on, you would be able to do literally anything. So for example, if I place this poppy here and remove this grass block, the poppy would stay floating in the air. Additionally, I could just place the poppy right here and it would place and be floating. That would allow for some insane creative detail only available in creative. A force place mode would also work great. The force place mode would bypass any entity collision. So for example, I can't place a roof right here, but if I turned on force place mode, I would be able to put this roof in, even though I am standing in the slot. This would allow for very close detailing, like when I'm right here, in a very close proximity, I would still be able to put down a block. This next one I found when building with the copy and paste. For example, on this barn, if I wanted to copy this side over to this side, I would copy the entire thing. Then I would take my paste tool, I'd be able to /flip right, and it would do it. However, as you can see, even though it flipped, it messed up the roof blocks, and I had to use a command to get it to flip. An easier way to do this would just be to select it again, grab the paste tool out, and just the same way that I can rotate it with R, I should also be able to flip it with F. That would flip it all the way around. You could also add some other hotkeys to flip it on other axes like up and down. These next few suggestions are suggestions for blocks that I think should be added to the game. I refrained from doing too much in this section because I like the amount of variety that we already have in the game. But I do think there are 3 blocks in particular that Hytale really needs. The first thing is a generic red brick block. The closest thing we have to this right now are red sandstone bricks, but I think a smaller brick would be great for more industrial builds and a little more red. Another block would be a smaller planter or a flower pot. For example, on my gazebo build, I wanted to have a flower pot that I put right on the fence here, but there is currently no way to put a smaller flower in a space where I can't use the entire planter. So instead, I had to use a block entity. Lastly, I think we should have a large connected glass panel block. This would be for spaces where doing a lot of windows like this just simply looks off. Instead, you could have a massive glass panel that when inside, you'd be able to look out and not be obstructed by all the windows. But that's everything I was able to come up with. I did go ahead and send this over to Simon, so we'll see if any of these make it into the game. If you have any more suggestions, please leave it in the comments, and I'll provide my feedback on your suggestions as well. If you enjoyed the video, please consider leaving a like and subscribing, as I'm trying to get to 3,000 subscribers. And also, if you are upgrading editions or buying Hytale, please consider using code Cypress when doing so. But with that being said, that is how I would fix Hytale's building system, and I will see you all in the next one.
Hello and welcome to my very first YouTube video here on the Farron's Tale channel. Hytale is finally here and I'm so excited to begin playing this game. I absolutely love building in creative games, so I couldn't wait to get started and jump straight into creative and just build something. I thought that way I'd get more used to Hytale's systems and be able to make a cool video. And stay tuned, because in this video I built the whole castle and I even built an interior. It would also give me an excuse to play around with all the machinima tools as well, which is what I'm using here for this clip. And what I wanted to show here was that as I fly along this amazing looking river, I was looking for a big flat area to build my castle. And obviously I'd already found this area and I've gone in and I've flattened a space that I want to use. And because I'm nice, I'm even going to show you how I did that using the selection tool, which is like my favorite new tool. And it's just so powerful for using for any of your builds in Hytale. For anyone thinking about using creative tools, I would say make sure you get used to the selector tool early on, because this thing is so powerful and so useful. I absolutely love that this is included with the base game. It did take me 5 minutes or so just to get used to some of the ID names that these blocks have, so soil_grass_full. It's not the easiest thing to type, but it does mean you can have a lot of specific selection when it comes to all these different variations of blocks. And what you're seeing me do now is using the smooth tool, which is a tool that you can already get in creative mode, and I was just flattening out some of that grass. With my big flat patch of grass, I began to start putting in a pattern of the various structures and buildings that I was going to lay out. In the weeks up until Hytale's release, I've been planning this build, and so I had a layout.
So I haven't really made a video like this for quite a while, and this isn't my normal update videos or feature breakdowns, but this is kind of one of those moments where I make a video and kind of step back and think, wow, like this actually might change how gaming works in the future. And I know that sounds pretty dramatic, but just hear me out right now. So something's happening with Hytale right now, and we don't really see it in modern gaming anymore. It revolves around modding, servers, money, and most importantly, players' trust. And the reason I wanted to make this video is because I've seen a lot of fear lately, a lot of concern, and honestly, a lot of trauma from other games, which, I've kind of experienced myself. So today I want to talk properly about this whole situation and about what Hytale is trying to do differently and why this really matters for the gaming industry. So sit back, relax, if you enjoy the video, drop a like and subscribe, and let's get in with this. So let's start off with the concern that kicked this all off, because someone tweeted something that a lot of people quietly agreed with. Who would have thought that by Hytale having server-side mods, servers would end up having exclusive content mods? And then here was the scary part, because they said it looks like we're going to have a very dark future with Hytale servers full of predatory practices to gatekeep content mods. Now listen, that fear is completely valid, because if you've played Minecraft, Rust, Ark, or maybe any live service sandbox game in the last 10 years, you may have seen this happen. Paywalls, exclusive mods, servers locking content behind subscriptions, pay to access this system, pay to unlock this feature, and after a while it stops feeling like mods and it starts feeling like DLC stacked on top of DLC on top of DLC. So yeah, when people see server-side mods in Hytale, alarm bells are slowly starting to go off. So this is where things actually get interesting, because instead of just dodging the question that a lot of companies do, and instead of giving a vague PR answer, and instead of saying we'll monitor the situation, Simon of course responded directly, and this is why everyone is really enjoying being a part of the Hypixel community and Hytale community, because the devs are very outspoken and honest when it comes to situations. And I want to read this properly because this is the core of the video. So Simon said, don't worry about this, the future of Hytale modding is going to be much better, and I will make sure of it. That alone is a strong statement, but he continues to go on to say, I have a long-term solution, but I need a few months to complete it before I can discuss it publicly. That's important. He's not over-promising, he's not dumping half-baked ideas, he's saying this exists, it's coming, but I want to do this properly. You may have noticed this is how the Hypixel team works and kind of how they're trying to do everything moving forward. They've taken everything in from the community for many, many years, and especially the block genre, and wants to make it better. Then comes the part people kind of missed, because honestly, this is the whole bombshell in this situation. The in-game mod browser will include features that benefit modders and the players, and it will change the modding scene for the better. That sentence right there That's pretty big because an in-game mod browser isn't just a convenience feature. It's control, transparency, discoverability, and standards. It means mods aren't hidden behind discords and locked to single servers, mods aren't sold in shady ways, and crucially, it means players don't get screwed. And it kind of gives you a nice idea of what you're actually downloading and the safety behind it before you actually do so, because I do find to myself that, you know, when some mods, you know, can contain dodgy files, if you're doing it through a different way that isn't, you know, strictly through the game, which obviously isn't currently possible, you can use CurseForge, but it's going to be very nice to see when this mod browser does launch. I don't think it's launching straight away. I think we're going to be waiting a little bit of time, but Simon said that we need a little bit of balance between what's going to be a paid mod and what's going to be a free mod. And Simon really believes in, you know, players that, you know, modders that are starting out in the scene to always kind of go for something free to get your brand and your name out there. So money is a very interesting topic in the gaming industry. Of course, it's a great thing, and it's crazy how much money, you know, is generated in the gaming industry these days. But sometimes this is where things usually fall apart as well, which can come down to greed. So someone replied saying, "I hate when people turn everything into paid content. Modding has become toxic." And again, it's harsh wording, but the sentiment is pretty real because players are tired of paying for a game, paying again for servers, paying again for mods, and paying again for updates. It feels endless. But Simon doesn't dodge this either. He says, "Remember, I take 0% from mods and servers. Zero, nothing, no cut." And that's almost unheard in modern gaming. And then this part obviously matters quite a lot because he says, "I want players to have access to tons of content for free, but I also want modders to be rewarded." This is the balance no one has properly figured out yet. Now, from what I talked about in this situation, I don't think there's anything wrong with a community, someone building a community, and obviously having paid servers, because that's where Simon made his fortunes from. If you're providing a service for people and you're giving them an optional chance to play, and they might want to purchase some stuff on the side to help support the servers and everything like that, I actually think that's a great thing in communities. But I think what I've never really liked myself is servers that are behind paywalls. That's where you don't really know what you're getting yourself into until you've paid, and you might not actually like it once you've joined, and then normally there's no refunds or anything involved in these types of things. So I think always giving someone free passage to enjoy something before maybe, you know, they might turn around to you and say, "Hey, I want to support this server, I love it, I love what you do, and you offer me a great service and a lot of happiness in life, so I want to support you." And I think that's always the best way to go around with things, rather than just being like, "Hey, pay me $100 to enter my server." That's just my personal opinion. So someone replied saying, "I don't call protecting what you created gatekeeping." And honestly, they're not wrong, because if you build something, you spend time, you spend money, you learn skills, and you should have some control. And Simon acknowledges that too, because he literally says, "I know, I literally ran Hypixel for 13 years. That's experience talking. This isn't someone who's guessing. This isn't a dev who's never touched a server ecosystem. This is someone that's seen every possible way this can go wrong." And that's why it's so important, and that, you know, he's had that experience within Hypixel, because he knows what he's I'm sure made many mistakes over the years and learned from it. And that's kind of what you want when someone's building a whole new block game for us and is looking to take it to that next step, and has learned and seen exactly from a player's perspective, because it's not like he was one of the lead devs at, for Minecraft. He was just someone running servers inside the game, which keeps you kind of as a player. So here's a line that actually made me think about how lucky we are to be playing a game right now run by such a great studio, because Hytale will take 0% from modders and server owners for at least the first 2 years. and normally most studios would take a platform cut, they'd lock exclusivity, they'd monetize the ecosystem, and Hytale is doing the opposite. Simon went on to say, "We will trust that they bring us players, and that is all." It's a very old school mindset, and then the final line was, "By the players for the players," and I know that phrase gets thrown around a lot, but in this context, with actions actually backing it, this actually means something. So this just isn't about Hytale, this is about what gaming could go back to being, or maybe transform into something else, where mods grow creators, not corporations, and servers compete on creativity, not just constant paywalls, and players aren't treated like it's just wallets first. And if Hytale pulls this off, a lot of games could be forced to respond, and that's why I generally think this is one of the most important conversations happening in gaming right now, because it's pretty interesting to see where we're going to be going in the future. I really truly hope that this can be a kind of a statement, because I'm not saying every other game right now has got it wrong. I feel like there's many amazing servers out there, like I'm going to be running my own, but I just have never really, like I mentioned earlier, I just love being able to keep it always an option. I think Fortnite for me was one of the first proper games that said, hey, this is completely free, come and play our game, you can enjoy it as much as you want, but if you want, here's some skins that you can buy, and that is up to you. And I think that's one of the things I've really loved in gaming, is I would rather players be able to enjoy the experience. I'm not saying that game devs or developers shouldn't be paid for their hard work. You know, if you're charging $50 for a game, I mean, I say $50, it's not even $50 anymore, it's probably more like $80. You know, maybe people are saying that they deserve to be rewarded for that hard work. But I think there's just a bit of a fine line between what you should be charging for and how maybe you might treat your players, because in the future it may work out more successful for you. But anyway, that's my kind of thoughts and feelings on this situation. I look forward to seeing the mod browser and all the upcoming content for Hytale, and let me know your thoughts in the comments.
The Hytale news isn't slowing down. Today we got confirmation on timelines for a number of features, a huge drama that kicked off over usernames, and the CEO speaks about servers having exclusive mods, which some people don't necessarily agree with. To begin, when asked if there's a date planned for World Gen V2 to drop, Simon commented, "It will take many months. We need to hire 10 to 15 world designers. It's already available via gateways and for modders to play with. There is a ton of work before this happens though, as it's also part of the story to restore Orbis. Quote, I don't want any ETA. We will keep updating and hiring as fast as possible, that's all. We have one shot to get this right." And honestly, if I were you, I wouldn't worry too much about waiting for this, because the World Gen update will fundamentally change the look and layout and feel of all of our worlds that we generate going forward. And to be quite honest, I'm still enjoying the current generation. If you haven't picked up Hytale yet, by the way, feel free to use code Kweebec at checkout and subscribe to help us reach 100k. The big drama we need to talk about today is surrounding username reservations. When the YouTuber The Horizon wanted the name Horizon to fit his brand, despite already having his own username, he offered to buy the name Horizon off whoever had it. This is actually against Hytale's end user licensing agreement, and after he posted that he'd had the name transferred to him, he ended up getting quite a lot of backlash from people saying how unfair it was that a paying player who reserved that username specifically early was now having it taken off them for a creator. And not even because it's their username, just because they wanted a shorter, more nice looking version of their name. Horizon did reply afterwards that on reflection he felt what he did was a bit douchey, and said that it would be okay to transfer the name back. Simon replied, I was not aware this was happening. Clearly Horizon is too generic of a username to claim copyright/brand and should not have been changed. When it's like this, the support usually asks the original user first, as sometimes they are holding it for the YouTuber in question. Before anyone panics, except for Reddit, they've already started panicking, I will investigate what happened and see if the original user decided to give their username and if they ever bought the game in the first place. Because I remember remember personally saying Horizon should not be changed forcefully. All in all, Horizon username will go back to the OG if they want it back. I'll be honest, I can't be doing everything from the game to business to support. However, I did review some usernames and all generic ones were completely denied unless the OG account holder accepted. Important to note that 1, most of these were usernames that were already reserved by the team in the first place to hold them for YouTubers. 2, when the username is quite generic, the original account holder gets asked and often accepts, as many just reserved the name but didn't lock in a purchase, and probably don't care or maybe even kept it for the YouTuber. He says ultimately, yes, usernames are tricky to say the least. Unless the username you want is tagged as reserved by the Hytale team, there really isn't much we can do anymore. We can change it to something that is available though. That's why support has been slow on the usernames and took longer than expected. They were waiting for me to approve some extreme cases, which I never got time for. Today, I've decided to shut down the entire process. It's no longer worth the trouble and it undermines the player's trust in the name reservation system. All this for just 2 or 3 usernames. It's going to hurt the relationship with some YouTubers, but it is what it is. I have so many things to handle that usernames are the last thing I want to deal with right now. Simon then went on to announce this officially in a post. He said all Hytale usernames are now locked. As long as you paid for the game and the username doesn't violate basic rules such as profanity or is used to actively extort, impersonate, or sell. If a random celebrity happens to have the same username, you're fine. There are too many YouTubers globally to keep track of now. If a YouTuber or streamer wants a specific username that's already taken, they cannot claim it. We may email the original user still to request it, but if they don't respond or decline entirely, they keep the username. Simon continues, regarding the 2 or 3 YouTubers who received generic usernames through copyright/brand claims, I will personally investigate what happened. I can see already that one of them was actually accepted because the original account holder was okay to give it away, so it wasn't just a blanket username claim. FYI, we still have a lot of usernames reserved for YouTubers and streamers. These can still be claimed as they're not currently held by anyone. If you see this username has been reserved by the Hytale team, it means you can still contact us to get your username. Ultimately, Simon says, I knew this would make people panic with the generic names and all of that being denied at first. Only a very small handful of people were given the names like this, like less than 5 out of millions. It's a non-issue turned into a storm. As predicted, we will take the L and move on. At the end of the day, nuance does matter in cases like this, but all it takes is one mistake and the whole thing starts to get millions of views and full panic starts to spread fast. So Simon said it's better to stop it all, unless the username is being actively abused for impersonation. Hopefully, clearing this up should avoid anything being taken out of context in future, and honestly, it's totally on the YouTuber if they didn't reserve that name in time. You had a whole month to do it, and if you actually cared, you would have done it. Most people don't have the username they want in Minecraft or any game they play, because they probably weren't there in the first 1 to 2 years. That's just how things is. If you weren't there, you ain't getting it. In other news, we all know that water physics isn't great in Hytale just yet. Simon actually stated it's not a huge priority for them right now, considering the whole game needs work. More color options, or an entire color wheel for your clothing isn't actually possible yet, because Simon said there are technical limitations, but they will likely add this in future. One user mentioned how Update 3 had lots more changes than they were expecting when Simon said it was going to be a smaller update. His follow-up was that this is a smaller update, considering what's coming in the next couple of months. Very exciting. Another user asked, are you planning to improve the game's progression over time? Right now, there isn't much to do aside from farming and building. It would be great to have more objectives or goals to work towards. Simon assured us that major changes to progression will happen, including the addition of story and more lore. Let me know if you want me to use a segment of an upcoming video to actually explain more about what we know of the lore now. In regards to overall development, the team is starting to grow again now that the chaos of launch is out of the way. Quote, new hires started this week, which has drastically sped up the process. Things have been moving very fast. Next, a user posted on Twitter, who would have thought that by Hytale having server-side mods, servers would end up having exclusive content mods. It looks like we are going to have a very dark future with Hytale servers full of predatory practices to gatekeep content. This, I believe, is in response to a few servers that have started up that aren't actually sharing the assets or mods that they've used to build that server, and honestly, this created quite a lot of discourse. Some people were for it, some people were against it. Simon replied, you don't need to worry about this. The future of Hytale modding is going to be much better, and I will make sure of it. I have a long-term solution, but I need a few months to complete it before I can discuss it publicly. The in-game mod browser that we add will include features that benefit modders and players, and it will change the modding scene for the better. Remember, I take 0% from all modders and servers for at least 2 years, so I'm more incentivized to actually improve the player's experience. I want players to have access to tons of content for free, but I also want modders to be rewarded. The aim here is to reduce gatekeeping as much as possible. If I were a Hytale modder today, say, I would heavily focus on making mods accessible and then growing my brand/name. Again, it's important to remember that massive note that Simon promised that Hytale will take 0% from modders and servers for another 2 years. One user said, I hate people who turn everything into paid content. You have to pay for the game and then pay again for mods that sometimes cost more than the full game itself, even though those mods only exist because of the game. Without the game, they are nothing. And Simon replied, I have a solution. It will change modding. Give me a couple of months. Bold words from Simon, but honestly, he's never let us down so far. I'm excited to see what they've got around the corner. In other news, whilst there isn't a way to gift Hytale to a friend at the moment, it will be coming in future, Simon confirms. Plus, the first ever YouTuber I ever watched play Minecraft, he's called X, otherwise known as David Angel 64. He just started a Hytale Let's Play. I must have spent every day after school watching this guy play Minecraft. And now to think that he's in Hytale starting his adventure all over again, it gets me so stoked. Please go check it out and support him. User Pika Clicks, who's been behind a lot of Twitch Rivals and survival games events in Minecraft, is now working on a version for Hytale, which I'm very excited about, and it seems Simon is too. I want to give a massive thank you for all the support I've received over the last couple of weeks. Check more Hytale news on the screen now.
Minecraft 2 is here, and it's called Hytale. And just like Minecraft, it is chock full of sweet, juicy lore. We've just got to explore a bit to find it. Hello Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that one day will have an RPG sequel of its own. Okay, let me back up a bit. I've already made 2 sequel jokes and we're barely a minute into the episode. I should be clear. Hytale, the game we're talking about today, isn't really Minecraft 2. It's made by a completely different developer. It just looks very similar to Minecraft. It's actually an incredible story of passion and perseverance. The game began its development in 2015 with a bunch of members from the Minecraft server Hypixel, with funding from Riot Games. Sadly, Riot cancelled the game later that year, but the original creator managed to reacquire the rights and revived the game in November 2025, with the demo being released just a few weeks ago. And with such an inspirational story as that, I knew we at least had to give it a look. Plus, if you like Minecraft, this might as well be the sequel you've always wanted. Hytale really does improve on a lot of things that Minecraft has lacked over the years. You've got way more complex RPG leveling systems, more character customization.
Okay, focus.
Oh man.
Focus. We got our guy.
And most importantly, actual lore. We've spent the better part of a decade figuring out the lore of Minecraft, so it's not to say there isn't any, but while Mojang is going for the all stories are canon route, Hytale has a canonical story which they were building towards until the game got shut down. But just before the demo's release, the team posted about how they wanted to handle the lore going forward, basically saying that while yes, there was a bunch of lore being hinted at beforehand, they wanted to reassess it all and make sure it all fits with the story they want to tell. So if it's not in the game right now, it may or may not return in the future, which felt like an invitation to dive in. With this essentially being a lore reset and it being most people's first time experiencing the game, I figured it was the perfect opportunity to jump in for myself and explore the lore firsthand, see what pieces we can put together with what exists and where things might be heading in the future. So take my blocky hand, loyal theorists, as we head through the portal to discover the lore of Hytale. When you boot up the game and choose to enter a world, you get the choice of what mode you'd like to jump into. Adventure mode right now isn't available, but when it does release, it's likely going to be where the main plot plays out. Instead, our main option is exploration mode. Before release, the text about this mode was teased, and it said, explore a version of Orbis in its half-remembered state, and fragments of what the future holds. Orbis, by the way, is the name of the world Hytale primarily takes place in. It being in a half-remembered state feels like a reference to the world not being fully finished yet. Some of the world contains these adorable work-in-progress signs, or we get messages about how other parts are yet to take their final form. The line about what the future might hold also tells us that right now, the story is going to be more like Minecraft in the sense that we need to explore and use the environment to tell the story rather than being in our faces with an actual narrative. Something which they actually confirmed in that post I mentioned earlier. I mean, the game's in early access, so we can't be too mad about that, but when the demo released, this message changed. It became much more simple and a little less meta. It said, explore an echo of Orbis. Build, craft, survive, and find a way to restore what was lost. Which makes it feel like the world we're entering is a shell of its former self. An echo of what is slowly fading. And maybe it will be up to us to fix. So with that speculation out of the way, and my interest truly peaked, let's dive in and see what we can find about what the future might hold. As I explored the world, the first thing I noticed was, much like we see in Minecraft, there are a bunch of old, broken structures that fill the land. Remnants of the world that once was, much like the title screen alluded to. There's campsites, mine shafts, even these cute villages on the water complete with Viking boats. Although this one that I found was actually in the middle of a lake with 0 outlets to the ocean, so I'm not sure they're going to be getting very far. Maybe this civilization wasn't the brightest of the bunch. However, unlike Minecraft, we don't have to completely guess what these people were like, as we've got a bunch of different races or factions alive during this time. In Minecraft, the most we really get are villagers, with most of our theories being about a race of builders who came before. But here, at least right now, we've got 5 races that form their own civilized societies that you can find pretty much off the bat. First is the Trolk, which, if you didn't get from the name, are troll orcs. So immediately you can tell this is a fantasy story. There's the Outlanders, a human faction that live out in the frozen wasteland of Orbis. The Scaraks, who are a bug-like species in the desert. Next, there's the Kweebec. These guys are tree elf-like beings, and according to concept art, they are literally born from trees. They're actually one of the friendly factions in the game, and you're able to trade with them to get some useful tools early on if you can find them. Finally, and the thing you'll likely encounter most in the early game, is the Skeletons. This undead mob is everywhere. Sometimes just out in the open plains, sometimes in small camps and mine shafts, but sometimes you can find large groups of them inside fort-like structures. Now, it doesn't feel like these guys are just a race of skeletons that just exist in this high fantasy world. There are bones laying all over these fortresses, and they're all wearing tattered clothes, like the kind you'd expect to find on a decaying body that had been left to rot out in the wilderness. Their eyes are also glowing with this unnatural cyan hue, similar to the fires you can find lit in some of their fortresses. It feels like there's some magic going on here, like they've been reanimated, which would align with this old piece of concept art. So the question becomes, what is reanimating them and why? Well, when I took a closer look at the outfits they were wearing, I noticed something. On the chest plate of the soldiers was this symbol, a triangle with 5 branches coming off the top of it. There's a similar symbol on the banners that adorn the fort, and it's on the shield of the statue, so clearly it's important to these skeletons, or at least who they used to be. And the answer for that lies in one of the other structures I've not yet mentioned, and one that is kind of central to your whole adventure. The Temple of Gamersups? Wait, that's not naturally generated. Editor, did you sneak into my world again? Well, I guess you're not totally wrong. Gamersups is very much central to any gaming adventure I go on. I've personally been enjoying their new Gamer Aid range, which contains creatine and electrolyte to keep me focused and hydrated while I'm exploring the vast world of Hytale looking for lore for this episode. Try it for yourself by going to gamersups.gg/game theory, or by using the QR code on screen and using the code game theory for 10% off your order. Plus, you get a free sample pack, so who knows, maybe you'll find your new favorite flavor. But now let's move on from this unnatural structure and focus back on the natural kind that's actually crucial to the journey. If you look at your map, there are no real markings to any specific point. You just have to kinda learn what the shapes and colors mean and recognize patterns. But there is one exception, the Forgotten Temple. They're pretty hard to miss if you just happen to be wandering about. While still ruins like most other structures, these things are made out of pale stone with pillars and domes that almost look Greek in nature, which kind of clashes with the fantasy setting, to be honest, but that's not what's important here. What's important is at the entrance, we see a statue of a woman holding an orb, and on the front of her dress is the same symbol that we saw on the skeleton's armor. Inside is another statue surrounded by plants and fresh fruit offerings. This is Gaia. She is the goddess of this world, wearing a dress made of leaves with her hair set in 5 ponytails, each corresponding to one of the 5 elements in the game: earth, wind, fire, water, and lightning. And suddenly, the Greek theming begins to make sense. Gaia is the Greek personification of Earth, the mother of the Titans, the Cyclopses, the giants, the sky, sea, and the grandmother of the Olympian gods we all know and love from mythology. She is the primordial being of Greek mythology. She represents the Earth itself, holding everything in balance, like the 5 elements we see in her hair, or the planet Orbis that she holds in her hands. Naturally, this makes a lot of sense to worship. Don't want to annoy the god who is literally the Earth itself. You can actually actually find out who's been giving these offerings to, as once you go through the portal, you end up in a place filled with wildlife and the Kweebec. Of course. Their villages are full of little farms and vegetable patches, but they're not growing them just to survive, but to offer to Gaia. Clever little bit of environmental storytelling there, I gotta say. But while this place is beautiful and tranquil, some cogs started turning in my head. We saw the skeletons wearing armor that had Gaia's symbol on it, and they would attack us on sight. But here, the Kweebec, the ones who are actively worshipping Gaia, aren't trying to harm us. So what's going on? Well, inside part of the temple, we can see more statues of a knight with Gaia's symbol on it, just like the ones we found in the skeleton forts. These are apparently known as Orbis officers. While not much is known about them, for statues of them to be erected in her temples, it seems highly likely that they served Gaia directly, probably to help maintain the balance and order of Orbis, which means I was right earlier about these skeletons not being their own race, but reanimated warriors that fought for Gaia. That's why there are outposts with her symbol adorned across it, why they also have statues of Orbis officers, and why some of the skeletons are still adorned with armor containing Gaia's crest. They are the fallen officers of Gaia, and that actually tells us a lot about the world we're in now. Clearly there has been some kind of war going on, and it's been going on for a long time. I mentioned earlier how Gaia's Greek architecture seemed to clash with the medieval setting of the game. Well, if you take a look at our own history, the ancient Greek period is widely considered to have ended in 146 BC, when the Roman Empire conquered Greece in the Battle of Corinth. Meanwhile, the medieval Greek period began with the east and west splits of the Roman Empire in 395 AD. For this architecture to be crossing over like this, but for the same symbols to be used in both styles, means that the worship of Gaia and the war surrounding her have also been around for at least that long, which would explain the hundreds of skeletons and ruined buildings throughout the land. New civilizations rose, fought for Gaia, but ultimately always fell, only to be brought back as these living skeletons to fight for the opposing side, the side that is against Gaia and anyone that could be seen as working for her, i.e. us. They are now wolves wearing sheep's clothing. But then, who is the evil force desecrating these former heroes' legacy? Right now, if you're just playing the game, it's not entirely clear. The only real clue we really have is in the heart of the Forgotten Temple. If you go into the very center of the structure, you'll find the Heart of Orbis, which gives you access to one of the game's main objectives, acquiring memories. By witnessing any creature of Orbis, you obtain a memory of them, which you can then bring back here. But the key detail is in the message we get explaining this mechanic. Quote, Void's curse keeps Orbis locked away, but there may yet be a way to break it. A deity rests within the heart of Orbis. Seek out memories of Orbis's myriad creatures and record them here to restore her will. This matches up to some of the concept art from when this place was called the Temple of Gaia. In it, we can see Gaia asleep on her throne inside the temple, with these crimson thorny vines surrounding her and consuming the temple itself. Based on this in-game message, it seems pretty clear that this stuff represents Void, which on its own doesn't mean a lot. It's clearly the dark force we're looking for, but what Void actually is, the game itself isn't super clear about. Thankfully, this is where more concept art is here to help. Earlier I told you that there were 5 elements: earth, fire, water, wind, and lightning. But that wasn't entirely truthful. See, on the concept art for the elements, there's a 6th element smack dab in the middle. And at this point, I'm sure you figured out what it is. Void. A dark element that is used to corrupt and destroy. In the creative mode for the game, there's actually a Void invasion portal that you can place. Though it doesn't do anything right now, it does tie into this idea that the Void is the thing invading the land of Orbis and opposing Gaia, putting her to sleep. I mean, it's an invasion. Clearly they weren't invited for a friendly tea party. Interestingly, on that same piece of concept art, there's another set of symbols known as the Evil, or Varin Mark. Not much is known about the character Varin at this point, other than he is the master of void magic. So yeah, I think these two things might be related. Sadly, Varin isn't a name that shows up in Greek mythology, or any mythology for that matter. So there wasn't a huge amount I could dig up about him directly, but I did look into any kind of opposing force for Gaia, and the thing that came up was literally called Chaos. Chaos in Greek mythology is less of a person and more of a concept, the void that came before Gaia and the world as we know it. In mythology, it's not strictly an opposing force to Gaia. They tend to kind of work in balance with one another. You can't have Gaia without Chaos. However, as time time has gone on, more modern interpretations have altered the story to pit these two against one another. Gaia is about balance and order, mastering the 5 elements and keeping them and the people of the world in perfect harmony, while chaos is the opposite, wanting to throw off balance, causing people to turn on one another, leading to wars and inevitable destruction, taking everything back to the primordial chaos where it all began. It would appear that Varian is that personification of chaos. He is invading the world, throwing off the balance, silencing Gaia, and returning everything to him and his control. His symbol can be seen in the forts of the Outlanders. The Outlanders are the human-like race that exists in the snowy wastelands of Orbis, but despite being a human like you, they are hostile towards you, just like most factions in this game. These guys are definitely on the side of Void, and with that in mind, take a look at their eyes. They're glowing an unnatural color, just like the skeletons that have been brought back to life and also attack us. Varian has been fighting against Gaia for centuries, and it seems like he's mostly won, but there is hope. On the loading screen of the game, we can see humans like us entering into a void portal, and on their armor and weapons is another symbol, the evil contained. We are the next generation of humans, here to contain Varian and his evil army. We can drive them back and collect the memories of Gaia to wake her and bring balance back to this world. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching.
World premiere on Game Theory.
Minecraft's trees have lore now?
Today we end the horror. 4 years, 3 games, 35 theories, all leading up to this moment. Hold on, haven't we done this intro before?
That was for FNAF. This is Minecraft. It's totally different.
Oh. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that's been building Minecraft's lore one block at a time. You know, for as much attention as FNAF gets on the channel, it's easy to overlook what we've done for other game franchises. 46 Mario theories, 31 Pokemon theories, 3 Hello Neighbor theories, which doesn't seem like a whole lot, but let's be honest with ourselves, it's probably too many. But of them all, I would say that our Minecraft series is probably the most important. 35 episodes in total, and it's a pretty impressive collection. Can you punch a tree to death? What's a creeper? Is the overworld a sphere or a cube? But I think our biggest contribution to this franchise has to be figuring out that there was an actual story hidden inside this seemingly storyless game. For as long as Minecraft had been around, and for as many videos existed about the topic, we were able to crack into something that no one had noticed before. That the placement of the blocks, the treasures hidden inside of chests, the spawn locations, the item drops, all of them told a story. And so, over the next 4 years, we chipped away at that story, bit by bit, mob by mob. The Enderman, the Drowned, the Wither, the Warden. And over the years, a story came into focus. A story of an ancient civilization's rise and their tragic fall. A tale of hubris and excess. A tale that serves as a warning to us, the player, out here in the real world. Except there is just one problem. 35 theories, it's a lot to keep track of. And just like we often see with FNAF, I started seeing a number of comments over in the subreddit begging me to set the record straight. To make one up-to-date definitive resource compiling all of our theories into one coherent location. So I put all these theories onto the crafting table and enchanted them with efficiency 5 to turn those 35 theories into this one easy to digest 30 minute-ish video. Not exactly sure where it's gonna land. Anyway, we'd best gulp down that potion of swiftness if we want to get through all of this. Okay, you ready? Well, not quite, because before we get to all that, I just wanted to quickly tell you that the FNAF Theoryware line is officially back for a limited time. So if you missed out on it last time, don't let this one pass you by. Head on over to theoryware.com now and grab them before they're really gone forever. Okay, now we're ready to build up on that Minecraft lore. Let's go. Our story begins with Minecraft Legends, a game that only came out in April of last year, but gave us a lot of lore to chew on. The overworld's in danger. The piglins have come from the nether and are now invading the overworld. When the game puts the invasion down to greed, I have a suspicion that it's due to something else. Sure, the piglins are greedy for gold, we see that in vanilla Minecraft, and there is plenty of gold in Minecraft Legends, but the nether isn't exactly low on that stuff. They don't use things like diamonds or iron or tools or armor, they just hoard all that in chests. They don't understand their real value. Instead, I believe they invaded the overworld because the Nether was in trouble. You see, the Nether used to be a cool and icy place. That's the only way for the basalt deltas to have formed. Basalt requires blue ice, the coldest ice imaginable to form, and for lava to flow next to it above a layer of soul soil, which means that ice must have been naturally forming in the Nether at one point. However, as we see in Legends, the piglins have industrialized. They have golden swords and armor, items that require gold ingots that can't be found naturally.
In the founding of the nation, the founding fathers were concerned about monarchy. They wanted to go away from monarchy, but they also were concerned about anarchy. So the devolved mode of unitive consciousness would be monarchy or totalitarianism, fascism, a Unitarian sameness of oneness. But then on the other end of the spectrum, maximum diversity, which is the furthest you can get from unitive consciousness perhaps, the devolved mode of maximum diversity would be anarchy.
Keep watching to learn more. You can now download all 9 copies of the New Thinking Aloud magazine for free, or order beautiful printed copies. Go to newthinkingaloud.org. New Thinking Aloud is presented by the California Institute for Human Science, a fully accredited university offering distant learning graduate degrees that focus on mind, body, and spirit. The topics that we cover here. We are particularly excited to announce new degrees emphasizing parapsychology and the paranormal. Visit their website at cihs.edu.
Book 4 in the New Thinking Aloud dialogue series is Charles T. Tart, 70 Years of Exploring Consciousness and Parapsychology. Now available on Amazon.
Thinking Aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishlove.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. Today, we're going to look at unity and diversity in American politics. Now, let me just preface this discussion by saying that in the last 45 years of my career as an interviewer, I have avoided current affairs completely, almost entirely, 99%. Today, I am making a definite exception, and the reason is because I couldn't have a better guest to discuss this with, my good friend and neighbor, Glenn Aparicio Perry, who is the author of Original Thinking, a radical revisioning of time, nature, and humanity, as well as Original Politics, Making America Sacred Again. If you haven't watched the earlier interviews with Glenn, I would encourage you to do so. It'll provide real context for this discussion, which is going to focus largely on 21st century politics in the United States through the lens of his profound understanding of Native American culture and the role of Native Americans in the history and politics of the United States. Of course, this is an internet interview, and now I'll switch over to the internet video. Welcome, Glenn. It's a pleasure once again to be with you.
It's always a pleasure to be with you, Jeff. Thank you so much for everything you do.
You know, I prefaced this particular interview by reminding the viewers that I rarely cover current events in politics when I do interviews. And the reason is because I'm going for something timeless. I'd like to think that even though we're discussing current politics, by which I mean 21st century politics today, this interview will probably be useful to people who are listening 100 or 200 years from now, because I think we're going to have some touchstones that deal with perennial issues. And those are some of the issues that you and I have discussed in our previous interviews.
Oh, what a beautiful way to frame it. Thank you, Jeff. I mean, to me, as a person who agrees with William Faulkner, who said the past is not dead, in fact, it isn't even past, what's happening in the present always does reflect the past, and it also foretells the future. So it's very deep layers, and hopefully we can look at what's going on now through that larger lens. So thank you for that.
Well, I mean, some extraordinary things have happened here in the early part of the 21st century in the United States. We had the first female presidential candidate from a major political party. We have elected the first black president, and we currently are in the days and the era and the regime of Donald Trump, who you identify very appropriately so as a trickster. And the trickster is a very important figure in Native American mythology, particularly here in the Southwest.
I would say that Donald Trump is a trickster even outside of Native American. You could look at it from other stories or mythologies. But in the Southwest, the trickster figure can be a human being that acts in a contrarian manner. In the Lakota tradition, that would be a heyoka. A contrarian manner opposite to what you might expect. So, for instance, Donald Trump has been cozying up to what we would have called our enemies before, and berating our allies. That's completely opposite to what an American president would be expected to do. But the difference between Donald Trump and a Native American trickster is that Donald Trump is not a conscious trickster. A Native American trickster would be purposely engendering higher consciousness through shaking somebody out of their reality. It does not appear that Trump is conscious of his role, but I contend that he's fulfilling it nonetheless, and that consciousness is awakening. And I really see that here in America right now. I see Trump as a catalyst for unveiling America's shadow. And look at what's happening. Look at what's happening. When he first is elected, there's the Women's March, which was the largest march in history at that time. It's now been surpassed by the recent marches having to do with race. So when it comes to women, when it comes to race, when it comes to the Civil War, which Trump has resurrected in our consciousness, Americans are now seeing a little bit more how it really was, and change is afoot. It's really happening. And, in a very odd way, we have Donald Trump to thank for that.
You mentioned the Civil War, Glenn, and I think one of the things that we have to appreciate is, even though the Civil War was fought 160 years ago, it's not clear to me that as a nation we have digested the lessons of the Civil War. It seems as if there's still an undercurrent of the issues from the Civil War that are still sort of bubbling up in our culture.
Yes, I completely agree with you. I would say that those issues were there from the very beginning, long before the Civil War. And those issues played out into the Whig Party, which was the original party of Abraham Lincoln, actually goes it goes under because it's split into two factions, one that was for advancement of slavery into new territories and one that was not for expansion of slavery. And what happens there is that the Whig Party goes under and the Republican Party of Lincoln is formed. The Civil War is fought, and we don't know what would have happened if Lincoln hadn't been assassinated, but he was. And he had oddly picked a Democrat, Andrew Johnson, to be his vice president, which we spoke about in our last interview, how similar he is to Trump. And so what was going to be the resurrection was very greatly slowed down, or the reconstruction, I should say, was slowed down, and in fact took 100 years until we had civil rights legislation. And even after civil rights legislation, we had continued to have systemic racism, which affects us today. So we really never resolved the Civil War, and we never looked at it honestly. I mean, I think one of the big differences between the United States and South Africa is that South Africa, after their apartheid regime, they had a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and they used a process of restorative justice to try to heal both the oppressed and the oppressor. You really have to do both. We've never taken an honest look at our race relations. We've never taken an honest look at the genocide that was committed against Native America. And we've never taken an honest look at the systemic sexism in our society, which is arguably even stronger than racism. But now I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that this is all coming out. And now it's a dangerous period too. I don't want to overstate the hope. I mean, there's a lot that can happen here, including sliding into outright fascism. But it doesn't appear at the moment that's what's going to happen.
You write about unity and diversity in your book. And unity, you describe basically two kinds of unity. There's unity within diversity, and then there's also a kind of unity based on sameness.
You know, I want to give credit to my California Institute of Integral Studies professor, Alfonso Montori. What a great guy. Besides being a wonderful scholar, he plays jazz saxophone and speaks 5 languages. And Alfonso Montori, originally, he describes himself as being from downtown Europe, but he was from Italy and very keenly aware of what happened in Italy. And Alfonso said to me, when I was speaking about unitive consciousness once, he said, be careful about unitive consciousness, because fascism is also unitive. It's a unity of sameness. It's everything within the state, everything for the state, nothing outside the state, is how Mussolini defined it. And indeed, that's really true. And it made me realize that was the dynamic, the very dynamic between unity and diversity and unity through sameness was present at the very founding of the United States. The ideal of the founding fathers that was said in the founding documents really had not even come close to being realized. They spoke about how all men are created equal, but that meant all white male property owners are created equal in the founding of the nation. But the seed of that equality, inspired by Native America, has unfolded closer toward unity in diversity. But we've never gone away completely from the backlash that happens from time to time, where various leaders have tried to use the excuse of national security to build a reactionary support for white nationalism. I mean, Andrew Jackson was one of those, but Chester Arthur has the Chinese Exclusion Act, and even FDR imprisons Japanese Americans. So we've had a lot of instances in American history where we've made immigrants into the other. And also, of course, Native Americans is the worst example. They're not immigrants, but they're the people that were dehumanized by Andrew Jackson the most.
Now, I'm under the impression that this sense of otherness that comes up in sociology, comes up in politics, might have a biological basis to it. That, you can look at, for example, fish on a coral reef, fish of the same species, but who live on different parts of the coral will have slightly different markings. And if they venture outside of their territory into the territory of other fish of the same species, they will be attacked on occasion. So it seems if it exists in fish, it might be very, very deeply encoded into our genetic makeup.
It's definitely true. I often hold up Native Americans as an example of a culture that does have the greater unity and diversity, that in their politics includes the natural world. But even in Native American cultures, amongst the Dene, amongst the Haudenosaunee, amongst Blackfoot, there often is a word that describes that particular tribe as the people. And the implication is those that are not of the tribe are less than fully human. So I think it is partly part of the human condition, perhaps, but I also think that we are evolving, perhaps, to accept greater unity and diversity, and maybe moving past that. At some point, it could take thousands and thousands and thousands of years, but I think we have the impetus to do that now.
Well, one of the interesting points that you make is that at the time when Donald J. Trump was elected president in 2016, America had probably achieved a status of maximum diversity in terms of having just elected a black president, having nominated the first woman to ever run for the presidency from a major party. It's not surprising that at a moment of maximum diversity, there would also be a backlash.
Yes, I chose the word maximum diversity carefully because in the founding of the nation, the founding fathers were concerned about monarchy. They wanted to go away from monarchy, but they also were concerned about anarchy. So the devolved mode of unitive consciousness would be monarchy or totalitarianism, fascism, a Unitarian sameness of oneness. But then on the other end of the spectrum, maximum diversity, which is the furthest you can get from unitive consciousness, perhaps, the devolved mode of maximum diversity would be anarchy. It would be anarchy because everything is so diverse that there's that the society cannot cohere. So it doesn't have to be that way, and arguably we are not even close to our maximum diversity yet. But we are reaching the limits of what the system seems to be able to bear. So that's why there's somebody like Donald Trump, because if it wasn't Trump, it would have been somebody else who came forward to push back on this evolving inclusiveness that was growing, and to try to create unity through exclusion. And that's something we have to be very vigilant, aware of, and not let that happen, frankly.
Well, and I forgot to mention, of course, that at the same time during the Obama era, we also legalized gay marriage, which was a huge step forward.
Oh, yeah. And by the way, I always say this to people. I probably said it to you in casual conversation. I'm not sure that gay marriage would have become legalized, but a great euphemism evolved, and people started to call it marriage equality. And when that happened, there was an enormous effect occurred, and mainly amongst women, because women, I think, felt that in marriage, existing marriage, that they were needing greater equality. So when 60% of the American public was for marriage equality at the time that the Supreme Court made it legal all across the land, it actually broke down to only 50% of men were for marriage equality and 70% of women. That's pretty interesting, isn't it?
It's sort of almost a precondition for a backlash to occur.
Yeah, there's been a backlash, and in fact, that's also at the end of the Obama administration, we were having the last group of people that were beginning to gain greater rights in the society were transgender people, and that's something that the Trump administration has tried to roll back, but often unsuccessfully. I mean, for instance, when James Mattis was the Department of Defense Secretary, Trump made an announcement by tweet that that transgender people would no longer be allowed in the military, and Mattis's wise and measured reaction was to say, "Okay, we'll study this," and did essentially nothing. So it didn't really change in the way that Trump supporters maybe thought it did. You can't just change things by tweet, actually, not certain things.
One of the other paradoxes of Donald Trump as a trickster president is that although he was elected as a Republican, and although he certainly has a hardcore base of right-wing supporters, many of his policies are an anathema in terms of traditional Republican conservatism.
Absolutely. And one of the groups that I'm watching very closely now is called the Lincoln Project. It's begun by people like Rick Wilson, Kellyanne Conway's husband, George Conway, and others, disaffected Republicans. And the Lincoln Project is very interesting enterprise, and I think will probably be a determinative factor in preventing Donald Trump from winning a second seat, because so much of politics, almost like sports, this is something like Jerry Seinfeld would say, you don't root for the player, you just root for the uniform, because there's so much trading and stuff. But in politics, there's a large percentage of people who identify as Republican will vote Republican no matter who the candidate is. Donald Trump, just like you said, there were no Republicans in Congress that supported Donald Trump's nomination until he became the presumptive nominee, except for Jeff Sessions and a very few others that started to come on board. But he got a large percentage of the Republican vote. And because there's such a strong media attacks on Trump, rightly or wrongly, I would say mostly rightly, but the people who identify as Republican feel stronger, like they have to coalesce around their leader. So it's hard to chip off from that identified support, but it is happening, and people like the Lincoln Project are doing it successfully.
I mean, for example, Trump believes that tariffs are good, and that goes smack against traditional Republican conservatism. I think in the past, tariffs were largely a Democratic policy.
Well, yeah, and really had fallen out of favor in both parties largely ever since the Smoot-Hawley tariff in the around 1930 plunges us deep into the Depression. Tariffs have largely fallen out of favor. The problem with tariffs is that they have ripple effects. So when you put a tariff on one thing, like steel or something, the steel is it's just not a standalone product. It's used in all kinds of other things. And so once you put a tariff on one thing, it's very hard to trace what's going to happen. And the world is getting even more interconnected. If the tariffs didn't even work in Lincoln's time, actually. So they're really not working today. But you're right, there are other things too. I mean, obvious things I didn't talk about yet, but an anti-Russia policy or a strong policy against Russian aggression is something that Republicans held to more than Democrats, although Democrats were against Russia aggression also. There were so many things where family values. I mean, Trump is not he's been divorced many, many times. He's had many affairs. He's spoken about, this is not a secret. He is not somebody you can hold up to represent family values. So almost all the things in the standard Republican platform didn't apply to Trump. He posed himself as a populist, and that's a very dangerous thing. And I talk about that quite a bit, because with populism, you always have the possibility of it eroding into fascism or a totalitarian regime. And we're on the precipice of that now.
One of the things that you point out is that originally the idea of the Electoral College, when it was created, I believe by the founders, is that the electors would serve as sort of a safeguard against a dictatorship or a populist president coming in who defied all of the previous unstated norms of American government.
Absolutely. That's what the purpose of the Electoral College is. There's a lot of debate about the Electoral College today. And one of the purposes of the Electoral College was to balance power between the urban and rural areas. And at least the intent of that had some efficacy. I mean, it was a compromise that was built between Thomas Jefferson and Alexander Hamilton. It's also part of why the capital of the country is moved from New York to D.C. And New York just becomes the financial capital. There are a lot of compromises made between urban and rural areas. And I personally feel there's still perhaps some reason to keep the Electoral College, but it needs some tweaks. And the original purpose of preventing an oligarch, or not an oligarch, an autocrat from coming in to power is obsolete completely, because the states design laws that force the electors to go along with the popular vote in their state. So that's no longer one of its purposes. I mean, there were people talking about it when Trump won the nomination. They were hoping some electors in the states that didn't pass laws against going with the popular vote would actually vote against their population. That didn't happen, but I mean, in theory, it could have. But there were other things. What I discuss in the book is that afterwards, the political parties became the gatekeepers. And now picture the old smoke-filled back rooms, the cigar-smoking guys. That's how decisions were made. And then this happened as recently as 1968, when RFK is running, also Eugene McCarthy, and Lyndon Johnson decides to drop out of his second term. Robert Kennedy wins 3 primaries in a row, and he's won the California primary. He has a lot of momentum. It's possible that he's going to become the next Democratic nominee, and then he's assassinated, shortly after Martin Luther King was assassinated, a pivotal time in American history. But what happened in the Democratic Party then? Because the party elites held all the power, they installed Hubert Humphrey as the nominee, even though Hubert Humphrey never ran in any of the primaries. And Hubert Humphrey runs against Richard Nixon and loses narrowly. And after that, then the things start to shift in the Democratic Party. And in 1972, they decide to make the democratic process more open, because there's a rebellion. They want, the Democratic people were, just like today with Bernie Sanders, they were pissed off that there was a prejudice against popular vote. And so they open up the system, and George McGovern became the candidate in 1972. But he loses 49 of 50 states to Richard Nixon, which is kind of incredible because only a year and a half later, Richard Nixon is in deep trouble and ready, and looking at resignation because of Watergate. But none of that had come out yet by 1972. So he wins 49 of 50 states. And that's when the Democrats make a compromise and they decide to have superdelegates, which are the ones that they feel best represent their party's interests, to have 1/3 of the power, and 2/3 of the power was determined by popular vote. But now that's been scuttled because of the rebellion against the way that Bernie Sanders was treated against Hillary Clinton. And the Democrats are now in the same position the Republicans were in, because the Republicans didn't have this safeguard. They didn't have superdelegates. And because they didn't have superdelegates, they let Trump win the nomination, even though their party leaders were against it. It's very confusing, isn't it? But the power of the people is not always necessarily the best thing. Because the people can make big mistakes and they can be swayed by populist movements, as they were to some extent by Donald Trump.
Well, let's define populism. It's a term that I've heard a lot, and I know it's associated with certain people like George Wallace or Huey Long. Populists, I gather, tend to be demagogues, but what really is a populist?
Well, I'm not sure I know the best definition, but what it feels like to me is that these populist demagogues always appeal to the emotions of people, and they are not typically. They typically have very poorly thought out platforms or actual ideas for how to govern. So, Mussolini, was like that. I mean, he didn't really have a very well organized ideology. Donald Trump has no ideology. In fact, Andrew Jackson had no real political ideology, but knew how to appeal to the common man and get the emotions stirred up. The populist demagogue, it seems to me, is the one that's successful in stirring up emotion, and often very irrational emotion and dangerous emotion that is a backlash against a greater democratic urge or for greater unity and diversity.
Prior to Trump's election in 2016, whether we had a Democratic president or a Republican president, the dominant ethos was what you define as, and I've heard other scholars define as, neoliberalism. In other words, global capitalism. That seemed to be the implicit, accepted moral authority, Republican or Democrat, and it led to, I think, a 40-year period of the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer, and many other social issues kind of being shunted off to the side and not being really addressed. And so I suppose when a populist came along and said, hey, the system is rigged against you, it sort of struck a chord with people.
Yes, I mean, in the 2016 election, both Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump were appealing in similar ways. Trump was perhaps more successful in stirring up anger among the people, but there was also, similar emotions were being stirred up by Bernie Sanders as well. You brought up a very interesting point, and neoliberalism. I'd love to talk about that. But first, when I talk about that, I want to say this. It's a very confusing term for most people. We're having a conversation, you and I are very familiar with the term, but I'd say the most Americans don't know what neoliberalism is, and they're confused by the term because it truly includes both liberals and conservatives. And so it's a very confusing term. And really what I mean by neoliberalism is just what the world order is. And I try to look at that fairly carefully because there's positives to the world order as it existed since World War II, and there's negatives. And there's a lot of the negatives are very much unseen because we're like a fish swimming in the neoliberal pond. You know, we don't see the water we're in because that's everything. So I try to take that apart. And if I may, I'll take just a couple minutes. I mean, I would say, you know, originally, yes, neoliberalism is multilateral capitalism with socially liberal policy. Okay, that's kind of the succinct definition. Things like the World Trade Organization, GATT, the General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs, the World Bank, all these are instruments of maintaining the world order, maintaining this multilateral trade. And there's a lot of good things about that. I mean, Thomas Friedman once claimed that no two countries that have a McDonald's have ever gone to war together. And that was disproved shortly after he wrote the book. But it's partly true that if you have multilateral trade, you're going to be, there's more social intercourse between different people and less likely for sentiments of war to develop. You know, you could look at that with China and America now, even though it's extremely tense relations. There's a ton of trade that goes before us, so it's in that sense it's very unlikely we're actually going to go to war. But there's a whole big shadow side of the neoliberal world order, and I do delve into that also because just the fact that we base our success on economics so much, and that political governments are run often by economists who are spurring on economic growth, ignores the fact that you can't grow infinitely on a finite planet. It ignores the damage that's been done to the ecology. And the damage is enormous. I mean, we are killing off species at a rate of somewhere between 10 to 100,000 times faster than what we might say is normal. So we really need to change and look at the consequences of neoliberalism. And there are other consequences as well. And the point is neoliberalism is commodifying the world. Everything is becoming commodifying, not just, repairs to your home, children's birthday parties, dating. Everything is becoming commodified. And that's, I think, has some very deleterious consequences.
Well, especially considering the subtitle of your book, Original Politics, is Making America Sacred Again. And the commodification of everything is almost the opposite of the sacralization.
Exactly. So, the foundational basis of my book is looking at how Native American values inspired the Founding Fathers. And those deep values of intimate interrelationship with the land are the values that need to resurface now, and to some degree are resurfacing. If we look at it optimistically, when Rachel Carson comes around, and writes Silent Spring, she awakens people to the radical interconnection of the plant and human and animal kingdoms. So it's very much the case that the world is a radically interrelated whole. This value that is understood deeply in Native America needs to permeate the consciousness more and more. And we literally need to stop valuing money over ecological health and well-being. And people have been talking about this for a long time, but it is essential that we shift our values. Oren Lyons, who had the distinction of being at the United Nations with Mikhail Gorbachev, the Dalai Lama, and other leaders, in I think the 1980s, and also Al Gore, who was then a senator. They came up with, in 4 words, a succinct motto: value change for survival. We have to change our values if we're going to survive. And that's where we have to take a good hard look at the neoliberal world order, which values money over everything. And to some extent, Donald Trump has worsened that condition, because for him, relations between other countries has more to do with transactional business opportunities than it has to do even with building friendships and alliances. So Trump has been a weird player in that he's both disrupted the world order, threatening to pull out of NATO and whatnot, and he's also strengthened it when it comes to certain like addiction to oil and gas and things like that, even maybe as much or more so than his predecessors. So we really need to change. And I think I quote the Cree Indian proverb that says something like, only after the last fish has been caught and the last stream poisoned will we realize that we cannot eat money. Yeah, we can't.
Well, Glenn Aparicio Perry, this has been a very instructive conversation. I want to encourage any of our viewers who haven't heard the previous 2 interviews with you in this series to check them out, because they're all very powerful and relevant. And I also want to let our viewers know that we have one more planned, where we're going to talk about the return to wholeness in American politics. Glenn, once again, thank you so much for being with me.
Thank you, Jeff. It's been very wonderful, as always. Thank you.
And for those of you watching, thank you for being with us. New Thinking Aloud is presented by the California Institute for Human Science, a fully accredited university offering distant learning graduate degrees that focus on mind, body, and spirit. The topics that we cover here. We are particularly excited to announce new degrees emphasizing parapsychology and the paranormal. Visit their website at CIHS.edu. You can now download all 9 copies of the New Thinking Aloud magazine for free, or order beautiful printed copies. Go to newthinkingaloud.org.
Book 4 in the New Thinking Aloud dialogue series is Charles T. Tart, 70 Years of Exploring Consciousness and Parapsychology, now available on Amazon.
For early access to our videos and live stream events, sign up for our free weekly newsletter at newthinkingaloud.org.
In the founding
working at the edge and living at the edge. That is the whole idea about process. Well, that's one idea about process work. The other idea is that it should be capable also of working with people in different states of consciousness.
Keep watching to learn more. You can now download all 9 copies of the New Thinking Aloud magazine for free, or order beautiful printed copies. Go to newthinkingaloud.org. New Thinking Aloud is presented by the California Institute for Human Science, a fully accredited university offering distant learning graduate degrees that focus on mind, body, and spirit. the topics that we cover here. We are particularly excited to announce new degrees emphasizing parapsychology and the paranormal. Visit their website at cihs.edu.
Book 4 in the new Thinking Aloud dialogue series is Charles T. Tart, 70 Years of Exploring Consciousness and Parapsychology. Now available on Amazon.
Thinking Aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishlove.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. Our topic today is process psychology in the dream body. And with me in the studio is Dr. Arnold Mendel, one of the most creative and deepest thinkers in psychology today. Dr. Mendel is the leader of the Institute for Process-Oriented Psychology in Portland, Oregon, and in Zurich, Switzerland. He is the author of numerous books, including Dream Body, River's Way, City Shadow, The Year One, and several others. Welcome, Arnie.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
It's a pleasure to be with you.
I'm looking forward to this.
You know, one of the things that you wrote really stuck with me, and that is that if you were to describe what you mean when you use the term process in process psychology, the closest thing that you could get to is the ancient Chinese notion of the Tao.
Yes.
I wonder if you could begin by amplifying upon that.
Well, the very basis of process-oriented psychology, or process work as we sometimes call it, is an ancient thing. It is not a new work at all. It's an ancient, we're like updating an ancient work, the Chinese idea of the Tao, or the time, what is happening in a given moment. That's what I mean by the word Tao. And should I say more about that?
Well, Tao, that comes from the Chinese philosophy of Taoism.
Taoism.
The Tao Te Ching, written by Lao Tzu about 2,500 years ago. It's the basis also of the I Ching, which is the Chinese book of divination, the book of changes.
That's right.
It's a very mystical concept to me.
Very mystical and very practical at the same time. The Tao is what is happening. It's the moment. It's, in German they'd say, the Zeitgeist, the spirit of the times. And process-oriented psychology tries to find the Tao, or the spirit of the moment, and work with it. That's its very basis.
It sounds very much like the idea, go with the flow.
Go with the flow is a great idea, and Taoism was a great idea, but the problem is that in spite of the depth of this ancient idea and the modern hope to go with the flow of things, people have trouble doing that because a lot of the flow is unconscious, or it goes against what we consciously want to do. So process work attempts to find out what is happening in the moment and what is happening that you don't want to perceive. So it works with two levels of perception.
In other words, what is consciously happening, what you would describe yourself doing, and some other unconscious process that's trying to happen at the same time.
That's right. Like right now, I'm sitting talking to you. I'm identifying myself as being, I'm trying to explain process-oriented psychology and enjoying the communication with you and these cameras and the hot lights. That's one thing that's going on. And another thing which I'm not focusing on in the moment, but which I open up to when I'm doing it with you, is I can also tell at the same time that there is a sort of openness inside me. So if I were really to work on my process, it would be not just the momentary communication with you, the hot lights and the excitement of the moment, but it would be get in touch with this open part of myself, which I wouldn't normally notice. So the Tao is what we notice, and things that are at the edge of our awareness that we don't notice, or don't want to notice.
Yeah. Now, you use the terms, I think, primary and secondary processes to describe these.
That's right.
And a lot of the work is a question of noticing what is the secondary
That's right.
process.
That is right.
And amplifying it.
That is right. Well, process work actually, the idea behind it is a hope to be able to work with the full spectrum of human experience, with individuals in relationships or with large groups or political scenes, conflicts included. So to do that, we need to, since people go into various states of consciousness, like getting angry, or this openness feeling that I'm feeling just now, or whatever, we have to be able to see what they, or notice what they, how they identify themselves, their conscious identification, that we call the primary process, and how they are not the things that they disidentify themselves from, or experiences that are happening, like, and we call those secondary or more unconscious processes.
One of the things that fascinates me about your approach is it seems almost like a meta theory. It encompasses almost every other kind of psychology, from body work to dream analysis, and your own background is Jungian, and working with individuals, and yet I know you go all over the world into some very heated conflict areas where people are ready to kill each other, and step in and you use their anger as a way to process what they're really feeling and what they really want, and to sort of diffuse the aggression.
Yeah, the hope of process work is to be able to work with what is happening and not to bring in things from the outside, but to use the total potential of the human being, especially secondary processes, and bring that out so that the situation is whole. If you were a physicist, my first study was in theoretical physics. And in physics today, there is an attempt to create what they call a unified field theory. I don't want to go too far with that just a moment, because I think it's very complex. But one of the things that's missing in psychology, psychotherapy, body work, family therapy, and group work is a unified field concept. All the different schools of psychology are irritated or frustrated with one another. They don't work well together with one another. And that's because there's so many microscopic and macroscopic, like in physics, ways of working with people. Some people say they're doing depth psychology, others are doing behavioral, and the different things. So
there are over 100 different schools of psychotherapy.
That's right. And one of the things that's needed is a unified approach to people, and that encompasses what is and also gives a direction to what might be able to happen yet in our lives.
And what I gather from your work, when you use the concept of process as a unifying concept, that what you're suggesting is that this process, it's like a greased pig. It's kind of slippery. It can move around. It can jump from a dream to a body feeling to a relationship issue to a global cultural or political issue to a behavioral issue, and that the process-oriented work is a question of following the movements of this process and staying with it, rather than when the process shifts, getting frustrated or feeling left out at that point.
That's right. Following the process in all its various levels requires the therapist to be whole and to be able to move at these different channels. If we require or want to help our clients become their whole selves, then we too have to be whole. So an example of this manifoldness that you're talking about, so I think of working recently with a black woman who was a social activist, and she had an asthma difficulty. But we were working in a large group of people, and as she began to speak, her secondary process, her asthma, came up. She was like identifying herself with being a speaker. She was saying, now listen, I want you people here in this room to wake up about the difficulties between blacks and whites in this country. She was doing really well. And then she got a slight attack of asthma. Asthma is not being able to breathe. Couldn't quite catch her breath, and you could see her having trouble speaking at the same time. So I asked her, I said, you're doing really great work waking us all up. Would you like to perhaps go at another level and to see what's behind that asthma? And she said, it's been bothering me so long, I'd be happy, but I want to come back to what I'm doing. So I said, okay, let's change channels, and what are you feeling or experiencing inside of yourself? And she said, it's like a terrible cramp, and she used her hands like this. Jeffrey, she was pulling her hands together like fists. And So we worked with that. So that's then the process has moved from speaking. Suddenly, a secondary thing has come up, and she's moving her fists.
Clenching, the tightness.
Tightness and clenching.
Yeah.
And so we went into the tightness and the clenching, and then she began to scream and was very, very angry. And she said, "I'm furious about things." Then her eyes went down, and she stopped moving. And she went deeper into her feelings, and she said, "Now I remember what happened to me in Cleveland when I was a kid. I had to ride the buses in the back with the other blacks," and she started crying about her experience. She was in great pain. And then I said, "Now come back out, if you will, and speak to the group." And then she spoke. She gave one of the most hair-raising speeches I've ever heard about the validity of the black movement and how the whites need to wake up about the scene. And so there's the process moved through various channels. She needed to go back deeper inside herself, then could come back out and be a real awakener.
You know, as you describe her process, I felt anger at first, and then sadness. And I get the impression that if we as individuals can be in touch with these processes, we are able to communicate more of our fullness.
Sure.
Otherwise, we're kind of caught up in this cerebral level of our ego and what we think we should be doing, rather than the wholeness of who we are.
Yes, we're incongruent. If we split off a part of ourselves, then we're incongruent, and our total potential isn't available. So therefore, we're saying and acting one way, and a whole part of ourselves is doing something ultimately different. And so we're split instead. We're like split forces instead of one force.
Well, much of Freudian Jungian psychology suggests that the primary process, the ego, the conscious mind, expends a lot of energy pushing these other levels out of consciousness. It's threatened by many of the other things that are going on.
That's right. That's right. Once we identify ourselves as a woman or as a man, as a teacher or as a house husband or a housewife or whatever.
Somebody with a position to defend.
Somebody with a position, or in a certain religion or as a certain race. We get really bound up with that. And then everything else that comes up, we start neglecting. And that's where our symptoms come up, and difficulties. A lot of our dreams happen around this area, what I call the edge. We're at the edge of our consciousness, where new experiences start to come up. There, we come to the edge and push the other experiences down. They come back up in terms of symptoms frequently, body symptoms.
So process work is working at the edge.
Working at the edge, working at the growing edge. Like this speaker, this black woman I was just talking about, her growing edge is learning to get in touch with her emotional self, her sadness, while being forceful at the same time. Working at the edge and living at the edge. That is the whole idea about process. Well, that's one idea about process work. The other idea is that it should be capable also of working with people in different states of consciousness. Psychotherapy until now has mainly focused on working with people in normal states of consciousness like you and me, people who are able to talk and cry and talk about themselves. And people who don't speak about themselves or who aren't able to, who are mentally disturbed and who become wild or reticent and pull back. Psychotherapy is not yet developed much in working with these altered states of consciousness.
And what you suggest in your work is that these secondary processes, the ones that we push away from our awareness, almost inevitably, if we let ourselves get into them, if we amplify them, they do alter our consciousness.
Yes, they begin by being altered states of consciousness. We experience them as altered states because of our rigidity and holding on to the state of consciousness that we're in. But as we let them up, they transform us and we become broader. We have more access to different parts of ourselves.
Now, I know we can go in many different directions from here. One of the things that fascinates me is what you've touched on in your book, Working with Yourself Alone, that this is something that each individual can be aware of. But what concerns me at the moment is that you seem to be suggesting or recommending that we all go into altered states.
That we all touch upon our altered states, like diviners and shamans and medicine women and men have done since all times. Go deep down inside your dreaming world, get in touch with the experiences that are down there, and bring them back up and live them. Absolutely, it's as simple as that. People have been trying to do that since the beginning of time.
Yeah. But when we get stuck, we often have a vested interest in being stuck. We have to honor our resistances, in a sense, wouldn't you think?
Yes, resistances can be very important, and one of the reasons we resist these things is because they come up in such violent or terrifying form that they just swamp us or ruin our relationships. So therefore, as things come up, it's not enough just to work on yourself alone. You also have to be able to work a little bit with your relationships, as everything changes when new things come up. Absolutely.
And I think that's one of the reasons people are afraid to change. It will upset the relationship. And you also describe how our cities, our communities, I mean, we can only tolerate so much mental illness.
That's right. We're terrified of unusual people in altered states of consciousness, people who have been termed psychotic. 1/3 of the United States' street scene right now is made up of people who earlier were in mental hospitals.
Homeless people.
Homeless people, they're deinstitutionalized people, but they are great teachers if we only weren't so afraid of our own altered states.
What you seem to be suggesting is that rather than label these states as being psychotic or undesirable or antisocial
or sick,
what we need to be doing is listening to the message that these people have for our whole culture.
That's right. We term things, all the things that we were afraid of, we term pathological, whether it's a physical illness, a body problem, or a mental difficulty. When people become different than the norm, we pathologize about that, say that they're sick, and that way we avoid communicating with them like we do avoid communicating with ourselves.
And what you seem to be saying, if I hear you right, is that you could stand here and look at any experience that any human being is happening and see that this is somehow part of a deep inner expression.
Let me give you an example of the various levels of what we think about. For example, right now, one of the things around American politics fascinates me. And what fascinates me there is that there's the liberals and the conservatives, the Democrats and the Republicans. These are polarities that are present in our political system and are present in many political systems today. But the United States has a very shallow political attitude. They don't have a process-oriented politics. A process-oriented politics where you take these different opposites and let them war with one another, let them fight with one another, let them conflict, and watch them change. But to do that, you need to be signal conscious. You have to say, well, now let's say we were having an argument about something, and I would say, now, Jeffrey, it's my way is a good way, and your way is not a good way, or something like that. And then my voice goes down. And the moment my voice goes down, if I were signal conscious, or a facilitator were signal conscious, they would say, now you're very quiet. Why go on yelling if your voice has gotten so quiet? Watch the process or the change. Get away from these terrible polarities. That's boring. Right and wrong are very boring after a while. It's just simply moralist. And it's the same with what's happening to us. We need to negotiate between the various parts of ourselves. Here I have my conscious personality, and now a new thing is coming up inside of me as I'm talking to you. There's an excitement. And so I'm negotiating with my excitement. How excited can I afford to be and still sit still and be with the camera?
Right, I've got you constrained. You have to stay in your chair.
That's right, and I want to.
Yes. But part of you would love to get up and jump up and down.
That's right. That's exactly right. Yeah. Now, so I'm not going to do it in movement because that would ruin the scene here. But if I were to do it visually and work on myself alone, so to speak, I'd notice my excitement, and I see something in me wanting to dance.
Yeah.
But what I see suddenly is very interesting. It's an ancient figure of Shiva inside of me who has these various postures.
Yes.
So again, it goes back to the Tao and Buddhism and Hinduism. These are parts of me that I'm really excited about trying to surface just now.
Yes, well, and I know you right, and I'm very touched by this, that every one of us, even in our moments of greatest anguish, is really an expression of a process that's taking place throughout the universe, a cosmic process.
That's it. Where do our problems come from, really? You can say as Jung said, I used to be I worked as a Jungian analyst, was a training analyst, and Jung said, I think very rightly, that the experiences that we're having are partially personal, but partially from the collective unconscious. And what does this really mean? If we take that seriously, it would mean that my experiences are mine, and they also somehow, and yours are yours, and they belong somehow to the collective. So knowing yourself and expressing parts of yourself is important for everyone, because what you and I are experiencing belongs to us, but we're also somehow channels for what is trying to happen to the world around us.
And in that larger sense, my understanding of your work is that we transcend some of our more conventional notions, for example, the notion of death.
Oh, yeah. Well, our whole work on coma that's now another topic altogether, but it's part of the whole process idea that even though a person is lying and drowning in pneumonia or in pain or having different kinds of signals and experiences, that again we work with the Tao or the process which is trying to unfold without pathologizing and saying this person is right near death, therefore she's sick and she's having these experiences because she's sick. We say these are communication signals. And by taking people's signals seriously, taking people really seriously, and all the signals that they let out, following them, as you know from reading, people will then frequently awaken out of comas and express deep, everybody, whether they're religiously oriented or not religiously oriented, against God or for God, or whether they like psychology or they hate psychology, everyone has very deep, something like transcendental experiences down underneath them.
I'm really struck by your willingness to kind of help people confront death, and I understand that that's particularly significant when you go into global conflict situations, for example.
Yes, it is very important. I remember being with my wife Amy in Cape Town some months ago, and I remember someone from the Bantu and someone from the Zulu tribe fighting one another, and that's right. I thought at first, oh my God, they're going to kill each other, and they said we're going to kill each other if this conflict doesn't come out well right now, we're going to just go ahead and kill each other. And I was in terrible shock over that. I thought, oh my God, I've got to do something. And I remembered, I'm a process worker. I thought, well, the one thing I do have is the knowledge of following the processes which are happening. So I watched first how the white community down there was trying to deal with the conflict. Don't kill one another. That's terrible. Don't do that. And it was a terrifying moment. It's hard to imagine. It's like really incredible. And I remember stepping back and thinking to myself, well, maybe I have to even accept death. So I said to them, well, if this is the last time we're going to see any of you, goodbye. If you're going to die after this session is finished, I just want to say I accept that and want to say goodbye to you. Well, that stopped the conflict, because they really hadn't taken death that seriously. So going with processes sometimes brings up incredible solutions, whether it's a body problem or an outer conflict outside.
It reminds me of the Taoist symbol of the yin-yang and the saying about it, that because each half of the yin-yang has a little eye in the center, and the notion that everything contains within it the seed of its own opposite.
Yeah, So you can afford to follow your signals. People always think if you follow your signals, you're going to be really strange, you're going to end up weird or crazy or sick or something like that. And what you just said is just right. You follow the process, and it unfolds and reverses itself. And by appreciating what somebody is doing, like, for example, a child. Take a child. One of my clients has been a little child. And this little kid comes in, and the child is supposed to be autistic. It doesn't talk to anybody. The child comes in, and he looked, first thing is he turned his back to me, and he just stared at the wall in back of my, in my practice. And so I said to him, good work. Don't ever turn around. I was following his process. Don't ever turn around. You needn't ever talk to a human being again. I promise you, I will not make you do that. But I do want you to appreciate that you are looking at the wall, and you probably are noticing I have little toy spiders and things there. So take a look at that, and just believe yourself that you're a smart little kid, and watch. And the kid went up to my wall, and he took a spider, a little toy spider off the wall, and he started playing with it. And he said, that spider is your friend. You don't have to talk to anybody else. And the child instantly turned around. This is the seed of the opposite. And he looked at me, and he handed me the spider, and he tried to speak. No words came out of his mouth. He just opened his mouth like this, and he put the spider forward, and he said, he couldn't speak. So I said, don't talk. I don't want you to talk. You never have to talk. And he said, I want to talk. And I have to talk. And that child started speaking. I have to tell you one more story.
Yes.
Can I tell you?
Yes, we have time.
There was this idea of following the process is so incredible and so simple. It's hard to understand why people don't do more of it. It's the living unconscious or something like that. I remember working in a hospital with a child who had never said anything because the child was born brain injured, and they're waiting for the child to die. And all this kid did, it was 3 years old at this time, and all the child did was lie in its crib in the hospital and shake occasionally, so that you could see the crib was on wheels, Jeffrey, and you could see the crib move back and forth just a little bit like that. And so I understand that as being the process. The child was creating some form of movement.
Work with the shaking.
Right, exactly. So they said this is a sick child who's never spoken, and we're just waiting for that child to die, and we have to be nice. And I said, no, that child is here shaking. So I shook the crib again, and the child shook back. So simple. And we started the shaking. I shook it, and the child shook it back. Before you know it, we were shaking, and then the child suddenly froze and wouldn't make any more movements. And I shook it again. And the child didn't move at all. And I shook it a third time, and suddenly the child spoke its first word. Stop! It said, don't shake. So I said, you little brat, you've been lying there the whole time, learning English, and you never told anybody you could speak. The child went, I'm going to talk when I want to. And that was the beginning of the child's talking.
How old was this child?
That was 3 years. The child hadn't spoken a word.
Well, I get the feeling, Arnie, in wrapping up our program, that what your great skill is here is to have the flexibility to follow the process wherever it presents itself to you, rather than expecting the child or whoever, even your own self, to conform to any particular theory.
That's right. You could call it the ability to do this, or the belief in one another, the belief in the Tao, or the belief in what is really happening, that to believe, each of us should believe what it is that we are experiencing. It's all we have.
Arnie Mindell, it's been a pleasure to be with you. Thank you so much.
I'll say. Yeah.
And thank you very much for being with us.
New Thinking Aloud is presented by the California Institute for Human Science, a fully accredited university offering distant learning graduate degrees that focus on mind, body, and spirit, the topics that we cover here. We are particularly excited to announce new degrees emphasizing parapsychology and the paranormal. Visit their website at cihs.edu. You can now download all 9 copies of the New Thinking Aloud magazine for free, or order beautiful printed copies. Go to newthinkingaloud.org.
Book 4 in the New Thinking Aloud dialogue series is Charles T. Tart, 70 Years of Exploring Consciousness and Parapsychology, now available on Amazon.
For early access to our videos and live stream events, sign up for our free weekly newsletter at newthinkingaloud.org.
Imagine you're in empty space and you fire off a stream of electrons. Well then, according to most physics textbooks, the only way to change how those electrons behave is by applying an electric or magnetic or gravitational force to them. But most physics textbooks are wrong.
In the 1950s, 2 physicists came up with a clever experiment. You could have electrons travel through a region with no electric or magnetic fields whatsoever, and yet, by flipping a switch, you could change their behavior.
The magnetic field could be just 0, and yet the presence of some quantity could actually lead to observable effects. That wasn't supposed to happen, right?
This experiment split the physics community in 2. It made them question whether fields are fundamental or whether something that was supposed to be just an abstract mathematical tool was actually more core to reality. This tool was first introduced in an attempt to solve one of the hardest unsolved problems in physics, the 3-body problem.
That is, if you have 3 bodies and you know their initial positions and velocities, how will they move under the influence of each other's gravity?
It's a juicy, juicy problem which has occupied literally generations, hundreds and hundreds of years of incredibly ambitious, talented mathematicians, physicists, and astronomers, and beyond.
The fact that this problem is so difficult to solve should at least be a little surprising, because if you have just 2 bodies, then the solution is easy to find. In fact, the general case was already solved over 300 years ago by Newton himself.
But when Newton added a 3rd body, well, that's when everything fell apart.
In the 2-body case, the forces behaved predictably, always pointing toward the system's shared center of mass. But with 3 bodies, this is no longer the case. When you try to calculate the forces, they end up being extremely dynamic. In addition to worrying about the magnitude of the forces, you also have to worry about their direction. So you end up with this chaotic mess of vectors. For the next 100 years, everyone who tried to solve this problem failed.
But what if there was some other way to approach it? A way to simplify the math and not have to worry about these 3-dimensional vectors?
Well, that's where Joseph Louis Lagrange comes in. In the 1770s, he was also trying to solve the 3-body problem, and he came up with a new approach. It works something like this. Say you've got a single mass, like a star. Lagrange imagined assigning a value to each point in space around the star. The value is determined by the star's mass and the distance from the star. You can think of each value as a height, and if we then turn this into an altitude map, you can see how the star creates this sort of well. What Lagrange had developed was the gravitational potential V. And what's important to note is that V is a scalar. It has a magnitude, but no direction.
So the genius in Lagrange's idea is this.
At any given point, we can draw an arrow pointing directly downhill, where the size of the arrow corresponds to the steepness of the hill at that point. We can repeat this process at every point, and if we then shift our perspective to 2 dimensions, look, what we've got is the gravitational field of the star. Mathematically, we say that the gravitational field G is equal to the negative gradient of V.
So Lagrange had found a way to switch the problem back and forth between one of vectors and one of scalars. And while adding up vectors is hard, adding scalars is a piece of cake. To find the combined potential landscape of any number of bodies, you just add up their individual potentials. And then you can always use that to get back to forces if you want. For a simple two-body system, like the Earth orbiting the Sun, that combined potential looks something like this. If you look closely, you see that there are 5 points where the gradient is 0. And so Lagrange realized the forces there are also 0, which means that at each of these points, you could place a tiny third body and it would maintain a perfectly stable orbit. That is, if it isn't disturbed. These points are now known as the Lagrange points. And while they didn't help solve the three-body problem, Lagrange was developing more sophisticated tools. In fact, he developed an entirely new way of doing mechanics. But for that to work, he didn't just need the potential. He needed the potential energy. And the kinetic energy too. I think when people hear potential, they think potential energy. And while they're very similar, there is a subtle difference. If you have the potential, that's basically the field corresponding to a single body. Then it will have some potential field around it, which is described as V equals minus Gm over R, where this is the mass of the sun. But to get the potential energy, we need to add in a second body. So let's say that's the Earth. The potential energy, let's call it U, is basically just the potential times the mass of the second body. So they're very similar, but they're slightly different. And the kinetic energy of the Earth is simple. That's, of course, 1/2 mv squared. So now we have everything we need to try this new method. In fact, we made a whole video on this over a year ago. But for now, all we need to know is that we can write down the kinetic minus potential energy to find what's known as the Lagrangian. Then you sub that into the so-called Euler-Lagrange equation, and out comes your solution.
For example, predicting the motion of a double pendulum by using the standard forces approach is infamously hard.
Because as one pendulum is swinging, it provides the attachment point for the pendulum hanging below it. And so that pendulum is in this moving reference frame as it's swinging.
But if you plug the kinetic and potential energy into the Euler-Lagrange equation, then you can quickly get to a solution, at least numerically. That's actually how we made this simulation.
I remember thinking, man, force is like hard to get the right answer. You can do it if you're good, and people who are good at mechanics can do it. But with the Lagrangian approach, you could just write down the energy, which is a scalar, not a vector, plug it into the Euler-Lagrange equation, and you get the right equation to motion, and you don't have to be a good physicist.
But for all its usefulness, the potential wasn't enough to help Lagrange solve the three-body problem. In 1887, mathematician Heinrich Bruns finally proved that the three-body problem is unsolvable.
There are simply too many unknowns and no way to simplify the problem to reduce them. So the best we've got are computer simulations which compute the potentials from moment to moment and use that to predict how the system will evolve in time.
And so that's where we come to realize that the three-body problem is beautiful for what it's taught us, even though we now recognize that we can't actually solve for this exact problem as many folks had hoped to do. And in doing that, they merely gave us the machinery of modern mathematical physics. So I'm pretty happy we tried.
The potential helped simplify a wide array of problems. For many physicists, it even replaced forces as their primary tool. It became so useful that people started to wonder if other forces in nature might have a corresponding potential, starting with the electric force.
If you look at the formula for the electric force, you notice that it's remarkably similar to that for gravity, just with masses and charges swapped. In the 1810s, Simeon Denis Poisson, one of Lagrange's students, also noticed this similarity. And he realized that you can define an electric potential phi in a very similar way. But there is one important difference, and that is, while two masses can only attract, two charges can attract or repel. So now, with the potential, you don't only get pits, you also get hills.
But one force was much trickier to find the potential for, and that was the magnetic force. And that's because magnetism is a fundamentally different beast from the gravitational and electric force. Take a bar magnet. We can draw the magnetic field it produces. It looks something like this. Now, at first glance, this looks very similar to the electric scenario, where we have a positive and negative charge. But this picture doesn't look at what's going on inside the magnet. So if we reveal what's inside, then you see that these lines actually continue, but now they point from south to north. So magnetic field lines are actually loops. They don't have an origin or endpoint. And that fundamentally changes things. So physicists needed a new way to describe the magnetic potential.
The breakthrough came in the 1840s from an undergraduate student named William Thomson.
His day job as an undergraduate was to learn as much fancy calculus as possible, and then when he learned all that, he invented more.
Thomson found that the mathematics of his day was unable to describe the relationship between a magnetic field and its associated potential. So he came up with an entirely new function, the curl. To see how this works, imagine the arrows of this vector field are like currents in a liquid. If we were to place a paddle wheel right here, it would start to rotate rapidly counterclockwise. As Thomson defined it, this spot has high positive curl. At this spot, it would rotate clockwise, but not as rapidly, so it has lower negative curl. And here, the current pushes on it equally in both directions, so it wouldn't rotate at all. This spot has zero curl. Thomson realized that the magnetic vector field B could be defined as the curl of some other vector field, the magnetic vector potential A.
Now, even though they're both vector fields, it turns out that A is often much easier to work with than the magnetic field itself, much like the other potentials V and phi.
Thomson was showing there was a kind of underlying mathematical structure one could use that would streamline the calculations, but even Thomson thought this was a kind of device, a helpful device, and not a substitute for like the real physics.
Decades later, Thomson was elevated to the House of Lords for his contributions to science, where he received a new title, Lord Kelvin. With Kelvin's latest addition, there were now 3 fundamental equations relating the potentials to their respective fields.
Thanks to each of these, you could now solve problems much easier. And so, ever since, professional physicists often use potentials instead of forces or fields to solve the problems they're working on. Potentials even show up in some of our best physical theories of the universe. But that raises an important question. If potentials pop up everywhere, then do they actually represent anything physical? That is, can they have a direct influence on reality? Well, to most physicists, the answer was a resounding no.
Take the gravitational potential of a single star, for example. Well, we could just add 10 to each value of the potential, and this would shift the overall landscape. But the change in landscape from one point to the next remains the exact same. So the field is the same as the one we had before, and the force an object would experience at any point would remain unchanged. In fact, we can add any constant, 10, 100, a million, and the field doesn't change. And so the forces an object would experience going around it also don't change. There are an infinite number of ways we could write the gravitational potential for any gravitational field and get the system to evolve in the same way.
And the same is true for electricity and magnetism. The value of the field, and thus the force, is fixed. But the value of the potential is arbitrary. So from this, most physicists concluded that potentials can possibly have any physical significance. It must just be a trick that makes the math easier. But most physicists might be wrong.
In 1942, 23-year-old David Bohm was hard at work on his thesis in particle physics, when one day he received an unexpected visit.
Robert Oppenheimer, who was David Bohm's PhD advisor, wanted to bring him squarely onto the new Manhattan Project efforts.
This was a life-changing opportunity. Bohm would be working side by side with some of the top minds in physics. But there was a problem. The project's military director, General Leslie Groves, had to approve Oppenheimer's recruits, and when he ran a background check on Bohm, he didn't like what he saw.
He briefly joined the American branch of the Communist Party when he was in California. By his own recollections, he quit pretty quickly because he got bored. He said, these people just sit around talking all day and don't do anything.
Even so, Groves deemed Bohm a security risk and banned him from working on the Manhattan Project. But things got even worse.
Just as he was about to finish his dissertation in Berkeley, the topic was then classified. He did not have clearance, so he couldn't even work on or even write up his own dissertation. So Oppenheimer had to certify that Bohm had done good work, and in 1943, in wartime, that was sufficient for Bohm to actually get a PhD.
After the war, Bohm became an assistant professor at Princeton University. But fear surrounding his communist sympathies followed him wherever he went. In 1949, he was brought before the House Un-American Activities Committee for questioning. While Bohm was under investigation, Princeton let his professorship lapse, and even after he was acquitted, the university refused to reinstate him. It seemed that Bohm was destined for obscurity. And so Oppenheimer gave him a firm recommendation: leave the country and start fresh somewhere else. Oppenheimer was no stranger to political persecution, and he didn't want Bohm to suffer the same fate. So Bohm took the advice. His journeys brought him to Brazil and then Israel. And though he was free from the political pressures he had felt in America, he still found himself an outcast. Many of Bohm's academic peers were put off by his more unorthodox ideas, including his radical interpretation of quantum mechanics and his new theory of human consciousness. But there was one student who was enthralled by Bohm's approach, and that was Yakir Aharonov.
He was, first of all, extremely bright, and also very nice personality. So it was beautiful to interact with him.
When Bohm relocated once more, this time moving to the University of Bristol in England, Aharonov chose to come with him. And it was there in Bristol in the 1950s that Aharonov and Bohm stumbled upon something huge.
For a long time, I was thinking more deeply about the interpretation of quantum mechanics. It wasn't to solve any problem, it was just curiosity.
According to quantum mechanics, at the smallest scales, particles behave like waves. And this behavior is governed by the Schrödinger equation. The solution to this equation is called the wave function psi. If you take its modulus squared, you get the probability density of finding a particle at a given point at a given time. The left side of this equation tells you how the wave function changes over time and space. And the right side tells you that this change depends on h, what is known as the Hamiltonian. It's basically just the total energy of the system.
In the case where we have both an electric and magnetic potential, the solution to the Schrödinger equation looks something like this, where this is just a constant, and this term describes the complex phase. It looks complicated, but it's actually quite easy to get a feel for it. So let's plot it in 2 dimensions for an electron moving to the right.
The different colors here represent the different phases, and you can see how the phase evolves over time and space. Thank you to Richard Beheal for inspiring this approach. Now, if you look closely at the original phase term, you see A and phi, the magnetic and electric potentials. So watch what happens if we add a magnetic vector potential that points in the same direction as the electron is traveling. You can see that the wave stretches out, so now the phase changes more slowly over space than it did before. And if the potential points the other way, then now the wave gets more compressed, and its phase changes faster over space. And a similar thing would happen if you change the electric potential phi.
Now, this by itself, I think, wasn't shocking to most physicists. Just as you would always use the potentials to make the math easier, that's also why you use it in the Schrödinger equation. But really, what's responsible for these, even phase changes were still the fields. But you spoke to Aharonov.
Yeah.
And that wasn't his take.
No. If you look at the Schrödinger equation, you can't just replace the potential phi with the electric field E.
Why not?
Because you're losing information.
Okay.
Because remember, you can define any number of potentials for a specific electric field because you can pick an arbitrary height. But that information is lost when you go and swap it out for the electric field. There's another way to think about it.
Okay, this is getting real.
So if you have an expression like 5x squared plus 5, you'd think you could just write this as the integral of 10x dx, right? Because the integral is 5x squared plus
c.
Right. C is a constant, so it includes 5, but it also includes any other number. But importantly, C is not 5, or at least not in every case. So you lose this specificity when you go from a potential to an electric field, and Aharonov wasn't comfortable with that. So he thought, what if every quantum system was actually influenced by the potential and not by the field?
Right.
So it's the potential that shows up in the Schrödinger equation, so it is what influences wave functions. He had to find a way to prove that what we're observing is always because of a potential and not because of the field.
How do you do that?
Complicated.
See, Aharonov had to design an experiment that would send a particle through a region where there's no electric or magnetic field, but there is a potential. In such a setup, if the phase of the particle's wave function started changing slower or faster, that had to be the direct result of the potential itself, because there are no fields.
But that's where you run into a problem, because there's no way to directly measure the phase of a particle's wave function. So how do you devise an experiment that can yield a measurable result? Well, Aharonov enlisted the help of his mentor Bohm, and together they came up with the following theoretical experiment.
It starts with a beam of electrons, which is split into two. In the middle of these two beams is a tightly coiled wire known as a solenoid. Now, solenoids have an interesting property. When you run a current through one, it produces a strong magnetic field inside the coil and a very weak field outside the coil. The longer the solenoid, the weaker the field in the surrounding space. For simplicity, Aharonov and Bohm imagined a setup with an ideal, infinitely long solenoid, one where the magnetic field outside the coil is exactly zero. After traveling on opposite sides of the solenoid, the electron beams are redirected back towards each other by the researchers. And here, at this point, they intersect. Now, since electrons behave as waves, the waves from the intersecting beams overlap and produce an interference pattern, bright fringes with gaps in between them. The exact pattern depends on the phase of each of these waves. When the solenoid is off, there is no magnetic field in the region the electrons are traveling through, and there is no magnetic potential. The phase of the electrons changes in the same way across both beams, regardless of whether they pass above or below the solenoid. And so you get an interference pattern that looks like this. But when the solenoid is turned on, well, there is still no magnetic field because it's confined entirely within the coil, but there is a magnetic potential. That may sound strange, but remember, the magnetic field is the curl of the magnetic potential. The curl of the potential can be zero in some region, even when the potential itself is not. And that's exactly what's happening here.
Now, take a closer look at the vector potential. In the space the upper beam passes through, the potential points in the opposite direction as the beam. So here, the phase changes faster. But below the solenoid, it points in the same direction as the beam, so the phase changes slower. If the phase truly depends on the potential alone and not the field, then the phases of the two beams should evolve differently. So as a result, the interference pattern should shift when the solenoid is on versus when it's off.
The magnetic field could be just zero, and yet the presence of some vector potential could actually lead to observable effects. That wasn't supposed to happen, right?
What I love about this story is that it reminds me that individual people can challenge entire paradigms. For nearly 200 years, many of the smartest minds in history all believed that potentials were nothing more than mathematical tools. But then, two outsider physicists came along and defied that interpretation. Confident in their approach, they took on the entire scientific establishment. That same belief in the power of the individual is what motivated me to partner with Planet Wild. Many of us can feel helpless when we look at the huge problems facing the Earth today. Deforestation, plastic pollution, and the extinction of entire species. The easy solution is just to wait around and hope someone else will do something about it. Planet Wild gets boots on the ground to actually protect our planet, and they make it easy for anyone to join the cause, which is one of the reasons I became a member. Another reason is that every month, we as a community fund new projects to clean up oceans, rewild forests, protect endangered species, and raise awareness. You can think of Planet Wild as crowdfunding for nature. My favorite part, I get to see the impact of my contributions through outstanding monthly videos, which are published right here on YouTube. Take this, for instance. This is a Planet Wild mission in Mumbai. It's a scalable technology that stops plastic at the source, preventing 10 tons from reaching the ocean every month. Planet Wild invested over $100,000 in this, and that money didn't come from governments or corporations, it came from ordinary people like you and me. You can sign up for whatever amount feels right for you and cancel anytime. The first 150 people to sign up using my code, Veritasium1, will get their first month paid for by me. Just scan this QR code or click the link in the description. If you're interested in the science behind their projects, then go check out their YouTube channel. I'm leaving the link to the plastic cleanup mission in the description. And now, back to the mystery of the potential.
Aharonov and Bohm published their findings in 1959, and the reception was mixed.
Certainly at the beginning, many people thought that it can't be true. So there were many people that tried to write articles against this.
Even Niels Bohr, one of the founding fathers of quantum mechanics, found it impossible to accept that a particle could be influenced by a potential in the absence of any force.
But some physicists supported Aharonov and Bohm.
Richard Feynman wrote, "The fact that the vector potential appears in the wave equation of quantum mechanics was obvious from the day it was written. It seems strange in retrospect that no one thought of discussing this experiment until 1959, when Bohm and Aharonov first suggested it and made the whole question crystal clear."
Feynman included himself in that statement. He later wondered why he had never noticed the effect.
Physicist Victor Weisskopf had a similar response. The first reaction to this work is that it's wrong. The second is that it's obvious.
Ultimately, there was only one way to settle the debate. Someone had to actually do the experiment. The first to try was a colleague of Aharonov and Bohm's at the University of Bristol, Robert Chambers.
Chambers' experiment largely followed the setup Aharonov and Bohm proposed, with one notable exception. An ideal solenoid would have to be infinitely long, which is physically impossible. So instead, Chambers used a tiny needle-like piece of iron, about 1/1,000,000th of a meter thick, and 500 times as long. When this iron whisker was magnetized, it produced a magnetic field that was strong within the metal itself, but negligible outside of it, as well as a magnetic potential in the surrounding region of space. To get a baseline interference pattern, Chambers fired 2 beams of electrons around an empty region of space. Then he added the magnetic whisker. When he fired the beams again, the interference pattern shifted. It seemed that Aharonov and Bohm were right.
But critics were unconvinced.
People objected to it because since the whisker is finite, there is always some magnetic field that will blow out.
Maybe a stray field was responsible for the effect, not the potential.
And that's throwing no shade on their colleague who did these cool experiments. It's like, it's hard, right? It's really hard.
And so it went for several decades. Experimentalists repeatedly tested the Aharonov-Bohm effect, but each trial had flaws that left the result open to debate.
Until in 1986, a team of Japanese researchers led by Akira Tanomura came up with a new way to do the experiment. See, they used a tiny donut-shaped magnet to make their magnetic field. With a perfect torus, all the magnetic field is contained within the loop. Outside it, it's absolutely zero. And as an added layer of protection, the team also coated the entire magnet in a layer of superconducting niobium, which would block out any leaking fields. Now, previous experiments relied on turning a magnetic field on or off, but Tanomura's team took on a different approach. In their case, the magnet is always on. But because of its unique shape, the potential outside the torus is different from the one in the center. It points towards us on the outside and away from us on the inside. And the team realized they could take advantage of this. They started by firing off an electron beam, which was actually wide enough to be treated as 2 separate beams. Part of it traveled along through empty space and functioned as the control, whereas the other part washed over the entire torus. And what's important here is that the beam is wide enough so that part of it passes around the torus and part of it passes through. Then, at the end, a biprism deflects the electron beams toward each other. They intersect, and this is where they create an interference pattern. Now, think about what this interference pattern should look like. Well, for starters, there should be a shadow of the torus, so we can fill that in. But the rest? Well, it depends on whether the Aharonov-Bohm effect is real or not. If it's not real, we'd expect to see an interference pattern that looks something like this, where the pattern outside the torus and in the center match up. But if it is real, then the electrons that traveled through the center would have experienced a different potential, which would have shifted their pattern by half a phase. So that should look something like this. Now, here are the results from Tanomura's experiment.
You see, these are the interference fringes inside and outside the magnet, and then if you follow what is a peak outside the torus, lines up with a trough inside the middle, and then it's a peak outside again.
And that's exactly what they predicted.
This is exactly what they predicted.
So it's real?
It's real.
Only the Tanomura experiment was really the final proof, experimentally.
And yet, soon a new debate emerged. The effect is real, sure, but how should we interpret it? What is it really telling us about the nature of the universe?
Today, physicists largely fall into one of 2 camps. The first camp claims that potentials aren't just mathematical conveniences, they can influence physical reality. This is the perspective initially favored by Aharonov and Bohm. As they wrote in the abstract of their paper, contrary to the conclusions of classical mechanics, there exist effects of potentials on charged particles, even in the region where all fields vanish.
Some take this position a step further. since the potentials show up in the Schrödinger equation and the fields do not, well, they argue that the potentials are more fundamental to physics than fields are.
Richard Feynman supported this idea. He wrote, A is as real as B, realer, whatever that means.
I mean, I kind of like that interpretation, but something about the potential bothers me, and that's the fact that you can set the potential at any arbitrary height. It can be plus infinity, it can be minus infinity, anything in between. So wouldn't that change, how the potential actually influences the wave function?
This bothered me too, so much so that I actually ended up asking a professor about this. But it turns out it can't.
It knows it's not just the potential that's entering the observable, it's the line integral. So it's only A that enters, it's not the magnetic field. B vanishes, it's only A, but it's not A alone.
It gets a little technical here, but if I pull up,
as one does,
as one does, a flip chart, then we can actually run this through. So if you look at how the potential shows up, then what's measurable is not the phase directly, but it's the phase shift. Call it delta theta. Then the phase shift is the line integral of A over the path, or dotted with the path. So you get this. Now you can imagine, okay, let's add a constant to this. And if our setup is roughly, we start here, one electron beam goes like this, and the other one goes like this, and these are symmetric, then the potential here will point, let's say, in this direction, but here it will point in that direction. Let's say instead of A, we do A plus C, some constant. Then when we're taking the path this way, we'll be adding that C, and we'll be dotting it with dx. But because that path is the exact same, when we go this way, we just subtract it. So it cancels out. So the potential, yeah, it does show up, but in such a way that all the arbitrariness of the potential, it cancels out perfectly.
Okay.
It's a geometrical quantity involving A that has taken care of, for which all that residual ambiguity has literally canceled out.
The potentials being physical might sound strange, but the second interpretation is even stranger.
Physicists in Camp 2 maintain that potentials really are just mathematical objects, and the fields are responsible for the effect. But in Tonemura's experiment, the magnetic field was completely confined within the solenoid. For this interpretation to be true, its supporters are forced to assert that fields can act non-locally. That is, a field can influence things outside the region of space where the field itself exists. Many physicists find this idea difficult to swallow.
I think the idea of saying that these fields act non-locally undoes the reason why we have field theory. Right? The great triumph of field theory, which has served us so well for more than 100 years, is this stubborn notion that local causes yield only local effects.
And yet, Aharonov's own perspective has shifted from Camp 1 to Camp 2.
When we published the article, we called it the effect of potentials. When you use potential and use the Schrödinger representation, it looks as if everything is local, but it's misleading because that local potentials are really not physical. Later, I decided that it should be called a non-local effect of the electric and magnetic field. The electron can feel the effect of a field that is not where it is.
While non-locality remains a controversial idea, a sizable portion of physicists do side with Aharonov, and the debate continues to this day.
I maybe have a third interpretation.
Good.
And I would love to get your thoughts. And if it's bad, please tell me honestly.
Okay.
So we did this other video about particles essentially exploring all possible paths all at once. And so right now we're saying either the potentials are real or fields are acting non-locally. But what if there's a third option where the fields are still local and it is the fields that are affecting the change, but rather it's the particles that are exploring all possible paths all at once? You could potentially even have some quantum tunneling effects going inside an area where there are fields. As the electron, or the wave function at least, explores all possible paths, gets influenced by those slight bits where the wave function is inside the field.
I actually don't think that's ridiculous, Casper. That's for a strong ringing endorsement. I think there's a lot to that.
Okay.
If we could think about these things as, it is indeed the quantum phase that's being affected.
Yeah.
We can describe that phase in terms of quantum mechanical path integrals. I think that's a perfectly reasonable way to frame it. So, Yeah, I'd buy that.
That's awesome. I'm pretty sure this isn't the complete answer, but one thing which would be cool is if someone else takes this idea, or maybe gets inspired by it and they're like, actually, that doesn't work, but here is how it does work, and now we're closer.
That's right. That would be the best possible outcome. Well, the best possible outcome is you're just right. But the second best possible outcome is that nudges the community more broadly to ask new questions of familiar material. That's right.
One new question the community asked was, is there also a gravitational version?
In 2022, researchers at Stanford tested this. A simplified version of their experiment works something like this. They shot up ultra-cold rubidium atoms into a tube-shaped vacuum chamber, at the top of which was a tungsten mass. Now, atoms, like electrons, are also governed by a wave function. So they split each rubidium atom's wave function into two distinct packets, and they launched them to different heights. One was sent really high and got close to the mass, whereas the other didn't. And then when the two collided at the bottom, this created an interference pattern.
And when they let this interfere and accounted for all other effects, they could clearly see the phase shift as predicted by Aharonov and Bohm. So it seems like the gravitational Aharonov and Bohm effect is real. If the results hold up to scrutiny, this is a huge finding, because it suggests that the electromagnetic and gravitational potentials can influence reality at the most fundamental scale, even when all the fields are exactly zero. So does that mean that most physics textbooks are wrong or need updating?
Don't throw out all the textbooks. They're beautiful. We learn a lot, but that doesn't mean we're done. And we should be open to surprise. And just because things haven't changed in, let's say, 200 years, roughly between, say, Lagrange and Aharonov-Bohm, they still could change, right? And they can sometimes change in beautiful and surprising and very powerful ways.
I read somewhere that the reason you decided to do the AB effect was that you didn't really think potentials were something that was just a mathematical tool like most scientists believe.
That is correct. I was very ignorant, luckily. Sometimes it's good not to know too much.
You can never see anything enter a black hole. Imagine you trap your nemesis in a rocket ship and blast him off towards a black hole. He looks back at you, shaking his fist at a constant rate. As he zooms in, gravity gets stronger, so you'd expect him to speed up. But that is not what you see. Instead, the rocket ship appears to be slowing down. Not only that, he also appears to be shaking his fist slower and slower. That's because, from your perspective, his time is slowing down. At the very instant when he should cross the event horizon, the point beyond which not even light can escape, he and his rocket ship do not disappear. Instead, they seem to stop, frozen in time. The light from the spaceship gets dimmer and redder until it completely fades from view. This is how any object would look crossing the event horizon. Light is still coming from the point where he crossed, it's just too redshifted to see. But if you could see that light, then in theory you would see everything that has ever fallen into the black hole frozen on its horizon, including the star that formed it. But in practice, photons are emitted at discrete intervals, so there will be a last photon emitted outside the horizon, and therefore these images will fade after some time.
This is just one of the strange results that comes out of the general theory of relativity, our current best theory of gravity. The first solution of Einstein's equations predicted not only black holes, but also their opposite, white holes. It also implied the existence of parallel universes and even possibly a way to travel between them. This is a video about the real science of black holes, white holes, and wormholes.
The general theory of relativity arose at least in part due to a fundamental flaw in Newtonian gravity. In the 1600s, Isaac Newton contemplated how an apple falls to the ground, how the moon orbits the Earth and Earth orbits the sun, and he concluded that every object with mass must attract every other. But Newton was troubled by his own theory. How could masses separated by such vast distances apply a force on each other? He wrote that one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum without the mediation of anything else, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has a competent faculty of thinking could ever fall into it. One man who definitely had a competent faculty of thinking was Albert Einstein, and over 200 years later, he figured out how gravity is mediated. Bodies do not exert forces on each other directly. Instead, a mass like the sun curves the space-time in its immediate vicinity. This then curves the space-time around it, and so on all the way to the Earth. So the Earth orbits the sun because the space-time Earth is passing through is curved.
Masses are affected by the local curvature of spacetime, so no action at a distance is required. Mathematically, this is described by Einstein's field equations.
Can you write down the Einstein field equation? This was the result of Einstein's decade of hard work after special relativity. And essentially what we've got in the field equations, on one side it says, tell me about the distribution of matter and energy. The other side tells you what the resultant curvature of space-time is from that distribution of matter and energy. And it's a single line. It looks like, oh, this is a simple equation, right? But it's not really one equation. It's a family of equations. And to make life more difficult, they are coupled equations, so they depend upon each other. And they are differential equations, so it means that there are integrals that have to be done, So there's a whole bunch of steps that you need to do to solve the field equations.
To see what a solution to these equations would look like, we need a tool to understand spacetime.
So imagine you're floating around in empty space. A flash of light goes off above your head and spreads out in all directions. Now, your entire future, anything that can and will ever happen to you, will occur within this bubble, because the only way to get out of it would be to travel faster than light. In 2 dimensions, this bubble is just a growing circle. If we allow time to run up the screen and take snapshots at regular intervals, then this light bubble traces out a cone, your future light cone. By convention, the axes are scaled so that light rays always travel at 45 degrees. This cone reveals the only region of spacetime that you can ever hope to explore and influence. Now imagine that instead of a flash of light above your head, those photons were actually traveling in from all corners of the universe, and they met at that instant and then continued traveling on in their separate directions. Well, in that case, then into the past, these photons also reveal a light cone, your past light cone. Only events that happened inside this cone could have affected you up to the present moment. We can simplify this diagram even further by plotting just one spatial and one time dimension. This is the space-time diagram of empty space. If you want to measure how far apart 2 events are in space-time, you use something called the space-time interval. The interval squared is equal to minus dt squared plus dx squared. Since spacetime is flat, the geometry is the same everywhere, and so this formula holds throughout the entire diagram, which makes it really easy to measure the separation between any 2 events. But around a mass, spacetime is curved, and therefore you need to modify the equation to take into account the geometry.
This is what solutions to Einstein's equations are like. They tell you how spacetime curves and how to measure the separation between 2 events in that curved geometry.
Einstein published his equations in 1915 during the First World War, but he couldn't find an exact solution. Luckily, a copy of his paper made its way to the Eastern Front, where Germany was fighting Russia. Stationed there was one of the best astrophysicists of the time, Karl Schwarzschild. Despite being 41 years old, he had volunteered to calculate artillery trajectories for the German army.
At least until a greater challenge caught his attention: how to solve Einstein's field equations.
Schwarzschild did the standard physicist thing and imagined the simplest possible scenario, an eternal static universe with nothing in it except a single spherically symmetric point mass. This mass was electrically neutral and not rotating. Since this was the only feature of his universe, he measured everything using spherical coordinates relative to the center of this mass. So r is the radius, and theta and phi give the angles. For his time coordinate, he chose time as being measured by someone far away from the mass, where spacetime is essentially flat. Using this approach, Schwarzschild found the first non-trivial solution to Einstein's equations, which nowadays we write like this. This Schwarzschild metric describes how spacetime curves outside of the mass. It's pretty simple and makes intuitive sense. Far away from the mass, spacetime is nearly flat, but as you get closer and closer to it, spacetime becomes more and more curved, it attracts objects in, and time runs slower. Schwarzschild sent his solution to Einstein, concluding with, "The war treated me kindly enough, in spite of the heavy gunfire, to allow me to get away from it all and take this walk in the land of your ideas." Einstein replied, "I have read your paper with the utmost interest. I had not expected that one could formulate the exact solution to the problem in such a simple way." But what seemed at first quite simple soon became more complicated. Shortly after Schwarzschild's solution was published, people noticed two problem spots. At the center of the mass, at r equals 0, this term is divided by 0, so it blows up to infinity, and therefore this equation breaks down and it can no longer describe what's physically happening. This is what's called a singularity. Maybe that point could be excused because it's in the middle of the mass, but there's another problem spot outside of it. At a special distance from the center, known as the Schwarzschild radius, this term blows up. So there is a second singularity. What is going on here? Well, at the Schwarzschild radius, the spacetime curvature becomes so steep that the escape velocity, the speed that anything would need to leave there, is the speed of light. And that would mean that inside the Schwarzschild radius, nothing, not even light, would be able to escape. So you'd have this dark object that swallows up matter and light. A black hole, if you will.
But most scientists doubted that such an object could exist because it would require a lot of mass to collapse down into a tiny space.
How could that possibly ever happen? Astronomers at the time were studying what happens at the end of a star's life. During its lifetime, the inward force of gravity is balanced by the outward radiation pressure created by the energy released through nuclear fusion. But when the fuel runs out, the radiation pressure drops, so gravity pulls all the star material inwards. But how far? Most astronomers believed some physical process would hold it up. And in 1926, Ralph Fowler came up with a possible mechanism. Pauli's exclusion principle states that fermions, like electrons, cannot occupy the same state. So as matter gets pushed closer and closer together, the electrons each occupy their own tiny volumes. But Heisenberg's uncertainty principle says that you can't know the position and momentum of a particle with absolute certainty. So as the particles become more and more constrained in space, the uncertainty in their momentum, and hence their velocity, must go up. So the more a star is compressed, the faster electrons will wiggle around, and that creates an outward pressure. This electron degeneracy pressure would prevent the star from collapsing completely. Instead, it would form a white dwarf with a density much higher than a normal star. And remarkably enough, astronomers had observed stars that fit this description. One of them was Sirius B. But the relief from this discovery was short-lived. 4 years later, 19-year-old Subramanian Chandrasekhar traveled by boat to England to study with Fowler and Arthur Eddington, one of the most revered scientists of the time. During his voyage, Chandrasekhar realized that electron degeneracy pressure has its limits. Electrons can wiggle faster and faster, but only up to the speed of light. That means this effect can only support stars up to a certain mass, the Chandrasekhar limit. Beyond this, Chandrasekhar believed not even electron degeneracy pressure could prevent a star from collapsing. But Eddington was not impressed. He publicly blasted Chandrasekhar, saying, "There should be a law of nature to prevent a star from behaving in this absurd way."
And indeed, scientists did discover a way that stars heavier than the Chandrasekhar limit could support themselves.
When a star collapses beyond a white dwarf, electrons and protons fuse together to form neutrinos and neutrons. These neutrons are also fermions, but with nearly 2,000 times the mass of an electron, their degeneracy pressure is even stronger. So this is what holds up neutron stars.
There was this conviction among scientists that even if we didn't know the mechanism, something would prevent a star from collapsing into a single point and forming a black hole. Because black holes were just too preposterous to be real.
The big blow to this belief came in the late 1930s when J. Robert Oppenheimer and George Volkoff found that neutron stars also have a maximum mass. Shortly after, Oppenheimer and Hartland Snyder showed that for the heaviest stars, there is nothing left to save them when their fuel runs out. They wrote, "This contraction will continue indefinitely." But Einstein still couldn't believe it. Oppenheimer was saying that stars can collapse indefinitely, but when Einstein looked at the math, he found that time freezes on the horizon, so it seemed like nothing could ever enter, which suggested that either there's something we don't understand, or that black holes can't exist.
But Oppenheimer offered a solution to the problem. He said, to an outside observer, you could never see anything go in, but if you were traveling across the event horizon, you wouldn't notice anything unusual, and you'd go right past it without even knowing it. So how is this possible?
We need a space-time diagram of a black hole. On the left is the singularity at r equals 0. The dotted line at r equals 2m is the event horizon. Since the black hole doesn't move, these lines go straight up in time. Now let's see how ingoing and outgoing light rays travel in this curved geometry. When you're really far away, the future light cones are at the usual 45 degrees. But as you get closer to the horizon, the light cones get narrower and narrower, until right at the event horizon, they're so narrow that they point straight up. And inside the horizon, the light cones tip to the left. But something strange happens with ingoing light rays.
They fall in, but they don't get to r equals 2m. They actually asymptote to that value as time goes to infinity. But they don't end at infinity, right? Mathematically, they are connected and come back in, and they're traveling in this direction. And this bothered a lot of people. It's bothered people like Einstein because he looked at these equations and went, well, if nothing can cross this sort of boundary, then how could there be black holes? How could black holes even form?
So what is going on here? Well, what's important to recognize is that this diagram is a projection. It's basically a 2D map of four-dimensional curved space-time.
It's just like projecting the 3D Earth onto a 2D map. When you do that, you always get distortions. There is no perfectly accurate way to map the Earth onto a 2D surface. But different maps can be useful for different purposes. For example, if you want to keep angles and shapes the same, like if you're sailing across the ocean and you need to find your bearings, you can use the Mercator projection. That's the one Google Maps uses. A downside is that it misrepresents sizes. Africa and Greenland look about the same size, but Africa is actually around 14 times larger. The Gall-Peters projection keeps relative sizes accurate, but as a result, angles and shapes are distorted.
In a similar way, we can make different projections of 4D spacetime to study different properties of it. Physical reality doesn't change, but the way the map describes it does.
He had chosen to put a particular coordinate system over space and have a time coordinate. And off you go. It's the most sensible thing to do, right?
People realized that if you choose a different coordinate system by doing a coordinate substitution, then the singularity at the event horizon disappears.
It goes away. That problem goes away. And things can actually cross into the black hole.
What this tells us is that there is no real physical singularity at the event horizon. It just resulted from a poor choice of coordinate system. Another way to visualize what's going on is by describing space as flowing in towards the black hole, like a waterfall. As you get closer, space starts flowing in faster and faster. Photons emitted by the spaceship have to swim against this flow, and this becomes harder and harder the closer you get. Photons emitted just outside the horizon can barely make it out, but it takes longer and longer. At the horizon, space falls in as fast as the photons are swimming, so if the horizon had a finite width, then photons would get stuck here, photons from everything that ever fell in. But the horizon is infinitely thin, so in reality, photons either eventually escape or fall in. Inside the horizon, space falls faster than the speed of light, and so everything falls into the singularity. So Oppenheimer was right. Someone outside a black hole can never see anything enter, because the last photons they can see will always be from just outside the horizon. But if you yourself go, you will fall right across the event horizon and into the singularity.
Now, you can extend the waterfall model to cover all 3 spatial dimensions, and that gives you this, a real simulation of space flowing into a static black hole, made by my friend Alessandro from ScienceClick. Later, we'll use this model to see what it's like falling into a rotating black hole. Now, I've never been sucked into a black hole, but sometimes it feels like it when I'm stuck on the phone with a spam caller. Fortunately, today's sponsor, Incogni, can help. You know, I used to get several spam calls a day, and they frustrated me so much. And now, back to space-time maps.
If you take this map and transform it so that incoming and outgoing light rays all travel at 45 degrees like we're used to, then something fascinating happens. The black hole singularity on the left transforms into a curved line at the top. And since the future always points up in this map, it tells us that the singularity is not actually a place in space, instead it's a moment in time. The very last moment in time for anything that enters a black hole. The map we've just created is a Kruskal-Zeckers diagram. But this only represents a portion of the universe, the part inside the black hole's event horizon and the part of the universe closest to it. But what we can do is contract the whole universe, the infinite past, infinite distance, and infinite future, and morph it into a single map. It's like using the universe's best fisheye lens. That gives us this Penrose diagram. Again, light rays still always go at 45 degrees, so the future always points up. The infinite past is in the bottom of the diagram, the infinite future at the top, and the sides on the right are infinitely far away. The black hole singularity is now a straight line at the top, a final moment in time. These lines are all at the same distance from the black hole, so the singularity is at r equals 0, the horizon is at r equals 2m, this line is at r equals 4m, and this is infinitely far away. All of these lines are at the same time.
What's great about this map is that it's very easy to see where you can still go and what could have affected you.
For example, when you're here, you've got a lot of freedom. You can enter the black hole or fly off to infinity. And you can see and receive information from this area. But if you go beyond the horizon, your only possible future is to meet the singularity. You can still, however, see and receive information from the universe. You just can't send any back out. Now, think about being at this point in the map. This is at the event horizon, and now your entire future is within the black hole. But what is the past of this moment? Well, you can draw the past light cone, and it reveals this new region. If you're inside this region, you can send signals to the universe, but no matter where you are in the universe, nothing can ever enter this region, because it will never be inside your light cone. So things can come out, but never go in. This is the opposite of a black hole, a white hole.
What color is a white hole?
Ooh. I mean, it's going to be it's not going to have a color, right? It's going to be whatever's being spat out of it. It depends what's in there and gets thrown out. That's what you are going to see. So if it's got light in there, it's got mass in there, it's all going to be ejected. So the white hole kind of picture is the time reverse picture of a black hole. Instead of things falling in, things get expelled outwards. And so whilst a black hole has a membrane, the Schwarzschild horizon, which once you cross, you can't get back out. The white hole has the opposite. If you're inside the event horizon, you have to be ejected. So it kicks you out kind of thing, right? Relativity doesn't tell you which way time flows. There's nothing in there that says that is the future and that is the past. When you're doing your mathematics and you're working out the behavior of objects, you make a choice about which direction is the future. But mathematically, you could have chosen the other way, right? You could have had time point in the opposite direction. Any solution that you find in relativity, mathematically, you can just flip it and get a time reverse solution, and that's also a solution to the equations.
Now, we've been showing things being ejected to the right, but they could just as well be ejected to the left. So what's over there? This line is not at infinity, so there should be something beyond it. If we eject things in this direction, you find that they enter a whole new universe, one parallel to our own.
We can fall into this black hole, and somebody in this universe here could fall into this black hole in their universe, and we would find ourselves in the same black hole.
The only downside is that we'd both soon end up in the singularity.
I guess I'm just trying to understand where that universe appears in the mathematical part of the solution. Like, can you point to the part of the equation and be like, so that's our universe, and then these terms here, that's the other universe, or do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Well, it's coordinates, right? Imagine somebody, right, came up with a coordinate system for the Earth, but only the northern hemisphere. And you looked at that coordinate system, right? And you looked at it and you said, I can see the coordinate system, it looks fine, but mathematically, latitudes can be negative, right? You've only got positive latitudes in your solution. What about the negative ones? And they said to you, negative ones? No southern hemisphere, right? And you've got to go, well, the mathematics says that you can have negative latitudes. Maybe we should go and look over the equator to see if there is something down there. And I know that's a kind of extreme example because we know we live on a globe, but we don't know the full geometry of what's going on here, in the sense that Schwarzschild laid down coordinates over part of the solution. It was like him only laying down coordinates on the northern hemisphere. And other people have come along and said, hey, there's a southern hemisphere. And more than that, there's two Earths. That's why it's called maximal extension. It's like, if I have this mathematical structure, then what is the extent of the coordinates that I can consider? And with the Schwarzschild black hole, you get a second universe that has its own independent set of coordinates from our universe. I want to emphasize, right, this is the simplest solution to the Einstein field equations, and it already contains a black hole, white hole, and two universes.
That's what you get when you push this map to its limits, so that every edge ends at a singularity or infinity.
And in fact, there's another little feature in here, which is that little point there where they cross, that is an Einstein-Rosen bridge.
To see it, we need to change coordinates. Now, this line is at constant Kruskal time, and it connects the space of both universes. You can see what the space-time is like by following this line from right to left. Far away from the event horizon, space-time is basically flat, but as you get closer to the event horizon, space-time starts to curve more and more. At this cross, you're at the event horizon, and if you go beyond it, you end up in the parallel universe. That gives you a wormhole that looks like this.
So that is hypothetically how we could use a black hole to travel from one universe to another.
hypothetically, because these wormholes aren't actually stable in time.
It's a bit like a bridge, but it's a bridge that is long and then becomes shorter and then becomes long again. And if you try to traverse this bridge, at some point the bridge is only very short, right? And you say, well, let me just cross this bridge. But as you start crossing the bridge and start running, your speed is finite, right? The speed of light, roughly. And then the bridge starts becoming stretching, and you never come out the other side.
This pinching off always happens too fast for anything to travel through. You can also see this if you look at the Penrose diagram, because when you're inside one universe, there isn't a light cone that can take you to the other universe. The only way to do that would be to travel faster than light.
But there might be another way.
Schwarzschild's solution describes a black hole that doesn't rotate. Yet every star does rotate, and since angular momentum must be conserved, every black hole must also be rotating. While Schwarzschild found his solution within weeks after Einstein published his equations, solving them for a spinning mass turned out to be much harder. Physicists tried, but 10 years after Schwarzschild's solution, they still hadn't solved it. 10 years turned into 20, which turned into 40, and then in 1963, Roy Kerr found the solution to Einstein's equations for a spinning black hole, which is far more complicated than Schwarzschild's solution. And this comes with a few dramatic changes. The first is that the structure is completely different. The black hole now consists of several layers. It's also not spherically symmetric anymore. This happens because the rotation causes it to bulge around the equator, so it's only symmetric about its axis of spin. Alessandro from ScienceClick simulated what happens around this spinning black hole. Space gets dragged around with the black hole, taking you and the particles along with it. When you get closer, space gets dragged around faster and faster, until it goes around faster than the speed of light. You've now entered into the first new region, the ergosphere. No matter how hard you fire your rockets here, it's impossible to stay still relative to distant stars. But because space doesn't flow directly inward, you can still escape the black hole. When you travel in further, you go through the next layer, the outer horizon, the point of no return. Here, you can only go inwards. But as you get dragged in deeper and deeper, something crazy happens. You enter another region, one where you can move around freely again. So you're not doomed to the singularity. You're now inside the inner event horizon. Here, you can actually see the singularity.
In a normal black hole, it's a point. But in a rotating black hole, it actually expands out to be a ring. And there are weird things happen with space-time inside the center of a black hole, a rotating black hole, but it's thought that you can actually fly through the singularity.
We need a Penrose diagram of a spinning black hole. Where before the singularity was a horizontal line at the top, here the singularity lifts up and moves to the sides, revealing this new region inside the inner horizon. Here, we can move around freely and avoid the singularity. But these edges aren't at infinity or a singularity, so there must be something beyond them. Well, when you venture further, you could find yourself in a white hole, which would push you out into a whole nother universe.
You can have these pictures whereby you're in one universe, you fall into a rotating black hole, you fly through the singularity, and you pop out into a new universe from a white hole. And then you can just continue playing this game.
Extending this diagram infinitely far. But there is still one thing we haven't done: brave the singularity. So you aim straight towards the center of the ring and head off towards it. But rather than time ending, you now find yourself in another universe.
A strange universe, one where gravity pushes instead of pulls. This is known as an antiverse.
If that's too weird, you can always jump back across the singularity and return to a universe with normal gravity.
And I know this is basically science fiction, right? But if you take the solutions of relativity at, essentially at face value and add on a little bit, which is what Penrose does here, says, oh look, these shapes are very similar, I can just stick these together, then this is the conclusion that you get. Now we have effectively an infinite number of universes, all connected with black hole, white holes, all the way through, and off you go to explore. But it'll be a very brave person who's the first one who's going to leap into a rotating black hole to find out if this is correct.
Yeah, I would not sign up for that.
So could these maximally extended Schwarzschild and Kerr solutions actually exist in nature? Well, there are some issues. Both the extended Schwarzschild and Kerr solutions are solutions of eternal black holes in an empty universe.
As you say, it's an eternal solution. So it stretches infinitely far into the past, and infinitely far into the future. And so there's no formation mechanism in there, it's just a static solution. And I think that is part of the reason why black holes are realized in our universe and white holes aren't.
Or might not be.
Or might not be. Well, I'm reasonably confident that they don't exist, right?
For the maximally extended Kerr solution, there's also another problem. If you're an immortal astronaut inside the universe, you can send light into the black hole. But because there's infinite time compressed in this top corner, you can pile up light along this edge, which creates an infinite flux of energy along the inner horizon. This concentration of energy then creates its own singularity, sealing off the ring singularity and beyond.
My suspicion, and the suspicion of some other people in the field, is that this inner horizon will become singular and you will not be able to go through these second copies.
So all the white holes, wormholes, other universes, and anti-universes disappear. Does that mean that real wormholes are impossible? In 1987, Michael Morris and Kip Thorne looked at wormholes that an advanced civilization could use for interstellar travel. Ones that have no horizons, so you can travel back and forth, are stable in time, and have some other properties, like being able to construct them. They found several geometries that are allowed by Einstein's general relativity. In theory, these could connect different parts of the universe, making a sort of interstellar highway. They might even be able to connect to different universes. The only problem is that all these geometries require an exotic kind of matter with a negative energy density to prevent the wormhole from collapsing.
This exotic kind of matter is really against the laws of physics, so I have the prejudice that it will not exist. I'm bothered by the fact that we say that the science fiction wormholes are mathematically possible. It's true it's mathematically possible in the sense that it's some geometry that can exist, but Einstein's theory is not just geometries. It's geometries plus field equations. If you use the kinds of properties of matter that matter actually has, then they're not possible. So I feel that the reason they're not possible is very strong.
So, according to our current best understanding, it seems likely that white holes, traversable wormholes, and these parallel universes don't exist. But we also used to think that black holes didn't exist, so maybe we'll be surprised again.
I mean, we have one universe, right? Good. Why can't we have two?
A single sentence in one of the oldest math books held the key to understanding our universe. Euclid's Elements has been published in more editions than any other book except the Bible. It was the go-to math text for over 2,000 years. But for all that time, mathematicians were skeptical of a single line, which seemed like a mistake. Ultimately, some of the greatest math minds realized that Euclid wasn't wrong after all. But there was more to the story. Slight tweaks to this line opened up strange new universes out of nothing. Surprisingly, 80 years later, we found out those strange new universes are core to understanding our own universe. Around 300 BC, the Greek mathematician Euclid takes on a massive project to summarize all mathematics known at the time, to essentially create the one book that contains everything that everyone knows about mathematics. But that's no easy task. See, before Euclid, there was a bit of a problem with math.
People would prove things, but they would just be going around in circles. Why does a triangle have 180 degrees? Because if you take two parallel lines, yeah, but why do parallel lines exist? Oh, that's because you can make a square. Why does a square exist? You have this infinite recursion of what the fundamental reason why something is true is.
It's kind of like in the dictionary. Every word is defined in terms of other words. So how do you get to ground truth? Euclid used a solution that was pioneered by the Greeks. Let's just accept a few of the most simple, basic things as being true.
These are our postulates. Then, based upon these postulates, we can prove theorems, one at a time, building up our math using logic. So that as long as those first statements are true, then everything else that follows from them must definitely be true. He had perfected the gold standard for rigorous mathematical proof that all modern math relies on. Euclid used this method when he published his 13-book series called The Elements, in which he proved 465 theorems covering almost all of mathematics known at the time, including geometry and number theory. And all these theorems depended on were some definitions, a few common notions, and 5 postulates.
We go right to book 1, and book 1 starts with definitions. You gotta start somewhere. And the definition is: a point is that which has no part. A line is a breadthless length, and the ends of lines are points. By line, he really means a curve, and then it has some ends. A straight line is a line that lies evenly within the points on itself, and then so on and so forth. He's got 23 definitions, then he's got the 5 postulates.
The first 4 are simple. 1, if you have 2 points, you can draw a straight line between them. 2, if you have a straight line, you can extend it indefinitely. 3, given a center and a radius, you can draw a circle. And the 4th is that all right angles are equal to each other.
But postulate 5 gets the big guns.
Which is that if a straight line falling on 2 straight lines makes the interior angles on the same side less than 2 right angles, the 2 straight lines, if produced indefinitely, meet on that side on which are the angles less than the 2 right angles.
What the hell is he talking about? That's a postulate? Like, all of these are, half of a sentence, and they're all blatantly obvious. And then comes 5, out of left field, and it's like an entire paragraph. What is he doing?
This made mathematicians suspicious. It seemed like Euclid made a mistake. Greek philosopher Proclus thought postulate 5 ought even to be struck out of the postulates altogether, for it is a theorem. But if it's a theorem, we should be able to prove it from the first 4 postulates, so that's what many people tried. Some, including Ptolemy and Proclus, believed they had succeeded, but they hadn't. In fact, all they'd managed to do was just restate postulate 5 in different words. Here's one formulation. If you have a line and a point that is not on that line, then there is a single, unique line which will be parallel to the first line. For this reason, the 5th postulate is often called the parallel postulate. When the method of direct proof failed, other mathematicians, including Al-Haytham and Omar Khayyam, tried a different approach, proof by contradiction. The idea is simple. You keep the first 4 postulates the same, but assume that the 5th postulate is false. Then you use those new postulates to prove theorems. And if that leads to a contradiction, for example, true equals false, well, then it means your new 5th postulate must be wrong. And therefore, the only remaining option would be that Euclid's version of the 5th postulate is correct, and you would have proven the 5th postulate. So what would it look like if the 5th postulate were false? Well, according to Euclid, through a point not on a line, there could only be one line that is parallel to the first. One alternative is that there are no parallel lines that you could draw through that point.
Well, people tried that, and they realized that then lines had to be finite in length. And they're like, well, that can't be.
So this option was ruled out. It contradicted the 2nd postulate, which states that lines can be extended indefinitely. The other alternative is that you can draw more than one parallel line through a point not on the first line.
So that's what they would do. They would assume that postulate 5 fails. And they're like, this has got to be wrong. Where's the they couldn't find the contradiction.
So proof by contradiction also failed. In total, mathematicians spent more than 2,000 years trying to prove the 5th postulate, but everyone who tried failed. Then, around 1820, Janos Bolyai, a 17-year-old student, started spending his days and nights working on the mystery. His father became worried, and he wrote to his son, "You must not attempt this approach to parallels. I know this way to the very end. I have traversed this bottomless night, which extinguished all light and joy in my life. I entreat you, leave the science of parallels alone. Learn from my example." But the young Bolyai didn't listen to his father. He could not leave the science of parallels alone. After years of work, he realized that maybe the fifth postulate can't be proven from the other four. It could be completely independent. See, according to Euclid, you could have only one parallel line through a point, but Bolyai imagined a world where there could be more than one parallel line through that point. But how? Well, who said you needed to have a flat surface? On a surface that is curved like this, you can draw more than one line that is parallel to the original line. But wait a second, those lines don't look straight. Well, what makes straight lines special is that they're the shortest paths between 2 points. On this surface, those shortest paths just look bent because the surface is curved. Here's a more familiar example. Airplanes always try to fly the shortest path between 2 cities. They're basically flying in a straight line, but that line doesn't look straight on a map because the surface is curved. These shortest paths on curved surfaces are called geodesics. So all these lines are straight, they just don't look it because the world Bolyai had imagined turned out to be curved. We now know this as hyperbolic geometry.
You know, when I used to think of the hyperbolic plane, I would just imagine it as one giant saddle. But that's not really what it is. The hyperbolic plane is much more like this piece of crocheting. So it starts out pretty flat and even in the middle, but as you move outwards, more and more fabric is created, and that would push parallel lines apart. And the further and further out you go, the amount of fabric grows exponentially, and that ends up causing this crumpling effect. So if you really want to think about the hyperbolic plane, I think you've got to think about saddles on saddles on saddles, like it's an infinite crumpling mess.
But that little piece of crochet isn't the full hyperbolic plane. To show that, we need to make a map, one that fits the entire plane into a disk. To show how this works, we're going to fill the entire plane with these triangles. Starting in the middle, just as with the crochet, things look pretty normal. But as you go farther out from the center, you get all this extra space, so you can fit more and more triangles. So they appear smaller, but they are actually the same size. Now, since the hyperbolic plane is infinite, you can keep adding triangles forever, and they all need to fit on the disk. So as you get closer to the edge, the triangles will appear smaller and smaller and smaller, infinitely smaller, never ending, and you can never quite reach the edge. This is known as the Poincaré disk model. Here, straight lines are arcs of circles that intersect the disk at 90 degrees. And just like on our original shape, a straight line down the middle appears straight, while straight lines next to it appear to curve away.
What's remarkable is that Bolyai didn't have a model of hyperbolic geometry yet. He was just drawing Euclidean triangles with the assumption that Euclid's fifth postulate didn't hold. And while Bolyai found that the behavior in hyperbolic geometry is very different than Euclid's, mathematically it seemed just as consistent.
In 1823, the 20-year-old Janos wrote to his dad, "I have discovered such wonderful things that I was amazed. Out of nothing, I have created a strange new universe." But Bolyai had been doing more than just tackling ancient math mysteries. In his 20s, he joined the army, where he continued developing two of his other passions, playing the violin and dueling. He had mastered both, but with a sword in particular, he was unmatched. Perhaps because of his many talents, Bolyai grew arrogant and found it difficult to accept authority from his superiors. That made him hard to get along with. This reached a peak when, during one of his deployments, 13 cavalry officers from his garrison challenged him to a duel. Bolyai accepted their challenge on the condition that after every 2 duels, he could play for a little while on his violin. Bolyai fought each of them in succession, winning all 13 duels and leaving behind all his adversaries on the square. While Bolyai loved dueling, his first love was still mathematics. In 1832, 9 years after he discovered his strange new universe, he published his findings as a 24-page appendix to his father's textbook. Extremely proud and excited about his son's work, Farkas Bolyai sent it to perhaps the greatest mathematician of all time, Carl Friedrich Gauss. After careful examination, Gauss replied a few months later, "To praise it would amount to praising myself, for the entire content of the work coincides almost exactly with my own meditations, which have occupied my mind for the past 30 or 35 years. Years earlier, Gauss had wandered a similar path. In 1824, he wrote a private letter to one of his friends in which he describes discovering a curious geometry, one with paradoxical and, to the uninitiated, absurd theorems. For example, Gauss writes, "The three angles of a triangle become as small as one wishes, if only the sides are taken large enough. Yet the area of the triangle can never exceed a definite limit." In other words, you can have a triangle that's infinitely long, but the area is finite. You can see why by using the Poincaré disk model. A small triangle looks pretty ordinary, but as you make it bigger, the angles start to become smaller and smaller. Eventually, all those angles go to zero, because all these lines intersect the disk at 90 degrees. Now, these lines are infinitely long, but because of the geometry, the area is finite. In the same private letter, Gauss wrote, "All my efforts to discover a contradiction and inconsistency in this non-Euclidean geometry have been without success." Just like Bolyai, Gauss had found that this geometry seemed thoroughly consistent. He named it non-Euclidean geometry, a name that stuck. It describes geometries where Euclid's first four postulates hold, but the fifth doesn't. But Gauss decided not to publish his findings for fear of ridicule. This aversion to a different kind of geometry should at least be a little surprising, because there is one other geometry that we should be very familiar with, spherical geometry, since we all live on a sphere. On a sphere, straight lines are parts of great circles. These are the circles with the largest possible circumference. On Earth, the equator and circles of longitude are examples of great circles. And we can use this to see how straight lines behave. These lines seem to go in the same direction, but as you keep extending them, you find that they intersect, once and then again on the other side of the Earth. And this will always happen for any two great circles, because they must each have the largest possible circumference. So on a sphere, there are no parallel lines. Gauss had long been fascinated by spherical geometry. He was also a geodesist and frequently took measurements of the Earth. In the 1820s, he was tasked with surveying the Kingdom of Hanover to help make a map. As part of this survey, he climbed the mountains near Göttingen. With the help of people situated on other landmarks, they were able to carefully measure the angles of several triangles, which would then be used to determine the position of one place relative to another. As a reference for the survey, and to help determine the roundness of the Earth, they also precisely measured the angles of a large triangle formed by three mountains. But for all of Gauss's romantic notions of taking measurements on top of mountains, he was not the kindest correspondent. When Bolyai received his hero's response, he was devastated, believing that Gauss was trying to undermine him and steal his ideas. He was so embittered by Gauss's response that he never published again. In 1848, Bolyai had to endure another hardship when he found out that Russian mathematician Nikolai Lobachevsky had independently discovered non-Euclidean geometry, several years before Bolyai had published his 24-page-long appendix. When Bolyai died in 1860, he left behind 20,000 pages of unpublished mathematical manuscripts. He would not know that Gauss did independently discover non-Euclidean geometry, nor would he know that upon receiving the appendix, Gauss had written to a friend, "I regard this young geometer Bolyai as a genius of the first order." While Bolyai was embittered, non-Euclidean geometries continued to develop. Until 1854, spherical geometry wasn't actually considered a non-Euclidean geometry. That's because on a sphere, lines can't be extended indefinitely. This is what earlier mathematicians had stumbled upon and therefore dismissed this geometry, since Euclid's second postulate wouldn't hold. But in 1854, Riemann changed the second postulate from an infinite extension to something that is, quote, unbounded, so that the second postulate still holds on a sphere. With this change, spherical geometry became another valid non-Euclidean geometry.
By using the generalized four postulates and taking the fifth as there being no parallel lines, you could now derive spherical or elliptic geometry.
Would you consider the fifth postulate a mistake? Would it have been better if he just never wrote that down?
If he never wrote that down, he would have stunted his geometry because he wouldn't be able to prove a lot of the things that he claimed to have. It's beautiful that he wrote this. It's beautiful that people spent 2,000 years trying to refute him, only to discover that in fact he was right in writing this in the first place.
So while Euclid was right to write down the fifth postulate, he did make a different mistake.
So here's the problem with what Euclid was saying. Definition 1. A point is that which has no part. What does it mean to have a part? What is a part? What does it mean not to have a part? A line is a breadthless length. What does it mean to have breadth? Lying evenly within itself? Within the points in itself? What the hell is he talking about? We read this 2 minutes ago and we were nodding along like, yeah, it completely makes sense what he's saying. It's all nonsense. Don't give me a definition that's going to have an infinite recursion. If you give me a definition in terms of other things, then you have to tell me what those things are. If you tell me what that is, you have to tell me what the thing before it is.
Are the definitions a bad idea?
You shouldn't have definitions. You should have undefined terms. I'm not going to tell you what a point is. I'm not going to tell you what a line is. I'm not going to tell you what a plane is. All I'm going to tell you is what the postulates are that they're assumed to satisfy. It's the relationships between the objects that's important, not the definitions of the objects themselves. And once you free your mind to that possibility, all of a sudden you realize that there's a perfectly good geometric world in which by line you mean great circle, and by plane you mean sphere, and by point you mean a point on a sphere. And then 4 of those axioms are satisfied, just not the 5th. And similarly, there's another model, something called the disk model for hyperbolic space, which the disk is the plane. What I mean by straight lines is arcs of circles that are orthogonal to the disk, and then points are points inside the disk, and the disk is the plane.
See, you can think of geometry as a game. The first 4 postulates are like the minimum rules required to play that game. And then the 5th postulate selects the world that you'll play in. If you pick that there are no parallel lines, you're playing in spherical geometry. If you choose one parallel line, you're playing in flat geometry. And if you go for more than one parallel line, then you're playing in hyperbolic geometry. But Riemann decided to take it one step further. Instead of selecting just one world to play in, why not combine them all into one? During his inaugural speech in 1854, he laid out the groundwork for a geometry where the curvature could differ from place to place. One part might be flat, another part might be slightly curved, and yet another part might have a very strong curvature. And this geometry wouldn't be limited to 2-dimensional planes either. It could be extended to 3 or more dimensions. Another breakthrough came in 1868 when Eugenio Beltrami unequivocally proved that hyperbolic and spherical geometry were just as consistent as Euclid's flat geometry. That is, if there were any inconsistencies in hyperbolic or spherical geometry, then they must also be present in Euclid's flat geometry. The prospects for these new geometries were looking great, and it turns out this was just the beginning. In 1905, Einstein proposed the special theory of relativity, which is based on just 2 postulates. 1, the laws of physics are the same in all inertial frames of reference, and 2, the speed of light in a vacuum is the same for all inertial observers. So as a result, space and time must be relative. But that created a problem for Newtonian gravity, because according to Newton, the force of gravity is inversely proportional to the distance between the 2 objects squared. But in Einstein's special relativity, that distance is no longer well defined. In whose reference frame are we measuring? And so Einstein had to find a way to reconcile relativity and gravity. 2 years later, in 1907, Einstein had the happiest thought of his life. He imagined a man falling off the roof of a house. And what made Einstein so joyful is that he realized that while the man is falling, he would feel absolutely weightless. And if he let go of an object, it would just remain in uniform motion relative to him. It would be just like being in space, not near any masses, floating around in a spaceship at constant velocity. And that is an inertial observer. Now here's the big breakthrough.
Einstein realized that they're not just similar, they are identical, because there's no experiment you could do to determine whether you're in free fall in a uniform gravitational field or whether you're in deep space, not near any massive objects. And so the free-falling man, too, must be an inertial observer, meaning he is not accelerating and he's not experiencing any force of gravity. But if gravity is not a force, then how do you explain things like the space station orbiting Earth? Shouldn't it just fly off in a straight line? Well, astronauts in the space station also feel weightless, and that's the key. It feels just as if they're traveling at constant velocity in a straight line. It feels like that because that's precisely what they're doing. They're traveling in a straight line. How then could that straight line appear curved to a distant observer? The answer is because the space-time that straight line is on is curved. See, massive objects curve space-time, and objects moving through curved space-time will follow the shortest path through that curved geometry, the geodesic. So while astronauts in the space station are following a straight line, it appears curved to a distant observer because the Earth curves the space-time around it. So the behavior of straight lines in curved geometries is core to understanding the universe we live in. And in the more than 100 years since it was published, the general theory of relativity has been remarkably successful. In 2014, astronomers briefly observed a supernova, a violent and extremely bright death of a star. In fact, they saw the exact same supernova in 4 different places. How? Well, in between the supernova and Earth, there was a massive galaxy which curved spacetime. So light from the supernova, which was spreading out in all directions, had several different paths to reach the Earth, and 4 of those reached Earth at approximately the same time. The galaxy had functioned as a massive gravitational lens. The astronomers realized that other galaxies in the cluster might also lens the light from that supernova, but with different path lengths and gravitational potentials, so the light would reach Earth at different times. After careful modeling, they predicted that they should see a replay of that supernova just a year later. And on the 11th of December 2015, just as predicted, they saw the same supernova once more. In addition to being able to observe the effects of curved spacetime, we can now even measure the ripples of spacetime itself, gravitational waves formed by cosmic events far, far away, like the merger of black holes. And according to a recent survey by Nanograv, the fabric of spacetime seems to be buzzing with the remnants of grand cosmic events. In the 100 years since general relativity was published, countless findings have supported its predictions, and at its very core are the curved geometries of Bolyai and Riemann. But so far, all the effects we've looked at are local distortions of spacetime. What is the shape of the entire universe? Using the differences between the geometries, we can find that out too. In flat geometry, we expect all the angles of a triangle to add up to 180 degrees without fail. But in spherical geometry, the angles don't add up to 180 degrees, but to more. Similarly, in hyperbolic geometry, the angles add up to less than 180 degrees. So to determine the shape of the universe, you just need to measure the angles of a triangle. And measuring a triangle is precisely what Gauss was doing 200 years ago. In fact, this led some to speculate that he was actually trying to measure the curvature of space itself. The angle he found, 180 degrees within observational error. But that shouldn't be very surprising. Take this balloon, for example, which approximates a sphere. If I draw a small triangle on it, well, the surface I'm drawing on is basically flat. So the angles inside the triangle will add up to essentially 180 degrees. Only if I make the triangle large enough will the effects of curvature come into play, and then the angles in the triangle will add up to more than 180 degrees. And this was the problem with Gauss's experiment. Even if he was trying to measure the curvature of space itself, for which there is no solid evidence, the triangle he measured would have been far too small relative to the size of the universe. So, in order to overcome the scale issue that Gauss encountered, we need to scale the triangles formed between mountains up to the largest triangles we can. And since looking further and further away is the same as looking further back in time, we need to look back as far as possible to the very first light we can see, the cosmic microwave background, or CMB, a picture from when the universe was just 380,000 years old. While the CMB is almost completely uniform, there are some spots that are slightly hotter or colder. Now we know how far away the CMB is, so if we can figure out how large such a spot is, then we can draw a cosmic triangle. It's thought that the first density and temperature variations originated from quantum fluctuations in the very early universe, which were then blown up as the universe expanded. But due to this rapid expansion, not all regions were in causal contact with each other. So, using the information we have of how the early universe evolved, astronomers can predict how often spots of different sizes should appear in the CMB. This is what this power spectrum shows, essentially a histogram of how often each spot size should occur if the universe is flat. So now we have something to compare our measurement to. If the universe is flat, the angle we measure on the sky should be the same as we'd expect. But if the universe is curved like a sphere, the angles of the triangle should add up to more than 180 degrees, so the angle we'd measure would be larger than predicted, and this peak would shift to the left. Similarly, if the universe has hyperbolic geometry, then spots should appear smaller than predicted, and this peak would shift to the right. So, what did we measure? This is the data from the Planck mission, which is almost exactly what you'd expect if the universe were flat. This mission also gives us the current best estimate for the curvature of the universe, which is 0.0007 plus minus 0.0019. So that's basically zero within the margin of error. So we're fairly certain that the universe we live in is flat. But living in a flat universe seems to be remarkably serendipitous. Right now, the average mass energy density comes down to the equivalent of about 6 hydrogen atoms per cubic meter. If on average that was just one more hydrogen atom, the universe would have been more spherically curved. If there were just one less, the curvature would be hyperbolic geometry. And so far, we're not entirely sure why the universe has the mass energy density it has.
What we do know is that general relativity is one of our best physical theories of reality. And at the very heart of it are those paradoxical and seemingly absurd geometries, ones we found because mathematicians spent over 2,000 years thinking about a single sentence from the world's most famous math text. When it comes to human brilliance, it's not just what you know, it's also how you think. And a great way to improve how you think is by building your knowledge and problem-solving skills. So if you're looking for a free and easy way to do just that, then check out this video's sponsor, Brilliant.org. With Brilliant, you can master key concepts in everything from math and data science to programming and technology. All you have to do is set your goal, and Brilliant will design the perfect learning path for you, giving you all the tools you need to reach it. Want to follow in the footsteps of Euclid and Bolyai? Then Brilliant's latest course, Measurement, is the perfect addition to your problem-solving toolkit. The course takes you on a tour through the essentials of geometry, getting you hands-on with concepts to help sharpen your spatial reasoning skills. A solid foundation in geometry can be a launchpad to hundreds of applications, everything from computer graphics and data clustering in AI algorithms to understanding Einstein's theory of general relativity. Beyond Measurement, Brilliant has a huge library of things to learn. But what I love most about Brilliant is that they connect what you learn to real-world examples. And because each lesson is hands-on, you'll build intuition, so you can put what you've learned to good use. To try everything Brilliant has to offer for free for a full 30 days, visit brilliant.org/Veritasium, or click that link down in the description. For the first 200 of you, you will get 20% off Brilliant's annual premium subscription. So I want to thank Brilliant for sponsoring this video, and I want to thank you for watching.
didn't notice you were in the room. Thanks for joining me. Today, the plan is to discuss this work, Julius Evola's Fascism Viewed from the Right. And unlike the last live stream where I had a few passages in Heidegger's contributions to the philosophy of the event that I bookmarked and commented on spontaneously, here I have actually prepared some notes because I wanted to make sure that we go through the whole thing pretty in enough detail for you to have a good sense of what Evola is arguing and why. So let's do that. And before we even get into the contents of the book, I think it's important to stop to consider the title. How is fascism usually understood and used as a word today? As a rule, liberals call anything to the right of liberalism fascist, and leftists call anything to the right of themselves fascist. So fascism has come to mean something like the enemies to the right of us. In everyday political topography, fascism is essentially synonymous with the far right end of the political spectrum, as you know, and I think it should therefore come as a surprise that there could be a viewpoint to the right of fascism, on the basis of which to assess fascism critically. The title implies that fascism and the right are distinct. Fascism may be a phenomenon of the right, but it doesn't exhaust the right. So we'll have to follow along with Evola's arguments to see how the true right as he conceives it is distinct from fascist doctrine. So again, even when I first heard this title, I was surprised because the assumption always is that fascism just occupies the right. There can be no position to the right of it. So this study, I think, will also have the benefit of giving us a clearer presentation of fascism and of the right than we would normally get from a liberal or a leftist perspective. And that doesn't mean that it's the last word or that it's immune from liberal and leftist criticism. It may or may not be, but it'll help us to become familiar with the thing itself and not with some cheap, distorted substitute. Those of you who know of my work on Dugin and other thinkers know that I try to find a way to let the ideas speak for themselves so we can at least understand what we're talking about before we assess it, weigh it, judge it, criticize it. Whereas many scholars, as you know, because of the liberal and leftist predominance in academia and elsewhere, they just don't take these authors seriously at all. They misinterpret them before they even open the first page of the first book they decide to look at. So that's not going to be the approach here. And for the most part, I'm going to be reading out passages so that the book can speak for itself. Obviously, I'm leaving some parts out because we can't go through the whole thing, but it'll be enough to give you an impression of the main points. So, Evola begins his essay by observing that at the time he's writing, in the early 70s, there's no unified Italian right. And even here, you'll see that some of what he says is applicable and interesting to us today. So he says, a significant sign of confused ideas and today's narrow horizons is established by the fact that in Italy today, liberals and many other proponents of democracy can be considered men of the right, a situation that would have appalled representatives of a real traditional right, because when such a right existed, liberalism and democracy were notoriously and justly considered currents of revolutionary subversion, more or less as radicalism, Marxism, and communism appear today in the eyes of the so-called parties of order, he writes. So you see, the idea that anyone can be on the right who's a liberal or who supports democracy is here rejected at the outset. Liberal conservatism, the defense of liberal democracy, neoliberalism, none of that counts as the right, even though he's saying in his time there was that confusion also. And also rejected at the outset is the identification of the political right with the economic right, an identification he calls absurd. It is the Marxists who acknowledge no difference between the capitalists, the right, the conservative, and the bourgeoisie. For them, it's all one synonymous chain. But as Evola writes, between the true right and the economic right, there is not only no common identity, but on the contrary, there is a clear antithesis. And we'll see later that he opposes the economic takeover of the state, so economism sublimated to a first principle, and the prioritization of economic interests above all other interests. So Today, we may sometimes hear the economic right called the right, but he says, no, the economic right and the political right are two very separate things. They have almost no middle ground between them. The next point is about the term the right. It is used polemically, he notes, within a party system to refer to the antithesis of various lefts. But in principle, the right represents or ought to represent a higher demand. It ought to be the recipient and affirmer of values linked directly to the idea of the true state. Values that are in a certain sense central and superior to every practical opposition, according to the superiority inherent in the very concept of authority or sovereignty taken in its fullest sense. In other words, the true concept of the right should not see it as a player in a pre-constituted field of party politics, where it's one among a number of alternatives, just a little bit separately positioned on this horizontal shared political plane. Rather, it's directly linked to the idea of the state as something above party politics. Ideally, the concept of a true right, or what we mean by the right, ought to be defined, he writes, in terms of forces and traditions that acted formatively on a group of nations, and sometimes also on supranational unifications, before the French Revolution, before the advent of the Third Estate and the world of the masses, and before bourgeois and industrial culture, with all its consequences and its games, which consist of actions and reactions that have led to the contemporary chaos and to all that threatens to destroy the little that still remains of European culture and European prestige. Incidentally, that would mean that to understand the true right on its own terms means to have before us the pre-modern alternative, the world that preceded the rise of the French Revolution and all these other things, the world of thinking about politics that's pre-modern, and we have to have it before us as free from distortion as possible. We don't want to interpret the ancient regime or the pre-modern or ancient world through the lens of modern propaganda. We'd like to try to access it on its own terms more purely and pristinely. The traditionalists may be one source for insights into the pre-modern or non-modern. In political theory and political philosophy, the writings of Leo Strauss are, in my opinion, indispensable for that task. So, moving on, Evola recognizes that Democrats and communists, then as now, tended to call national forces neo-fascist. But he says that, in his case, this creates a situation full of errors. There are those, he writes, who maintain ideological loyalty to fascist Italy, and who have made Mussolini and fascism into objects of a myth, instead of focusing on the political ideas that should be taken seriously in themselves and for themselves. The defenders of fascism ignore its negative sides. Remember, he's writing about his contemporaries. The defenders of fascism ignore its negative sides, and the critics of fascism only tendentiously emphasize the most problematic sides so as to discredit all of it or make people hate it. Some try to delegitimize fascism by linking it to Italy's defeat in the Second World War, but Evola believes, like Plato long before him, that the truth of a doctrine or principle is not ascertained by its victory or defeat in war. As Evola puts it, fascism wouldn't have been proved right if Italy had won the war either. So not just victory in war, but the truth of the ideas themselves should be our measure of their merit. Now, in the next passage I'm going to read, which I posted earlier today to Twitter, you'll hear him giving voice to an idea that may be familiar to you from Alexander Dugin's concept of a fourth political theory, if any of you know that from my other work. He writes as follows: "We must energetically oppose anyone who claims that the choice must be between fascism or anti-fascism in any attempt to exhaust every political possibility and discussion. One consequence of this simple polarity, for example, is that no one can be anti-democratic without automatically being fascist or communist. This closed circle is absurd." In other words, he opposes the bipartite division of political ideologies into fascist and anti-fascist, and the tripartite division into communist, democratic, by which we mean liberal democratic, and fascist. Neither model exhausts the relevant political alternatives, And in particular, you can be anti-democratic without being either a communist or a fascist. So again, that's in part why it's interesting that he's carved out this space for us to the right of fascism for discussion. Just looking over here briefly into the comments. Some familiar names there. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining. Okay, so what was the merit of fascism for Evola? It was above all to have revived in Italy the idea of the state and to have created the basis for an active government by affirming the pure principle of authority and political sovereignty. Fascism was opposed to the hollow conception of the state, which is supposed to limit itself to protecting the negative liberties of citizens as simple empirical individuals, guaranteeing a certain well-being and relatively peaceful communal life together. Presumably you know, but if you don't, negative liberty from Isaiah Berlin's essay on the two liberties, negative liberty ultimately means you're free when nobody's interfering with your activity, when you're left alone to do as you please. Later he'll juxtapose positive liberty. But here he says that the principle of the state is opposed to the negative liberties of the citizens, that hollow conception of the state. This hollow conception, the fascist conception of the state was also opposed to the idea of a pure bureaucracy of public administration. It supported the superiority of the state, the preeminence of the state in respect to people and nation. He writes, the formula that the people is the body of the state and the state is the spirit of the people, if adequately interpreted, brings us back to the classical idea of a dynamic and creative relationship between form and matter. The state is the form, conceived as an organizing and animating force, according to the interpretation given to matter and form in traditional philosophy, starting with Aristotle. The state is not the product of a social contract of individuals that pre-exist it in a state of nature, as with the political theory of Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau, the thinkers that Leo Strauss called the first and second wave of modernity. So the state in fascist theory is distinct from the state in liberal theory. It's not the weak, hollow conception that exists just to protect private property and allow people to pursue their own life, liberty, and happiness. It has to be something more. Evola thinks that the general doctrine of the state in fascism is, from the view of the right, absolutely positive. We find ourselves right in the orbit of healthy, traditional political thought, he says. And it was necessary that the principle of the preeminence of the state before everything that is simply people and nation should be articulated further through the ideal opposition between state and society. Under the term society are united all those values, interests, and dispositions that enter into the physical and vegetative side of the community and the individuals that compose it. In reality, there's a fundamental antithesis, he writes, of doctrine between political systems that focus on the idea of the state and those that focus on the idea of society, the social type of state. The second type of system includes the varieties of theories based upon the concept of natural rights, contract theory with the utilitarian base, and democracy. So two different theories of state. Fascism opposed to the one that's most familiar to us. Evola says that fascism had developed the state-society distinction. So in the principle of the preeminence of the state, it had followed that through to a clear distinction between state and society. But it didn't develop that distinction in theory or in practice as completely as it could have done, with certain compromises in practice, as we'll see a bit later on. So we can ask here about the distinction between the political and social levels. Evola argues that we should define the political level, in part, in terms of transcendence, where you're dealing with, as he writes, a certain ideal high tension that brings us not only beyond hedonistic values of simple material well-being, comfortable self-preservation, but also eudaimonistic ones that include spiritual well-being. So somehow the political is above even those two, even that form of well-being. Evola says that fascism recognized the need for transcendence, but its initiatives and customs in that regard were superficial and contrived. In other words, the true right agrees with fascism, that there should be a transcendent dimension to politics that takes us above our individual material and spiritual interests, but he doesn't think that fascism delivered. Just looking at the comments. Evola criticizes any obsession with the rationalizing of existence, especially the tendency to render service to an ideal that is not political, but social, in which belongs to physical comfort, and to marginalize and discredit everything that's comprised of existential tension, heroism, and the galvanizing force of myth. He suggests that when people become bored of prosperity and comfort, we will see a rise of forms of blind, anarchic, and destructive revolts, embraced by a youth that precisely in the most prosperous nations notice the absurdity and senselessness of an existence that is socialized, rationalized, materialistic, and dominated by so-called consumer culture. Against that tendency, fascism is correct, he writes, to want to maintain a climate of high tension, especially through a certain liturgy or mystique of power and sovereignty. But Evola says that we have to recognize in the case of fascism the line beyond which there is only self-parody or insincerity, in a system limited by the incongruity between principles and intents on one hand, and a given human substance on the other. In other words, although the basic idea of the mystique of power and sovereignty that transcends materialistic culture is correct, the practice, to repeat, fell far short of the ideal. So he'll be quite critical of the Italians under fascism a little bit later on, but this is an argument that he's making and returning to, the need for a certain liturgy or mystique of power and sovereignty as truly belonging to the principles of the right. So we've seen that he asserts the superiority of the state, and now he raises the question, does the superiority of the state amount to a sacralization of the state? Are you making the state a sacred entity? Is that sort of a deification or divinization of the state? Well, if we criticize the fascist doctrine of the state on those grounds, if we say that fascism makes of the state a sacred entity, we're presupposing a dualism between the world of the state and the spiritual world, the world of the sacred. This dualism, he writes, entails desecrating and reducing to the material all that is politics, power, and authority, and on the other hand, denying reality to all that is spiritual and sacred. Yet, in traditional states, one or another form of the consecration of power and authority constituted the fulcrum and legitimation of the entire system. If authority and sovereignty do not possess some type of spiritual chrism in principle, they do not even deserve to be called by the names, and the entire system of the true state turns out to lack any solid gravitational center for everything that cannot be reduced to a mere administrative and social system instead of contributing to the climate of high tension. So this idea that the true state must have a sacral character owing to the chrism of authority is key for Evola in this book. He criticizes Mussolini for failing to directly confront the serious problem of the ultimate chrism or spiritual sanction of the state. Mussolini had said that the state has no theology, but it has a morality. To which Evola responds that every morality, if it is to have a profound justification and an intrinsically normative character, if it is not to be a mere convenience of communal living, must have a transcendent basis through which it brings us to a plane no different from the religious one, where theology too receives its form. That's what would be required by a true doctrine of the state from the right, and Mussolini didn't have that to offer. And here I'd like to point out that Evola says that, so I think this is an important point to make, even elements like struggle and heroism, loyalty and sacrifice, contempt for death and so on, things that are positive for the right, broadly speaking, even they can take on an irrational, naturalistic, tragic, and dark character when the higher and in a certain way transfiguring reference point is lacking, of which it is said that it necessarily belongs to a level that transcends the domain of simple ethics. So in other words, these virtues of the right are perverted and distorted when they lack a transcendent, sacred context. Now, the next point he makes, by the way, hope everything sounds good and isn't going too fast. You're beginning to get a sense for what Evola thinks in this book about fascism and about the right, if you're unfamiliar with it. And there are many themes here where we can mention other authors who pick up on it in one way or another in political philosophy and in political theory. So, for example, I just finished reading Koyev's brief presentation of the notion of authority, where he also discusses various forms of authority: the authority of the judge, of the leader, of the master, and of the father, relating them to various figures in philosophy. And he also discusses in which case and exactly how authority needs to have this chrism of transcendence. So some people who think Evola was a fascist, some liberals and leftists and moderates who might think Evola was a fascist, there's nothing we could possibly learn from him. We must avoid him like the plague. In fact, as I've tried to suggest so far, there are some topics in his work that even canonical thinkers in political theory like Strauss and Koyev, let's say, would be discussing. And we've already had occasion to refer to Aristotle on his authority here. So we shouldn't be unwilling to read the authors that follow side of our own political persuasion, if you happen to be a liberal or a leftist. And if you're already fascist or on the right, then you shouldn't take the ideas for granted. You should make sure that we become well acquainted with them and think about them. So hopefully this is helping. The next point concerns the relation between state and people. Evola criticizes fascism for its confusion on this point when it comes to combining the centrality of the state with an emphasis on people and fatherland. And that's because the sentiments of fatherland and nation have a pre-political and naturalistic character similar to that of the sentiment of family, especially compared to what unites men on the political level on the basis of an idea and a symbol of sovereignty. So the political unification of the people under a symbol and an idea is the correct sense of unification. The pre-political naturalistic unification on the basis of nationality and fatherhood is on a lower level. And in fact, he writes that patriotism has in it, this is now my paraphrase, not a direct quote, although it's probably 99% accurate, patriotism has in it something of a mob aspect that Evola opposes. In other words, fascism had a populist element, but Evola argues that the true principles of the right are not populist. He therefore criticizes fascism for its hybridism and for collapsing two very distinct ideological worlds. From the perspective of a true right, fascism can also be criticized for its totalitarianism, according to this book. Which, by the way, could be surprising because, again, you might think that to call fascism totalitarian is a liberal argument, which sees communism and fascism as variants of one broader concept called totalitarianism. But here he says that from the perspective of a true right, fascism can be criticized for its totalitarianism. The principle of a central authority that cannot be controverted becomes degenerate when it's affirmed through a system that controls everything, regiments everything, and intervenes in everything. The traditional state is organic, but not totalitarian. It's differentiated and articulated, and admits zones of partial autonomy. It coordinates forces and causes them to participate in a superior unity while recognizing their liberty. This is, I'm quoting, exactly because it is strong, it does not need to resort to mechanical centralizing, which is required only when it's necessary to rein in a shapeless and atomistic mass of individuals' wills, from which, however, disorder can never be truly eliminated but only temporarily contained. It doesn't meddle with everything, it doesn't substitute itself for everything. It doesn't aim at a barracks-style regimentation of society in the negative sense, or at a leveling conformism instead of free acknowledgement and loyalty. The traditional image is rather that of a natural gravitation of parts and partial unities around a center that commands without compelling and acts out of prestige with an authority that can, of course, resort to force, but abstains from it as much as possible. Finally, the evidence of the effective force of a state, he writes, is found in the measure of the margin it can concede to a partial, rational decentralization. So in other words, the true state is opposed to total systematic state interference. By the way, I see a comment. I'll try to address what I can when I can, but the thought that the state should be a part of society, not separated from it, that is inverse, I would say, because the state is not a part of society. It's not really a part of anything. It has supremacy. It has preeminence. And certainly it doesn't arise from society or belong to society. It's distinct from society and superior to society in Evola's doctrine, in his presentation of the doctrine of the true right. Now, we just said that Evola thinks there should be liberty and autonomy and no leveling conformism, as much as is compatible with, as he put it here again, a center that commands without compelling and acts out of prestige with a recognized authority. So he was also critical of those cases when fascism acted as a school teacher, exercising pressure not on the political and objective level, but on the level of one's personal moral life. For instance, he opposed the pro-natalist campaign, both because it rested on what he thought was an erroneous opinion concerning quantity. It's not always the case that the greater quantity is more powerful, but often in political history, small numbered groups are the main and most powerful actors. So he says this idea that we'll be greater in power the greater we are in number, he opposed that, but that wasn't the only reason. It's also because in the case of Italy specifically, he thought the population was already excessive, and there was therefore no need for a demographic campaign, which could only make things worse. And he also opposed the pseudo-pedagogical side of fascism in regard to the regulation, i.e. the repression and inhibition of sex. He thought that the liberty of the person should be respected and should aim again at a high tension rather than at a moralization. What then is the meaning of liberty in the fascist state? Here Evola writes that the principal cause of the existential crisis of contemporary man, now I'll just say that again because it's important. The principal cause of the existential crisis of contemporary man is, according to Evola, the attainment of negative liberty, with which in the end one does not know what to do, given the lack of sense and the absurdity of modern society. I think this is published in the early 70s. Even then, the lack of sense and the absurdity of modern society. In truth, personality and liberty can be conceived only on the basis of the individual's freeing himself, to a certain degree, from the naturalistic, biological, and primitively individualist bonds that characterize the pre-state and pre-political forms in a purely social, utilitarian, and contractual sense. So freedom here is a sort of self-transcendence of the kind Isaiah Berlin considered under the name positive liberty. That is, the higher self should transcend the lower self, and the state should encourage this impulse in a political and objective direction. There's also, Evola writes, a downward self-transcendence, where the individual transcends himself in the direction of collectives and demagogic movements. For Evola, if we're going to use the term totalitarian at all to refer to left and right, then we should say that leftist totalitarianism represents downward or catagogic self-transcendence, whereas the totalitarianism of the right is upward or anagogic self-transcendence. We transcend ourselves in the direction of something more than ourselves, something higher than ourselves. The only thing they have in common is their opposition to the limited and hollow regime of the bourgeois individual. Otherwise, they're fundamentally opposed. No, he doesn't elaborate here on which negative rights he means specifically, just to be left alone, not to want to have any external authority, to pursue your comfortable self-preservation, your material interests, your well-being, and even your own individual, private, spiritual well-being, as he said earlier when he distinguished between both the hedonistic and the eudaimonistic forms of well-being as lower than the fascist ideal when it comes to these things. Just looking at the comments. I'm not missing much if I am. I'll take another look at it for short. So, left and right, totally opposed. They transcend individual bourgeois consumer-based culture, but in opposite directions. And I wasn't going to say it, but I know some of you do follow me for my work on Dugin, so the idea that there's an upward and a downward self-transcendence may be interesting for those of you who follow the Noomachia project, because upward self-transcendence could be the Apollonian, and downward self-transcendence could be the Sibelian. That's an aside for those of you who follow Dugin's project. Next, just going to the next set of the arguments here. Evola is critical of the fascists for their idea of a one-party state, which he calls an absurdity. Because it belongs exclusively to the world of parliamentary democracy, it is only irrationally, that the idea of a party can be preserved in a regime opposed to everything that is democratic. Saying party, on the other hand, means saying part. And the concept of party implies that of a multiplicity through which the sole party would be the part that wants to become the whole. In other words, the faction that eliminates all the others without for all that changing its nature and elevating itself to a higher level, precisely because it continues to consider itself as a party. So the idea of a one-party system is wrong. There should be no parties in a regime that is non-democratic. And also the part shouldn't try to consider itself the whole without changing its self-understanding to be the proper embodiment of some bigger idea. So he says this idea is absurd. Absurd. He juxtaposes to the concept of the party the concept of the order as the backbone of the state, participating to a certain degree in the authority and dignity that gathers indivisible at the top of the state. So the fascists should not, upon coming to power, have formed or fashioned themselves as a one-party state, but rather as a fascist order. A comment here, one-party state de facto eliminates parliamentary politics. Yeah, but again here, there has to be a consistency for Evola of the terminology, of the notions, of the concepts. So it's not just that because there's one party, it's non-democratic, since democratic implies more than one party. It's that they've incorrectly inserted a concept into the conceptual world of the fascist state or the state of the true right that doesn't belong, and therefore can produce absurdities and inadequacies. And this type of conceptual analysis of political theory is key, not just for people like Evola, but for example, Carl Schmitt's book on the symbol of the Leviathan in Hobbes. He also says that Hobbes had made a mistake in his symbolization of the Leviathan that allowed the crack into the sovereign state, allowing for private opinion in matters of religion and so on. So the one thing is, what does it look like on the ground in terms of the political reality? And the other is the conceptual set coherent? I also need to interview Carvalho. Maybe at some point I'll get occasion to talk to him. You know that I did a video on his debate with Dugin, and I probably emphasized Dugin's arguments more than Olavo's because they're the ones that I work on, but I try to be fair to both of them. And I do have a lot of people following me in Brazil lately, I think, who share that video because there's not much discussion of that debate in English. Do I think Evola is too esoteric to be compatible with American Christian fascists? I don't really know the political theory of American Christian fascism well enough to know whether the incompatibility or compatibility has to do with esotericism or has to do with the conceptual structure of their thought. Evola is also critical of the cult of leadership around Mussolini, and again he writes here of the mass party elements in fascism. Now, he says a few times in the book that fascism made too much of a concession in the direction of the people, the nation, the masses, which is incompatible with the doctrine of the true right. And this cult of leadership and the mass party elements are in contrast to the state-centric, upward, anagogic principle. These two things are related because a mass can be created around the magnetic figure of a personality. But when the current that generates the magnetic force field fails, Instantaneously, all the magnetized particles drop off the magnet and are scattered in an ephemeral quantity, demonstrating how contingent the preceding state of formless aggregation was. The state is more than the cult of the leader. Here, Evola contrasts two attitudes towards the leader. The traditional pathos of distance and the contemporary pathos of nearness. Classically, the leader was somewhat of an almost different nature, somehow like almost superhuman, untouchable, someone greater than the average person. But now people want a leader who's essentially one of us, a good friend, the kind of person you'd like to have a beer with, who expresses the will of the people. This, he says, is anti-traditional and incompatible with the ideals and ethos of the true right. And yet he faults Mussolini for positioning himself as one of the people and for that cult of leadership in fascism. The leader should not be one of the people, but should be an elite. Not like a financial elite, but in a spiritual sense or in the sense of a character elite, an elite soul. On the topic here of the military type as a human ideal. So he says, let's turn to the question of the accusation or the observation that fascism elevated the military type and had a sort of militarization of existence. Here he writes that there's little to object to. Once we emphasize in this regard that we're dealing essentially with a style of behavior, an ethic that can also have an autonomous value independently of obligatory military ends. The military training and its positive living aspects, not just what the soldier learns in the barracks, must correct everything that can proceed from states of irrational and emotional aggregation by a mob and the people. So here the emphasis is on discipline and love of discipline, as opposed to the dangers of the bourgeois spirit and stagnation of vapid existence. He calls the military style the most important factor of stability for a political and social organism, the antithesis to a culture of affluence or a consumer culture with its spiritually suffocating activity. Honor, service as honor, command and obedience, responsibility, distaste for gossip, and a manly solidarity based on true liberty. These aspects of militarization in fascism he approves of wholeheartedly. Okay, let me just go to the chat here for a minute. In Noomachia, Dugan says Dionysus is the transitional state between Apollonian and Civilian. That to reach the Apollonian triumph, chaotic pre-order. I suggest we put the Noomachia discussion off for another occasion. I'm happy to think about these questions and to discuss them with you, but I think we should not get into the nitty-gritty here and now. As for why Russian philosophy should start with Heraclitus, not Plato, again, a complicated question because Heraclitus, Plato, and Heidegger all play a central role, and we'd have to triangulate to figure out exactly the proportions and the reasons for each of them. But again, I suggest we set that off for another occasion. The next point Evola criticizes, fascism viewed from the right, as absurd, is representation on the basis of universal suffrage and the principle of one man, one vote. This basis is absurd, he writes, and indicates more than anything else that the individualism that combined with the pure criterion of quantity and number defines modern democracy. So individualism and quantity as defining modern democracy is absurd, and it's represented in universal suffrage, one man, one vote. We say individualism in the bad sense because here we're dealing with the individual as an abstract, atomistic, statistical unity, not as a person, because the quality of a person, that is a being that has a specific dignity, a unique quality and differentiated traits, is obviously negated and offended in a system in which one vote is the equal of any other, in which the vote of a great thinker, a prince of the church, an eminent jurist, or sociologist, the commander of an army, and so on, has the same weight, measured by counting votes, as the vote of an illiterate butcher's boy, a half-wit, or the ordinary man in the street who allows himself to be influenced. public meetings or who votes for whoever pays him. The fact, he writes, that we can talk about progress in reference to a society where we have reached the level of considering all this as normal is one of the many absurdities that perhaps in better times will be the cause of amazement or amusement. Not the abstract statistical unity of the individual, but the qualitative person should be what matters in political judgment and in our political system. You cannot ensure the preeminence of a public interest, he argues, especially a transcendent political one, which is essential to the true conception of the state on the right, on the basis of the democratic principle of representation, which leads the individual to restricting himself only to advancing the protection of the interests of an inferior type in his personal electoral program or in his party's program. In other words, if you think of the individual in the way that democratic politics does, all you're going to have is parties that try to satisfy and flatter narrow interests, low interests, definitely not transcendent political interests. And if they are transcendent, they'll be catagogically transcendent or downwardly transcendent. Parties do not recognize interests and considerations that transcend their own narrow political ideology and their commitment to the defense of the basic interests of some group of voters. Correct representation, he writes, and what's correct representation? Represents not only individuals and their material interests, represents not individuals and their material interests, but rather groups, like the nobility, the scholars, the army, and so on. So what is to be represented in the representational politics of the true right is not the interests of individuals, but the interests of these bodies or corporations. And by corporations, he means here a unity of various elements of productive activity in hierarchical solidarity. So corporation doesn't mean you make phones in China and sell them all over the world. Corporation means here a body of productive activity united in hierarchical solidarity. Such corporate unity is distinct from union solidarity, the union movement, which always represents a unity of only one class against another class. So here Evola criticizes fascism for its halfway measures on the anti-union front, though he judges it positively for its corporatism in principle. He felt the fascists should have been more anti-union, since the unions are not hierarchical solidarity, but class solidarity. So an aristocratic authoritarian state is the true right of Volian state in the comments? Well, that's part of it, but we would have to understand what he means by aristocratic. And again, it would have to be dedicated to a transcendent political goal. And it would have to have other features. And by the time I get to the end of the presentation of the book, I'm going to go through the main features of the true state in basically an outline form, more compactly than we're going through it here. So then you'll see the summary of what's required. Explain the connection between Protestantism, especially Lutheran, as a precondition for fascism from the perspective of the elevated individuality. Well, my goal is just to give you the main arguments of Evola in this book for now, for today. And he doesn't discuss Protestantism as a precondition for individualism. He has a different conception of the person. And the references that he does make and has made, and a few more we'll get to shortly, are to the conception of the person in classical antiquity. So he's already mentioned Aristotle, and we'll see shortly that he also mentions the classical Hellenistic world, again, in this context. So our closest reference point would be the classics, or the ancients. In the economic sphere, Evola supported national economic independence, autarky, and austerity. He contrasted that to apparently generalized prosperity and thoughtless living from day to day beyond one's means, along with a frightening state debt balance leading to extreme economic and social instability, growing inflation, and an invasion of foreign capital. And he writes that just as a real man doesn't go overboard in taking care of his body, becoming its slave, the real state or true state shouldn't go overboard in taking care of its economy. So there should be not thoughtless day-to-day living that puts your country in debt, makes yourself slovenly and all the rest of it. So as I said, independence, autarky, austerity, living within your means, moderation, and okay, one second. Bodybuilders aren't real men. I mean, yeah, to a certain extent, he says that if you go too far in the direction of an obsession with your body, your bodily needs, and your figure and everything like that, it has its place. You would prefer the soldier to some other types that proliferate in contemporary liberalism. But the true man has to be a man of noble soul. And I think he shares that also with the Greeks. It will appear... Oh, wait, sorry. Right, okay. So Evola thought that the post-war world had gone to the extreme of elevating economic interests above all others, and in that way, it made man into Homo economicus. So it's not that man is Homo economicus, it's that when the economic interest becomes dominant, as he writes, it is natural that man becomes the subject of the laws of the economy, which acquire an almost autonomous character until other interests are reaffirmed and a superior power intervenes. So it's not as though we are fated to a political, to social economism and to the human being as consumer. That prevailed because we elevated our economic interests above all others. And here too, I would say that Leo Strauss is helpful. If you read his account of the transformation in the history of political philosophy of what is to be our nature and what we are to strive for, you'll get a very compelling account, I think, about how the classical ideal was transformed into elevating the economic interests above all others. But again, that's an aside for those of you who are looking for suggestions about other things to read. If we begin, he says, with the principle of the preeminence of politics over the economy and the return to the idea of a true state, then the monstrous development of capitalism in the direction of unfettered productivity can be limited, with the ultimate end of restoring the economy and everything that is economic to the subordinate position in which it becomes only a means to an end and a circumscribed dominion within a much vaster hierarchy of values and interests. So, Vola is opposed, as is the left, to the monstrous development of capitalism in the direction of unfettered productivity, but not the withering away of the state, but rather the correct assertion of the state as superior to the economy, and putting the economy in its right place and having things fall into their proper order is the correct remedy. On this point, Evola says that fascism was too much a hurried movement where it should have stopped to ask the question of the ideal culture to strive for, definitely or in principle. So the true right always has before itself the ideal that you're striving for in principle, and he said fascism lost sight of that. Let me just pause here. There's a discussion going on there that I'll encourage you to continue. So the next issue that he turns to is race. And on the issue of race in fascism, he says Mussolini often confused race and nation. No historical nation is a race, he writes. The basic idea here seems to be that only the idea of race is that the idea of race should only be applied to the elites as a special breed. So extending the concept of race to the people as a mass is in my interpretation, another example of downward self-transcendence. Okay, he says the nation is not a race, and race is sort of a term that should be kept for the elite, as we'll see in a second. That's not exactly accurate, but we'll see in a second. So he says the fascists turned to racism out of three factors. Their late developed hostility toward the Jew. Evola says he writes about in a separate work. So we don't have the full details here, but he does say that he regards this factor as the most incidental of the three. And he says it's not like anti-Semitism was a feature only of the fascist regime. There are other reasons. They're not necessarily inherent to fascist doctrine. The fascists were much better in this regard than the National Socialists. And at any rate, as I say, he himself says, see my other work on this topic. The second of the three factors was the concept of a type of national racial consciousness linked to the conquest of Ethiopia and the creation of the African Empire. In other words, a national identity that formed as a function of colonial exploits. So we have our imperial colonialism, and in order to distinguish between what's here and what's there, there's a recourse to a concept of race and racism. Neither this second point does he elaborate in detail here or think is particularly important. Rather, the third and most important factor, he says, was the problem of forming a new type of Italian. The concept of racism was employed to help cause a select type to arise, and Evola approves of this aim in principle. The state should actively form the nation as its matter into a higher type. So the idea of employing the concept of race in the formation through the state of a higher type is okay. Here, Evola talks about not only the physical race, but of character, which he calls, in this book, the race of soul. It's his phrase. And he refers, quote, to an ideal that is classical, even Hellenic. He opposes the lower racism of the body, as well as vulgar anti-Semitism, but supports, and those are his words, but supports racism in this classical or Hellenic sense as the formation of a noble soul. He laments the fact, however, that there were not enough such people of race in Italy to support what we might call the inner truth and greatness of fascism. What must we think, he writes, of the foundations on which fascism rested in part, when we see the ease with which the hysterical popular masses disappeared like snow in the sun, when the wind changed direction, and when we consider the number of ex-fascists today who accordingly don't hesitate to declare that in the preceding period they were in bad faith, were acting out of mere conformism or opportunity, or had been brainwashed. In other words, there were so few men of race, in his sense here, under fascism, that fascism had no staying power, whereas the true right, at least in principle, would have the men, and here I have to say he doesn't say anything about women, so I can't say the men and the women. It would have the men who match the preeminence of the state, and all of this wouldn't just scatter to the winds when the leader is gone or when there's some other such shock to the system. Just about to turn to the last chapter, to my comments on the last chapter, but let me just see here. Let me just see. What are my thoughts on Evola's involution theory as it relates to his and Dugin's view on current politics? Again, Evola has more esoteric writings and theories and doctrines about religion and traditionalism and spirituality that we're not considering because they don't come up in detail in this book. I just wanted to give a preliminary presentation of the main arguments of his critique of fascism from the right to help us learn about what that undertaking is, as I said at the beginning. If we're used to hearing liberal or leftist accounts of fascism, or if we don't even know that there can be a critique of fascism from the right. But as to the specific doctrines of involution and other esoteric components of the state, I propose again to leave that for another occasion. In general, I find a theory of involution thought-provoking and interesting. I don't see it in anything that I've worked on of Dugin's, although there's much that Dugin published before I was around in the mid-90s and early 90s. I started largely with Fourth Political Theory and books after that. So it's a terrain that I'll be writing about and publishing about, commenting on, probably in more detail later. And let's just leave it at that. Do I know whether Evola knew Enoch Powell personally? No, I don't. Some other comments. Was he responsible for the Vril Society, his views on Tantra and the role of feminine? Again, a lot of great questions, some of which I'm not equipped to answer, but it may be that on another occasion, I just take another book of his, prepare notes like I've done for you today, and we'll go through it, and then I'll be able to tell you what he thinks about the things that you're asking about. Here, I really wanted to focus on the political theory of the true right vis-a-vis fascism. So in the last chapter, he discusses the democratic punishment or criminalization of the defense of fascism. And here he says that such punishment is absurd for the following reason. So the Democrats are trying to punish and criminalize the defense of fascism, and that's absurd. Why? It will appear very clear to those who have followed us up to this point, he writes, that those who would like to condemn or attack fascism as a whole would find themselves compelled also to condemn ideas and principles that did not belong only to fascism, but were important in other earlier systems as well. In these terms, it would be necessary to define as more or less fascist the greater part of the states that history describes from distant ages, when they're based on a principle of authority and hierarchy and admit nothing similar to absolute democracy, liberalism, or socialism. And isn't that what some have done today, I add? Describing any form of authority and hierarchy and any suspicion of democracy as fascist? Down to the absurdity of regarding Plato as a fascist, Socrates as a fascist, all of classical political thought as fascistic? It's an absurdity, and Evola saw it coming. He said, when the Democrats begin to criminalize the defense of fascism, if they understood the doctrine of fascism, especially as corrected or criticized from the right, then they would see that their criminalization of the defense of fascism is a wholesale criminalization of all the history of political thought prior to basically French Revolution. So it's an absurdity. And Leo Strauss, among others, who defended the serious study of classical political thought, the quarrel between the ancients and the moderns, and indeed who did so much to help turn our attention back even to medieval political theory, they're indispensable, I think, as are figures like Evola and Schmidt, Dugin, Heidegger, in helping us get some independence again when it comes to thinking about these things. Because whether or not at the end of the day we share these views, we have to at least have the liberty of thought to consider them, to weigh them, to assess them, to understand them, some way to access them. And yet, if you have a criminalization of the defense of fascism, and therefore you stick any study of the classics under that criminalization, well, it's absurd. Evola's right. It's absurd. Okay. We're now near the end, and here we can summarize, as he says, the most essential traits of the type of state and regime that could be defined starting from a movement with a fascist character, which would overcome the various oscillations and confusions present in earlier reconstructive currents in a direction that's decisively on the right. So in other words, starting with something like Italian fascism, if you were to correct it and give it the outline of a true state, summarizing largely what we've said before, here would be the points. But before I get into them, what do I have here? 15 points. 15-point summary of fascism viewed from the right, according to Evola in the last chapter. Let me just glance here at the chat to see if there's anything you'd like me to address. By the way, great to see so many people in here. I appreciate you joining me tonight. I know some people are in different time zones where it's much later or much earlier. So thank you. I appreciate it. It's great. I'm going to begin now. So here's the summary of the points, and it's his own summary, but I've put it in point form. We're in the last chapter. The clear stance against every form of democracy and socialism is the first characteristic of the state of which he spoke. So The true state is against democracy and against socialism. Secondly, the true state will be oriented against both capitalism and communism. Thirdly, at its center will stand a principle of authority and a transcendent symbol of sovereignty. The most natural incarnation of such a symbol is the monarchy. I talk about that in summarizing the book, but you get a sense of it here. The most natural incarnation of a symbol of sovereignty and authority is the monarchy. And furthermore, the need to confer a chrism, a spiritual sanction, on this transcendence is of fundamental importance. Fourth point, monarchy is not incompatible with legal dictatorship. The sovereign can confer exceptional unitary powers on a person of special stature and qualification on a legal basis, as Carl Schmitt also argued in his work on dictatorship. Fifth point, the state is the primary element that precedes nation, people, and society. The state, and with the state, everything that is properly constituted as a political order and political reality, is defined essentially on the basis of an idea. It's an ideocracy, not by naturalistic and contractual factors. Not a social contract, but relations of loyalty and obedience, of free subordination and honor, are the bases of the true state, which does not acknowledge demagoguery and populism. Point 6. The true state is the organic and... Let me do that again. The true state is organic and unified without being totalitarian. It allows for the possibility of a large margin of decentralization, as we said earlier. Liberty and partial autonomy stand in relation to loyalty and responsibility according to a precise reciprocity. Not totalitarian. Point 7, the true state does not acknowledge the system of parliamentary democracy and party rule. It only admits of corporative representation, as we said, in a corporative or lower house, and in the upper house, there should be an extraordinary tribunal to guarantee the preeminence of the political principle, having higher goals which are not only material and short-term. And here, about the institution that organizes and represents and stands for a higher political principle, just in passing, I want to tell those of you who look at Plato that there's this interesting institution in Plato's laws called the Nocturnal Council. I direct your attention to that. It's late in the book. But here, the true state should have an extraordinary tribunal to guarantee the preeminence of the political principle and the higher goals that are not only material and short-term. Point 8. The true state is against one man, one vote. We already said. The majority of a healthy and ordered nation should not be involved in politics. Politics is not something, not everything is political, and not everybody should be involved. Not everybody's qualified. They are the matter as opposed to the form. They can be formed, but it's not really their business, the business of the majority in a healthy and ordered nation. It's not really their business to be involved in politics, according to Evola's doctrine of the true state. Next point, the political party, which is a necessary organ for a movement in a period of transition and struggle. So a political party is appropriate when you're trying to get yourself out of parliamentary politics, according to Evola. But it shouldn't be replaced by a single party once in power. Rather, it should constitute something like an order, which will participate in the dignity and authority concentrated in the center and assume some of the functions that in earlier traditional regimes belong to the nobility as a political class and key positions of the state. So the true state should not have party. It should not even have a single party. It should have an order. Next, the sphere of politics and power should be by its very nature and function free from economic influences by economic groups or special interests. Remember here, the politics is above the economic. It's more dignified, more noble, more independent. It puts the economic in its place. And incidentally, you should know in Hegel's philosophy of right, another important reference point for us, I would say, the state also has preeminence vis-a-vis the economic domain, vis-a-vis civil society. And you know that the whole question of Marxism and its relation to Hegel, and fascism and its relation to Hegel is an important one. But here I just mentioned that Hegel should be a reference for us in the philosophy of right. when we're thinking about the true state and the fascist state. Next point, the class spirit should be eliminated, and with it, the union movement. So the true state should be opposed to unions because they're classist. They are not hierarchical solidarity, integral hierarchical solidarity. Next point, the defense of the principle of true justice will entail denouncing what is today continually promoted as social justice. Early 1970s. A justice that serves only the lowest classes of society, the so-called working classes, and that works to the detriment of other classes, effectively leading to injustice. So the true state is not on the side of the social justice warriors. Not social justice, but true justice, political justice. Next, the true state will be hierarchical because it acknowledges and creates respect for the hierarchy of true values. And here I just want to say that in Plato's work, The Laws, which I discussed in a video not too long ago, one of the early discussions in the book concerns the question of the hierarchy of the virtues. Because the Athenian stranger who's visiting these other Greeks, a Cretan and a Spartan, he says to them, to what end has your legislator legislated the laws? What are they for the sake of? And they say, they're for the sake of victory in war. And the Athenian stranger ultimately traces that to the virtue of courage, but says that courage is only one of a number of virtues, including moderation, justice, and wisdom. And it's not obvious that it should be first place in the hierarchy of virtues. And in fact, one of the tasks that the Nocturnal Council I mentioned earlier engages in is a study of the virtues in their proper hierarchy. So Evola says that the true state should be hierarchical because it's based on a hierarchy of values, which means at least there should be some people, some of thinking people in that state, thinking about what are the values and virtues, what is their proper order, and what is the nature of the hierarchy of values. Now, I've just given you a Platonizing interpretation. It may be that he's addressed this question in some of his other works, so that was a little bit of editorializing, whereas I said I was going to try to be faithful to the text, but didn't do. Next point, there will be an atmosphere of the highest possible tension. Like Nietzsche said, you don't want to unbend the bow. There's got to be tension in the human spirit here, and there will be the highest possible tension, but not of forced agitation. Finally, there will not be an intrusion of what is public into the field of private life, but rather there will be great freedom, and with it, great responsibility. And is all of this possible, he asks? Well, a doctrine of the state can only propose values to test the elective affinities and the dominant or latent vocations of a nation. So you can't just take the true theory of the state and slap it onto any people or any nation willy-nilly. Like they're automatically going to become hierarchical and free in this exalted sense. If a people cannot or does not want to acknowledge the values that we've called traditional, he says, and which define a true right, it deserves to be left to itself. And at most, we can point out to it the illusions and suggestions of which it has been or is the victim. But if that does not lead to a sensible result, then this people will suffer the fate that it has created by making use of its liberty. At most, you can point out the errors. At most, you can try to point out the correct way forward. But ultimately, if they're fiddling while Rome burns and they don't know that they're fiddling, and they don't know that Rome burns, then they're going to have to change metaphors here, sleep in the bed they made. So that takes us to the end of this volume, Fascism Viewed from the Right, published by Arctos in 2013, translated by E. Christian Kopf. Okay, pick it up. It's a nice book. It's a good book to read. I've given you a summary, but it's always better to read the original source fully. And I just want to thank you for your time and attention. If you found this helpful, and if you found it interesting, and in general, if you follow my work and you like it, I would appreciate it if you would like the video, share it, subscribe to the channel if you're not already subscribed, all of those things that you could do to show support, that'd be great. And now let me again turn here to the comments and see if there's anything that I haven't addressed. I mean, there may be a lot that I haven't addressed, in which case I apologize. I really wanted to get through all of the notes because the last video, like I said, was sort of stream of consciousness on Heidegger, and here I wanted to take a different approach and give you a thorough presentation of a complete work. So the most natural symbol of authority and sovereignty is the sun. That may be, he doesn't say so in this book. Again, he says it's the monarch dedicated to a transcendent principle. And the transcendent principle, he does say in this book, should be an idea. So if you're using the sun as a symbol for an idea, then maybe. But otherwise, we would be reading too much into him here that's not present in the text itself. Another comment here about mankind falling out or below of time, linear history, fall from the eternal return. Ethnosociology believes the same thoughts. Again, I suggest it's an interesting question. I suggest just another live stream on another occasion to deal with questions of the more esoteric nature concerning history and humanity and time and all of that. And to be honest, I haven't read the first author that you mentioned there, and Eliade I also don't know particularly well. So as I mentioned, it may be just that I study one of these works and we'll have a reading group about it once I've studied it, but I can't comment too much because I'm just not familiar with the works. First time watching, we'll watch more. Great, thanks, appreciate it. Great talk, thanks. Awesome, appreciate it very much. So let's leave it there. I'll be doing more live streams, not just the pre-recorded Millerman Talks, because I love to see you here live and I love to respond to the questions and comments when I can. So follow me on Twitter if you will, like the video, as I said, if you don't mind, share it, and I very much appreciate your time and attention. Let's see one more comment. Maybe it sounds like there needs to be an agreement on what the transcendent principle is, but how are people going to agree on that now? Well, he's not asking for mass agreement, because he says, remember, the mass of people need to be shaped by the form or by the political principle. So you need to have, on the basis of this work, a party that takes over a parliamentary democracy, transforms it into an order, is dedicated to something transcendent, can impress the form of that sacred principle onto the masses through the things that we've discussed here in terms of the economy, in terms of freedom, in terms of the extent of its encroachment and lack thereof into private life and all of that. But I would say that the question that hangs over this text in particular, not talking about everything Evola has written, but the question that we're left with is similar to the question Leo Strauss was left with when he finished reading Carl Schmitt's Concept of the Political. It's what are the substantive virtues or values or ideas that we need to be dedicated to here? What are those values? What is the hierarchy of values? This work doesn't answer that question, but nevertheless, I think it does give us in broad outline, especially in that last summary chapter, a blueprint for what the true state would look like as a modification of fascism and all the more so of liberalism or communism. So again, I'm going to leave it there. Thanks a lot. Hope you guys enjoyed it. And until next time.
Hi guys, great to be with you. I'm Michael Millerman, millermanschool.com. Just thought I'd do a quick little catch-up video, let you know what I've been thinking about lately, and we get back into the rhythm here of speaking with one another. So, like all of you, I assume, I'm watching the daily news with great interest and amazement. Every day, there's something new. You know, there's an old idea, to combine the new and the old in a way that I think is always useful to do. There's an old idea that law and technology are at odds with one another. And they're at odds with one another in the following very specific way. That technology moves faster than the law. It's something that even Peter Thiel said when he was remarking about the early days of PayPal. He said that, you know, the law hadn't yet been established to deal with these new payments systems. And he said in one of his interviews, as long as the technology could stay ahead of the law, they would be fine. You know, they could grow their company faster than the law could regulate. Now, we've just come out of an era where there was the threat that regulation would suffocate technological development. You know that with Biden and Kamala. and debanking and all of the laws against crypto companies, just the general atmosphere of regulatory suffocation that now Elon Musk and Doge and David Sachs and Mark Andreessen and all of these people are helping to remove, right? You're removing the regulatory blanket and you are freeing the energies, innovation, enterprise, dynamism, the American spirit. It's a time to build. You can only have builders building if you don't have regulatory hurdles stopping them at every step. Okay, so on one hand, you have, call it technology, and that's going to be our dynamism, innovation, enterprise, and so on. On the other hand, you have law. And there's this old idea, like I said, repeated in current times by Peter Thiel when he said that PayPal has to stay ahead of the law. Okay, not an outlaw in the sense that the law is established and you're breaking it, but something else. You're ahead of the law. The law hasn't caught up to you yet. So you're not an outlaw in one sense, not in the criminal sense, just in this other sense. So the old idea is that this puts technology and law at odds with one another in a way that teaches us that technology poses a threat to social order. Let's connect the dots here. Why does technology pose a threat to social order? Because social order depends on there being good laws that people follow. And people follow the law if they have a habit of being law-abiding. In other words, laws establish habits and they require the habit of being lawful. Technology is always upending habits. It's always creating new situations. Innovation means the replacement of the old, whereas the law depends on the authority of the old. And that helps you to understand why, in some cases, law is considered not only to be old, but to be the oldest of the old. To be God-given a long time ago, and for all time. So, Moses, Muhammad, religious codes of law. Religious codes of law are premised on the view, you could say, that, I'm going to now give you a formulation from Leo Strauss, the old or ancestral is the good. The further back you go, the better it gets. That means that our ancestors, in the best case, were gods or sons of gods. And in other words, that the source of our social and political cohesion, the law, was given not by man, but by a god or gods or a representative or messenger of God. Incidentally, that's why Plato's book on law, called The Laws, begins with the question among the characters. One character asks another character, who do you say gave you your laws, God or man? That's an old question. Is the source of law man, or is the source of law something higher than man, better than man, wiser than man, older than man? And in the best case, the creator of man. Okay, so law, the phenomenon of law, in the best case scenario, is old, good laws that people follow. Now you might say, well, what if there's an old bad law? Then you change it, right? You improve the law. Can't there be improvements to the law? I mean, do we think that we live in a time that clearly recognizes that innovation can be an improvement? And so shouldn't we be constantly improving upon the law? It's an interesting question. Aristotle himself suggested that in some cases, it's even better to leave an imperfect law than to try to improve every law all the time. Because think about the effect of constantly changing the law. The effect on the people is a habit that the law, you don't have to follow the law because it's going to change anyways. It's not its best version. Who cares? These laws are made by stupid people and they're stupid laws. Therefore, we don't have to follow them. Tomorrow there's going to be a better one. The day after tomorrow there's going to be an even better one. So, constant innovation produces a habit of disobedience to the law or of disregard for the law, or just a habit of disobedience. You can understand that. It's kind of conceptually and logically it follows. follows from the idea of innovation. So, this tension between technology and law deserves our attention. It's established in Plato and Aristotle as a theme worthy of study. It's repeated by Peter Thiel in our times. And we see it at the same time because we live in an age where technology is moving fast and breaking things. Law as this social order had become an oppressive administrative, managerial, bureaucratic, regulatory straitjacket. And that went too far, clearly. And it's an extremely exciting and interesting time now to see the liberation of dynamism, of American dynamism, right now in particular. So yeah, that's one topic that I'm thinking about as I watch what's happening at the moment with Doge and with the tech right in the Trump administration. Amazing things. You should know there's this book called The Sovereign Individual written in the 80s, in the 2000 version of it. Peter Thiel wrote the introduction, a little preface or something like that. And even in that book, The Sovereign Individual, which is all about, keeping in mind 1980s, okay, all about these new technologies and what they're going to mean for state sovereignty and state power. So for example, if you own a house, the state can really exert its monopoly on the legitimate use of violence and extract property taxes from you and extract other resources from you. In other words, the state is very extractive. It's an extractive entity. It robs you. Or let's say it sucks your blood or whatever you want to. You don't have to necessarily be so quite so negative about it, but it's for sure extractive, okay? Extracts resources through taxation. And at some point it goes too far, nobody likes that, and you have the counter-strike from the point of view of individual liberty and the technological apparatus that helps serve individual liberty. Okay, so these things also go hand in hand. If I said law was an important component of social and political order because it sets the customs, mores, habits, directions, opinions about good, bad, right, wrong, and all of that, and requires a habit of obedience, that's sort of a communal or common thing, the law. Technology, in some senses, liberates individuality in the possibilities of individual action. So in the Sovereign Individual book, that thesis is developed. That, for example, I can't put my house in my pocket and go across the border. So if my resources are invested in my house, I'm not so mobile, I'm subject to state extraction and so on. But if I have Bitcoin, I can put my Bitcoin in my pocket, so to speak, and cross the border, and it's harder for the state to take it from me. Okay, so that's sort of, but why I mention is because towards the end of the book, The Sovereign Individual, the author says that although technology is proceeding so quickly, and although these new tech elites are developing ever clever ways to liberate individuality, we add here parenthetically, together with infringements on privacy in some cases, and at the same time attempts to preserve privacy. So I have friends in Bitcoin developers who are working on cryptographic solutions to privacy problems and so on. So both the threat to privacy and the attempt to have additional privacy measures are included in this tech dimension. But the authors of The Sovereign Individual say, at the same time, we haven't progressed morally beyond the laws of Moses, beyond the teachings of Confucius. Morally, the old somehow is the better, and technologically, the new is the better. And a tech society, in favoring the new, risks losing what's good about the old. And a traditional society, in favoring the old, risks undermining what's good about the new. And so you could say that the tension between the tech right and the trad right, a theme that we've covered on this channel several times, has something to do with this tension between law and technology. That's another way of looking at it, potentially. You don't want a world that's all technology and no law. Or maybe you do, but that sounds like potentially one extreme. You don't want a world that's all law and no technology. Maybe you do, but it sounds like potentially that's another extreme. So how do you find the sweet spot between innovation and habitual obedience to good laws customarily received and wisely given? All right, so, okay. I figured we'd do a spontaneous video. That's what came to mind to talk to you about. So that's one of the things I'm watching. Things are happening very, very quickly in politics, aren't they? And It's giving you, if you're an investor, it's giving you, at times, I think, an investable thesis. The new nature of the world order should be giving you, if you're into the markets, an investable thesis. So, for instance, I think that it's Palantir, for instance, that has done so well. Their stock was up 20% or so yesterday after a stellar earnings report. Even if you're not a quantitative financial analyst, you still could have predicted, I think, that given the nature of the Trump coalition and given the nature of Palantir's political philosophy, which you could learn about by listening to interviews given by the CEO Alex Karp or by reading the book The Technological Republic when it comes out. I was lucky enough to get an early copy, but again, you could even have read, which we did on this channel, Alex Karp's Time magazine op-ed called Silicon Valley Has a Harvard Problem. And this would tell you sort of, this is what Palantir is with their morally serious worldview and up-to-date technological know-how. This is what the Trump administration represents, and it was sort of an investable thesis, I would say, that Palantir would grow, and that other defense stocks too, some privately held, some publicly held. So I'm looking at that. That's really fascinating. All of the AI news. So let me just say something here, parenthetically, so to speak. An interest in markets, finance, economics, companies, trends, and tendencies of a kind of technological kind, they're legitimate, in my opinion, from a philosophical perspective, as well as just a human perspective, in several different ways and for several different reasons. I just want to give you one, okay? Philosophy traditionally can be understood as a serious, sustained, fundamental inquiry into the comprehensive whole. Man, nature, time, history, the gods, God, cause, effect. What is anything at all? What does it mean to be? What's the relationship between being and nothing? Okay? Ethics, aesthetics, logic, religion, everything. Comprehensive, fundamental inquiry in a serious and sustained way into the comprehensive whole. Something like that, okay? And there are other kinds of inquiry that also have a comprehensive character to them, okay? Where in order to learn about one thing, you learn about more things, and you start to see the inner relationship, and you start to broaden your scope, and somehow more and more is included in your field of vision, in your area of interest, and it's somehow humanizing to be exposed to a deep inquiry, even if it's not necessarily the deepest inquiry, or into a comprehensive field, even if it's not the most comprehensive field. Something about that is humanizing, elevating, ennobling, dignifying, exciting, and pleasant. So, right now, I think technology, finance, politics, and all of that is offering you a field for that. Politics has always offered a field for comprehensive reflection. Leo Strauss makes this point in his Aristotle chapter in the book called The City and Man, that for Aristotle, the regime was the comprehensive political phenomenon. In a liberal democratic regime, in a fascist regime, in a communist regime, okay, to use contemporary language, in an aristocratic regime, in a democracy, in a tyranny, to use older language, the regime type affects pretty much every part of life. It affects the education, it affects all kinds of things. The nature of the regime casts its shadow on manifold phenomena. Okay, so it has its comprehensiveness, makes it attractive to those who, out of a philosophical interest, like things that are consequential and broad and simultaneously deep and important. Okay? Money is sort of like that. There's a part of Plato's laws. Okay, I'll give you like 5 more minutes. Okay, I'll wrap this up. There's a part of Plato's Republic, or let's say there's a general notion in Plato that money has a kind of universality to it, which is a certain kind of quasi-philosophical universality, or a parody of philosophical universality, or a vulgar distortion of philosophical universality. But nevertheless, it has a certain sort of universality to it. Okay, the idea is that if I have a skill, okay, what do you call it, an art or a skill, like the skill of shoemaking or the art of shoemaking. Okay, the skill of knife making. Okay, the art of knife making, right? If I have some skill, some technical skill, I have to know that skill very well. For example, teaching, singing, dancing, speaking, building, designing, right? You name it. Boom. 100 different skills a person could be expert in. But together with each of those, there's another skill that gets added if you want to be successful in some sense. The skill of money making. So the shoemaker has to know how to make shoes, and he also has to know how to make money. The painter has to know how to paint. He also has to know how to make money. Okay, this is recognized by Plato. This isn't, we're not talking about late stage capitalism or something like that, okay? I'm not BlackRock, okay? We're telling you this old idea that together with every specific art, there's sort of the general art of money making that attends it. And the idea is that this general art of money making, it has a kind of universality to it. It's not the same, to repeat, as the universality of wisdom or something like that, but it's there too. So I find when you study markets, if you're just watching the news, however you watch the news, okay, a couple of weeks ago, but take the last couple of weekends, okay? Last week, there was a tariff threat. Trump, 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico. Okay, now you begin. What is a tariff? How do tariffs work? Do tariffs make it more or less expensive? Which products get tariffed? How's Canada going to respond? How's Mexico going to respond? How's China going to respond? Because I think he did threaten 10% tariff on Chinese goods. Okay, how do these responses affect what happens when I go to the store to buy something? I was talking to my kids about this, right? There was like, okay, Florida orange juice is going to become more expensive. Canadian liquor stores pulled US booze off the shelf. I don't very much care about liquor and booze, but you start to think about it. Okay, auto manufacturing chains. What's now going to happen? We were thinking about buying a bigger car for the families. That can become more expensive. How does this affect that, affect the other thing? And you start with a small data point, tariffs announced, and suddenly, boom, you have an inquiry into a system, into a large comprehensive system, and not a system that is indifferent to us, but a system where if you don't have enough money, you don't eat. If trade goes down, you got fired. If you have retaliatory trades, maybe they escalate. Trade war can become a shooting war. What does it mean to be Canadian if national identity of Canada is now going to be, are you a traitor if you support Trump at the same time as he's threatening tariffs on Canada and you think that Trudeau is a total bum? And that the Canadian government is not only incompetent, but non-existent at the moment. So suddenly a data point becomes a large inquiry. Take 2 weeks ago or whatever it was, 3 weeks ago. Okay, on the weekend, everybody was writing about DeepSeek. DeepSeek, Chinese version of ChatGPT. Okay, in a sentence. So DeepSeek came out, and the idea was, oh look, this new large language model is showing many different things. It's showing that China can compete with the best tech of the United States, and it's showing that they could do it at a much lower cost. And now the whole AI thesis in the United States with OpenAI's multi-billion-dollar valuation and SoftBank and all of these sorts of things, Oracle, if you remember that meeting between Oracle, SoftBank, and OpenAI announcing $500 billion program of AI research and expansion and all of that, keep the United States at the forefront. And I guess Chinese are doing it better. They're doing it better for a penny on the dollar. Okay. Now you have an opportunity for reflection. Is that really what happened? How many servers did they use, or did they say they use? Are they lying about the details because NVIDIA can't sell its servers directly to China, so they're getting them through whatever, Singapore, something like that? How's this going to affect, how's A going to affect B going to affect C going to affect D, and how's all of this going to matter to me and to my country and to my friends and to my family or to strangers? It's just intellectually interesting, I find, isn't it? And this wasn't my view beforehand, but somebody did suggest to me, and I've sort of come around to this to a certain extent, that markets are a place where you can test the thesis and get real world feedback. Now, it's not the only place where you can do that. It's not the only place, and all sort of maybe all engineering systems give you a chance to get real world feedback. And if you say something to your girlfriend and she slaps you in the face, that's real world feedback. So there's there are many different kinds of real world feedback that you can get from your ideas or from your opinions. But there's something. Now, don't get me wrong. Before, when I expressed an interest in I've been called a sophist. Oh, sophists take money for their teaching and this, that, and the other. You're materialistic if you care about money. I can give you a whole big backstory on this. I don't want to go too far into details, but I'll say this. Some people are born so crassly materialistic that for them, evolution means becoming more spiritual. And some people are born so ethereal and head in the clouds that evolution for them means getting grounded, coming back down to earth. And it's evolution in both cases. Just one evolves by coming back down to earth, another evolves by going up into the subtle spiritual domains. So what's the right answer? It's better to go up or down? Well, show me who we're talking about. Same with money, okay? Somebody is so obsessed with money that he needs to sell everything. And he needs to, he was a prince, he was in the king's palace, and he was always surrounded by luxury. He needs to sell everything, and he needs to go live in the mountains alone with nothing. Kill his food with his own hands, and all the rest of it. That for him is going to be progress and evolution. Somebody else, he's going to find that he gets understanding of other people and of management and of leadership and so on. He's going to develop what Aristotle called the virtue of magnificence only as he acquires resources. Only being in charge of resources. He needs to become a man of the world, and he needs to increase his worldly wisdom. Okay? So, you have these different attitudes, okay? But the market is one place where if you have an idea, obviously you either have to have money or you have to be working for someone who has money to do this, but where you say, look, this is what it looks like to me is happening in the world, and therefore this is what I can predict is going to happen with the companies and markets. And if you're right, you get some interesting feedback. If you're wrong, you get some interesting feedback, and you have something at stake. So again, I'm just sharing to you that for me personally, that has become interesting because I teach political philosophy. If you watch this channel, I teach political philosophy. Heidegger, Derrida, Schmidt, Strauss, all these people. And over the last few years, the demand for what I know, or what for what I like to discuss with you, has come from people in finance who believe that understanding Dugin will help them see the shape of the world order tomorrow, and understanding the shape of the world order tomorrow will help them not only with the personal satisfaction of understanding things, but will also help them plan where to invest and where to allocate their resources. It's just interesting. So yeah. Okay, technology and law, we discussed a little bit. Law as being man-made versus given by God. Right, law and innovation. Does law have to be the oldest thing? If it's oldest and best, it has to be from somebody higher than us, from a god, or from somebody who has communicated with a god. Again, this Platonic thesis. And you see it in the monotheisms. Pretty amazing, by the way. The more general reflection about law and technology that you see in Aristotle, as I said, right, that technology undermines our habit of obedience to the law, and that can be a problem. We fast forward to the sovereign individual, and we have that stated in another way, that technology liberates us from the violence of the state, but at the same time, it leaves us morally illiterate if we haven't made much progress beyond Moses and Confucius, and we think that what's old is bad, because one of the axioms of constant innovation is that the new is the good and the old is the bad. One of the premises of traditionalism is that the old is the good and the new is the bad. But in fact, some new things are good, some new things are bad, some old things are good, some old things are bad, and therefore you have to find the right sort of intelligent synthesis between the tech right, innovation is good, and the trad right, the old is what's good. And if you can do that, then good for you. That's a sweet spot. One of the things Aristotle said about the virtues, is there's one way to get it right and several ways to get it wrong. If you take a line, right, the line has one center, and it has many points that are not the center. One way to get it perfectly right and many ways to get it wrong, but you can be wrong, in better or worse ways. So if you've enjoyed this video and you like hearing about the connection of philosophy to politics and reflections on technology, I'm happy to hear that. I encourage you to subscribe to the channel. If you like the video and you comment on the video, as I'm sure you've heard a million times before on other people's channels, that'll help the channel to grow. When the channel grows, I'm more inspired and encouraged to make videos like this, even though, I'll make them when I feel like it, even if the channel's not growing. And if you want my courses on these topics, you should go to millermanschool.com. I have a Substack where I write from time to time It's millermanschool.substack.com, I think. And if you know anybody who you think would like this video, share it with them, etc. Follow me on Twitter, m_Millerman. I post probably too often without a filter, but that's what makes Twitter fun, isn't it? Yeah, that's about it. So great being with you guys. It's an amazing time. Oh, I just want to say one other thing, actually, which is this. If you're like me, you're fascinated by what's happening in politics today. There's no question. It's extremely entertaining. For some of you, not for most of you, I would think, but for some of you, it could be really disheartening. You might hate it. You still can't look away. And for some of you, it might just be the greatest days of your life watching politics, which I think is probably more likely given the people who watch this channel. But nobody can dispute that it's extremely addictive, extremely interesting, and it's just, you can't look away. And at the same time, you know, you also have your life, right? So unless, I mean, some of you may be in Washington, some of you may be in the State Department, you may be in the White House. Guys, you'd be surprised who watches this channel. So if you're in the field, if you're in the arena, then you do you, needless to say. And thank you for your service, and thank you for your work, and you're setting an example for all of us, including us here in Canada. But if you're just somewhere and you're watching this with your popcorn and enjoying it, that's fine. Nobody wants to deprive you of your enjoyment. And after all, especially if you voted for Trump or if you like Trumpism, then, you know, you're giving it your popular support by following it, by watching it, by commenting it. But don't forget that you also have your life closer to you. I don't mean to assume that you are forgetting about this, and excuse me for moralizing or editorializing for a minute, but just don't forget about the life that's in your ambit, in your control, you know. Take care of yourself, take care of your health, take care of your family. You know, go for runs, go for walks, go for jogs. Watch your diet, control your mood. If you're really distraught at what's happening in politics, don't let it drive you completely crazy. You know, read a nice book, mellow out. Yeah, fight the good fight, but don't sacrifice yourself so completely that you're more worried about what's happening in Washington than you are about, you know, your family members in the other room, or whatever the case is. So I think that's I just wanted to say that, okay? Because especially what's happening now in politics, I can imagine never wanting to put down the phone, never wanting to close the computer, never wanting to turn off the news. But, you know, last weekend I went snowboarding with my kids. It was such a great time. It's something that I think I'll never forget, unless I get Alzheimer's or whatever, get bonked in the head. So create little moments that you can cherish regardless of what's happening in politics. Enjoy the things that you can enjoy regardless of what's happening in politics. Okay, stop and smell the roses, enjoy your morning coffee, and wow, right? That's all I can say about what's happening today. So I hope you like this video. Thanks for spending time together. I'm Michael Millerman. Guys, take care, be well, goodbye. Okay, hello everybody, good to be with you today. I wanted to do a more or less spontaneous live stream about Martin Heidegger, some of his key ideas, how to start to make sense of him if it's something that you've been trying to do and having difficulty doing. And I would also like to give you a chance to ask any questions that you have. Here are a couple of books of Heidegger's that you may have seen and that I just read or reread or have been working on recently. This is his Introduction to Metaphysics, which we'll say a word about. One that I'm reading now, Basic Problems of Phenomenology. Lucid, extremely clear, deep, profound. So it's important to find a way to access Heidegger's thought. Many people have probably heard, if you have some interest in philosophy, that he's the greatest. Okay, hello everybody, good to be with you today. I wanted to do a more or less spontaneous live stream about Martin Heidegger, some of his key ideas, how to start to make sense of him if it's something that you've been trying to do and having difficulty doing. And I would also like to give you a chance to ask any questions that you have. Here are a couple of books of Heidegger's that you may have seen and that I just read or reread or have been working on recently. This is his Introduction to Metaphysics, which we'll say a word about. One that I'm reading now, basic problems of phenomenology. Lucid, extremely clear, deep, profound. So it's important to find a way to access Heidegger's thought. Many people have probably heard, if you have some interest in philosophy, that he's the greatest philosopher of our time, or that he's just a giant among giants, and then you might turn to Being and Time and find yourself putting it down in frustration because it's too difficult, or whatever the case is. So I want to just give you, as I always try to do in my books, articles, essays, videos, lectures, and all the other places where I talk about Heidegger, help you get onto his wavelength, give you a chance to get into the spirit of what it is that he's talking about. So first thing is, if you're here and you have read Heidegger, you haven't read him, there's some specific issue that you're struggling with that you would like me possibly to address, if I feel like I can do so, put that in the chat, let me know. There are also, incidentally, if you studied philosophy, there are a lot of anti-Heideggerians who'll say it's mumbo-jumbo. Heidegger is not worth trying to understand. In fact, Heidegger himself has said something like, any philosophy that tries to make itself understood, it's a suicide for philosophy to try to make itself understood. And you think, well, okay, does that mean that Heidegger is always going to be deliberately obscure, and whenever something is clear, he's going to think that he did a bad job explaining it? Like, what is going on with Heidegger? Okay, so let's just get right into it. All right, first of all, I'm Michael Millerman. Good to be with you here today. If you're new to the channel, I do work on political theory, political philosophy, politics, theology, in some cases mysticism, and so on. Here are a couple of books that I've written. If you go to michaelmillerman.com or duganbook.com, okay? Beginning with Heidegger, you see it's a very important topic for me, and there's a lot of Heidegger in the Dugan book too. All right, so first thing that you need to understand, Heidegger has a central focus. All of his work, all of his attention, all of his passion, energy, intellect, understanding, profundity, everything is directed towards one area. And several of his books provide justifications for it, elaborations of it, but it's good to know right away, if you don't already, what that area is. It is being. What is the meaning of being? What does it mean to be? What is being? Is that even the right way to formulate the question? Heidegger sometimes wonders. Being is the target notion, the target concept. It's what everything is directed towards. So if you know something about being and time, or you've heard Heidegger's word Dasein, now it's not Heidegger's word, it's a German word that he's sort of specialized for a purpose that we'll discuss in a minute, but you might sometimes have heard that Heidegger writes about the human being, about Dasein, about being in the world, these sorts of phrases that you might have heard, again, if you've poked around and learned some Heidegger, that he thinks about human anxiety and human being towards death. But what you should always remember is that wherever the human being is implicated in Heidegger's questioning, it's always as a function of Heidegger's primary direction of questioning, direction of thought, which is being as such. Not the human being as such, but being as such. And somehow, as we inquire about being, what we understand about ourselves varies as a function of it. And that's something that Heidegger notices and is surprised by and draws attention to, that somehow the thought about the human being and the thought about being as such are intimately related. But you should know his primary concern is not with the human being, but with being. Okay, so first thing, Heidegger's main interest is being. That's not true for every philosopher. You could say that somebody else is primarily interested in ethics. Sometimes they will correlate their understanding of ethics with their understanding of ontology or the study of being. Sometimes not. Okay, so first thing, Heidegger's primarily interested in being. But how do we make sense of that? What's his fascination with it? Why for him is that the core concept of philosophy, or the key idea, or the, directionality of our thinking? So it's helpful to understand something he calls the ontological difference. Okay, ontological difference. Now, here's how we're going to walk through it. Look around you, wherever you are. What do you see? Okay, I'm going to tell you some of the things that I see. Camera, computer, cap, pen, as usual, as I showed you earlier, books. Can't do lectures without books around me here. Interestingly, something that belongs to my child. Okay, put a little bit of magnification in there. Coffee, can't do a live stream without my coffee. Water, can't do a live stream without my water. Phone, paper, table, okay? Audio equipment. Look around you and you see, take stock of what's there. Those we can say are, what would you normally say? Objects, things, whatever. But if we sort of generalize or do a Heidegger language on this, we could say at some level of generality or abstraction that they are beings. That we're in a world of beings. Okay, some being actual, possible, necessary, whatever the case is, but you're surrounded by things for sure. You're in a world of beings. You could list off the beings. You could run through the beings. You could have sciences of beings. You could have sciences that deal with this particular kind of being of the beings, or this particular section of the beings, this particular aspect of the beings, or that particular aspect of the beings. Okay, but beings. The things around you, learn to translate them for a minute into the language of beings. So from things and objects to an ontological language, as it were, or a pontic language. We'll get into that in a minute. Beings. And now here's the question. Philosophy is interested in, as I mentioned for Heidegger, and there's a lot of justification here, but we'll just start by stating it as a fact, with being. So if what you're surrounded by and given in your experience of the world, what's there for you, and maybe even how you're there for yourself, is just as one of the beings, and yet your key interest is being, well, how do you get there? How do you do that? What's the way into the interest with being? How do you access it? What is it? How can you, I can pick up my pen, I can put it under, I can take a close look at it, I can figure out different ways to try to understand it, I can mathematize it, I can do physics, chemistry, I can do all kinds of things, give all kinds of accounts about beings, how they relate to one another, how they derive from one another. Okay, all of these sorts of things I can say about beings. But what about when it comes to being? To being. So, first idea that will be helpful as you try to make your way into the world of Heidegger's thought. This is in no particular order, okay? I was reading Basic Problems of Phenomenology yesterday, was reflecting on some of these distinctions and thought I'd just come share them with you. So the first helpful one is the ontological difference, which is a distinction between beings and being. And if you can even just train yourself to be aware of that distinction, to give some attention to it, to see how it's already in play, which is one of the things that Heidegger does, is he'll take something that is already in play in our thinking, but that somehow we're not present to, or that's not cognizant, we're not cognizant of, and he'll bring it to the surface and help us to see it clearly. In some sense, you could say that's the method of phenomenology, bringing things to light and letting them show themselves as they are. So one of the things that operates for us for Heidegger, he says, we couldn't even encounter something as one of the beings. We wouldn't even have an understanding of beings. Okay, book, cup, phone, pen, water. If we didn't already have some rough understanding. Rough meaning it's not like we've made it our center of our attention, clarified it for ourselves, and really fully understand it, but we have some rough understanding. We must have some rough understanding of what it means to be, what is being, if we are able, as it were, to ascribe being to beings, which we do. So the fact that we can encounter anything as a being, which we do, check with yourself. As I said, look around you, think about it, you're going about your day, right? Rocks, road, air, wind, people, building, shoes, buses, beings. The fact that we can encounter anything as a being, for Heidegger, suggests that we have some rough and ready understanding of what it is to be in the background of that, otherwise they couldn't show up for us as beings. Okay, so ontological difference. First key idea I'd like you to reflect on, beings, being. And why is it that beings are somehow more familiar to us and more present to our mind than being as such? Okay, that's the first little puzzle that Heidegger reflects on, meditates on, and that's an entry point into his thought. Okay, another element of this, let's say we've done that. Fine, Mr. Heidegger, fine, Mr. Michael, beings, let's say so. What's the big deal? I mean, there are many things in the world. Okay, sometimes I'll say things just in order not to be repetitive on the word beings for your listening pleasure. So there are many things, you know, and they have their variety and diversity, and they're interesting, and some of them are this color, this weight, this texture, or that texture. But when Heidegger asks us to think about being as such, well, what do we have? We have something apparently universal, applies to everything, and empty, has no specific determination to it. It's like, yeah, I can say about anything that it is. My guitar is, my wife is, you know, this or that is, the birds are, big deal. So you have the concept of being is like an empty universal concept. Who really cares? All the action is in the world of beings. And therefore, don't get hypnotized, some people would say, the non-Heideggerians, would say, don't get hypnotized by all this talk about being. You can't say anything about it. It doesn't mean anything. It's just universal, empty, totally self-understood concept or word or notion. There's nothing else to say about it. Everybody knows what it is. And Heidegger considers that to be a huge obstacle. Okay, it's something that he has to overcome. It's a huge obstacle to actually thinking about the meaning of being, actually penetrating into, by means of questions that drive you into this realm, what it is to be. Now, why should the belief or the prejudice that being is universal and empty and self-understood, why should that be an obstacle? Well, quite clearly because it means there's nothing else to question. Number one, if everything's patently obvious, there's no additional progress you can make in terms of your questioning. There's nothing there that's question-worthy, if that's what you believe, whereas for Heidegger, being is the most question-worthy. So he has to overcome the obstacle in that sense. But there's another thing, which is, it's kind of weird, if you think about it, that, let's put it this way, there's something so crucially important for philosophy, our thinking about being, okay, our questioning about being, so crucially important for the human being. It's like the most decisive thing about us is that we're open to this inquiry, that we're somehow implicated in the problem of being. It's the most important thing for philosophy. It's the most important thing for humanity. It's the most question-worthy out there, realm or domain or topic out there, and yet somehow we trample it underfoot. It's treated as not particularly important. It's considered to be self-evident. How could that be? What is it about the way that we have thought about being? What is it about the difficulties inherent in the question of being itself? Heidegger often wonders. And what is it about the way that we are constructed, as it were, or that we are configured, or that we exist in relationship to being, such that we should take the most important topic and treat it like it's trivial? Is this just because we're unintelligent? No, that's not the reason why. So, in, for example, being and time, which I could show you, I guess, one of the things that Heidegger puzzles out, spends a lot of time writing about and bringing to light in Being and Time, is what is it about us? Now remember, not because he's interested in us, but because he has to clarify this question in order to understand what it is to be. What is it about us that covers up the question of being? Why do we turn from it? Why do we flee from it? Why sometimes, even when we talk about it, do we just make it more confused? Why isn't it top of mind? And why can't we bring it to light clearly all the time, automatically? Why does it require a certain sort of almost conversion? Now I'll invoke an image from another philosopher just to make this point. If you think about Plato's cave allegory, all of the slaves in the cave are facing this way. Okay, they're facing the wall. Okay, they're facing the wall, the shadows on the wall. And if they ever want to get up into education, up into understanding, up into what truly is, if they ever want to leave their slavery and leave the shadows on the wall, what's required is a conversion of their soul, a turning around of the soul. You know, there's somehow a fundamental reorientation. And there's something similar in Heidegger, that we are not by default and automatically oriented towards that which is most important for us. It requires a certain sort of turning around. There's a very nice phrase that I heard from Alexander Dugin. I don't know if he borrowed it from somebody else or not, but the phrase is, climbing the waterfall. We have to climb the waterfall. What does that mean? It means that the tendency of things is in one direction. The natural tendency of things is to put us into the world, into beings, into our cares and concerns, all the things that we take care of and all the things that we have to do with. That's sort of the natural flow of our lives. But to stop and understand the nature of our existence, in particular to have to do that out of an orientation towards the question of the meaning of being, is to pause all of that in some sense and to move in another direction. And so if you've ever heard that Heidegger has written about being towards death and about anxiety and these sorts of topics in Being and Time, they're all describing that sort of climbing the waterfall, or that movement of suspending or pausing our normal, natural attitude, our involvement in our ordinary, regular, daily affairs, in order to make clear for ourselves the nature and structure of our existence so that we can make some progress in understanding the meaning of being. So let me pause. I want to go to the comments for a minute, but let me do a quick recapitulation of what I've said so far in terms of like, what's the take-home message? Give me the 1, 2, 3. So we want to try to understand Heidegger, but it can be difficult. Any starting points, access points that we have on the table may be helpful, whatever ends up resonating with you. Ultimately, the first one is this ontological difference, the distinction between beings, all of the things around you and all of the things you encounter in your ordinary life and you're thinking about the world, and being, that which apparently is most common to beings and about which there's really nothing else to be said. Beings is all of the interesting variety of the world, and being just seems to be some universal concept that we slap onto everything to say that it is. So Heidegger says, really keep that distinction clearly in mind and begin to work through it. That's going to be one of the key stepping stones in understanding Heidegger's questions, his concerns, the areas where he thinks we move too quickly over what should be a problem or a puzzle or a perplexity. So I wanted to say that. Then this other thing is that Heidegger does not agree with those who say that being is a universal general concept with no determinacy in and to itself. I want to say another word about that quickly. He says, no, that's not right, and we should try to understand how it ever came to be understood that way. But let me just take one more step and then we'll pause and go to the chat. So if being is not this empty, self-evident, universal concept that doesn't add anything or mean anything or tell us anything, well, how does Heidegger suggest that it's something more? I'll give you a quick example, okay? In Introduction to Metaphysics, he says, look, we actually can see that being as a notion is a determinate notion, meaning it's a specific notion. It's not just some airy-fairy nothing, it's a specific notion. And one of the ways that you can see that it's a specific notion is by seeing what it's contrasted to. So I just gave you one, in the ontological difference, being and beings are contrasted, but in Introduction to Metaphysics, Heidegger goes through some other dyads that show you something substantive, as it were, about being itself. So, being is juxtaposed to seeming, what is and what appears. Yeah, that's true if you think about it. That's like an attested to distinction that involves being. What is and what appears. Something appears to be this way, but it is actually that way. All right, so one substantive distinction involving being is being versus seeming. Heidegger writes a lot about that, tries to understand why those two things should be related, being and seeming. Another one is being and becoming. Now you know that too, if you think about it. Yeah, being and becoming. You know, become what you are. Or the house isn't built yet, it's being built, it's in the process of being built, it's becoming what it's supposed to be in its final product, and when it's finally completed, then it is the house, it is the completed house. So being is distinguished from seeming, as I said. Being is distinguished from becoming. All right, so this is giving us, like, you know, being is not just some universal, we can never say anything about it, understand anything about it, or make it somehow delimited. No, it's delimited versus seeming, so it seems. It's delimited versus becoming. What else? Heidegger says there's a delimitation or a distinction or a determination of being vis-a-vis thinking. So there's being and thinking. You know, and for some people, the interpretation, Heidegger does not share this view, but he says that they're related, but in the manner of a distorted interpretation, that, you know, thinking is what's subjective and being is what's objective. But for sure, there's some relation attested to in the history of philosophy, and if you just consider it in yourselves, between being and thinking. And then he says also between being and the ought, meaning the is and ought. You guys know this. Everybody who's scratched the surface of philosophy in any way knows that, oh, there's the, you can't derive an ought from an is. You've all heard that phrase, I'm sure, or some version of that phrase. What is it telling you? That on one hand, there's everything that is. On the other hand, there's the realm of norms or expectations or values or morals, or in short, oughts, what ought to be. And that the realm of the ought is distinct from the realm of the is. In other words, that being is set apart on one hand from what ought to be on the other. So Heidegger says, look, in opposition, this is from Introduction to Metaphysics, in opposition to those who suggest that we can't put any meat on the bones of the notion of being, that it's too universal, indeterminate, empty, and self-understood. He says, no. In fact, you have at least these 4 ways in which being has been set apart from something else. Being and seeming, being and becoming, being and thinking, being and the ought. I mentioned at the start the ontological difference, being and beings. And another one that's implied in all of this, sometimes Heidegger writes about it at length explicitly, sometimes in passing and so on. But that's the distinction between being and nothing. So being is not one of the beings. Here's my pen. Here's my lens cap. Here's a book. Right? My watch. My glasses. My coffee. Those are beings. Being is not there. Like, it's not one among the countable things. One of the issues that Heidegger has with the way in the history of thought about this question that there has been an error, as it were, is he says that at some point being does get thought of as the highest of the beings, the supreme among the beings. And somehow that collapses, or it distorts, or it confuses the ontological difference between being and beings. So he has an issue with that when it happens. All right, so ontological difference, that was step number 1, beings, being. Then we think about being, and we say, oh, it's universal, empty, self-understood, there's nothing more to say about it, why would you waste your time, Heidegger's an idiot. Say, no, in fact, there are things you can say about it that are important and interesting. For example, that well-attested to distinctions between being and seeming, being and becoming, being and thinking, being and the ought is ought distinction, and certainly being and nothing. So why should that be the case? Why, related to thinking about being, do these other topics come up? Seeming, thinking, becoming, ought, okay, or the whole realm of the, let's say, of value or moral, however you want to think about that, norms, standards. So he says these are questions whose question worthiness we typically overlook. And to repeat an important point, the fact that we typically overlook the question worthiness of these things is itself question worthy. Okay, so the beginning of the book, Being in Time, opens up with these 2 perplexities, 2 puzzles. Number 1, we are perplexed about the meaning of being. And number 2, it's perplexing that we never take that perplexity itself into account. So that's why, you see, I've read this a few times, okay, taught it a few times. It's all torn up. You should know, if you have a hard time understanding Heidegger, I sympathize with you, because the first time I tried to read Heidegger as an undergraduate student at the University of British Columbia, when my good friend Kenji Hayakawa, well, could I call him a good friend? We haven't spoken in a long time, but I did interview him on this channel. Good guy, smart guy. He arranged a reading group where we were supposed to read Being in Time. I opened it up to the first few pages. I was completely lost. I saw Greek words that I couldn't read the Greek script. I couldn't understand it, didn't know what I was seeing, didn't understand anything, and I put the book away and I said, I have a long way to go before I can pick up Heidegger and start to read him. Okay, but gradually over the years you make progress. And I have tried, in the many things that I've said on this channel about Heidegger, or in books, articles, interviews, I just did an interview, it hasn't been released yet, on Blaze Media, not with Glenn Beck, but with a person named James Poulos, has a show called 0 Hour. We talked about Russia, Dugin, Leo Strauss in some cases, and I had a little moment there too where Heidegger came up and I tried to do a quick introduction to Heidegger, okay, in the context of an interview on the Blaze for people who maybe have never read him or thought about him. So I'm always trying to introduce people to Heidegger, but I understand and I sympathize with you if it's not, if it doesn't work and it's hard. My only thing that I want to insist on is that it's crucial. So the ontological difference he discusses in several different places, beings and being. The idea that being is the most empty determinate, I have a course here for free on YouTube, okay? If you look up Heidegger Basic Concepts, I did a series of videos on that topic. And as I just said, the distinction between being and seeming, being and thinking, being and the ought, being and becoming, it's discussed here in Introduction to Metaphysics. And in a minute, I'm going to tell you what this word metaphysics means for Heidegger. That's very important, but let's go over to the chat for a minute. Oops. So, first of all, I appreciate the super chat. Thank you very much. That was nice of you. Thank you. And in general, everybody who's here, I appreciate you being here, watching. If you wouldn't mind and you enjoy what you're seeing, like the video, share it, tell your friends if you want to get your friends into Heidegger. All of those sorts of things are much appreciated. Jeff, great to see you. Heidegger live streams are the best live streams. Thank you. You know, yesterday, so it's been a while since I did a live stream. And then yesterday, the day before, I did one on just some news stories that were coming out because I wanted to sort of get back in the swing of things. French New Right and Trump's realism in international politics. Then I did a video that was sort of general about state secrets. And I'm like, I gotta get back to the good stuff. Not that that stuff's not good, but this stuff is better. Okay, so Anti-Prophet says going to be getting into your Heidegger course after I finish the Zarathustra course in Millerman School. Great to see you, Anti-Prophet. Guys, if you don't know, Anti-Prophet's got a great channel of his own. You should subscribe to that and see what's going on with the Anti-Prophet. Great to hear that you are going to be turning to Heidegger. Ça me fait plaisir. Okay, no words, that makes me happy. That's good to hear. Appreciate these other comments. Okay, thanks again for the super chat. The discussion of the they self, yes. I'll go back to that in a little bit. To what extent is Heidegger's view of technology captured by analogies of kinesthetic projection? When you quote unquote drive your car, you feel you become the car and you say, I'm turning here. That's a good question. You should know there are some cases where there are topics that lend themselves to an analysis through Heidegger's methods, terms, and discoveries, but that Heidegger himself didn't address explicitly in that way. I'll give you an example. Alexander Dugin, I assume if you follow my work, you know that I have an interest in him. If you don't, he's a Russian political philosopher highly influenced by Heidegger. Dugin says Heidegger has an implicit political philosophy. He doesn't have a book, you know, Plato has the Republic, Plato has the Laws, okay? Plato has the Statesman, dialogues that are obviously on a political topics. Well, Heidegger has Introduction to Metaphysics, Basic Problems of Phenomenology, Being and Time. Heidegger does not have a book called, Introduction to Law. So he doesn't have an explicit, you might say, political philosophy, but he has an implicit existential theory of society, to cite one of the names of Dugin's works. Heidegger has this implicit teaching that can be brought out and developed. Okay, here's an example. Dugin's book, one of Dugin's books on Heidegger, on meta-politics. Okay, that's what this word says. Metapolitica, okay? Metapolitics and the eschatology of being. So too in the case of technology, there may be reflections that lend themselves to Heideggerian interpretation, but that you'd be speculating about to a certain extent because Heidegger may not have always said exactly, you know, here's what you should think about Neuralink, or here's what you should think about Tesla, or Nintendo, because I bought my kids a Nintendo, Switch lately, and even played it myself a little bit. Okay, let's go back to the chat here. What's Heidegger's view of religion? First of all, thanks for the comment on the bottom. I appreciate that. Yes, Heidegger is difficult, and Heidegger and religion, and Heidegger and God. These are all difficult, but crucially interesting and important topics. Let me just try to say something about it. So, I already told you at the beginning of the stream that for Heidegger, the most important target notion, the most important question, the realm or domain that sort of defines the philosopher's task is being. What does it mean to be? What is being? And Heidegger, whatever else he may have said about religion and mysticism and theology, whatever he may have learned from religion, mysticism, and theology, it is still the case that for Heidegger, what would be most interesting in the works of religion, mysticism, or theology would be their interpretation of the meaning of being. Heidegger is not somebody who, as a philosopher, thinks that you can just take something as a matter of belief, or that you can take it over as a matter of faith or dogma. He doesn't really have that. I mean, he says, for example, in this book, in this lecture, it's published as a book, but presented as a lecture course, The Basic Problems of Phenomenology. I'll give you a simple example. He says, some of my contemporaries have called me a Catholic philosopher. Okay, that's what he says about himself. Some of my contemporaries have called me a Catholic philosopher. Why do they think I'm a Catholic philosopher? Because I have commentaries on, Aquinas and so on, and I have learned something from Aquinas about, I'll even try to find you that passage. I've learned something from, let's say, Catholic thought, or I've taken it seriously so far as it says something about being. But, he says, there can be no such thing as a Catholic philosophy. That's a contradiction in terms, because a philosophy is just, I'll try to read you this right here. He says, it has been said that my work is Catholic phenomenology, presumably because it is my conviction that thinkers like Thomas Aquinas and Duns Scotus also understood something of philosophy, perhaps more than the moderns. But the concept of a Catholic phenomenology, and don't worry about, if you don't know what phenomenology, for him it's equivalent to philosophy. So Catholic philosophy, okay. The concept of a Catholic phenomenology is even more absurd than the concept of a Protestant mathematics. Philosophy as science of being is fundamentally distinct in method from any other science. The distinction in method between, say, mathematics and classical philology is not as great as the difference between mathematics and philosophy, or between philology and philosophy. The breadth of the difference between philosophy and the positive sciences, basically, it can't be estimated quantitatively, it can't be crossed. In short, what's he saying? He's saying a religious person, whether he defines himself as Catholic, as Protestant, as this or as that, okay, I'm talking about Heidegger, and I'm generalizing a little bit because I said he does, you can't, there are people inclined to mysticism, theology, and religion who read him in that way, profitably, interestingly. I include Dugin among those figures, but by no means limited to him. Still, Heidegger says philosophy as such, philosophy as rigorous science, philosophy properly speaking, what's interesting is that even though it cannot, it operates on a different plane than dogmatic theology, than ordinary religions, and yet, I think it is crucially important to add something here, which is that in one of the amazing books by Heidegger, which is probably the other one that I've read the most often, taught the most often, Contributions to Philosophy of the Event. Okay, you see there. Amazing book. I'm teaching it in private tutoring right now, as a matter of fact. One of the things we have to say about this topic is that in the course of his pure philosophizing, Heidegger nevertheless does mention the gods / the god. So sometimes he says the god, sometimes he says the gods. And in fact, a really beautiful reflection in Heidegger's thought on this question, which I do mention in my interview on The Blaze, which hasn't come out yet, but I'll say it here as well. When Heidegger writes the gods, let's say in this book, you're reading Contributions to Philosophy, you're like, okay, Heidegger's a philosopher. I heard that he's not, he's not a theologian, he's not all these other things, he's interested in being. You're reading him, and then he says something about the god, the last god, or the gods. And you're like, what? Where did that come from? How does that fall into reflection on being? Absolutely crucial question. I do think I have a video on my channel about it, but let me just say something here. Heidegger says, when I say gods in plural, I do not mean many gods. I don't mean more than one god. And you're like, what? If I say books, I mean more than one book. If I say pens, I mean more than one pen. And typically, if someone says gods, they mean more than one god. So what does Heidegger mean? What does he say he means? He says, when I say gods, don't think more than one. Think, I, Heidegger, do not believe that we should apply the realm of number to the realm of the divine. We should not try to count the gods. Okay, we shouldn't be for us to decide whether there's one or many. We shouldn't take the concepts of number should remain distinct, as it were, from the realm of the divine. That's an interesting reflection. Again, these are puzzling things. You don't turn to Heidegger primarily for answers, but for a deepening of the fundamental questions, I would say. So that's a few remarks on what Heidegger has to say about religion. Now, there's more to it, okay? There's a phenomenon. He's got a lecture series you can buy as a book called Phenomenology of Religious Life. He's got reflections on epistles of Paul, and he's got other sorts of things that are hugely relevant for religion, theology, and mysticism. Think about it. If your key notion, like I've already said 90 times, and I have to drive home because it's an important idea, if your key notion for Heidegger is being, then you ask a question. What will the thinking about being affect elsewhere? Now, I already said earlier in this live stream that for sure it's going to affect your understanding of the human being. Let's give you a simple example. If I'm a materialist, if I think that the only thing that exists is matter, okay, like I said, this is a simple example. I'm not saying people actually believe it in these words, but I'm just giving you an example, right? If I say I'm a materialist, then that's obviously going to impact my understanding of the human being, right? Or if I believe in a world peopled with souls and angels, demons, devils, spirits, reincarnation, all the rest of it, that's going to affect my understanding of the human being, right? If I believe in a world of invisible spiritual realities, that's going to affect my understanding of the human being. So what you think about being and what you think about the human being, those two things, they move together to a certain extent. But what about everything else? Well, what you think about God, gods, the divine, angels, life in the afterlife, soul and spirit, that might also change, or at least it's mutually implicating. So this is another point I'll just make here in passing that is important for Heidegger. Heidegger says it is part of the history of thinking about being. Let's call that ontology. Okay, it's part of ontology. It's part of the history of ontology. It's part of the history of thinking about being. That it sometimes goes together with thinking about God. Now, that's not self-evident why that should be the case, but it is the case. Maybe because God is the highest being. Maybe because God is the creator of beings. Maybe because God is beyond being. A phrase that's used in Plato's Republic, in the Cave Allegory. Beyond being. Okay, that's from there. Mystics tend to see, I would say, that there's being, and then beyond being, there's this, realm of the darkness that exceeds all light. So why should there be any sort of relationship in the first place between Heidegger on one hand, theology, religion, and mysticism on the other? Well, both because he has studied those fields, and because all reflection on being, as the most fundamental sort of reflection, seemingly also affects all the other realms of thought, including thinking about the divine, as well as thinking about the human, for sure thinking about nature, and so on. History, and all the rest of it. Okay, so that was to say something about the question concerning Heidegger's view of religion. Okay, let me just go back to the questions here for a minute. Palestine, Israel. It's not really the topic of this stream, so I'll leave that for another occasion. Although I do appreciate that you are here and enjoying this topic. Jung. Yeah, so I don't know, Kitten Lang, nice to see you. Jung, I don't believe I know well enough, okay, to do a spontaneous or even a well-studied live stream on. I just haven't read enough. If you are on Twitter and you follow Athens Stranger, which you might like to do, he's been posting something about Jung recently. I think he's probably a better source than I am on that topic. Okay. Let's say some other things here. Hey, who just gave me a thumbs down? Because I said I don't know Jung, you gave me a thumbs down. Aye. Well, let's go back to Heidegger for a second. So I want to address, let's see, by the way, other things you want to know about Heidegger you should put here, and I'll do my best to answer if I can. But I want to turn to the day, I think. Was there anything else here? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Wait, before we go there. So, quick review. The ontological difference. Beings. Being. You have to get familiar with that. You have to get used to it. You have to make that I mean, eventually you might need to overcome it. You know, a ladder that you climb to the top and then you kick the ladder away, but you need this for a bit, at least. Then the idea that being is not universal, empty, and indeterminate. It has some substance to it, as you can see through the things that it's distinct from. Seeming, becoming, thinking, and the ought, the is ought. That's from Introduction to Metaphysics. That tells us something. Also, the distinction between being and nothing. Being is not one of the beings. Does that mean it's nothing? What's with this proximity between being and nothing? When we're thinking about being or we think about nothing, you know, these are questions that my kids ask when they're 5 because they think they're word games. Heidegger writes 100 books about them because he thinks it's extremely serious. I agree with him here, okay? Why are we in any way exposed to the problem of being and nothing? Is that just some quirk? Psychological quirk? Evolutionary quirk? Could have been different? Heidegger thinks, no, it's not. It's not a quirk. It couldn't have been otherwise. It's like we are called to understand why we exist in this puzzle of being and nothing. Okay, that's not perfectly stated, but it tells you something. I'm looking for a book, because he's got a book called What is Called Thinking, and in part like called forward, called forth. You know, there's a call that beckons us. This call comes from the realm of what is most question-worthy. Okay, next thing I wanted to tell you actually is about metaphysics, because you have this book, which I have just told you a little bit about, just showing up on screen, Introduction to Metaphysics. The one thing that's helpful in just getting a quick orientation towards Heidegger is if I tell you something about this word metaphysics. Very important. So let's say you're doing an introduction to philosophy class. Okay, I'm going to think back to my introduction to philosophy class. By the way, I'm extremely grateful that Professor James R. Muir, I give him a lot of credit. Okay, he set me down a good path. In his teaching, he's the one through which I discovered Leo Strauss. Another person maybe we'll do a separate live stream on another time. You must know Leo Strauss. And, you know, you have to figure out how you're going to introduce people to philosophy, first-year undergraduates. You tell them something about the field. Okay, then you get into it more seriously, more deeply. But how do you begin? Sometimes you'll say, well, look, philosophy deals with these different sorts of questions, like logic deals with the rules of thinking, ethics deals with the rules of conduct, you know, and metaphysics deals with questions about, like, what is reality. Epistemology deals with problems of knowledge, you know, what do we know, how do we know, when are we deceived? How can you be sure? What constitutes knowledge? Like, let's say, if I say I know my car is parked out front. Well, do you really? Well, I know I parked it. Okay, do you know it wasn't stolen? I don't know, I can go check. Okay, if I go check and I see my car, maybe it's not my car, it's somebody, you know, replaced it with a car that's identical to mine, changed the plates. Okay, epistemology deals, you could say, or at least the versions of it that I took, like problems of knowledge, when is knowledge justified and all that. And metaphysics, in a typical introduction to philosophy, let's say, is one among the branches of the field. That is not what it is for Heidegger. Okay, for Heidegger, metaphysics is not one of the branches of the field. Now, by the way, there are older accounts than the ones that I just told you about, where it's like, no, you have to distinguish between general metaphysics and specialized metaphysics, and those are, you know, there's other sorts of ways of understanding it. But I want to tell you what it means for Heidegger, because it means different things for different people. For Heidegger, philosophy is the science of being. Philosophy is pursuit of this question of being. Philosophy and being, that is like, that's what it is, okay? You take those things apart and you don't have philosophy. Philosophy is primarily concerned with thinking. So what's metaphysics? What's that word telling us? Metaphysics for Heidegger names the whole history of philosophy from its beginning, basically, until its end, its last great thinker, Nietzsche. Metaphysics is the name, in Heidegger's thought, for what typically is just called philosophy. It's the name for the first big history of philosophy. It's the title of the chapter that opens with the beginning of Western philosophy and ends with Nietzsche. Now, the question that you could ask, and that we're going to say right now, is why? Why? Why is metaphysics the name for that? Why is metaphysics the name for the first history of philosophy from the beginning until Nietzsche? What is that all about? What are you talking about? I'm going to tell you, this is easy, I think. Once you get a little bit of practice, this becomes very easy. Oh, okay, not easy, but you'll understand it. Hopefully this gives you a breakthrough in your understanding of Heidegger. I'm going to give you a formula. You have to later think it through and read all the Heidegger by yourself, but I'm going to give you a formula. Philosophy is science of being or trying to understand being, questioning what the meaning of being. Metaphysics means that up until Heidegger, everybody else, basically, in Western philosophy, up until now, has answered the question, what is being, or what does it mean to be, the philosophical question, on the basis of, or on the back of, the question about beings. Now I want to say this, explain it, and you'll see very clearly. So being is the key concept, being is the key notion, being is the target, and everybody up until Heidegger has said some version of being is that which is most common to beings. In other words, what is being answers a question about beings, or it is on the back of beings, or it is expressed as that which empowers beings. It is answered with reference to beings. And Heidegger says this characterizes basically all philosophical thought up until Heidegger himself. That the central most notion, the most fundamental area for philosophy being, has up until now been thought of in intimate relation to beings and somehow as answering the question about beings. And that, for him, is the meaning of this word, metaphysics. Why should that be the case? Because physics, you see this part of the word, not to assume what you know or don't know, okay? But physics, this part of the word, has a root, a Greek word, phusis. So you say, what is phusis? Phusis is the name for Heidegger. We get it translated as nature. That's the translation of phusis, okay, from the Latin later to the English. Phusis, you have it in the words, obviously, like physical and all the rest of it, but the quote-unquote translation of phusis is nature. Heidegger says, no, there's no translation of it. The translation is a distortion. The translation is already like a falling away. We'll try to understand what phusis means. He says phusis is the name that the Greeks give to being as such. What everybody has to somehow decide for themselves. Because again, if I want to know what's the circumference of my lens cap, fine, I can take out a ruler, whatever, right? I can measure it. If I want to say, what does my pen look like under magnification? Well, look at that, okay? I can do it. But if I want to say what is the meaning of being, what ruler is going to give me the measurement, okay? What magnifying glass is going to give me the magnification? It doesn't work like that when it comes to being. So he has this view that somehow everybody or every age or every serious philosopher who thinks about being has what he calls a projection of being, some sort of configured understanding that isn't, I didn't pull it off the wall or off the shelf. I can't. It's not like that. It's, remember the ontological difference. I couldn't pull my answer about being from the world of beings, even though that's what has been done in the first history of philosophy. The interpretation of being, as it were, on the basis of beings, that's called metaphysics. Physics meaning originally phusis. Phusis being a word, as it were, for the first Greek interpretation of being. Okay, so this, the main thing I want to say, if you were new to philosophy, and you're like, metaphysics, what's that? And Heidegger, what does he think? And all this different disciplines and different words like ethics, logic, aesthetics, philosophy of history, philosophy of religion, da 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 da. Because for Heidegger, being is the most important notion, okay, or area, or domain, or subject matter, or question, and because the whole of philosophy, up until himself, basically, he thinks, is the history of a misinterpretation. It's the interpretation of being on the basis of beings, where these things are not really radically enough distinguished through the ontological difference. And what does that mean? It means a lot of things, but one of the things it means is that now that Heidegger comes to the scene, he can say, I will help us to understand how a failure to adequately consider the ontological difference has distorted or prevented access to the fundamental notion of all philosophical research. And you can imagine that opens up many different vistas. It allows him to go over specific authors like Kant and show what's operating behind the scenes here. as well as allowing him to ask the question, well, where did this distortion first happen? Where did things first go wrong? And is it possible to set them right again? So in some writings, like in the Contributions to Philosophy of the Event, which I showed, Heidegger's goal is to put philosophy, as it were, on a new footing, on a new foundation, or to give it another beginning, another inception. An inception that is no longer going to be metaphysical, because it now comes at the end of metaphysics. It's now past metaphysics. It now can reflect on the significance of the first history of philosophy. It can now understand the limitations, the distortions, and the essential meaning of the first history of philosophy, of metaphysics. And it can contribute to another beginning, a new beginning, a new language, a new configuration, a new thinking of being. And likewise, since, as I said, all thinking of being is going to implicate the human being, and, quote, essential transformation of the human being. That's what Heidegger says this book is aimed at, an essential transformation of the human being as a function of a new understanding of being, one that comes after metaphysics. Okay, after metaphysics, one that is no longer going to interpret being on the basis of beings, one that has understood and worked through and, as it were, transcended or completed the ontological difference and seen through it, is no longer limited by it. Okay, where are we at here? 51 minutes. That was a lot. You might have to rewatch this if you're interested enough. Hopefully something I said. My goal in this live stream, besides just giving you something to listen to and pick up on and a chance for us to connect as usual, I really hope that there's just one thing that's like, oh, you know what? That made a little bit of sense. That let a little bit of light through. That's going to make it easier for you to return to Heidegger later. You'll just remember it, and it'll make it easier for you to get onto Heidegger's wavelength. Okay? I do have these books. If you go to michaelmillerman.com, you can just find them online for free if you don't want to buy them. I think they're both. This one is a version of my dissertation, which you can find as a PDF. This one I think I myself published somewhere online for free as a PDF. So you don't have to spend money on that. If you want to do my courses, they do cost money, but I'm trying to give you things here that you could walk away with. In any case, so let me go over to the chat and see what's going on there, because I got carried away with this metaphysics explanation of the meaning of metaphysics for Heidegger. It's important. It's another one of those clues, because why should it be another clue? Why should it be another key? Because it shows you, when you understand it correctly, it shows you, which by the way, Heidegger is at pains to try to get you to understand this. He doesn't, his audience can't possibly know what I just told you. They all take metaphysics in the, in these other ways that I mentioned earlier, and he has to introduce them, introduction, not to metaphysics as a separate discipline, but to the notion of metaphysics as a specific way of answering the question of the meaning of being. Okay, that's what this is, an introduction to the field of metaphysics. This is an introduction to the question of being that helps us to distinguish it from the previous metaphysical way of thinking about being. Metaphysical here does not mean airy-fairy, spiritual, blah, blah, blah. It means very specifically, a metaphysical way of thinking about being means invoking being as an answer to a question about beings, as an explanation for beings, as that which empowers beings, as that which is common to beings. Talking about being with primary reference to beings. That's what metaphysics means for Heidegger. Technical, but important term. If you get that, I promise you, it'll make some things easier. Okay, I think we're going to stop shortly. Let me just go back to the questions. I know I said something. I said I would say something about the they, which I guess I'll have to do. What else do we have here? Heidegger's later account on phenomenology. Can we deduce psychology from Heidegger? So you can't really deduce. Here's the thing. Heidegger says everywhere, basically, as far as I can tell. Okay, everything of his that I've read, it's always monomaniacally, obsessively focused on one single target, as I mentioned, being, the meaning of being, the history of being, the truth of being, the question of being, and everything that comes up in the pursuit of that question. And he says, for example, in Being and Time, that he is not writing, he says, because he has to guard against this misinterpretation, which, even though he guards against it, it still happens all the time. He says, I am not writing an existential anthropology. In other words, his key notion is not man, but being, even though man is implicated in the question of being. But it's clear, and he knows it's clear, that his thought opens up the door to those who want to take it in the direction of an existential anthropology. So the same is true of the other disciplines. There are people who have applied Heidegger to psychology Dugan had some videos on this. Dasein analysis, for example, as a single word. If I'm not mistaken, you can look up this. Here, I'll just put it in the set. Dasein analysis is like a school of psychology that was influenced by Heidegger's existential account in Being and Time and Elsewhere. So it wouldn't be quite right to say that you can deduce psychology from Heidegger, but it would be right to say that all of the positively constituted sciences, including psychology, are affected by the discoveries that Heidegger makes at the level of fundamental ontology or the level of a rethinking of the meaning of being, and therefore of the human being. Okay, Dan writes, if philosophy adopted three types of time, in time or present, through time, as in moving with time, time with everything else, so I interpret Heidegger, okay. Maybe I'll leave that without comment, but it is true that Heidegger gets us to think about time, for sure. Listening with the kids while making breakfast. That's nice. Is Heidegger's thought already contained in Plato? The answer is no. But the relationship between Heidegger and Plato is important, and Plato is tremendously significant for Heidegger in terms of the history of thinking about being. So Plato is extremely important for a lot of different people in a lot of different ways. Somebody wants to study Plato because of his political philosophy, like our good friend and great teacher, Leo Strauss. Somebody wants to study Plato for some other reason. Well, Heidegger, when he turns to Plato, he, as I said, has really one key question. What happens to the interpretation or understanding of the meaning of being in Plato's thought? How is being interpreted in Plato's thought? How is being understood in Plato's thought? What's the relationship between being and beings in Plato's thought? As I told you, that's Heidegger's key thing. And he has, for example, lecture courses on Plato's Sophist and on the other writings of Plato, not in the same way as Strauss does. So I think comparing how Leo Strauss and Martin Heidegger read Plato is an extremely valuable exercise. But particularly, Heidegger is interested in Plato's cave allegory, because there you have seemingly, and I do have a little video on this too in my school, but there you have the whole spectrum, apparently, from shadow world, you know, the prisoners in the cave who only see shadows on the wall, the conversion of the soul, the turning around of the soul towards the exit of the cave and ultimately the natural light. You have that whole ascent, all of the various stages of this education, and at the same time the degrees of being, you know, so like the shadows are a lesser degree of being than the things that cast the shadows. Then when you leave the cave, the reflections are a lesser degree of being than the things that are reflected. Then, you know, ultimately you look up into the starry sky above, and then at the sun itself, at the idea of the good, as it's called in the cave allegory. And for Heidegger, this is all crucially significant as concerns Plato's understanding of being, and it's absolutely decisive for the history of Western philosophy, because it really sets off everything that comes later is a function of how Plato understood being in the cave allegory, if I have to put it simply. Maxwell says, I said one time, who is the human being rather than what is the human being? That helped you understand Heidegger a good bit. That's great to hear. Yes, that's from Heidegger. Heidegger wants us to reorient ourselves towards the question who as opposed to what, because we are not a what, like a book, pen, camera, and paper, coffee. Just have to have some coffee. We are not a what. We are not the same kind of being as the beings around us. That's very important for Heidegger. And we know that because, as I said, we live within this perplexity concerning being and nothing, whereas these other items do not. Animals we put a big question mark over, but humans for sure are distinct. Kitten, I appreciate that comment. Appreciate that. Okay, so I am on Substack if you guys want to see. I don't write long philosophical disquisitions on Substack, millermanschool.substack.com. I just post from time to time what's on my mind. This channel, if you would like it, share, subscribe, or comment anything you think that would be helpful. That's nice, that would be great. I think I'm probably going to wrap it up there, although since I said I would say something about the day self, maybe I just kick the can on that if you don't mind. I feel like it's going to be a longer discussion. I'll say it briefly. I'll say something briefly about the day. Earlier I mentioned that although being is the most important thing for Heidegger, and he believes that it's inherently the most question-worthy, inherently the most, as it were, dignifying, inherently the most important, we don't treat it as such. We overlook it. We don't take account of it. And when we do, it can be in a dismissive way. by saying that being is self-understood, universal, and empty. Heidegger wants to understand why that is. In order to understand why that is, he has to treat how the human being is for the most part. For the most part, we are, and this is, he discusses in much of Being and Time, he discusses this, but we are enmeshed in the world and in our care of the world, our ordinary cares and concerns, and all the things that we have to take care of, okay? There's something to do, not in a negative sense, but like, you know, in the world of beings, as I mentioned, everything that's around me, cup, coffee, water, camera, pen, that's the world that I'm involved in, that I take care of, that I just like, my attention pours into it, and that's where we live our lives as a rule. Okay, if you consider the waterfall, the tendency and the momentum and the directionality of the waterfall goes down. And so do we go down into the world that we are dealing with. And in order to get clear about the structure of our existence and how it affects our inquiry into being as such, we have to pause and reverse that motion. We can no longer just go with the flow. We have to actually somehow freeze the flow and climb the waterfall. That's very important, okay? And for Heidegger, that operation is necessary in order to get insight and access into genuine philosophizing. So what is the they? What is the they self? The they self explains our ordinary mode of existence, where we have not frozen the waterfall, where we're not climbing the waterfall, where we're just in the flow. And when we are in this process of ordinary life and living, we haven't somehow properly individuated ourselves at the level of our true core and center. We're not in touch with our genuine innermost self. We haven't clarified the nature of our existence. For Heidegger, all of this is important to becoming genuinely and authentically a self. Instead, we're just in some way, obviously you have your own personality, you have your own style, you have your own whatever you might have, but you don't have it in an existentially authentic way. You have it in the way that everybody does. So if you're on Twitter, if you're on YouTube, you know, there's the current thing. What's everybody talking about? Oh, everybody's talking about the game. Everybody's talking about the election. Everybody's talking about the event. Everybody's talking about this thing. Did you hear this? Did you hear that? What do you think about this? What do you think about that? Right? What's going on in the world? What's going on around us? What's going on with us? That's the they self. That's the they self is the mode of your existence that is somehow not fully authentically individuated, and that's not climbing the waterfall, but that is basically doing what everybody else is doing, talking about what everybody else is talking about, thinking what everybody else is thinking. Obviously within that you have different sorts of groups and ways, and you know, it's not like everybody in the they self supports Biden and nobody in the they self supports Trump, or everybody in the they self is dressing casual and nobody in the they self is no, it's how we ordinarily are. It's a mode of our existence. It's in fact the ordinary, everyday, commonmost mode of our existence. And it's in contrast to authentic existence, which doesn't mean, you know, let your guard down and be yourself and whatever, right? Authenticity, it doesn't mean the commercialized form of authenticity that you see. I don't know, if you go into some hipster indie store and they're like, be authentic, buy our coffee, we ground it with our own feet, or something like that. That's got nothing to do with it. In the strict sense, again, which I can, without going through hundreds of pages here, I'm trying to be suggestive but precise. In the strict sense, if the they self is how we are ordinarily and for the most part in our everyday lives, going with the flow of our attention, going with the flow of our existence, flowing into beings and our cares and concerns for them, then the opportunity for Heidegger is to freeze the waterfall, as I say, and climb the waterfall, reverse the movement, try to get clear about the structure of our existence, the nature of our existence in relationship to the question of the meaning of being, the truth of being, how are we implicated by being. And one of the ways that he discusses this in Being and Time is there's an attunement, a specific sort of mood that can come over us that snaps us out of our ordinary, everyday way of being in the world and with the world. And in that attunement, or that sort of mood, what normally was where our attention was and our activity was, what was normally occupying us, somehow loses its significance totally. So a veil falls over the world in some sense. Somehow we get a little bit of distance from our ordinary enmeshed selves. And that distance for Heidegger, when he examines it and analyzes it, if you can radicalize that distance in some sense, you get access to a concealed underbelly of your structural self. So it's like you're going along and everything is fine, it's very smooth, and then something has to break down for you to reflect on the structures that were at play that you had been taking for granted. Okay, so he writes about that in Being in Time. He says, when it comes to things, we know, like, my pen is always right where I need it. I take it and I write. But if I take my pen and I need it and it's out of ink, suddenly it becomes conspicuous. Like, you know, so I needed it to go smoothly, and it doesn't go smoothly because I needed it for a purpose. It can no longer fulfill that purpose. There's a breakdown. The breakdown has significance. If we reflect on it, the significance is that it sort of has something to do with, you know, my expectations of how I was going to use it. They fall apart, and the pen becomes conspicuous, like something that I'm now, maybe I'll chuck it across the room, or I get angry with it, or I'll break it, or I'll snap it. You know, it's something not about my anger, it's about the fact that something has changed. So when it comes to human existence, there are also these moments when, for Heidegger, you can, well, some people who took Heidegger later who operationalized Heidegger later, they said, you know, maybe we can deliberately manufacture moments of crisis and breakdown in order to help speed up the process by which human beings have access to authenticity. Okay, a nice idea if you think about it. But what Heidegger says is that somehow, you know, again, it's a long argument in Being in Time, but if we see, at least we can make distinct for ourselves that for the most part we exist in this mode of whatever, the everybody else, the one, the common man, the whatever anybody else is doing, the current thing and the current man and the current attitude and all of that. But we can stop it, we can reverse it, we can break it down, and we can begin to recover a genuine rootedness and understanding of who we are and where we come from. Well, partially that comes from a reflection on death. Again, I'm simplifying here because what he says about being towards death and being in time is actually quite nuanced and important part of his argument. But yeah, in order to freeze the waterfall, stop the waterfall, climb the waterfall, in order to break ourselves out of our daily hypnosis, in order to try to understand who we really are, there has to be something that snaps us out. And for him, in the most common English translation, that is an attunement or a mood that washes over us called anxiety. And anxiety is where we're not anxious for any particular thing in the world. Like, I'm not anxious that someone's going to scratch my car. I'm not anxious that I'm going to get you know, fired from work. It's like a meaninglessness that falls over the world as such and allows you to be like, create some distance and stand apart from it, and then get a certain sort of perspectival insight into what he calls Dasein, being in the world as an existential structure. So anyway, that was a long-winded answer to this question about the day. Simplest version, the day is just how all of us exist as a rule in our ordinary lives. Like, is it the most important thing in the world for me that Euro 2024 is going on? No, not really. I don't really care. I know that it's going on. I might even watch a match. I might even look at the scores during the day from time to time. Why do I do that? Because it's a thing that's going on in the world that everybody cares about, is interested in. It's just fun, check in, right? What's going on? Who's going to win? How's that going? That's the day self at work to a certain extent. And what's really interesting is where Heidegger talks about how this affects the speaking of human beings. How do we speak in the mode of the day self? What's the nature of talk, of the public square, of discourse, of what we say, how we say it, what we talk about, and how we listen? Amazing, amazing reflections on discourse, speech, silence, and listening in Heidegger's Being in Time concerning this question of listening like the they and listening authentically. Crucial, very crucial, but it goes beyond what I can cover here in a general introduction. All right, so let me, I'm going to stop. I'm going to have the comments here for a minute, but I can't really address any more questions. I want to make sure that I can stop and move on with what I have to move on to. So, Christopher Robin, nice to see you. Joseph, good to see you. What I want to say here in conclusion, first of all, Heidegger is worth your time. Don't get discouraged. If it's unclear, that's all right. Don't give up. You can find some other access point. You can read people who have been influenced by Heidegger. That may be interesting to you. There are a lot of them in philosophy and political philosophy. Eventually, you should definitely find a way to read Heidegger I consider that there are many plausible starting points. Introduction to Metaphysics is a plausible starting point, okay? This book I was showing earlier, The Basic Problems of Phenomenology, is a plausible starting point, okay? Basic Concepts, which I've covered on this channel. Introduction to Philosophy, which I've covered on this channel. Being in Time is difficult, okay? It may be too difficult to start with, but my general mantra to people who ask me where to start is once you get started on a philosophical education, it never stops. Hope you realize that. So my mantra is start anywhere and keep going. It means don't give up. You're gonna find something that leaves you with questions, good. Note those questions, pursue those questions. Something's gonna be unclear, okay, bookmark it, return to it, meditate on it, ponder it, read something else, come back to it. Heidegger's gonna mention philosophers you might never have heard of. Okay, sometimes you have to check them out. This is not a one-day affair, okay? You take a single one of Heidegger's books of the many he wrote, and you're not gonna really read it in one day. You're not gonna understand it in one day, but you can make progress and it's worth it. And it's a real joy, okay? One of the things that Heidegger is not known for, but that he says, he does say from time to time, but he doesn't make it his #1 selling point, speaks about the unshakable joy that comes from understanding and growing in your understanding as you pursue the most question-worthy topic of the meaning and truth of being. Okay, guys, so this was an introduction to Heidegger. I have a lot of different ways of introducing them. Like I said, I have this book, beginning with Heidegger. My Dugin book is largely about Dugin's Heideggerianism, okay, largely, but not solely. If you look up Millerman Heidegger on YouTube, you see a bunch of different videos I've done. If you go to millermanschool.com, I have a free introduction to philosophy, which includes a section on Heidegger. I have 3 courses on Heidegger in the school. So I think he's important, and that's why I wanted to do this little talk with you. We'll do more of them. And for now, let's leave it there. Like, share, subscribe, comment, tell your friends, tell your family, tell your enemies, tell anybody, help the channel grow, spend more time together. Okay guys, thanks very much. Take care, be well. Good morning, everybody. Nice to be with you again. My name is Michael Millerman, millermanschool.com. I thought that this morning we would go through a little bit of Martin Heidegger's Introduction to Philosophy, Thinking, and Poetizing. This is, just so you know, spontaneous, off the cuff, not scripted, just a morning live stream so we can be together and go over some Heidegger. There are worse ways to start the week. The present volume, this is partly a lecture course that was announced for the 1944-1945 winter semester under the title Thinking and Poetizing. And as you see from the editor's forward here, the lecture course had to be canceled after the second session as a result of an intrusion from the National Socialist Party in the middle of November 1944. This, which again we'll be reading part of here in a moment, was also Heidegger's last academic lecture as an official tenured professor. His next lecture, called What is Called Thinking, only followed 7 years later after his teaching ban was lifted. So this is Heidegger's last academic lecture. He couldn't complete it, and after this he was banned for 7 years from teaching. Okay, I won't read the whole translator's forward here, but I wanted to give you a little bit of that context. 1944, volume 50 of the collected edition. What I really like about this, which you'll see right from the beginning, is that Heidegger addresses a question that you sometimes get, sometimes have, which is, how do I get an introduction to philosophy? What would that entail? What would that mean? What is an introduction to philosophy? Is it just learning the concepts, the sub-disciplines of philosophy, like ethics, logic, metaphysics, ontology, philosophy of law, philosophy of religion? Is that how you get an introduction to philosophy? Maybe, that's one way. But here, Heidegger opens with something that might surprise you, or not, if you're used to Heidegger's ways of thinking, which is that he begins with the impossibility of an introduction to philosophy. Why is an introduction to philosophy impossible? I always thought it was kind of interesting, so that's what I wanted to read with you and share with you. Hello, those of you who are here. Good to be with you as always. So the introduction is, as you'll see here, Introduction to Philosophy as a guide to genuine thinking through the thinker Nietzsche and the poet Hölderlin. And remember here, you have not just Introduction to Philosophy, but thinking and poetizing. Nietzsche and Hölderlin. So section 1, the impossibility of an introduction to philosophy. Whoever plans an introduction to philosophy presupposes that those who are to be introduced to philosophy stand initially outside of it. Philosophy itself thus counts as an area somewhere that consists of knowledge and principles, which many people might bypass throughout their lives and from which they might thus remain closed off. Like it's a specialized field of study, and unless you've done intentional introduction to it, then you just bypass that specialized field of study. That's one way of looking at it. But although this notion of philosophy is widespread, it misses the essence of philosophy insofar as there is no such outside separated from the human essence that could constitute the abode of philosophy, where humans would first need to proceed in order to be in philosophy. In other words, as we're going to see here, what Heidegger is driving at is that you can't be introduced into philosophy in the sense of brought into it, because you're always already, as a human being, in philosophy. But you can be in it knowingly or unknowingly, with clarity or with confusion, with some way of orienting yourself or at a complete loss. In truth, as Heidegger continues, historical humans always already stand within philosophy, because they do so essentially. Therefore, strictly thought, there is no introduction, no leading into philosophy. But how are historical humans in philosophy? It is definitely not merely by the fact that humans make use of philosophical knowledge that is handed down from somewhere. It's not just that we have a traditional interpretation of some quote-unquote philosophical concepts. Historical humans think of the origin and future from out of these, respectively, from out of, historical humans think of the origin and future from out of these, respectively. From the horizon of such reflection, humans always think what is present. So from the horizon of the origin and the future, we think what is present. And so far as historical humans think what has been, what comes, and what is present, they think, this will remind you from what we were talking, this will remind you of what we talked about in the last sessions. Insofar as historical humans think what has been, what comes, and what is present, they think beings as a whole, according to all ways of being. So here again, Heidegger very quickly moves from, there's no introduction to philosophy in the sense of moving us where we aren't, because we are always already amidst a way of thinking about the totality of beings, and situated, as we saw in the last live stream, in the abode, in the distinction between being and beings. So you're always in philosophy, always already there. If humans think that which is, and they think this constantly in some way, then humans also think and have always already thought what has been and will come. Thinking in this way, humans already move everywhere within this thinking, which has been called philosophy since antiquity. So we're all philosophers in that non-technical sense. We're all thinking being. As reflective humans quote-unquote philosophize. By moving within such thinking, humans sojourn in the region of what remains to be thought for this thinking. So it's there for our thinking. Doesn't mean we're always, as I say, clear about exactly how it relates to us. What is to be thought, and also somehow always already what has been thought, is the realm of the sojourn for humans insofar as they philosophize. This realm of the sojourn is philosophy. Let me just stop there for a minute. Again, one of the reasons I want to share this with you is because if you don't already read philosophers, or you read them in a specific way, or you have some preconceived notion of what philosophy is, it's always nice to encounter someone like Heidegger or Plato in the Republic, to give you another example, who wants to initiate us or bring us into clarity about what it is to philosophize. And again, so many people teach that it's like a separate technique or a separate set of sciences. And by the way, I'm not saying there's anything against that way of looking, but Heidegger's brings something different to light. We sojourn in the realm of what has been thought, what is to be thought, and what remains to be thought, as those who are immersed in thinking and speaking being, whether we know it or not. We believe we know in which realm and space buildings stand. Like I go out in the street and I can see, look out my window, I see the realm and space in which buildings stand, and in which realm the trees grow. Like the trees grow in nature, and the buildings stand in my civic life, architectural life. We barely think about which realm philosophy, thinking, is in, and in which realm art is and what they are. We do not even think about the fact that philosophy and art could themselves in each case be the realms of the sojourn of the human. So it's not just that you live in cities with buildings and in nature with trees. You actually, Heidegger's suggesting here, as a human being, live in philosophy and art, in thinking and poetizing. That's the proper realm of human existence, not just the city and the park. Philosophy and poetry, thinking and poetizing. Now, of course, we don't have full clarity yet on what Heidegger means by those, but he's giving us his introduction. We are now saying historical humans are already in philosophy. Humans no longer need to be introduced to philosophy. They cannot just be led at one point into philosophy, nor can they be placed into philosophy from somewhere else. I'm going to continue in a minute, but I always think about this book and these passages when people ask me who are new to philosophy, quote unquote, new to this way of thinking. They say, where should I start? That's one of the most common questions that I get. Sometimes they mean, where should they start in the courses that I offer at my school? Sometimes they mean, where should I start in reading Plato? Where should I start in reading Heidegger? How do I get my introduction to philosophy? That's in some sense the question, where to begin. What I like to say is, start anywhere and keep going. Because as long as you start and keep going, you have this gradual process of deepening, according to Heidegger, where you already are, your understanding, your world disclosure. Anyway, it's complicated, but okay, all humans are already in philosophy. We are now saying, to repeat, historical humans are already in philosophy. They cannot just be led to it or placed into it from somewhere else. But if this is true, then all humans are philosophers, or as we also like to say, thinkers. In a certain way, that is what they are. The human among all beings is that being that thinks. The human is the thinking being. Therefore, and only therefore, can and must there be thinking ones in a distinguished sense among humans. Only because humans are thinking beings can there be thinkers in the specialized sense, thinkers in the particularly intense and deep sense. Therefore, and simply for this reason, there is also thoughtlessness only among humans, which continually has its root in a loss of reflection. There's no thoughtlessness among beings that don't think. Humans are the thinking being. We're the ones who have both the thinkers and the thoughtless, but only because we are the ones who think in the first place. So no introduction to philosophy, you're always already in it. That's the upshot in the import of the first section here. I want to keep going. I'm not going to be doing Heidegger live streams all the time. In fact, I was going to do some Leo Strauss this morning on Plato, but I saw this book lying there and I remembered how much I liked reading it myself the first time, so I thought I'd share it with you. Nice to be with you, those of you who are here, Prophet of Being. Thank you for the comment. I'm glad that the channel has helped you understand and grasp Heidegger's thought. And Lyrics of Dust, nice to be with you as well. So section 2 here, the need for a guide to become at home in genuine thinking. So we might have got the impression in section 1 that if everyone's already a philosopher, then there's nothing really more to do. We know that there's a problem there because clearly some people are professionally trained, let's say as philosophers, or more competent expositors and understand easily and understand it. So what does it mean if we're all philosophers? Then how does Heidegger make sense of the fact that there are people like him, for example, who clearly are outstanding in that regard? So here he says, the need for a guide to become at home in genuine thinking. According to what was said, philosophizing is thinking, and all thinking is already somehow a philosophizing. Philosophizing belongs, in a way that remains to be determined more closely, to the region itself within which the human, as the reflective thinking being, sojourns. Yet humans can truly be at home or not at home in this place where they sojourn according to their essence. So we're always already in philosophy, but we can be in that realm at home or not at home. We can be there. Okay. I don't want to use other jargon yet. We can be there at home or not at home. Humans can truly be at home or not at home in this place where they sojourn according to their essence. Dwelling is what we call the native sojourning in the realms in which the human belongs. To dwell is to be at home in the realm where you belong essentially. Not everybody is at home in the realm where they belong essentially, therefore not everybody dwells in the realm of philosophy. Therefore, Heidegger continues, there is need of a guide to be at home in philosophy. So in other words, somebody who guides you in philosophy, somebody who gives you an introduction to philosophy that lands in a sense, isn't putting you anywhere that you're already not. Rather, they're helping you dwell in the realm that's essential to you as a thinking being, Heidegger is saying. Through this guiding, our thinking, which is not always at home in what is its most own, learns to dwell and thus becomes a more genuine thinking. So those of you who have read Heidegger before, or who have heard about Heidegger before, or who know some Heideggerian jargon, there's this word that you hear in English, authenticity. Be authentic. And inauthenticity. So you have inauthenticity, authenticity. And I would like to suggest, as a way of helping you understand what Heidegger's saying here, that it maps onto being at home and not being at home in this realm in which essentially we belong. So to be authentically is to be at home in, to be dwelling in the realm that is essential to us. Inauthenticity is where we are not at home in that realm. We're still there, but we're turned away from it. We're focused on something else. We're grass is greener on the other side. Okay, we're away from ourselves. If that helped, great. If it didn't, never mind. We should in no way abandon immediate daily thinking through the guide to philosophy. Instead, we, the thinking beings, should become more thoughtful in this daily thinking. I like that. I want to restate it. We're not abandoning our daily thinking. We're not dropping all of our ordinary ways of life, all of our ordinary encounters, cutting it off and abstracting ourselves entirely from life the way we normally live it. Like he says, to repeat, we should in no way abandon immediate daily thinking through the guide to philosophy. Instead, we, the thinking beings, should become more thoughtful. I like to think of that as an intensification, captivation. You're not ditching this life. You're becoming more attuned to, more intensely aware of, and more captivated by existence, life, and thought. So to repeat here, we, the thinking beings, should become more thoughtful in this daily thinking, which means that we should become more contemplative and more reflective, and thereby learn to genuinely think. Philosophy is not, however, what it widely and continually appears to be, the remote or the beyond of real life. Again, it's not a transcendence that leaves this life and its reality behind. Rather, philosophy as genuine thinking is the continually unknown region in which habitual thinking constantly sojourns without becoming versed or at home in it as the property that has been allocated to the essence of humans insofar as they are the thinking ones. That's a complex phrase, but I think that it's very graspable and you can have it resonate for you. So let's just read it again and make sure that it all lands. Philosophy as genuine thinking is the continually unknown region. So we, the thinking being, dwell in a region that for us, as a rule, is unknown. It's like driving your car, whereas the operation of your car in the engine and all of that may be, as a rule, for most of you, unknown. Or not, but okay, in this analogy. So we have this continually unknown region in which we dwell, the region of thinking being. We saw in the previous live streams on the Basic Concepts book just how much we dwell there and just how continually unknown it is for us as a region. And yet it's that region in which habitual thinking, our thinking, constantly sojourns. We're always immersed in it. It always saturates our thinking. It's our abode. And yet we constantly sojourn there without becoming versed or at home in it, right? Not everybody masters in thought the domain that characterizes our essential being as thinking beings. Okay, so without becoming versed or at home in it, as the property that has been allocated to the essence of humans. In other words, it belongs to us, it characterizes who we are, it's our property as humans, that insofar as they are the thinking ones. So it belongs to us as thinking beings to be exposed to the thinking of being. We dwell in that thinking. It saturates us, whether we know it or not. As a rule, we don't know it, but we can come to know it. And what's helpful in coming to know it is a guide who helps us to dwell in that realm, who helps us to understand it, to see it, okay? To bring it into relief, take it out of the background in a way, or even, distinguish it as the background and have it be something that we become aware of. So that was the end of section 2, the need for a guide to become at home in genuine thinking. Let me just restate that in one more way. An introduction to philosophy is not the acquisition of a set of concepts in this external way or putting you into a field, a specialized technical field. An introduction to philosophy is this: a guide who helps you become at home in genuine thinking. Helps you become at home there where you already are. Okay, give me a second here. I want to look over at the chat. Nice to be with everybody. Yes, there was a video on the 3rd division. I'm doing these pretty much spontaneously. That's why you may not get a day in advance that I have a live stream planned on such and such a book or lecture. I woke up, I wanted to discuss this introduction with you, so here we are. Very nice comments, I appreciate that, and I'm glad that you guys are getting something out of Heidegger. So let's move to section 3 here. Section 3 is called The Manifold Ways for a Guide to Genuine Thinking. The question, what now is? So we've seen that we don't need an introduction in the sense of an external being put into this realm, we're already there. But we do need a guide because that realm is not always clear to us. We don't dwell in it like it's our own. So, okay, but there are many ways in which you can be guided into genuine thinking. Hence, the manifold ways for a guide to genuine thinking. The question, what now is? See that? Right there. Okay, that's what we're about to read. Yet, just as the ways and sojourns of daily thinking are diverse and diversely directed, so too are the possibilities that stand open for a guide to philosophy. We are constantly and everywhere thinking that which is, even if we are only rarely aware of this thinking, as we saw from the Basic Concepts lecture. By the way, let me pause again. One of the reasons why I like to share this Heidegger with you, and at my school I have courses on Black Notebooks and Being in Time, Contributions to Philosophy of the Event. Here we've discussed Basic Concepts and some other works. You begin to get not just what did Heidegger write in this book, what did he write in that book, what is he saying, for the 50th book, but you get on his wavelength. Once one or two of these big ideas have really clicked, you'll have the key to all of Heidegger in some sense. You'll always be able to enter into the spirit of his questioning and the spirit of his reflections. So this lecture, this is from 1944, 1945. Basic Concepts from sometime in the 30s. Being a Time, 1927. Okay, what is called Thinking, 7 years after this, sometime in the 50s. So there are 20, 30 years that can separate these lectures. And yet, if you get on Heidegger's wavelength, you'll be able to move from one to the other, I wouldn't say seamlessly, okay? But you'll always be able to penetrate past the apparent obscurity of his writing and thinking into what he's actually trying to say. So, just like we saw in Basic Concepts, that we're constantly and everywhere thinking that which is, even if we are only rarely aware of this thinking, now you get it, why he's mentioning it here, and what it means for the problem of an introduction or a guide into genuine thinking. Okay, we're constantly and everywhere thinking that which is, even if we are only rarely aware of this thinking. Therefore, we often only fleetingly grasp that which is. We barely have an understanding of the way of being in which beings, so diversely spoken of and compelled, show themselves to us. So we can speak of beings in many ways, but we barely have an understanding of the way of being in which beings show themselves to us. So again, the same problem from Basic Concepts. We're immersed in it, and yet we don't quite see it. It's always there for us, and yet there's some perplexity, we've forgotten, and we've forgotten or forgetting. When we ask the simple question, what now is, was ist jetzt, then the answers to this question could hardly be reviewed and counted. For the question is already ambiguous despite its simplicity. Okay, the question, what now is? The confusing multiplicity of the answers corresponds to this question's ambiguity. We ask, what now is? As long as we do not thoughtlessly recite the question, always a risk, not just in dealing with Heidegger, but in dealing with anything, doing it thoughtlessly and therefore missing what it has to say to us. As long as we do not thoughtlessly recite the question, the preliminary question already becomes necessary. What does now mean here? Do we mean this moment, this hour, this day, today? How far does today reach? By today, do we mean the present time, Jetztzeit? How far does this extend? Do we mean the 20th century? What would this be without the 19th century? Does the present time mean the entire modern era? Does the question what now is ask about what is in this time, the modern era? So Heidegger's leading us into a reflection here, kind of into a meditation. We have the seemingly simple question, what now is? But in fact, we have the very large preliminary question, what do we mean by now? 21st century, 20th century, 2022, December. Now we move on. What do we mean by is? Is it and does it count as the beings that can appear before us as tangibly available? So are we talking about what are the things that are now that we can see and observe, the events, the goings on, the beings? So not only do we need to delineate what we mean by now, we also need to delineate, are we talking about beings or what? To go on with what Heidegger says, do these beings ever remain only a fleeting appearance of what really is in the background and has being? In other words, when we ask what now is, maybe we're asking about the spirit of the time, the shape of the age, the nature of the era and epoch, as opposed to the various goings on. What does one generally mean today, in the current time, and in the modern era, by being? Which we have to ask if we're asking the question, what now is? Beings are the real, which, and the German here for those of you who want it, Wirkliche. Beings are the real, which are accessible to reification. Beings. Being then means, if beings are the real, being means reality, objectivity. If we take beings as the real, being is reality. Okay, objectivity. But what does reality mean? In what sense is realization meant? What does objectivity mean? Who objectifies what? By what right does the objective precisely count as that which is? So again, we have the words, the question, what now is? Do you mean what now is real? What now is objective? In what sense are we taking the is? He says here, well, we might automatically take it as reality and objectivity, but by what right does the objective precisely count as that which is? Depending on the sense in which we understand the now and the is, and depending on the clarity, thoroughness, and reflectiveness with which we think that which has been understood, the answer to the question, what now is, will turn out differently. I hope that you can see that. What now is, now in the modern era, now in the Kali Yuga, now in the postmodern West, now, okay? And is in the sense of beings, reality, objectivity, the shape of the age, the spirit of the age. Nonetheless, the many irreconcilable answers can be brought to agreement as soon as we are able to think the mentioned questions from out of a genuine thinking. So we had introduction to philosophy. There isn't one, properly speaking, because we're always already in it. But we need a guide because we can be made to dwell at home in the region that is characteristic of the human as the thinking being, the region of philosophizing. But there are many ways that we could guide thinking, because there are many ways that we can answer the question about what now is, for example. And yet, when we think that question genuinely, the many irreconcilable answers are brought to agreement. So now Heidegger's going to tell us, how are they brought to agreement? He moves to section 4, called the consideration of thinking in its relation to poetizing as one of the ways for a guide to genuine thinking, Nietzsche and Hölderlin. That's the whole name of this section. Can you see it? There we go. Okay. The consideration of thinking in its relation to poetizing as one of the ways for a guide to genuine thinking, Nietzsche and Hölderlin. let's see what Heidegger says about that. But first, let me just say hello to everybody who's here. Nice to be with you. Good to see you. I always appreciate you spending your time here with Heidegger, and I'm glad I have the opportunity to read it and discuss it with you. We're covering just the first little bit of this introduction to philosophy, thinking, and poetizing, kind of spontaneously, because I thought it'd be nice to share it with you. So here we go, section 4. At this stage of genuine thinking, only those can guide us, of course, who already genuinely think. Thinking in such a way, they already are saying to us in advance and have already said what now is. They are the thinkers and poets. So we have the question, what now is? And who gives us guidance in that question? The thinkers and the poets, because they're the ones who say what now is. They're the ones who, in their thinking and in their speaking, make a breakthrough, knowingly, in a dwelling way, into the essential realm of being. Okay, so who can answer the question, what now is, in a way that guides us? Thinkers and poets. Well, now Heidegger raises this question. Why do we suddenly name the poets as well, when after all we're dealing with thinking? Fair enough question, right? He's been saying the human is the thinking being, that we're going to be thinking, philosophizing is the realm of thinking. Why suddenly poets? Where did that come from? We haven't been prepared for it yet. Are the poets actually thinkers? Are thinkers fundamentally poets? By what right do we like to name them thinkers and poets in the same breath? Is there a distinct yet still concealed relationship between both of them in their essence? Does the relation of both consist in the fact that thinking is a meditation, the German Sinnen, just as poetizing? Okay, what's the relationship between thinking and poetizing? That Heidegger should have brought them together here. Part of what is peculiar to the thinker and the poet is that they receive their meditation from the word and shelter it in saying, such that thinkers and poets are the genuine preservers of the word in language. Then thinking, just as much as poetizing, always has its distinction in the fact that they are always a saying and a meditation, wherein the awareness of what is expressed in language. In thinking, you put being into speech. And in poetizing, you put being into speech. And Heidegger wants to understand why these two forms of speaking being, as somehow the peak intensity or clarity of speaking being, have these different expressions, different forms. We wouldn't necessarily say that poets and thinkers are one and the same, and yet each of them shelters in their saying, in their speaking, the meaning of being. If it were otherwise, then we would lack the reason for why we like to mention thinking and poetizing, philosophy and poetry together in the expression thinkers and poets. So you might have heard Germans are a nation of thinkers and poets. So there's already a ready-made phrase that brings thinking and poetry, or thinkers and poets together. Heidegger wants to get to break through to the essential root of that. This happens to us almost automatically. We are touched and attracted by a vaguely intuited connection between the two. Maybe we still recall that we are called the people of poets and thinkers. Not only are we called the people, but we also are the people. So Germans are the people of thinkers and poets. Well, are we that people? He next asks. Are we already that people by virtue of the fact that we historically affirm and announce that there have been these great thinkers and poets among the Germans? So there have been great German poets, there have been great German thinkers. Therefore, the Germans are a people of thinkers and poets. But Heidegger says, hey, the fact that there have been philosophers and poets, does that automatically mean that Germans are now the nation of thinkers and poets? Or must there be something more substantial, something more fundamental about the people's exposure to the realm of philosophizing, of thinking, and of speaking being, than the fact that there once were thinkers and poets? You know what I mean? Like, can you just shine with the reflected light of the great Germans of the past? Or do you have to have a breakthrough here and now into the realm of that great light yourself? and Introduction to Philosophy. The cohesion of thinking and poetizing seems to be so intimate that thinkers stand out at times through the poetic character of their thinking, and that poets only become poets through their nearness to the genuine thinking of thinkers. Okay, so poetizing and philosophizing, poetizing and thinking, they come so close that the thinkers must poetize and the poets must think for the essential expression, the peak of their own activity and action. That's the cohesion of thinking and poetizing that seems to be so intimate. One tends to call the last thinker of Western philosophy Friedrich Nietzsche, the poet-philosopher. And one thinks of the poet from Thus Spoke Zarathustra. By the way, at millermanschool.com, I have a course on Nietzsche's Thus Spoke Zarathustra, but here he's reminding us, bringing Nietzsche's Zarathustra close to the theme of poetry, rightfully so. One also knows that the first thinkers of Western philosophy expressed their thought in so-called didactic poems. Okay, thinking and poetizing. Conversely, we know that the poet Hölderlin in part owes what is far-reaching, still concealed, and all-anticipating in his thinking to a unique nearness to philosophy, a nearness which we otherwise do not encounter anywhere in this form, as long as we exclude the poets of the Greeks, Pindar and Sophocles, with whom Hölderlin lived in a constant dialogue. The title of the lecture, Introduction to Philosophy, namely this lecture that we're reading together now, also bears the subtitle, as you can see, Thinking and Poetizing. As was said earlier, many ways stand open for the attempt at a guide to genuine thinking. One of the ways is to consider thinking in its relation to poetizing, and to call attention to the relationship between thinking and poetizing. For example, why did Nietzsche write Zarathustra instead of just writing an essay by Nietzsche on exactly what he thinks? Why did he need to poetize through the creation of Zarathustra and even treat poetry as a theme in Zarathustra's speeches? Why is that necessary for Nietzsche's thinking? So that's one way. One of the ways is to consider thinking in its relation to poetizing and to call attention to the relationship between thinking and poetizing. This way, in turn, offers many kinds of outlooks and thus many possible perspectives. In general, beginning a discussion about thinking and poetizing by seemingly not having any visible foothold could lead us quickly into groundlessness and fruitlessness. But, Heidegger continues, what would it be like if we were to look for poetizing and thinking where they encounter us at a peculiar necessity of their historical interrelation? That is to say, with Nietzsche, who as a thinker is a poet, and with Hölderlin, who as a poet is a thinker. So we're not just going to deal with the abstract question of the relation between thinking and poetizing. We're going to deal with the specific cases of the poetic philosopher Nietzsche and the philosophical poet Hölderlin. Heidegger's suggesting. Both thinkers and poets, both Nietzsche and Hölderlin are both philosophers and poets, in a distinguished reciprocal relationship between thinking and poetizing. Yet this interrelation is characterized and rooted completely differently in Nietzsche's thinking and in Hölderlin's poetizing. So we have, by the way, obviously both outstanding examples of German thinkers and poets. So you have a problem here, or a question. The relationship between thinking and poetizing, the fact that you have it expressed in Nietzsche and Hölderlin, but the fact that you have it expressed in these two very different ways. With both names, moreover, we name a thinker and a poet who immediately concern our age in a still barely transparent way because they presumably go beyond us, each in a different way. So it's not like Nietzsche and Hölderlin are just some, we just happen to pick them kind of randomly. They have no additional significance. No, in the case of Nietzsche and Hölderlin, they tell us something about the shape of our world. They see it, understand it. They've broken through to what now is. We learn from them about what now is. We don't just pick them arbitrarily. To repeat, we name a thinker and a poet in Nietzsche and Hölderlin who immediately concern our age in a still barely transparent way because they presumably go beyond us, each in a different way. Nietzsche and Hölderlin are then not just arbitrary examples of a special interplay between thinking and poetizing, like we could have just randomly chosen anybody. For some time now, it has also become common to mention Hölderlin and Nietzsche together, regardless of what motivations determine this naming, apart from whether Nietzsche's thinking distinguishes itself appropriately from Hölderlin's poetizing. But the very fact that Hölderlin and Nietzsche are named together in such an emphasized way indicates that we stand in an essential relation to them. This poet Hölderlin and this thinker Nietzsche historically concern us in a special way, even when we barely take notice of them, or even if we know them only from our education. If we substitute the undetermined title, Thinking and Poetizing, from the book, which you can see the covers on the screen, if we substitute the undetermined title, Thinking and Poetizing, with the names Nietzsche and Hölderlin, then the relationship between thinking and poetizing and the historical question concerning the relationship of both of them becomes historical and binding for us in a manifold sense. Both names are here intentionally not named according to the well-known historical succession. Heidegger's not talking about influences. Again, it's not an encyclopedic version of German philosophy and history. The reason for this procedure, he says, will be obvious later. First, we will pay attention to Nietzsche's thinking. So now we zoom in on Nietzsche, the thinker who poetizes. Later, Hölderlin, the poet who thinks. Here, Nietzsche, the thinker who poetizes. If we attempt to think about Nietzsche's thinking, we are forced to contemplate what was thought by him, i.e., what was to be thought for him. So, if we're trying to think Nietzsche, we want to think, what was Nietzsche thinking about? What compelled his thinking? What did he regard as most thought-worthy? We are at once necessitated to think that which now is, with Nietzsche as the last thinker of the modern era. This last thinker of the modern era is the European thinker who thinks the modern essence of the West, simultaneously with the historical essence of the modern world, history of the globe. So Nietzsche thinks simultaneously the modern essence of the West and the historical essence of the modern world history of the globe. If Nietzsche thinks what is, and thereby attempts to say what beings as a whole actually are with respect to their being, which is what it means to think what is, then Nietzsche says, all beings are, insofar as they are, will to power. But will and willing are also a becoming. However, since becoming as such also is, the question arises as to what being is proper to the will to power as the becoming of everything. Hold on. Nietzsche thinks beings as a whole and the being of beings, and he thinks it as will to power. But will is also a becoming, so he's thinking the being of beings as becoming. And the next question here, since becoming also is, what is the being of the will to power as the becoming of it? Even though the fundamental trait of all beings in their being appears in the will to power, according to Nietzsche, the being character of this being, complicated phrase, that's why he also adds it here in German, the being character of this being still remains undetermined and unthought whenever we are merely content with saying all beings are will to power. Take it a step back, we're going to continue with Heidegger, but Nietzsche thinks being beings, thinks it as will to power, will is becoming, therefore he thinks the being of beings as becoming, but the being of becoming we don't know yet in this exposition. Now exactly to what extent this thinking, which thinks all beings as will to power, and expresses its main thought with this verbal framework, should have a distinguished nearness to poetizing is initially difficult to see. So if Nietzsche's great thought, philosophically, is that the being of beings is will to power, well, why does that necessitate his poetizing? Okay, it's difficult to see. Why should it have a distinguished nearness to poetizing? What does poetry have to do in the realm of the will to power? By the way, this is reminding me of passages in Thus Spoke Zarathustra that I hope you read. Thus Spoke Zarathustra. I recommend the commentary by Lawrence Lampert called Nietzsche's Teaching. That's the one that I used in my course on Zarathustra. There are other ones, but well worth reading the two books together, and I hope you consider doing the course too. But let's see here. So what does poetry have to do in the realm of the will to power? Or is that which we call poetizing not everywhere of the same essence? To what extent poetizing becomes essential for Nietzsche's thinking in an emphasized way, why this thinker must poetize the figure of Zarathustra, and what especially this poetizing means within his thinking, all of this we can clarify only... Sorry, I'll read it correctly. All of this we can only clarify if we experience Nietzsche's thinking as the genuine European planetary thinking. Remember, he thought the essence of Europe, and he thought the essence of the globe in modernity. After all, one already thinks along with and thus affirms Nietzsche's thinking wherever his philosophy is rejected and condemned according to loudly declared assurances. Even the people who reject Nietzsche affirm his thinking. Obviously, unthinkingly, they are adopting Nietzsche's premises even in rejecting Nietzsche. Let me read that again. One already thinks along with and thus affirms Nietzsche's thinking wherever his philosophy is rejected and condemned according to loudly declared assurances. To what extent these rejections merely hit upon an imaginary shape, and how frequently the affirmations do so is a question in itself. Before addressing this, it would be first necessary to ask if it's even possible to reject an essential thinking. This peculiar behavior is presumably a self-delusion. I'm going to continue reading Heidegger in a minute, but I want you to understand this thought, which is not intuitively obvious at first glance. Essential thinking, thinking about the being of beings. Nietzsche's breakthrough is to think the being of beings as will to power. How do you reject? What would a rejection be? What would a refutation be of a thought concerning the being of beings? If I say it's raining outside and you look and it isn't, we know that what I said is not the case. When I'm talking about empirically verifiable states of affairs among beings, it seems like it's pretty straightforward. In some cases, obviously, we could create situations where it's not straightforward, but you know what I mean. The realm of refutation seems like it applies to cases like that, and to some other cases. But Heidegger, not only here, but for example, in Contributions to Philosophy of the Event, in passages that are really very powerful, says he gets us to wonder whether there is such a thing as refutation in the realm of essential thinking concerning the being of beings. Can you ever refute the view that the world is built to power? Can you ever refute the Cartesian view? Or can you only have some sort of response, some alternate projection, some alternate interpretation of the being of beings? So I want to just remind you what he says here as a question. In passing, he says that it would be necessary to ask if it's even possible to reject an essential thinking. Maybe the great philosophers, what you do with them is not refutation. Like, he's got this beautiful passage in Contributions to Philosophy of the Event where he says the great philosophies are towering mountains. You don't refute the towering mountains. You don't even conquer them by climbing to their peak. You just let them be what they are, configuring the height, the breadth, and the depth of the expanses in which you live, of the landscape. So the great philosophies aren't meant to be refuted. They're not even refutable when they're dealing with thinking beings as a whole and thinking the being of beings. It's something to ponder. It's not something you're going to grasp right away. The European planetary trait in Nietzsche's metaphysics is itself, however, only the consequence of that fundamental trait of his philosophy, through which his philosophy reaches back, almost against his knowledge, into the concealed destiny of Western thinking, and in a certain way completes its determination. So long as we do not consider this fundamental trait of the thinking of the last modern thinker, the confrontation with Nietzsche has still not begun. So, Nietzsche is the last thinker, but Nietzsche's thinking is determined by the first thinkers. And therefore, in thinking through Nietzsche, we get the whole history of philosophy from its beginning to its end, which Heidegger also called metaphysics. In Nietzsche, we get the culmination of the whole first history of philosophy, which in some sense Heidegger completes, and in another sense he also reinaugurates another beginning of philosophy. That's his inceptual thinking, for example, in the title of Alexander Dugin's book, Martin Heidegger, The Philosophy of Another Beginning. Once again, just a reminder, I've got courses on Nietzsche, Heidegger, Dugin, and others in the school. Section 5. I actually want to finish with you together today the end of this introductory part of the Introduction to Philosophy. We are about, I'm going to keep going, and hopefully you're getting some value out of this. Like, share, subscribe, etc. The confrontation with thinking that encounters us historically, Nietzsche's main and fundamental thought. So we're, again, what is the relationship between thinking and poetizing? We're taking Nietzsche as our poetizing thinker. We see that Nietzsche has come at the end of philosophy, that to understand him, to have a proper confrontation with him, we need to see the sense in which his philosophy reaches back into the concealed destiny of Western thinking, and in a certain way completes its determination, hence the end. And now we move one step further into the confrontation. The confrontation with thinking that encounters us historically, Nietzsche's main and fundamental thought. In a confrontation, Auseinandersetzung, in a confrontation, thought that speaks to us sets itself up over against our own thinking. Perhaps with this stepping apart from each other, and he's playing in the German here in a way that we won't see quite as clearly in the English, but okay. Perhaps with this stepping apart from each other, the space is formed out of which there might come to fruition an appreciation of what characterizes the essentiality and unreachable strength of the thought that encounters us. So basically, just to restate that, we're going to try to have an encounter with Nietzsche's thinking in a way that truly opens up the space of genuine thought, not some sort of external, superficial criticism that does nothing, goes nowhere, and just flatters our lame little egos. The real confrontation does not feel out weaknesses and mistakes. It does not criticize, but rather brings the thinking that encounters us historically before our thinking. We want the shape of Nietzsche's thought. We don't want to nitpick this or that. Brings the thinking that encounters us historically before our thinking and into the open space of a decision, so we can actually see what was at stake in the way that Nietzsche understood the being of beings as will to power. And if we really get clear on that and we set it before ourselves, we'll have the space of a decision concerning the being of beings. That becomes inevitable through the encounter. Therefore, we cannot contemplate Nietzsche's or any other thinker's thought that encounters us historically through any other path than that of confrontation. Okay? Auseinandersetzung. Through this confrontation, we ourselves are first drawn into the fundamental trait of the thinking that encounters historically in order to respond to it historically. Again, I want to restate that. If you really want to... Hold on, what's going on with the focus there? If you really want to get into Nietzsche's thought, Heidegger's thought, Plato's thought, somebody's thought, you need a genuine confrontation. Not some low-level external nitpicking. A confrontation that draws us into the fundamental trait of the thinker that we're encountering. Were the poetic quality in Nietzsche's thinking not merely to be an accompaniment? By the way, there are many comparatively thoughtless critics who read great thinkers in that sort of nitpicking way. They just drag them down to the lowest level. They miss all of the significance at the same time as they flatter their own quote-unquote abilities. Were the poetic quality in Nietzsche's thinking not merely to be an accompaniment, contingent on the personal predisposition of the thinker and an adornment to his philosophy? In other words, does Nietzsche poetize in his figure of Zarathustra merely because he had a personal proclivity towards the dramatic format? Were the poetizing essence to be grounded in the fundamental trait of this thinking, then it would be necessary beforehand to recognize and contemplate the fundamental trait of this thinking, Nietzsche's fundamental thought. We want to understand whether there's anything essential about the fact that Nietzsche's thinking poetizes, so that we can see how both thinking and poetizing are a speaking being that shelters in the word. Nietzsche's main thought is expressed in his doctrine of the will to power. If I'm not mistaken, some intelligent commentators like Lawrence Lampert, they contest that and suggest that Nietzsche's main thought is expressed in his doctrine of the eternal return or eternal recurrence. But okay, we'll go with Heidegger here, and I leave that suggestion about the eternal return for those of you who want to think further. Nietzsche's main thought is expressed in his doctrine of the will to power. Nevertheless, this main thought is not yet the fundamental thought of his thinking. We're getting actually to what I just said. The main thought still does not express the to-be thought, this main thought still does not express the to-be thought, which Nietzsche names with his own phrase, the thought of thoughts. Aha. So Nietzsche now will tell us what, Heidegger will now tell us what Nietzsche regarded as the thought of thoughts. The fundamental thought of his thinking conceals itself in Nietzsche's doctrine of the eternal return of the same. This thought is first thought in the thinking that poetizes the figure of Zarathustra. In other words, where do we get Nietzsche on the eternal recurrence of the same? In Zarathustra. Why? Why does he need Zarathustra, a poetic figure, to express his thought of thoughts, the thought of the eternal recurrence of the same, eternal return of the same? This thought is first thought in the thinking that poetizes the figure of Zarathustra, or more specifically, immediately prepares this poetizing. If we pay attention to this, then it is no stretch to suppose that the doctrine of the eternal return of the same is something poetized, or something merely invented. In his much-read book about Nietzsche, Ernst Bertram calls the doctrine of the eternal return, which Nietzsche claimed to be, quote, the thought of thoughts, unquote, this deceptively aping crazy mystery of the later Nietzsche. Here we must briefly note that this doctrine does not merely stem from the later Nietzsche, but rather is already thought out and laid out in total clarity and scope prior to the articulation and configuration of the main thought and before the doctrine of the will to power. So the eternal return of the same is not later Nietzsche, it's essential Nietzsche. It's even before the will to power. Whether or not one may dispense with the thought of the eternal return of the same as a crazy mystery, and by doing so devaluate it as inane and expendable for Nietzsche's philosophy as a whole, depends on the decision of whether and how Nietzsche's teaching of the eternal return of the same goes together with his teaching of the will to power. By the way, on this question, I learned the most from Leo Strauss and Lawrence Lampert. Okay, Leo Strauss's lectures on Zarathustra, Lawrence Lampert's book on Zarathustra, they'll give you some understanding, which I find helpful and recommend, of the relationship in Nietzsche between the will to power and the eternal return of the same. I think I have some free videos on that on this channel from the course, but Lawrence Lampert, Leo Strauss on Zarathustra. But let's continue with Nietzsche here. So once again, whether or not one may dispense with the thought of the eternal return of the same as a crazy mystery, and by doing so devaluate it as inane and expendable for Nietzsche's philosophy as a whole, depends on the decision of whether and how Nietzsche's teaching of the eternal return of the same goes together with his teaching of the will to power. However, this decision can only be made if one first asks what the fundamental thought and the main thought think in Nietzsche's thinking. It remains to be asked whether this distinction between the fundamental thought and the main thought, okay, between the will to power, the thought of the will to power and the thought of the eternal return of the same, whether that distinction is only necessary in relation to Nietzsche's philosophy, or whether this distinction conceals a relationship that characterizes all of metaphysics as such, and that thereby comes to light in a special way in the era of the completion of metaphysics, namely in Nietzsche. So is this dualism, as it were, between two kinds of fundamental thought, which he's calling here the main thought and the fundamental thought, will to power, eternal return of the same, the thought of the being of beings, and then some other version of the being of beings, or however you want to put it, these two elements, is that just accidental in Nietzsche's Zarathustra, or is it essential to the whole history of metaphysics that there should be that duality? These questions have never been asked at all. So don't be surprised if you're even pretty confident in philosophizing and this is leaving you perplexed, because these questions have never been asked at all, let alone sufficiently answered. The discussion of these questions is the touchstone on which every interpretation of Nietzsche's philosophy must prove itself. But the arbitrariness and negligence in the interpretation and assimilation of Nietzsche's philosophy have meanwhile thrived to such an extent that one can dare to praise the doctrine of the will to power as the greatest insight, and in the same breath dismiss the doctrine of the eternal return of the same as Nietzsche's temporary private religious opinion. In other words, the people who are commenting on Nietzsche and trying to understand the relationship between will to power and eternal return of the same are arbitrary and negligent in their interpretations. So long as the confrontation with Nietzsche's thinking remains in such a terrible state, every position on this philosophy, whether it results in affirmation, negation, or mediation, is necessarily untenable. It doesn't really matter if you're for Nietzsche or against him, or you have some version of Nietzscheanized this or that. If you haven't confronted his thinking the way it deserves to be confronted, all the rest is untenable. So long as this thinking remains opaque for us, with respect to the interior relationship of his fundamental thought and his main thought, will to power return to the same, we may not claim to know this thinking as a thinking. Yet, if this is the case, how are we to find out whether and exactly how poetizing is essential in this thinking, such that we can speak of the thinker Nietzsche as the poet of Zarathustra? If we prepare ourselves for a guide into genuine thinking, which again is Heidegger's version of an introduction to philosophy, being guided into genuine thinking, if we prepare ourselves for a guide into genuine thinking by attempting to give a few indications of thinking and poetizing, then this indicating can only happen on the path of a confrontational setting apart, in other words, as we said, an essential confrontation with Nietzsche's thought, which brings the thinker who concerns us and the poet who concerns us to language in his own saying. We speak of indicating. That should imply that what is attempted here is limited in many respects and is content to call attention to something essential. Heidegger's not giving you the last word on Nietzsche's poetizing thinking. He's trying to give you some hint, some access, some indication, give you some light. First of all, it is a matter of following the thinker Nietzsche into the thinking of his fundamental thought in order to become ready for treading the path that the fundamental thought shows us. On this path, we will be torn out of our normal everyday thinking, and initially and frequently, for a long time, will be placed into the indeterminate, such that we barely possess a reference through which to withstand the encounter of the thinking that concerns us. Beautifully said, and you should be aware that if you're going to get an introduction to philosophy in the Heideggerian sense, as a guide into the thinking that belongs to your essence as a human being, you should be prepared for this. We will be torn out of our normal everyday thinking, and initially and frequently, for a long time, will be placed into the indeterminate, such that we barely possess a reference through which to withstand the encounter of the thinking that concerns us. You're exposing yourself to indeterminacy for long periods of time, but that's what it's going to take. Therefore, it might do us well to pay attention to a few conditions that pertain to every attempt to think about the thinking of a thinker. And now Heidegger is going to say a little bit about that in this review section. You see that? Review. Like he often has in his lectures, recapitulations. Here he's also going to have a kind of recapitulation. We're going to cover that, and then I think we're going to stop. You should know that what we're reading together is the first part, not even the first chapter, but just the introduction of Heidegger's Introduction to Philosophy, Thinking, and Poetizing. So let's go on. We're getting close to the end. By the way, thanks again for being here. Nice to be with you. I hope this is helping you learn something about Heidegger and yourselves and the nature of thought and the history of philosophy and all of that. Like, share, subscribe, etc. And please check out my school when you have a minute. Philosophy is the thinking of thinkers, Heidegger writes. They think that which is. We saw, right? Thinking is thinking, being, somehow knowingly, not in the automatic way that we do so blindly. But even in general, humans always think that which is, although usually ineptly and imprecisely and slightly forgetfully. Heidegger being nice. Humans are the ones who think, but not always because of this are they also thinkers. Clear enough? The thinking of thinkers we call thinking, properly said, thinking. This word is said strictly for this. So we all think, but only thinkers think. Okay, you get that. As humans always already think that which is, they constantly philosophize. Humans are already in philosophy. That is why humans cannot just be led into it. That was the impossibility of an introduction, as he said. Rather, a guide is required in order for humans to become more at home and to learn genuine dwelling where they always already sojourn, although ineptly and unadvisedly. Very now compactly stated, clearly stated, I hope, and you get a sense of what it means for Heidegger. You want to learn to genuinely dwell where you always already are. It's not the acquisition of a technical know-how. Philosophy is neither material for the classroom, nor a field of knowledge that lies somewhere outside of the essentially human being. Philosophy, it can be taught at times in a classroom, and it can be approached as an external knowledge, but for Heidegger, properly speaking, it is the human essence to philosophize. Philosophy is around humans day and night like the sky and the earth, almost even closer than they are. like the brightness that rests between them, which humans almost always overlook, since they are only busy with what appears to them within the brightness. I'm going to say something about that in a minute. Sometimes, whenever it darkens, humans become especially attentive to the brightness around them. But even then, humans do not pay closer attention to it because they're accustomed to the fact that the brightness returns. So this is actually an important point. I'm just going to mention it in passing. I've made a lot of it in my other lectures and videos. But where he says here, humans almost always overlook the brightness since they're only busy with what appears to them within the brightness. I'm going to give you a very quick and easy way of understanding that. You are wherever you're watching this, okay? Me, I'm in the studio. That's what I call this room, the studio. The things in the brightness of this studio are like the camera, the microphone, the book, the coffee cup, the computer, the monitor, etc. Those are like the stars in the sky, the celestial bodies, or the things that you can see in the light, the beings, the things, the objects, okay? For you, it's whatever's there for you, the chair you're sitting in, etc. We busy ourselves with what appears to us within the brightness. That's the world of the things within the room, let's say, within the world. But we're not always attentive to the brightness itself, to the illuminated space itself, to the openness itself, to the world in which these things are for us itself. And Heidegger wants to direct our attention in his own version of a kind of transcendental reduction here, wants to direct our attention from the things in and around our world, the things that are in the light, to the light itself, to the open expanse in which there's a world for us at all. And then he takes it a step further and he goes to the darkness behind the light, but never mind that. That's for a specialized lecture on another topic. Okay, but to repeat here, philosophy is around humans day and night like the sky and the earth, almost even closer than they are, like the brightness that rests between them, which humans almost always overlook since they're only busy with what appears to them within the brightness. Another way of putting that, introduction to philosophy here is, again, bringing into starker relief the background that's always there for us, the background of that open brightness in which we live and have our being. The guide to thinking strives for it to become brighter around us and for us to become more circumspect of the brightness. In this manner, we will perhaps become more thoughtful as the thinking ones that we already are. Become who you are. You're a thinker. Since thinking thinks that which is, beings must become more existent in order for us to be more thoughtful. But how do beings become more existent or also more non-existent? That depends on being itself and on how being sends itself to the human. I know that's opaque, but it would take us too long for a full commentary. So let's go on and see how Heidegger himself elaborates. Many ways are open for a guide to thinking. This lecture bears the title Thinking and Poetizing. You see the cover on screen. I've showed it several times. Okay, Thinking and Poetizing. Usually we say poetizing and thinking in the reverse order according to talk of poets and thinkers. Like in the phrase, the Germans are a nation of poets and thinkers. The Germans are a people of poets and thinkers. Talk that affects us, namely Germans, Heidegger says, addressing his students here, in a peculiar way. Occasionally one hears someone say that we are the people, folk, of poets and thinkers. When foreigners say this, they mean that we are the people who primarily produce poets and thinkers while they produce machines and fuels. All too often, following these foreigners, we opine the same way as they do. In other words, we Germans, Heidegger is saying, think of poetry and philosophy as the productions of the German people. Like the American people are producing entertainment, such and such people are producing industry, and the Germans are producing poetry and thinking. That would be a mistake, okay? However, that we are the people of thinkers and poets, and we are it and will be it, Heidegger adds, does not mean that we produce thinkers and poets as figures for displays of culture. Rather, it means that our thinkers and poets produce us in our essence. You remember in the previous live streams I talked about this. I want to try to say it again here in a way that's clear. Thinking and poetizing are not acts of cultural genius that come out of the head of some great individual mind and produce something that you can put into a museum of German culture. The people are what they are. So we're talking about being. The people are what they are only by virtue of the fact that there are poets and philosophers, poetizers and thinkers, okay? Our thinkers and poets produce us in our essence. The question remains as to whether we are essentially still great and noble enough to let ourselves be brought forth into our essence, regardless of what foreigners say about us. For they believe that as long as we simply behave and produce good thinkers and poets, they can remain undisturbed in their own engagements. They, the foreigners. This is another even greater error. After all, it could and will one day certainly be the case that our thinking and poetizing disturbs the foreigners, not in their engagements to be sure, but in their essence, and makes them uncertain, bringing them to the verge of reflection. If the Germans are truly thinking, if they're truly putting being into speaking and sheltering it in the word, then the foreigners will have to, at some point, confront German thought, German philosophy, and reflect on it. And that might unsettle them in their essence. If there's a threat to the American essence in its confrontation with German thinking, like, for example, Leo Strauss suggested at the beginning of Natural Right and History. Yet even here, the question at first emerges of whether and how we ourselves will protect our historical determination. Again, we the Germans, do we still have the nobility, as he said? Are we still essentially still great and noble enough to let ourselves be brought forth into our essence as a people of thinkers and poets? Yet even here, the question at first emerges of whether and how we ourselves will protect our historical determination, even when the path of history upon which the historical determination becomes our destiny still remains so concealed. The title of the lecture, Introduction to Philosophy, Thinking, and Poetizing, thematizes thinking and poetizing. We are therefore paying attention to discussions about thinking and poetizing precisely by means of a comparison of both in Nietzsche and Hölderlin. By distinguishing thinking sharply from poetizing, thinking stands out into its essence more sharply. What does it mean to think? Why is thinking distinct from poetizing? How does thinking say the being of beings differently from the way poetizing says the being of beings? Surely, if we only talk about thinking and poetizing in general, everything easily loses itself in the indeterminacy and in the indeterminate and vacuous. For this reason, Heidegger recapitulating, we're thematizing the thinking of a determinate thinker and the poetizing of a determinate poet. Okay, Nietzsche, Hölderlin. Now he asks, though, fairly, why not Kant and Goethe? Why not some other thinker and poet? The lecture itself will provide the answer to this question. May we simply note for now, extrinsically, that Nietzsche is that thinker who thinks what now is. Hölderlin is that poet who poetizes what now is. Okay? It's not, we don't live in Kant's world. We live in Nietzsche's world. That's why we don't go to Kant, we go to Nietzsche. Nietzsche expressed the being of our age. Nonetheless, what Nietzsche thinks remains infinitely distinct from what Hölderlin poetizes, so why are they brought together? But is it not supposedly the same what one thinks and the other poetizes? Is it not supposedly that which is? So aren't they both oriented towards the being of beings? Then there would have to be an infinite difference concealed in that which is in being itself. So let me just restate that point. Nietzsche is thinking the being of beings. Hölderlin is there in the realm of the being of beings. And yet one of them is thinking, one of them is poetizing. Does that suggest, we didn't get this formulation earlier, it's nice that we have it in the recapitulation. Does that suggest that there's a difference concealed in being itself, which lends itself to these two different modes of access and modes of expression? There will also be reasons why Nietzsche the thinker is a poet in his own way, and why Hölderlin the poet is a thinker in his own way. In Nietzsche and Hölderlin's thinking and poetizing and thinking are interwoven with one another in a single and wondrous way, if not completely joined together. And by the way, you should know that besides what he wrote on Nietzsche, and he has 4 thick volumes on him, and is written about in several of his other lectures and works, Heidegger also wrote several He also gave several lecture courses on the poetry of Hölderlin, okay, which you could read. They're published and they're very thought-provoking. It still preliminarily looks as if we ought to be dealing with matters about Nietzsche's thinking and about Hölderlin's poetizing. Pursuing this method of comparing them historically, we could certainly report many interesting matters. But this historical reasoning can never become a guide to thinking. This guide demands that we think with the thinker and poetize with the poet. So you can't just read the encyclopedia version. You can't just say, oh, these are the influences. The only way to use Nietzsche and Hölderlin as guides to thinking is to think with them, to think into their thinking. Okay? For this, it is necessary that we pursue the thinker by thinking and pursue the poet by poetizing. Only in this way will we experience what relation exists with the vacuous and that stands between Nietzsche and Hölderlin. So first we bring them together externally, Nietzsche and Hölderlin. But that and tells us what's the essential relationship between the thinking of the thinker and the poetizing of the poet, and we don't know that unless we get into it. One of the things I really love about Heidegger, reading him, teaching him, considering him, is that he's always telling you, you need a breakthrough into the realm of thinking. You're not going to get it externally. The whole task is to get right into it. Okay? Once again, only that way will you experience the relation between Nietzsche and Hölderlin, between thinking and poetizing. We faithfully think along with Nietzsche's thinking, if and only if we contemplate the thought which the thinker himself calls the thought of thoughts. So you're not thinking about Nietzsche if you do a gender analysis of Nietzsche's thoughts on women or whatever, okay? He has a thought that he calls the thought of thoughts. He says, in effect, this is it. This is the heart. This is the highest thought. This is the holy sanctum. This is the thought of the eternal return of the same. In the thinking of this thought, Nietzsche poetized the figure of Zarathustra. He expresses the thought of the eternal return of the same in the figure of Zarathustra. In Thus Spoke Zarathustra. Why? Why didn't he just write an essay on the eternal return of the same? An article, you know, like a clear treatise. Why did he need Zarathustra? Nowhere else, and at no previous time, has a figure been poetized within the thinking of Western metaphysics. This only becomes necessary within the completion of modern metaphysics and of metaphysics in general, according to Heidegger. The fact that this poetizing becomes necessary is the sign of the completion of Western metaphysics. Now here we have an assertion that we don't really have the evidence for yet. We don't know what Heidegger means by that. Why is it a sign of the completion of Western metaphysics that Nietzsche needed Zarathustra for the expression of the thought of the eternal return of the same? Here we only have the intimation that that's the case, but we don't have the elaboration of it. Only at one other time is thinking poetized in metaphysics, albeit differently, i.e. precisely at the beginning of Western metaphysics. You guys know what Heidegger has in mind here? Where else, conspicuously, has thinking been poetized? If at the end of philosophy, it's conspicuously the case in Nietzsche's Zarathustra, at the beginning of philosophy, it's conspicuously the case where? In Plato's thinking. Plato poetizes his myths. What this poetizing here and there is within thinking at the beginning and end of the history of Western philosophy, and whether these thinkers are thereby poets, is Plato a poet? Is Nietzsche a poet? Or remain thinkers, is something we must ask in due time. So that took us to the end of the introductory section, or the prefatory remarks of Heidegger's Introduction to Philosophy, Thinking, and Poetizing. I wonder what your experience listening to that was. Maybe not the kind of introduction to philosophy you'd expect in other circumstances and provided by other people than Heidegger. But you listen, we may or may not go on in another live stream with this. I want to show you what lies ahead here. Chapter 1, the fundamental experience and fundamental attunement of Nietzsche's thinking. That sounds like it could be interesting for us to go over together. But I'm going to leave it there for now. I hope that gave you something insightful about Heidegger, about Nietzsche, about philosophy, about thinking, and about all of that. So if you enjoyed this, once again, I just request, to make it easy to find and easy to see. Like, subscribe, share, comment. If you would like to make some comments, that'd be very nice. Helpful and a good way to engage with other people who have been here. Let me pop over the chat for a second. I remind you I have courses on Heidegger, Nietzsche, and Plato and others in my school. Let's see here. So, can I just put this on screen? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Just gonna quickly review some of these comments here. So 7 years of Aristotle to go. Yeah, that's because Heidegger once told his students that before they read Nietzsche, they should study Aristotle for 15 years. Something like that. And yet here we are discussing the will to power and eternal return of the same. So how dare we? It's true in some sense that it's a lifelong labor to become well-equipped really to encounter the thought of these thinkers. It's not something that you can just do on a lazy Sunday. But, we do our best, and everybody has the task ahead of reading Plato and Aristotle and Heidegger's commentaries on each of them and everything else too. So Mr. Janes loved Heidegger's comments on Nietzsche. That's excellent. He does write about him often and think about him in the contributions and in his Nietzsche books and elsewhere. Because the confrontation with Nietzsche is a confrontation with the completion of Western metaphysics, with the end of the first history of philosophy. Absolutely crucial, therefore, for Heidegger. I guess there was some discussion here about Zarathustra. Yes, Nietzsche has the character Zarathustra posit the Übermensch as a goal for humanity. It's true that at the start of Thus Spoke Zarathustra, Zarathustra has a teaching about the Übermensch. But it's equally true that you should, in my view, study the whole of Zarathustra with a competent commentary like Strauss's or Lampert's in order to see just how quickly, in some sense, Zarathustra's initial mission in Book 1 is frustrated and disappointed, and how he has to sort of change his teaching as he goes along, adjust it to the ability of his audience to understand. Zarathustra is a fascinating work. NietzscheCourse.com, I have a course on it. But again, separately from the course, Zarathustra, Strauss, Lampert, absolutely crucial reading. No Übermensch analysis here from Heidegger, so that's why I didn't mention it when we were going over it. Some comments here about some other topics. As you see here, yeah, Heidegger being a Nazi. I think I mentioned here that at the beginning, let me just read that again for those of you who weren't here at the very beginning and who want to be reminded that, this here, Introduction to Philosophy, it's an incomplete lecture course that originates from the 1944 winter semester at Freiburg, and it was interrupted because, as it says here, the lecture course had to be cancelled after the second session as a result of an intrusion from the National Socialist Party in the middle of November 1944. So Heidegger's lecturing, and in come the National Socialists to say stop. I think it also said that he was drafted into the war at this point. I'll tell you that in a second. This was his last academic lecture as an official tenured professor until what is called Thinking, which followed 7 years later after his teaching was lifted. Where did I see here that he was drafted? I think it was here in a second. First published in 1990 as the second part of volume 50 of Heidegger's complete works. Introduction to Philosophy, Thinking, and Poetizing presents Heidegger's final lecture course given at the University of Freiburg in 1944 before he was drafted into the German army. Okay, so that's something. Once again, I appreciate the kind comments here. I'm glad you're getting something out of these live streams. It's certainly a pleasure for me to spend my time with you like this. Zarathustra is one of the most beautiful books ever written. I definitely encourage those of you who haven't yet done so to read it. There you go. Zarathustra is one of the most beautiful books ever written. Okay? Some other people were speculating, about why Nietzsche has recourse to poetry. Is it a literary device? Or is it, like Heidegger's suggesting, essential to the nature of metaphysical thinking at the beginning of its history? All right, well, I suggest then that we leave it there for today. Thanks for spending your time here. Have a great Monday. See you in the next video. Hello everyone. I'm Michael Millerman and this is Millerman Talks, episode 15. Today I'd like to talk to you for a few minutes about Martin Heidegger and political theory. First, you should know that political theory is a subfield in political science. If you go to a university in North America today and you study political science, eventually you'll have the opportunity to choose a subfield or an area of concentration. That could be international relations, comparative politics, sometimes US politics, development studies, while one of the subfields in political science is called political theory. And that's where you're likely to read books that deal with the ideas and concepts that we use in understanding political life, moral disputes about the good society, debates about the nature of justice, about institutions, and so on. So, introductory class on political theory will usually cover Plato's Republic, Aristotle's Politics, Machiavelli's The Prince, Hobbes's Leviathan, and other books from the history of political philosophy that deal with those fundamental questions and don't see eye to eye in answering them. That means that for everybody today who is getting an education geared towards an understanding of political life, because what is political science? Political science is supposed to mean knowledge of political things, scientific knowledge of political things, of our laws, our institutions, power relationships. And given the importance, the centrality of politics and of the political character of human existence, you would think that political science is in some sense a privileged discipline, or at least equally as important as some other fundamental disciplines. But in some sense, according to Aristotle's argument, the political science is the number one science, because what else you're allowed to study in a political regime depends to an extent on the character of that regime. Some regimes will censor philosophy, some regimes will censor or banish the serious study of theology or the serious criticism of theology. So, in a way, the political science is the science that orients what's possible for study in a regime. And in that sense, it has a place, or ought to have a place of privilege. Of course, we don't really treat political science today in that way. And I'll make another video discussing how political science transformed, our understanding of political science transformed as our understanding of what counts as a science transformed. But right now, I want to take the subfield of political theory, that place in political science where you actually get the moral arguments about the good society. And I'd like to share with you the interesting circumstance that there's a single philosopher who, in a way, stands over and above the various schools of political theory and has influenced each of them radically. Sometimes because he's been the source for ideas that they embrace, and sometimes because in rejecting his ideas, that's how they've come to build up their identity as a school of political theory. Well, before I tell you who that is, that's my daughter. Yeah, we were recording a video about political philosophy. Before I tell you who that is, I would like to introduce you to a couple of schools of thought in political theory. One school of thought in political theory that you might have encountered or read about or heard about is Straussians. Straussians are students or students of the political philosopher, scholar of political philosophy, Leo Strauss. He influenced the generation of people who studied with him and imparted to their scholarship and to their pedagogy a certain style and a certain method that basically sees us as having fallen away from a serious study of old books. So basically, Strauss argued, I mean, there's a lot to say about this, but I'll try to say it in a nutshell. Basically, Strauss said that we treat classical political philosophy, Plato and Aristotle among others, foremost among others, as no longer relevant for us in our circumstances, because they are ancient thinkers who shared the presuppositions of their time and culture, whereas we are modern people who live in a different time, a more advanced time that has come to learn about the superstitions of the past, and in a more advanced culture, technologically and scientifically. So we can't really learn anything about the truth of human and political life by reading Plato and Aristotle. We can only learn about the prejudices of the ancient Greeks that they had. You know, they were homosexuals, they mistreated their women, they kept slaves, they believed in gods, many gods. They didn't have the progressive, enlightened view of sexual relations and of human and social relations that we have today. At most, you can read them as a record of mistakes that we've overcome, but in no case can you read them as a source for the truth about the most important matters of human and political existence. Strauss thought that was a mistake, that in fact, if we normally put the books of the ancient world under the standard of the modern world, it would be a worthwhile experiment to put the standards of the modern world under the standards of the ancient world, to judge our prejudices in light of the standard of Platonic political philosophy, for example. At least to conduct the experiment of changing our allegiances or our perspective. And Strauss's view, which he demonstrated amply in his writings, was that there is an abundant amount of fundamentally important material we can learn from studying pre-modern thinkers. In fact, we can't even understand ourselves unless we understand what modern political philosophy was a reaction to and a revolution against. So students of Strauss in political theory, they follow Strauss's analysis by teaching old books in somewhat the way that Strauss himself would teach them. So Strauss thought not only that we've come to ignore those books, but that we read them with a whole set of faulty interpretive lenses. As I said, the progressive lens being one of those. And we've relied on translations that are faulty because the translator thinks he knows better than the author what the author is saying. So if you're a translator of Plato and you come across some term that doesn't have a strict equivalent in English, because, for example, the polis in Plato's Republic is not quite either the state or the city, and you come up with some formula like city-state, for example, or in other words, and more generally speaking, if the interpretation is not faithful to the text, it means that we can't learn what Plato wanted us to learn. We can only learn the interpretation conveyed to us by the translator, which may be ideologically unsound. As a result, some of Strauss's students produced new translations of Platonic dialogues that aimed to be strictly literal, always translating the same words by the same words and trying never to interpolate their own interpretive or ideological bias. For example, The Laws of Plato was translated by Thomas Pangel, a student of Strauss. The Republic was translated by Alan Bloom, a student of Strauss. And these translations and the studies that are based on them by Strauss's students are of high quality and well worth your time and attention. So in political theory, students of Strauss, they have that approach to the old books. Which ones we should read, which ones are most important, how we should read them, and how they stand vis-a-vis the changes in interpretation that came with modern and postmodern relativistic types of interpretations. That school of political theory tends to be somewhat conservative. It doesn't like postmodern, deconstructive, leftist, anti-liberal approaches, which it sees as a serious threat to the constitutional order and a threat to the basic aims of a classical liberal education, an education that's designed to liberate the mind from the oppression of opinion by transforming opinion into knowledge through the study of philosophy. Old books, literal translations, opposition to historical relativism, and conservatism as opposed to leftism. In a nutshell, that characterizes the basic contours of the Straussian school of political theory. Other schools that you might encounter, and it's important because the people who are going through these programs are being shaped one way or another with respect to these crucial questions about the nature of the good society, a good political order, what is justice, whether we should respect the laws, what kinds of laws there should be, and so on. Another school of political theory is kind of like postmodern, deconstructive, post-structuralist, Foucault, Derrida, all of the French thinkers who some of them are published by Verso. They tend to be on the left. They are maybe more openly philosophical or jargony than Strauss and his students. Strauss and his students prefer to use, while Strauss himself said, we should talk about political life from the point of view of like common language. Like there's a tyrant, or there's a courageous man, there's a coward, things that every citizen can relate to on the basis of his or her own experience. Whereas the French theoretical schools of political theory, they sometimes talk more about jargon type analysis of political life, where you have to specifically learn that language in order to understand what they're talking about. And you can just read a few pages of Derrida and see whether it makes sense to you if you've never read him before. See, does that make sense to you as an ordinary citizen or not? And chances are that it won't, because it depends on theoretical insights into the nature of language and the nature of identity and all of these types of things that are quite fascinating, but that distinguish left continental political theory, this deconstructive left, postmodern left, neo-Marxist postmodern left, from conservative, pro-constitutional, and pro-classical Straussian school. So that's like one divide in political theory. You'll have students, classes, and professors who may lean one way or another. And what is taught and how it's taught will be completely different depending on whether it's taught from a Straussian perspective or from one of this French leftist perspective, generally speaking. But that's not all. There are other schools. Let me just mention one or two more. So there's another school in political theory that basically is social democratic. So in that sense, it's on the left. It opposes big ideas and grand narratives. For example, it doesn't think that we should talk about like nature, natural rights, or truths about human nature, whether they're given by God or whether they're given by reason. Because this school sees abstractions like God, reason, man, nature, nouns like that, it takes as abstractions that stand in the way of social democratic progress. That school had a great representative, an American pragmatist, Richard Rorty. He doesn't quite have a school named after him in the way that you have Derridians and Straussians, but his approach, his social democratic approach to the relationship between our political goals, our social and political goals on one hand, and our basic ideas about existence. Like, again, he denies that you should speak, he denies that we should talk about like reason and mankind, because those are abstractions, conceptual abstractions that impede actual social progress. Whereas other thinkers would say, well, whether or not our conceptions impede social progress, what's important is that we get the analysis right in the first place. So they would say truth does exist, and it's important that we orient ourselves toward it, regardless of what the political outcome is. But Rorty, his position, and the position of those who follow him, is that the primacy is not the conceptual, our knowledge about things, the real understanding of existence, but rather the primacy should be our political and social goals. And if our political and social goals are social democratic, then we will have a totally different existence. Will change because there's no such thing as existence. There's only it's social construction, but it's social construction. It's socially constructed as a function of our social and political goals and aims. Derrida, he doesn't quite see the relationship that way, because his view is that the social and political aims follow from the analysis of the nature of language and existence. So even though they're both on the left and they may both be championing social democratic aims, they see the relationship between the social and political aims and existence in somewhat opposite ways. Which one comes first? So Strauss, Derrida, Rorty. But you also have other schools in political theory that are not to the left of Strauss and social democratic, but to his right. They're not always given their due analysis in departments of political theory, because usually Strauss is seen as far right from the point of view of a social democrat or a liberal theorist, whether of the American pragmatist type or of the French postmodern type. Strauss himself already is seen as a bit of a reactionary, if not as a fascist, because the defense of ancient texts can run counter to a progressive, to the installation of a progressive worldview, because Plato is hierarchical, for example. Whereas if we're trying to aim at equality, we may want to either not read Plato or reinterpret him or criticize him on the basis of our social, political, moral commitment to equality. That's why Strauss himself is already seen as like the conservative. Straussians are already seen as, in a way, the most conservative school of political theory. But there are serious schools of political theory that are, so to speak, to the right of them. And one way to understand how that can be is that Strauss wanted to accomplish a couple of things in his writings. He wanted to restore philosophy to its rightful status as that activity that is most human, in a way, or like the peak human existence is the existence of the philosopher. The philosopher for Strauss is the standard, and philosophy is the highest human activity. But under modern circumstances, philosophy has lost its original meaning, it's lost its original character, and it's no longer understood as the highest human activity. It's now seen basically as something that can help serve liberal democratic political aims. So he sought to restore philosophy to its original dignity, at the same time as providing an intellectual basis for and defense of liberal democratic constitutional governments. So those are two cross purposes in a way. Defending liberal democratic constitutionalism, while at the same time restoring philosophy to a place of high dignity, without allowing the philosophical criticism of liberal democracy to undo the good, moderate political order that we have for Strauss. So he wanted to protect political life from the potential all-consuming fire of philosophy. And he had the experience, he knew firsthand that the most outstanding philosopher of the 20th century, and not only of the 20th century, was politically immoderate. I mean Martin Heidegger. So Strauss wanted to preserve immoderate philosophical desire and moderate political existence at the same time. And if any of you have heard that Strauss and his students practice the art of writing between the lines, or of esoteric writing, or of concealing a message depending on the audience that you're talking to, that's a function of this dual desire, to speak one way to philosophers and another way to non-philosophers in order to preserve both political moderation and legitimate philosophical madness, the madness that's characteristic of philosophy, that belongs to it. So Strauss's students, as I say, they write between the lines to try to preserve the immoderation of philosophy and the moderation of political life. But there are some people who think that you can't necessarily have it that way, that something must give in this uneasy compromise between philosophy and politics. That in some way, philosophy must hide its light under a bushel. Is that the saying? Philosophy must conceal its light in order to have political moderation. But when philosophy conceals its light, it somehow how can you put it? It somehow doesn't step into its full glory and full dignity. So people who are political theorists or political philosophers to the right of Strauss, in a way, they're more willing to have the all-consuming fire of philosophy exert its effect on political life. They're less interested in protecting politics from philosophy and more interested in giving philosophy its full glory. For about the last 30, 40 minutes, I've been speaking about the importance of Martin Heidegger to our understanding of social and political thought. But unfortunately, although the microphone was working, I forgot to hit play on the video recorder. That's what happens when you try to do too many things at once, not so carefully. So I have the audio. I'll post the audio for anyone who might be interested in that. But here, let me just recapitulate the argument briefly, and I'll be as brief and to the point as I can be. So I've already said that you have a variety of schools of political theory. Strauss, Rorty, Derrida, and a school to the right of Strauss that takes Heidegger not more seriously necessarily than Strauss did, but doesn't try to limit Heidegger's impact through the aim of political moderation. You know what I'm saying? Like you might say that even though Heidegger is a deep and fundamental thinker who's discovered many truths about the nature of human existence, nevertheless, we should not talk about that openly because it risks putting into question the primary organizational opinions of the day about what's good and right and what matters. So should we reconfigure philosophy in light of our political goal of moderation, or should we reconfigure our political goals in light of what philosophy reveals to us? That's an open debate, and it's a point worth, I mean, I can't say that one of those is the correct one. It depends on, it's actually, I would say, the crucial question for a thoughtful person today who is faced, whether as a citizen of the West or as a citizen of some other civilizational space or national space, and is thoughtful enough that the thought rises beyond just wanting to defend the principles of the regime, whatever those happen to be, beyond that to trying to establish a correct and truthful understanding about the nature of human existence and its relationship to the rest of existence. Because really, if you think about it, when we say a right to choose, a woman's right to choose, okay, debates about abortion, about the importance of family, about the importance of ethnic identity or racial identity, national identity, about our religious identity, about whether God exists or not, and if God does exist, which revelation should we follow? Which religious community is the one that we defend? Well, all of that is vitally important, naturally. But those disputes and those debates have a philosophic dimension to them that you can get to by ascending, so to speak, through those issues. Once you see, like Leo Strauss put it, we used to follow a divine code of law where we thought our legal order comes from the gods or from God, comes from our predecessors, and comes from those entities that are, let's say, closer to the truth of existence than we ourselves are. In other words, we live under a divine legal order. And because it's divine, it's good. But once you recognize that there are more than one political community that trace their legal order to an act of divine lawgiving, in other words, when you're faced with a multiplicity of divine codes of law, you now are, by that fact, invited into the philosophical task of not necessarily adjudicating between them, but of seeing, well, what is the truth of this matter? Which might bring you into the question of, like, what are the gods? What would the gods be? What is the nature of the relationship, if there is one at all, between the divine and the human? And you're faced with those questions more when the conflict of divine legal codes arises than you are when you're just operating within the system of a single code. Well, the same is true of regimes that don't claim to be the products of an act of divine lawgiving. If you're a citizen of a liberal democracy and you are just serving the principles of your regime, you care about greater equality, greater freedom, human rights, all of those types of things. But when you encounter a plausibly legitimate alternative to liberal democracy, like, for example, illiberal democracy of the Hungarian type, or something else altogether, well, one reaction is just to dig in and to defend your own liberal democracy. But another one is to inquire into the truth that rests above those alternatives, like to dig into try to get to the bottom of the dispute. We're faced with an ideological dispute today within liberal democracies and among other types of political orders. A dispute of the kind that is reflected in those multiplicity of political theory schools I mentioned, the Straussians, Derridians, postmodern deconstructionists, and we could add to it like followers of Jordan Peterson, critics of Jordan Peterson from the right, like all of these different types of groupuscules staging a dialogue or a conversation among them gives us access to may give us access to a higher perspective from which we can see what's true and what's not true in each of them, or even how each of them thinks about what it means for something to be true. Heidegger is a crucial resource for that, not only because he has a fundamental analysis of the nature of human existence, which would be valuable as we're thinking about these various alternatives, and not only because he has a whole account of how human beings sometimes close themselves off from themselves. You know, he has a whole system that could be useful in understanding those differences, but also because these schools of political theory are directly constituted in response to his thought, sometimes because they oppose it, sometimes because they accept parts of it, like Derrida and his school do, and sometimes because they accept all or almost all of it, like Dugin's fourth political theory school does. So Heidegger is a crucial component of all thought today concerning the relationship between intellectual activity and political morality, you might say, or between, more simply, philosophy and politics, or between political philosophy, a crucial figure for political philosophy. So in another video, I'll begin to walk through some of what Heidegger has to say that is philosophically and politically relevant, and how it's been interpreted by different schools, so we can begin to understand both those schools in light of Heidegger and get better access to Heidegger through those schools. Those of you who watch me because you like to follow my work on Dugin, you should know that he's called Heidegger the key to the Russian tomorrow and the deepest foundation of the fourth political theory. Those of you who watch me because you know that I work on Leo Strauss don't need me to remind you of Strauss's high estimation of Heidegger's philosophical significance. And if you happen to be someone who is watching me and is sympathetic to French theory, then you know that French theory was largely configured by Heidegger's influence. Like, I think it was Tom Rockmore who said that French philosophy is just dominated by Heidegger. If you're an American social democratic pragmatist Rorty follower watching this, hello and welcome to the channel. That's all for now. Before too long, I will be making some videos on Heidegger. And as always, if you want to suggest a topic, please do so. If you like any of the videos, please share them. And feel free to comment below, and I will gladly participate in any discussions that arise about what I've had to say. Thanks for watching. Bye for now. Hello everybody, good to be with you again. My name is Michael Millerman. MillermanSchool.com is my online university. Well, Martin Heidegger, Basic Concepts. I really like this short writing of Heidegger's, comparatively short, if you compare it with Being in Time or Contributions to Philosophy of the Event, or other brilliant works of Heidegger's like, where is it? Parmenides, right there, that blurry book above my finger, that's Heidegger's Parmenides lectures. Well, this Basic Concepts is quite nice, very good, and for a long time I've wanted to teach it and kind of walk through the introduction. Been putting it off, but I thought, let's just do it. So my plan for this live stream is as follows. Heidegger's Basic Concepts, Introduction, the internal connection between ground, being, and inception. I want to walk you through it. So I'm going to read it, comment, explain, clarify, and we'll see how this goes. Okay, hopefully you get some value out of this. So Heidegger, as he sometimes does, begins with an elucidation of the title of the lecture. What are basic concepts? What are we even talking about here? Basic concepts are ground concepts. Basic concepts, he says, Grundbegriff, of what? This is going to be interesting, okay? All of the parts of Heidegger that are hard to understand, I'm going to do my best to explain clearly for you as we go through. The title of this lecture does not say what basic concepts are. So it uses the word without saying what they are. Hence, what is supposed to be grasped by these concepts remains unclear. Concepts are said to be representations in which we bring before ourselves an object or entire regions of objects in general. Basic concepts, here with the emphasis on basic, Grundbegriff, he's got it italicized. Basic concepts are more general representations of the most possibly encompassing regions. We're going to have examples in a minute so that you know exactly what he's talking about. Such regions are nature, history, the state, the law, humanity, animal, or whatever else. So the concept of humanity, the concept of state, the concept of nature, the concept of animal, those are basic concepts. They bring a whole region of beings before you in representation. That's what Heidegger's saying here. However, in the lecture's title, basic concepts, in the lecture's title, there is no talk of the basic concepts of nature, art, or other regions. So what is a basic concept that brings this region before you in representation? But Heidegger's not talking basic concepts of law, basic concepts of art, basic concepts of society. He's just talking basic concepts. So we have to make sense of that. The title does not specify anything of the kind for which the basic concepts are supposed to be such basic concepts, whether for the investigation of art history or jurisprudence, for chemistry or mechanical engineering, or for any other subject area or field of human practice. Sorry. Perhaps the unsupplemented title Basic Concepts means this, that it does not treat of particular regions of beings, nor of the corresponding sciences that investigate them individually. So let me just say that again really briefly. If we're talking about the concept of the political, like in Carl Schmitt, you have the friend-enemy distinction. The concept of the political is structured by the friend-enemy distinction. And if you're operating with the concept of the political, you can bring the political phenomena to light in representation through that concept. Likewise with the concept of art, nature, history, and so on. But Heidegger says if we're just dealing with basic concepts as such, we're not bringing a particular lens or region of beings into our representation. We're doing something else. The question is what? Since then, he continues, the lecture is listed under the rubric philosophy. Like if you were going to put this book, Basic Concepts, somewhere on a library bookshelf, you'd categorize it like they do here, philosophy. Since, however, the lecture is listed under the rubric philosophy, naturally the basic concepts, quote unquote, of philosophy are meant. But if these were meant, it would have been stated. So why isn't this book called Basic Concepts of Philosophy? Instead, the title only says basic concepts, not the basic concepts, nor the basic concepts of philosophy. According to the traditional and also correct view,
how real is reality, really? I mean, look around. How much of this world you perceive is really out there, and how much of it is a mental creation, like a dream? You never question the reality of a dream until you wake up. So, how are you so certain that what you're experiencing now is not just a different kind of dream? And if it is,
Oh, I'm way too stoned to be in a desert.
is, what would it mean to wake up from it? There is a fascinating tradition of Buddhist philosophy built around these questions. This tradition is called Yogacara, and it is entirely dedicated to the study of mind and reality, or rather, mind as reality. 15 centuries before Freud and Jung, Yogacara discussed the ego, the unconscious, complexes, and projections, using different terms, of course. But their study of the mind goes beyond the bounds of modern psychology into a non-dual view of reality, where distinctions such as mind and matter, internal and external, observer and observed, no longer hold. Couple this with the Buddha's teachings on karma, rebirth, and enlightenment, and you can imagine how interesting things get. Here, I'll present the deepest and most transformative insights from Yogacara Buddhism I have discovered, but I should mention one caveat before we begin. Yogacara philosophy is vast. It has been evolving for centuries, and there are many different interpretations of it. At one end, you can read Yogacara as saying that all we experience is subjective, colored by our personal cognitive patterns. A pretty innocuous statement. At the other end, you can interpret Yogacara saying that nothing exists apart from consciousness, that the external world, objects, space, and time are only mental constructs. I personally lean towards the latter interpretation, as I do think the Yogacara arguments inevitably take us there. Yogacara philosophy is commonly known as Chitta Matra, meaning mind only, or consciousness only. Chitta Matra studies the world, objects, our bodies, and all our experiences not as objectively out there, but as conscious appearances in here, within the mind. Chitta Matra is the result of empirical and rational observations by generations of meditators. So, for all its sophisticated theory, it is grounded in direct experience, in meditation. To immerse us in this experiential kind of exploration, I've divided this video into two parts. Part 1 is something of a guided meditation, only I'll do a bit more talking than is usual for a meditation guide. Here we'll discover the key Yogacara insights into consciousness for ourselves by observing our own minds. Part 2 is more theoretical and will show us how our meditation insights come together into a non-dual view of reality as the activity of consciousness. Again, here I will lean towards one interpretation of Yogacara, which you don't have to agree with to benefit from watching the video. By the time we are done, you have a subtler and deeper understanding of your mind. You also get an idea of what a non-dual, non-conceptual experience of reality might actually mean. Now, without further ado, I present to you Chitta Matra, the Yogacara view of mind only. Let's explore Chitta Matra with a meditation object. Something simple, like this yellow circle. I invite you to rest your eyes on the circle now. Take a few breaths and settle in. When you're ready, gently shift your attention from the circle you're looking at to the experience of looking at that circle. What is this experience made of? Let's peel back its layers one at a time. First, there is the visual perception of the yellow circle. In Buddhism, this is called eye consciousness. The Buddha himself analyzes consciousness down into separate channels of perception, one for each sense organ. So there is ear consciousness, tongue consciousness, nose consciousness, and so on. Right now, the yellow circle is a visual impression in your eye consciousness. So far, so good. But consider this. How do you know you're looking at a circle right now, and not a triangle, a square, or a squirrel? And how do you know the circle is yellow, and not green or blue? It's obvious, you may think, but how is it so obvious? See, you're not simply perceiving a visual impression at the moment, but also a conceptual interpretation of that impression. This interpretation places the labels circle, yellow, looking, and so on to translate visual data into a narrative, such as I am looking at a yellow circle. In Buddhism, this is called Manovijñana, meaning mind consciousness. The Buddha includes the mind among our sense organs, treating it as that which perceives mental objects such as thoughts, desires, feelings, and the like. But the mind is also a unique sense organ in that it interprets the information the other sense organs are feeding it. Let me give you an example. If I put these 12 lines on the screen in a particular way, what do you see? You see a cube. The flat image in your eye consciousness suddenly becomes three-dimensional in your mind consciousness. Also, you can see the cube facing either up or down, again, depending on the mind's interpretation. Observe just how much of your seeing is done not through the eyes, but through the mind's interpretation of what the eyes are seeing. So it is with all the senses. The same smell may repulse you when you think it's coming from your socks, and make you salivate when you think it's coming from a slice of blue cheese. We mostly don't experience what we are experiencing, but our thoughts about what we are experiencing. Now, back to our meditation. We've recognized that seeing this circle happens in both your eye consciousness and your mind consciousness. Speaking more broadly, we can say experience involves the 6 channels of consciousness through which our sense organs feed us information about the world. This motto is what the Buddha taught his earliest disciples, but Yogacara takes things further. Let's now peel back the next layer of experience. Settle your attention again on the experience of seeing this yellow circle. We will now hone in on a subtle quality present in all conscious experience. Since this quality is always on, it is difficult to recognize it as a separate activity of the mind. Buddhist meditators took centuries to notice it, so don't feel disheartened if it takes you some time as well. I am speaking of Visaya Vijñapti, meaning object concept. Think of a dream you remember vividly. In that dream, you encountered people, objects, and places. You experienced these as external and separate from you. You interacted with them as if you were one entity and they another. Only upon waking did you realize all you had been experiencing happened within the mind. While dreaming, you took your own mental creations for real external objects. How curious. Well, that sense that what you are experiencing is external to you, or objective, is what Yogacara calls Visaya Vijñapti, the object concept. Now let's return to our yellow circle. You're not dreaming the circle, it is right here before your eyes, cognized by your waking mind. But how do you know this circle is an object external to the mind perceiving it? Notice how automatic the assumption is that you are perceiving an external thing separate from consciousness. You make the same assumption when you are dreaming, and you never question it then, even though every time you wake up, you know you are only experiencing the activity of your own mind. Notice the color of the circle. This color appears as something external to your mind, something independent from consciousness. Scientifically speaking, we know this is not the case. Colors do not exist outside of our perception. The screen you're watching this video on is emitting electromagnetic radiation with a certain wavelength. The color yellow is simply how the mind visualizes that wavelength. If I shorten the wavelength, you see green. But this green is, again, only a mental representation. As Yogacara would say, it is chitta matra, mind only. Still, we see the color, and we're convinced it is out there in the objective world, not an activity of the mind. This automatic conviction in the objectivity of perceptions is what Yogacara calls Visaya Vijñapti. Great. Now let's peel back the next layer of experience. This will take us to an even subtler activity of the mind, one responsible for most of what we do and most we suffer: the construction of a self. The Buddha's analysis of the self is probably his most powerful teaching. I explored this in depth in previous videos, which I invite you to watch. Yogacara, however, again takes things further. It distinguishes a dedicated mental structure that creates and sustains the sense of being a self. They call this function manas, not to be confused with manovijñana, which is mind consciousness. Let me read you the description of manas in the famous 30 verses on mind only by the Yogacara genius Vasubandhu. Its character and nature are that of thought. Manas is always associated with the four afflictions, which are delusion of a self, perception of a self, identity with a self, and love of a self, as well as mental contact in the others. This can sound a bit technical, but it is a simple observation. When I say, look at the yellow circle, you know it is you I am talking to. You who must look at the circle, and you who sees it. What can be more obvious than the fact that you are the experiencer of experience? But let's do a simple experiment. Consider this. Do you see yourself? I don't mean your hands or the reflection of your face on the screen, but yourself. Do you see it? Do you hear yourself? And I don't mean your heartbeat, breath, or other bodily functions, but yourself. Do you hear it? Or do you smell it? You may smell your perfume, clothes, sweat, or the like, but can you smell yourself? Your physical senses never come into contact with yourself, or with myself, or with any self for that matter. And yet, the self feels just as real as any physical object. It is a virtual entity the mind inserts into experience automatically, that is to say, unconsciously. Otherwise, we would all be able to drop our sense of self at will, and the Buddha would not have had to teach us how to do so. As I've said in previous videos, the sense of being a separate self has many evolutionary benefits. Indeed, if somebody lacks a stable sense of identity, this is usually pathological and requires treatment. The point of Buddhist practice and philosophy is not to abolish the self, but to see it for what it is. To see that the self is not the thinker of thoughts, but just a very persistent thought. Not the one who is conscious, but an appearance within consciousness. A few minutes ago, we explored how the mind applies the object concept to experiences, interpreting them as external. Well, we can say that through manas, the mind also applies the subject concept, or self, to to counterbalance external experiences with an internal experiencer. Yogacara calls this our dualistic grasping. This is the mind's bifurcation into one part that is internal and experiencing, and another part that is external and being experienced. The line dividing experience into these two aspects, the external and the internal, or the subjective and the objective, exists within the mind only. This is not a mystical or speculative claim. Observe your present experience. As you are watching this video, Visaya Vijñapti is the conviction that the video is external to the mind, and Manas sustains the sense of being the one inside the mind, watching this video. But both this video and the sense of being the one watching it are appearances within the mind. Otherwise, you would not be conscious of them. These appearances do not, by themselves, belong within or without, to the self or not to the self. It is the mind that processes this field of thoughts and sense impressions into a binary picture. We're nearly done now with our meditation. We have only one final layer of experience to explore, and this is the greatest discovery the Yogacara made. Something Freud thought he discovered a millennium later. Consider what we've explored so far. Consider how you automatically see the yellow circle. Consider how you automatically recognize it as a circle in your mind. Consider how you automatically perceive the circle as external to your mind. And finally, consider how you automatically experience being the one who is seeing the circle. Automatically here is to say unconsciously. Oh, this mental activity is somehow orchestrated without any conscious work. This begs the question, what is the origin of the mind's activity? Here we arrive at the most famous Yogacara term, the Alaya Vijñana. Alaya Vijñana literally means storehouse consciousness. It designates the deepest region of the mind, the origin and support of all conscious experience. In an earlier video, I compared the Alaya Vijñana with Carl Jung's understanding of the unconscious. The similarities are fascinating, so I invite you to watch that video to learn more. Yogacara sees the storehouse consciousness as a subliminal, ever-present stream of mental impressions. Whether we are awake, asleep, in deep meditation, or in a coma, the Alaya Vijñana is always on, always absorbing experiences and storing them up as impressions. This store then serves as the material out of which future experiences arise. Before getting too abstract with this, let's explore it with a simple practice. Please close your eyes for a minute and listen to this sound. Listen closely. Soak your attention with the sound and see if anything emerges in consciousness. The mind may respond to the sound by bringing up images, thoughts, memories, feelings. It's quite magical, really. Now, where did all this new content of consciousness come from? It wasn't here a minute ago. And where will these impressions go once the sound fades and you focus on something else? You can open your eyes now. The Yogacarans use a beautiful simile to explain this. They compare sense impressions with seeds and the storehouse consciousness with the soil where these seeds are stored. For example, taking a stroll along the beach plants seeds of sensory impressions in your alaya vijnana. Once you leave the beach, you move on to other things. On the surface of the mind, the experience is gone, just like how you don't see the seeds buried in the ground during winter. But one day, you hear the sound of waves breaking on the shore. Suddenly, you're back on the beach. You can almost feel the cool water lapping at your feet, the salty wind and the laughter of seagulls overhead. Like seeds sprouting in spring, past sense impressions burst out of the storehouse consciousness. As Yogacara says, they become reactualized. But the alaya vijnana doesn't only store sense impressions. Much more importantly, it stores habit energy. Every intentional action leaves an imprint on the storehouse of the mind, creating the potential for a similar action or experience in the future. This is most obvious when we think about our habits, especially our bad ones. There we can see how repetition ingrains certain patterns of behavior in our being, sometimes so deeply that even conscious effort can't break the vicious cycle. To extend the Yogacara metaphor, you can't plant peaches and expect apple trees. We are done now with our guided meditation. Observing our experience, we discovered all the major elements of consciousness Yogacara described. The 6 sense consciousnesses, the object concept, manas, and the storehouse consciousness. Now it's time to go the other way. Let's take what we've learned about consciousness and see how it comes together to produce the reality we think we are experiencing. Before we continue, I want to thank everyone for supporting my work. These videos are the fruits of my personal journey. They're not optimized for the algorithm, retention, or sponsorship deals. So, if you're enjoying these videos, you can help me keep making them by becoming a channel patron or member. This will also give you access to exclusive content, the ability to participate in community calls, and to submit your questions to people I interview. Check out the links in the description for more, and thank you for your generosity. Now, back to the video. How does reality arise in the mind? Let's begin with ignorance, even though there is no real beginning. The prima causa of this spectacle we call reality is the mind's ignorance of itself. Mind not recognizing mind. With this ignorance as a condition, the mind carries out a series of automatic operations known as the 3 transformations of consciousness. These operations arise simultaneously, but Yogacara lists them, starting with the most fundamental. Alaya Vijnana, or the storehouse consciousness, is the first transformation of consciousness. Here, mind manifests as a flow of impressions called vasanas. These impressions include images, ideas, sensations, and so on, but most importantly, they include acts of volition. All these are the latent seeds that later flower into conscious experiences. The alaya vijnana is not an entity, not a self, not a soul, but a flow of momentary impressions. It is not found within space or time, as space and time are impressions within it. This can all sound very abstract, but it refers to our daily reality. For example, let's do a quick body scan. See if you can hone in on any bodily sensation that you haven't been paying attention to while watching this video. The sensation can be an itch, Some extra pressure, discomfort, pain, pleasure. Whatever you discover, notice how you just became conscious of the sensation, even though it's been there for a while. And once you shift your attention away from it again, you're no longer conscious of it, and yet it's still there. But still where? In the Alaya Vijnana. The Alaya Vijnana is that great expanse of impressions in which consciousness acts like a tiny mirror. A mirror shifting restlessly from one appearance to another, capturing fleeting images of the storehouse and trying to hold on to them. This takes us to the next step of how the mind constructs reality. Manas is the second transformation of consciousness. Here, the mind acts as a mirror to itself. We can compare Manas with the myth of Narcissus, where the boy sees his reflection in a pool, mistakes it for the face of a stranger, and starts clinging to it. Manas captures a subliminal impression from the Alaya Vijnana, like how a mirror captures an image and reflects it. But more importantly, Manas reflects not only the content of the Alaya Vijnana, but the Alaya Vijnana itself. Of course, the Alaya Vijnana is not an entity separate from its content, but it does appear as such in the reifying mirror of Manas. So, if you're wondering what the Alaya Vijnana looks like, the best image the mind can have of it is simply yourself. You are the reflection of the Alaya Vijnana in the tiny mirror of Manas. Let's return to our body scan. When you locate that bodily sensation, this is Manas reflecting an impression within the Alaya Vijnana. But your experience is not simply that of a bodily sensation, but of your bodily sensation. That itch is palpably your itch. When Manas reflects an impression, it also reflects the space within which this impression arises, meaning the Alaya Vijnana. The reflection of this space for mental appearances becomes the image to which Manas clings as a self. But Manas does more than simply reflect the Alaya Vijnana. It obsesses over its reflection. Manas literally means thought or thinking. Yogacara has chosen this name to highlight the constant mental activity here, aimed at reinforcing that sense of self. You don't just cognize the itch as your itch. You also think, why do I have this itch? Should I scratch this itch? Maybe I should practice non-scratching, but maybe I shouldn't repress my desire for scratching. Thus, Manas immediately obscures direct experience with countless narratives, thoughts, and emotions concerning the imagined self. To complete the picture of reality as we know it, the mind performs the third transformation of consciousness. Here, mind takes the form of our six sense consciousnesses, as colored by Visaya Vijñapti, or the object concept. So that bodily sensation within the Alaya Vijnana enters into consciousness once the mirror of Manas turns to face it. It then feels like you, the self, are experiencing your bodily sensation. Visaya Vijñapti, via the six sense consciousnesses, adds the icing on the cake. The conviction that your bodily sensation is something objectively out there, something perceived by the mind, not an activity of the mind. Consider the fact that over 80% of people with amputation still feel sensations in their missing limbs. This goes to show just how much the object concept shapes our experience of the world, even when the object is obviously not there. These then are the three transformations of consciousness: the Alaya Vijnana, manas, and Visaya Vijñapti via the six sense consciousnesses. Their simultaneous activity arises due to the mind's ignorance of its own nature. It creates the illusion of an external reality and an internal self experiencing that reality. This illusion, in turn, further confuses the mind, prevents self-realization, and feeds the cyclical arising of experience we call birth, death, and rebirth. As one scholar puts it, we are enwrapped like the silkworm in the cocoon spun by our own selves, and transmigrate from one form of existence to another, from one world to another, forever. So this is how the mind creates the appearance of an external reality, according to Yogacara. Clearly, this view opens up at least as many questions as it seeks to answer. Let's look at a few really important ones. First, if reality is just a mental creation, how does the mind choose what experience to have? Why would we experience so much hardship and sorrow if the mind has the power to experience whatever it can imagine? Second, what about our shared perceptions? If you play this video to a friend, which I would appreciate, you will both be watching the same video. Doesn't this prove that this video is an external object, independent of both of your minds? And finally, what's the point of all this theorizing about the nature of mind and reality? The Buddha's aim was always liberation from suffering, not philosophical diversion. Does the Yogacara view of Chittamatra have any utility in helping us out of our everyday ignorance and suffering? There is an important element of Chittamatra I haven't mentioned. Now that we know about the three transformations of consciousness, it is time we look at the force behind them, the law that directs the mind's generation of experience. It's time we talk about karma. In the earliest sutras, the Buddha says, karma is what creates distinctions among beings. He also says, the body-mind is to be regarded as old karma, brought into existence and created by intention. I have an in-depth video about karma and rebirth. I invite you to watch that to see just how profound and elegant this teaching of the Buddha is. Here I'll only briefly mention the aspects most relevant to Yogacara. The Buddha teaches that all experience is the result of karma. Your karma includes all your intentional thoughts, words, and actions in this life and in an infinite series of past lives. Everything you experience in life, the Buddha says, down to the most trivial detail, even down to watching this video, is literally what your past karma looks like. Your life is your karma objectified. For example, if you've spent years reacting to stress with anger, you tend to find yourself in situations full of conflict and tension. If you've spent years practicing patience and kindness, you tend to find yourself surrounded by more trust and goodwill. Different seeds, different worlds. Now, Yogacara elaborates on this teaching with a profound psychological twist. To my understanding, Yogacara says consciousness and karma are all you need to explain reality. Let me explain. First, Yogacara notes the alaya vijnana is what makes karma and rebirth possible. Only an unconscious storehouse of past experiences can explain how something you did a decade ago shapes your experience today. The intentional action of hurting or helping somebody leaves an impression in the alaya vijnana, where it becomes the seed of a future experience. When the right conditions appear, that impression, or vasana, becomes reactualized and you experience being hurt or helped by somebody. To give an extremely simplified example, if you punch the wall in a fit of anger today, your hand will hurt tomorrow. The Buddha has taught in detail how there is no self who punches the wall today, and there is no self whose hand is hurting tomorrow. But there is the punch and there is the hurt. Yogacara adds that it is the alaya vijnana that provides the continuity between the two. The punch plants a seed in the alaya vijnana, and that seed flowers into hurt. In the same way, the alaya vijnana connects all moments of cognition, in this life and across lives. So, the alaya vijnana allows karma to work. Karma, in turn, determines what experience the mind will form at any given moment. This video and my words are how your past intentional actions appear to your eyes, ears, and mind at this moment. In turn, your choice to watch this video, and thanks for that by the way, informs what future experiences your mind will generate. The mind doesn't choose what to experience, it simply responds to past karma and to the present causes and conditions. It is like the ocean, which doesn't choose when to ebb and when to flow, but simply responds to the law of gravity and the movement of earth, moon, and sun. The Yogacarins say karma is also the reason why different beings seem to perceive the same external objects. For example, Ellie, my fiancée, has a pair of red socks. When she looks at her red socks and when I look at the red socks, we both see the same thing, a pair of red socks. A Yogacarin would say Ellie and I have a lot of shared karma, hence our similar body minds, hence we both perceive a pair of red socks. Now, Barney, our dog, has a different kind of body mind, the result of different past karma. When Barney sees the red socks, I don't know what he sees, but he goes crazy. He starts biting, licking, and tossing them around. Obviously, he is experiencing a very different kind of object. Such differences in perceived reality exist between people too. For example, this video will seem fascinating to one viewer, boring to another, and to another it will be blasphemy against the one true religion. Now, which is it? Is the video fascinating? Is it boring? Or is it blasphemous? That depends on your past karma, Yogacara would answer. In reality, there are no two people who will watch the exact same video when they see this. For Barney, I doubt this video even appears as an object in consciousness. Still, to me, to you, and to pretty much every viewer, this video is, well, a video. For Yogacara, this is not an argument for the objective existence of this video outside our minds. It is simply a consequence of our shared karma. You and I and pretty much every viewer of this video, for all our differences, we are all human beings. This means we are experiencing many shared karmic patterns, which our limited human language represents as objects and events in a shared external world. In fact, says Yogacara, we are each trapped in our own private mental simulation of reality. The question then is, how do we exit the simulation? How do we experience reality beyond mental constructs? How do we wake up? After all their sophisticated analysis, the Yogacarins end up back with the Buddha's fundamental insight. Ignorance of the mind's workings leads to craving and aversion for objects that are only as real as a dream. These craving and aversion lead to misguided intentional actions, or karma, which then fuel the vicious cycle of becoming, where ignorance and suffering propagate from one lifetime to another. You can compare this with the Buddha's teaching of dependent origination, his most profound doctrine, which I explore at length in a previous video. In any case, to end the vicious cycle of suffering, one must end its root cause, which is ignorance. More specifically, ignorance of how your mind functions. So, how do we end ignorance? In short, first we learn Chitta Matra, then we unlearn Chitta Matra. In his 30 verses on mind only, Vasubandhu writes, "So long as one has not given rise to the mind which seeks to abide in the nature of mind only, then, regarding the two types of grasping dispositions, he is still not yet able to subdue and extinguish them." In other words, so long as you have not started investigating the backstage of the mind, where experience is constructed, you remain caught in dualistic grasping to subject and object, self and other, internal and external. You are not experiencing reality, but your own private karmic dream. Noticing you are dreaming is the first crucial step. Still, it does not constitute waking up. Vasubandhu continues, "Setting up and establishing even something small and saying this is the nature of mind only, because there is still something which is grasped, it is not truly abiding in consciousness only." This is a profound and subtle warning. You see, waking up is not a matter of thinking about reality in a new way. If we return to our meditation object, the yellow circle, we may now see it as a creation of the three transformations of consciousness. We've learned some new terminology, but are we any nearer to awakening? Have we not only substituted one concept with another? To go beyond the mind's creations, we clearly need an approach other than conceptual thinking. Let me read you how Vasubandhu concludes his 30 verses. "Without grasping and not conceptualizing, this is the wisdom of the supramundane realm, which abandons the coarseness of duality and naturally attains transformation of the basis. This itself is the realm of no outflows, inconceivable, good and eternal, the peaceful and blissful body of liberation, and what the Buddha called the Dharma." This is the Yogacara view of final awakening. The transformation of the basis occurs when ordinary consciousness, or vijnana, becomes direct knowing, or jnana. This is pure experiencing, devoid of subject-object duality, devoid of conceptual interpretation. We get a taste of this when we're absorbed in music or watching a sunset, and for a moment there's just the color and just the sound. No commentator in the background saying, "I like this" or "I should take a photo." Just experiencing. This may seem like a unique conclusion of the Chittamatra doctrine, but it is only a reformulation of the Buddha's original teachings. When Bahya, a sage who was soon to die, asked the Buddha for a concise summary of the Dharma, the Buddha told him, "When for you there will be only the sensed in reference to the sensed, only the cognized in reference to the cognized, then, Bahya, there is no you in connection with that. When there is no you in connection with that, there is no you there. When there is no you there, you are neither here, nor yonder, nor between the two. This, just this, is the end of suffering." What the Buddha describes to Bahya is just that non-dual awareness that Yogacara calls jnana. Jnana designates direct knowing, raw immediacy prior to the mind's conceptual processing, the experiencing of suchness. As we see, this conclusion of Yogacara teaching does not belong to Yogacara, but neither does it belong to the Buddha. I see it as a universal insight of non-dual traditions. For me, the person who communicates it most clearly is a modern sage who belongs to no tradition, Jiddu Krishnamurti. He says, "In the state of experiencing, there is neither the experiencer nor the experienced. The tree, the dog, and the evening star are not to be experienced by the experiencer. They are the very movement of experiencing. There is no gap between the observer and the observed. Thought is utterly absent, but there is being." You can taste this in small ways. After this video, when you're washing a dish or walking to the next room, see if there can be only the sensation of water on your hands, only the sound of your footsteps, letting your train of thought dissolve into presence. That tiny shift is already a kind of awakening. The Yogacarins, of course, being the hyper-analytical psychologists they are, have a technical vocabulary surrounding awakening. We could go into that, but I think it would defeat the purpose of what we've been talking about. After all, how many more mental models do we need before we are ready to experience reality beyond mental models? I hope this video has given you some new perspective on the workings of your mind and the nature of what you experience as an external reality. Please don't take what I've presented here as a definitive introduction to Yogacara, but as one possible reading. Chittamatra is a profound and subtle view of reality, which even a lifetime of study cannot exhaust. The question remains, how are we to actualize this non-conceptual mode of experiencing the Yogacaryans call jnana? How can we perceive reality beyond the construct of the mind? Here I would rather leave Yogacara territory and direct you to the most lucid, non-dual teacher I know of, Krishnamurti. Coming into contact with his teachings has had a lasting impact on my mode of being in the world, and I present his insights in another video. If you'd like to explore this non-conceptual way of living in more practical detail, I recommend watching that next. Thank you for watching, and remember, what you seek is seeking you. See you next time. Among all the Buddha's teachings, one stands out as the deepest and most difficult one. One teaching is the beating heart behind every doctrine, scripture, and practice. One insight is the source and destination of Buddhism: dependent origination. The Buddha himself said, "Whoever sees dependent origination sees the Dhamma. Whoever sees the Dhamma sees dependent origination." Dependent origination maps the exact steps by which we arrive at suffering, and the steps we can take to become free of suffering forever. This teaching is the key to understanding not only our lives, but the entire structure of reality. At university, my professors only ever mentioned dependent origination in passing, without any discussion. Imagine not hearing about the sun in a course on the solar system. I found that strange back then, but these days I see some wisdom in it. There is danger in encountering the teaching without due caution. The Buddha's closest disciple, Ananda, once exclaimed, "It's amazing, Master, how deep this dependent origination is, and how deep its appearance. And yet, to me, it seems as clear can be." But the Buddha reproached him. "Don't say that, Ananda. Deep is this dependent origination, and deep its appearance. It's because of not understanding and not penetrating this teaching that this generation does not go beyond the rounds of rebirth." We must heed this warning. I invite you to take everything I say in this video as provisional. The tradition holds only awakened beings can explain dependent origination correctly. But while the teaching is difficult, each of us can gain insight from it, should we approach it with humility. This video has 4 parts. In part 1, we will explore the principle at the heart of dependent origination. In part 2, we'll look at the 12 links that map human existence. An ancient Buddhist sutta will be our guide here. Part 3 will explain the logic behind the links, and in part 4, we'll reflect on how the teaching changes our view of reality and ourselves. And I have left something special for the conclusion as well. So, let's make our approach gently. Our journey will take us through virtually everything the Buddha ever taught. By the end, hopefully, we will be one step closer to the insight that liberated the Buddha and put the wheel of the Dhamma in motion. Dependent origination. When this exists, that comes to be. With the arising of this, that arises. When this does not exist, that does not come to be. With the cessation of this, that ceases. All Buddhist teaching is a rephrasing or elaboration of these 2 lines. This is the formula that's come to be known as dependent origination, and also interdependent arising, and auspicious coincidence, and causal interdependence, and about a dozen other names. In Pali, it is called Paticca Samuppada. My point is, the words don't matter. I invite you to not try to memorize any words or concepts throughout this video. This will only get in the way of understanding the essence. Dependent origination is the Buddha's insight that the world of experience is not a collection of objects or things, but a living network of relationships. Imagine a cosmic feedback loop composed of infinitely many smaller feedback loops, all feeding into one another. Remember, the Buddha discouraged philosophy for philosophy's sake. He maintained his only occupation was to reveal the nature of suffering and the path to ending suffering. His teaching of dependent origination returns always to the human condition and how to free it from endless sorrow. When we apply dependent origination to our life, we get a formula. This formula maps how we live, suffer, and how we can be liberated. The most famous version of this formula contains 12 links, and here they are. It's easy to get intimidated at the sight of this, but again, you don't need to memorize lists, terms, or formulas. It is only vital to understand the principle underneath. The 12 links describe the nature of human experience. They describe you, what you are, where you've come from, and where you're going. Let me present these links to you with a fascinating early text called Avijja Pachaya Sutta. There, a monk challenges the Buddha's non-self-teaching, to which the Buddha replies with the 12 links of Paticca Samuppada. What follows is a conversation that touches on pretty much every aspect of Buddhist philosophy and shows the underlying unity of it all. You're about to hear a new framework for understanding your existence. Some of it might sound strange, even absurd at first, but I invite you to give it a chance. You may discover many new insights about the patterns of your life in this bizarre conversation. Now, let's hear about Paticca Samuppada in the Buddha's original words. Old age, death, and suffering. These comprise the final link of dependent origination. They are what the Buddha's entire teaching is aimed at freeing us from. One day, a distraught monk approaches the Buddha and asks him, "Master, you teach the non-self, but you also teach liberation from suffering, old age, and death. Now, whose suffering, old age, and death are you talking about? And who is it that must get liberated?" The Buddha answers, "Whose suffering, aging, and death is not a valid question, monk. Rather, when there is birth as a condition, suffering, aging, and death follow." Instead of answering the monk's question, the Buddha addresses the thinking behind it. The who is replaced by how. The notion of a self is replaced by the notion of a dynamic relationship. Keep this in mind as we continue. Birth is the 11th link of Paticca Samuppada. When there is birth, there must of necessity be old age, death, and suffering. Later traditions sometimes interpret these links metaphorically as the arising and passing away of mental states. The early suttas, however, take birth and death literally. They ground us in the physical reality of existence and its inevitable sorrow. The monk presses on. "Clearly, Master, birth is the condition for death. But isn't it a self that gets born? Or whose birth do you mean?" "Whose birth," the Buddha replies, "is a misleading question. Rather, birth occurs when there is existence as a condition." Existence here refers to the three realms of Buddhist cosmology: the sense realm, the form realm, and the formless realm. These are the three planes on which karma generates sentient beings. Discussing these realms is a whole different rabbit hole which we'll leave for another time. The Buddha's statement here is again quite matter-of-fact. For birth to occur, the fundamental parameters of existence must be in place. Existence is the 10th link of dependent origination. "But whose existence do you mean, Master?" the monk asks. "I exist, while my imaginary brother does not. It is a self that exists or not. Isn't that so?" The Buddha replies, "Your thinking is mistaken, monk. Rather, existence occurs when clinging is present as a condition." Here we enter the deep waters. It's far from obvious why existence should have anything to do with clinging, let alone arise from it. Let's pause on this strange statement. The Buddhist suttas list 4 kinds of clinging. There is clinging to sensuality, to views, to practices, and to a self-idea. This is no random list. It brings out the 4 ways in which the human body-mind forms attachments. The Pali term for clinging, upadana, literally means fuel. The suttas compare the unenlightened mind to fire, in that it constantly needs fuel to keep going. The 4 kinds of clinging are the 4 ways in which the deluded mind feeds. Let's go through these one by one. As we do so, think about what type of clinging is most prevalent in your life. Most obviously, the mind feeds on the senses. Sensual stimulation alleviates, for a time, the mind's craving for peace and satisfaction. But this is an unreliable source of nutrition with diminishing returns. Our overstimulated culture, built on content addiction, fast food, and pornography, shows this. Sensual clinging requires ever-increasing doses of pleasure to silence the void inside us we're avoiding. On a subtler level, deluded mind feeds on views about the nature of the world. Opinions and their seeming confirmation can be even more addictive than sensuality. There is no shortage of ascetics abstaining from bodily pleasure only to have replaced it with an addiction to doctrines and narratives. In fact, the Buddha recognizes his own teaching as a potential object of clinging. As long as we're practicing the Dhamma according to opinion rather than direct insight, we are not practicing the Dhamma. This brings us to the next kind of clinging, which is the mind feeding on rules and practices. Here, attachment forms around maintaining a particular way of life. This can include our diet, our work routine, our family life, our spiritual practice. This is the mind seeking peace and satisfaction through activities. We seek the sense of being a good boy or a good girl, a productive citizen, living the proper life. Again, this is an attempt to cover up the constant background of stress and sorrow in our lives, and it works temporarily at best. The final kind of clinging is so subtle most people never realize it's there. Attachment to a self-idea is the root and substance of all other kinds of attachment. The idea of being a separate self is the mind's most treasured nutrient. It gives the mind a sense of shelter, belonging, reality even. It is the master narrative that makes sense of life. Ironically, it is also our key source of suffering. On a basic level, clinging to a self-idea can be attachment to our social image, what Carl Jung termed persona. We may identify as a good mother, a faithful husband, a professor, an anarchist, and so on. Our times show we can cling to our gender too. Our bodies, feelings, perceptions, predispositions, and even the fact of our awareness can serve as targets for self-projection. Clinging to a self-idea is the belief we are some independent entity, a self separate from experience, or within experience, or even outside of experience. Mystical notions like the cosmic self are, for the Buddha, also forms of clinging. More food for deluded mind. For more on this, you can check out my comparative video on Jung's self-archetype and the Buddha's non-self teaching. The 4 kinds of clinging are the mind's efforts at alleviating stress, suffering, and dissatisfaction. These efforts deserve our compassion, but they must be recognized as futile. The end of sorrow is a noble goal, and the Buddha says it is within reach, but it cannot be attained through clinging. Now let's return to the Buddha's bizarre statement that existence appears once clinging is present as a condition. If we think of a person addicted to sex, and another one addicted to religion, and another one addicted to work, and another addicted to their looks, we picture 4 different kinds of life, 4 different modes of existence. This is a simple example of how clinging shapes existence. Clinging is like gravity. It pulls us into habitual orbits, shaping our lives and destinies, making us circle endlessly around objects of craving, whether sensual pleasures, ideas, activities, or our self-image. But the Buddha goes further. He says clinging puts us on trajectories that go beyond our present life, directing our experience in countless cycles of rebirth. Whether in the material world or subtler realms, clinging shapes our existence. We're not meant to take the Buddha's word for this, that would be clinging to views, but we may as well keep an open mind about it. So, think about what you most cling to in your life. Is it your work or your relationships? Is it achievement or status? What would happen if you let go of those, even for a moment? Clinging is the ninth link of dependent origination. I see, Master, the monk says, but this only displaces my question. If a commoner clings to his possessions, it is he himself that clings, no? Or whose clinging do you mean? The Buddha refrains from pointing out the monk's clinging to a self-idea. He replies, whose clinging is not a valid question. Rather, when there is craving as a condition, clinging arises. Craving is the state of wanting your present experience to be different than what it is. It is having a preference for the contents of consciousness. The early suttas describe 6 classes of craving, one for each of the objects of our sense organs. Remember, Buddhism recognizes 6 sense organs: eyes, ears, tongue, skin, and nose, plus the mind, which is our sense organ for mental objects. The human body-mind has these 6 channels through which reality is interpreted and enters into consciousness. So there is craving for images, craving for sounds, for tastes, tactile sensations, smells, and mental objects. This 6-fold division is, of course, only a teaching convention. Experience never arises so neatly classified. For one, mental objects such as memories and fantasies usually accompany all other sense experiences. When the craving for some content of experience reaches a certain threshold, clinging arises. This is how addiction forms, in ways both subtle and tragic. Think about your own cravings here. How much of your thoughts, words, and actions revolve around pursuing pleasure or avoiding pain? How much of your life revolves around preference? Craving is the 8th link of dependent origination. I see the truth in this, the monk says and bows. But Master, again I must ask, whose craving do you mean? A villager craves a woman, a nun craves the Dhamma. Are these not different selves craving different things? Whose craving is not a valid question, the Buddha says. Rather, when feeling is present as a condition, craving arises. Feeling is a technical term in Buddhism. It denotes the automatic interpretation of experience as pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. Note here, if I'm having blue cheese and it tastes like blue cheese, the experience will feel pleasant. If I'm having chocolate and it tastes like blue cheese, the experience will feel unpleasant. Feeling originates in the mind as a subjective interpretation of sensory data and is rooted in our desires, expectations, biology, and countless other factors. When the feeling is pleasant, we crave more of the experience. When it is unpleasant, we crave less of the experience. When it is neutral, we usually crave for the experience to change into something more exciting. So, feeling is the 7th link of dependent origination. The monk, his patience tested, raises his voice. But Master, when I feel frustrated at not understanding your words, it is I who feel this, and not Sariputta. Whose is that feeling you speak of? Whose is that feeling is a mistaken question, the Buddha replies. Rather, when there is contact as a condition, feeling arises. Contact is another technical term. It denotes the conscious coming together of sense organs and their sense objects. The moment you hear my voice, this is ear contact. The moment you grasp the meaning of what I'm saying, this is mind contact. The time between these moments of awareness is so short that the untrained mind confuses them as one and the same experience. Now, if you fall asleep while listening to this video, you will no longer consciously register my voice. While the sound of my voice will be reaching your eardrums, there will be no ear contact. Contact requires consciousness. Would, however, your unconscious mind receive my voice? Can there be unconscious contact? This is an important question, and I haven't found an answer to it in the early suttas. In any case, understanding contact is of extreme importance for liberation. Remember, as sense data appears through contact, the body-mind applies a feeling tone to it. Usually we can distinguish between the two. We say, I'm addicted to smoking, or I'm addicted to porn, or I'm anxiously attached to my partner. But we're not. It is the feeling we apply to contact with these objects that we crave, not the objects themselves. Cultivating mindfulness allows us to perceive the space between contact and feeling. This gradually erodes the hold external objects have on us. Or rather, we begin to see this hold is nothing more than our own self-projections. This insight begins to disrupt the cycles of dependent origination, but it is not enough to end them. Despite what some modern Buddhists teach, the Buddha never said mindfulness of contact leads to liberation. Only the complete cessation of the first link of the chain can end dependent origination and sorrow forever. But I'm getting ahead of myself. One more thing before we move on. Contact is the point where information enters into consciousness. So, the remaining links we will cover are mostly unconscious. This shows just how much of what we do to produce suffering happens unbeknownst to the thinking mind. Liberation, then, requires transformation on all layers of the body-mind. It's not just about getting your thinking straight. Contact is the sixth link of Paticca-samuppada. Yes, Master Gautama, the monk says, but there is my ear contact and your eye contact. There is his mind contact and her skin contact. It is the self that has contact. The Buddha replies, to say it is the self that has contact is misguided. Rather, when the six sense media are present as a condition, contact arises. The six sense media are simply our six sense organs. These are the gates through which reality becomes known by the body-mind. They are the fifth link of dependent origination. But Master, the monk exclaims, my eye is different from your eye and from the eye of Vacchagotta. I want to know what is the self that sense media belong to. What self do sense media belong to, the Buddha says, is an invalid question. Rather, when there is the body-mind as a condition, there are the six sense media. Body-mind refers to the psychophysical system we colloquially call a person. Body refers to the physical elements that make up the organism. Mind refers to the mental phenomena of feeling, perception, intention, contact, and attention. Note how consciousness is not included as a mental phenomenon. Rather, consciousness is the knowing of phenomena, mental and physical alike. We'll get back to this in a minute. Also, note the Buddha doesn't say a body and a mind, or a body with a mind, or a mind with a body. He says body-mind, meaning one whole. For the purposes of analysis, we say this whole has a physical dimension and a mental dimension, but the body-mind is one continuous dynamic process. Modern medicine is still catching up with this insight. Thank God for Gabor Mate. The body-mind is the fourth link of dependent origination. But Master, the monk says, this body-mind we call Siddhartha, and that body-mind we call Ananda. Is the body-mind the self, or does it belong to the self? Or is the self something completely different from the body-mind? Your questions are off the mark, monk. the Buddha replies. Rather, when there is consciousness as a condition, the body-mind arises. We arrive at another crucial link here. The traditional explanation is that without consciousness, the body-mind could not maintain its development and vital functions. This is what the Buddha says in Mahanidana Sutta. But let me give you an additional interpretation. The mainstream view today is that consciousness is somehow produced by the brain. Since we can see the physical correlates of states of consciousness, we assume consciousness is nothing but an activity of the brain. The Buddha, avoiding assumptions, sticks with the facts of experience. And those are that the body-mind only ever appears as content of consciousness. Think about it. Think of playing a first-person video game. Let's take Skyrim, for example, one of my favorites. We play Skyrim on a screen. We don't imagine our screen exists within our game character. We don't imagine when our character, the Dovahkiin, dies, our screen will disappear. We know our character, the game world, and all game activity exist as content of the screen. But once we close the game, we fail to apply this same principle to our own experience. We assume our consciousness is somehow contained within our mind or body. We assume the breakup of the body-mind is the end of consciousness. And we keep failing to notice the obvious. That is, the body-mind only ever appears as content of consciousness. Now, our intuition about the brain-consciousness relationship is not entirely wrong. Consciousness does seem to require some psychophysical system as support. The Buddha recognizes this too. He says, insofar as consciousness is conditioned by body-mind, body-mind is conditioned by consciousness. From all 12 links of dependent origination, only here does the Buddha explicitly speak of a two-way relationship. We can see here the germ of the non-dual insight that consciousness and its contents is a false division of one and the same reality. But the Yogacara Buddhists will get here centuries after the death of the Buddha. You can learn more about them in my video on the Buddhist unconscious. The Buddha himself left us with a mysterious simile. He compares consciousness to a sunbeam and the body-mind to that on which the sunbeam lands. We read, just as if there were a roofed house or a roofed hall, having windows on the north, the south, or the east. When the sun rises and a ray has entered by way of the window, where does it land? On the western wall, Lord. And if there is no western wall, where does it land? On the ground, Lord. And if there is no ground, where does it land? On the water, Lord. And if there is no water, where does it land? It does not land, Lord. In the same way, where there is no craving for nutriment, consciousness does not land there or increase, and there is no alighting of body-mind. This simile suggests that liberation from the endless cycles of rebirth does not consist of the end of consciousness. Rather, it is the setting free of consciousness from the confines of the body-mind. What does this mean? I wish I could tell you. And notice another detail. The Buddha says the liberation of consciousness comes when there is no craving for nutriment. This is worth taking a closer look at. Our 6 sense organs are our 6 channels of feeding on reality. We feed on sights, sounds, smells, tastes, textures, and mental phenomena. The words we listen to, the work we do, the love we make, the books we read, the content we consume. These are all different ways of feeding on life. And as they say, you are what you eat. Feeding on junk experience, we create a sick, undisciplined, deluded body-mind, a decrepit shelter for consciousness. What's more, this defiled body-mind is caught in a vicious cycle of seeking more of the quick dopamine junk that poisons it. On the other hand, feeding on wholesome experience creates a healthy, disciplined, awake body-mind, a beautiful abode for consciousness. And that body-mind will seek and create more wholesome experience in a positive feedback loop. But while the Buddha recommends feeding on wholesome experience, even this must be transcended for liberation to occur. Liberation comes when the body-mind finally loses all appetite for experience, wholesome and unwholesome alike, when all preference ends. When all of life is seen through as non-self, ephemeral and unsatisfactory, no more feeding occurs. When there is no more feeding, there is no more karma. With the cessation of karma, no future rebirth occurs. No new body-mind is generated after death, and consciousness is set free as a sunbeam in empty space. Consciousness is the third link of dependent origination. But whose consciousness do you mean? The monk asks, determined to push his master as far as he can. I have my consciousness, and my mother has her consciousness. In fact, it seems to me we are nothing other than consciousness. The true self must be the pure being of awareness. You lose yourself in speculation, the Buddha replies. Rather, when there are karma formations as a condition, consciousness arises. Here we arrive at an opaque term, karma formations. You're watching this video now is a karma formation. Watching this video, rather than doing something else, is the form your will has taken at this point in space-time. And thanks for that, by the way. Karma formations means the will's intentional production of karma. There are 3 channels through which we create karma: body, speech, and mind. Through our actions, words, and thoughts, we produce karma that is bright, dark, or neither bright nor dark. This karma determines our future experiences in this life and subsequent ones. This is a fascinating topic, and I invite you to my video on karma and rebirth to learn more. But why would karma formations condition consciousness? The law of karma works like a social media algorithm. The more of a certain content type you consume, the more of that content type you get recommended. This is why people end up with such different feeds and such different lives. What you do, say, and think determines what you experience in the future. Acting violently will land you in a violent life. Speaking kindly will fill your life with kindness. The Buddha teaches all we ever experience is the fruit of past karma. You're watching this video now is literally what your past karma looks like, or some of it at least. It's not just the YouTube algorithm that brought you here. A much greater algorithm, the law of karma, is responding to the thoughts, words, and actions you have willfully produced in the past. And here you are. So take a moment to reflect. What kind of future are you shaping right now with the choices you're making? What you think, say, and do today shapes what you experience tomorrow. Karma formations is the second link of dependent origination. But, Master, the monk hesitates, karma formations too must have an owner, isn't that so? I have my thoughts, you have your words, and the elephant has her actions. Surely there must be a self who produces and owns their karma. How can I experience my past karma unless it is, well, my past karma? The Buddha remained silent for a moment. With great compassion, he looks deeply into the monk's eyes. His voice then comes heavy, but kind. My karma and his karma are misguided ideas, my friend. Rather, when there is ignorance as a condition, karma formations arise. In Buddhism, ignorance is another technical term. It is not ignorance of the Pythagorean theorem or Bulgarian grammar. By ignorance, the Buddha means the core existential delusion chaining beings to endless sorrow. That is, ignorance of the Four Noble Truths. I have covered the Four Noble Truths in a past video, which I invite you to watch, but here is a short summary. The first noble truth is that there is no final satisfaction to be discovered in the world. To exist is to be dissatisfied. All paths, the straight and the winding, the long and the short, the wide and the narrow, the easy and the rough, all of them lead to sorrow, disappointment, and pain. The second noble truth is that dissatisfaction arises due to craving. The very chasing of satisfaction in a world of dissatisfaction is the feedback loop that keeps the world running and keeps being in perpetual suffering. The third noble truth is that while there is no final satisfaction to be discovered in the world, final satisfaction is, in fact, possible. There is a way to become free of sorrow. The fourth and final noble truth is the pathless path leading to nirvana. The eightfold noble path of Buddhist practice, contemplation, and mind cultivation. You can learn more about this in detail in my video on the path. Again, ignorance in Buddhism means not knowing the Four Noble Truths. And no, what you've just heard from me does not constitute knowing the truths. Intellectual discussion has little to do with true insight. Only upon final awakening do the last remnants of ignorance burn away and true wisdom emerges. But hey, one has to start somewhere. Now, when there's insight into the truths, no karma formations arise. But what could this mean? Do we simply stop acting, speaking, and thinking? Must we live a passive, disinterested life? The Buddha doesn't strike us as passive or disinterested. The man devoted his life to teaching and caring for others. He gave his last lecture literally while he was dying. Isn't this karma formation? Didn't he intentionally act, speak, and think to achieve his intentions? Does this mean the Buddha acted out of ignorance? Well, perhaps the end of intentional action doesn't mean inaction, nor should it mean unintentional action. I think what the Buddha means is simply action, with intention out of the picture. When an apple tree is giving apple fruit, it is acting, but not intentionally. There is no disassociation between tree, fruit, and environment. There is only one single flow of causal events. The environment nurtures the tree nurtures the fruit nurtures the environment. And there is no environment, no tree, and no fruit really. These are only man-made words for different phases of one and the same causal continuum. Dependent origination. In the same way, the Buddha's enlightened actions, words, and thoughts are simply the flow of Dhamma into the world. This flow of pure insight is possible because there is no disassociation between subject, object, and action. There is no Buddha, no Dhamma, and no Sangha. Only the influx of insight. What we call the Buddha is but the constellation of causes and conditions that allow for this insight to arise and be verbalized. We see this same principle in Meister Eckhart's teachings on spiritual poverty. Through being thoroughly empty of oneself, one realizes one's identity with the unconditioned. You can have a look at my video on the Christian mystic to learn more. When there is ignorance, reality experiences itself in a fragmented way. It sees itself as a subject encountering objects, as an isolated, vulnerable agent with goals and preferences. This fuels the whole process of dependent origination and the production of sorrow. Ignorance is the first link of dependent origination. When there is ignorance as a condition, dependent origination occurs. The monk remains silent after the Buddha tells him this. He doesn't ask, whose ignorance do you mean, or who is it that is ignorant? the monk simply bows in gratitude for the teaching. This ending of the monk's questions is, I feel, the most profound part of the sutta, but we'll return here in a bit. First, let's take a step back. Let's take a panoramic view of the 12 links and see how the parts work together. Here are, briefly, the links in forward order. Nourished by ignorance as a condition, karma formations arise. These intentional words, thoughts, and actions give rise to the appearance of consciousness with body-mind. When these are present, the 6 sense media arise, and with them, contact. At contact, feeling arises, which gives rise to craving. Craving forms clinging. Due to clinging, there is existence. Within existence, birth. And from birth follow old age, death, and sorrow. If we view Paticca as a linear process, the 12 links make little sense. I mean, how can the body-mind appear earlier in the chain than the actual birth of said body-mind? Also, while the relationship between contact and feeling is obvious, that between clinging and existence is tenuous at best. What's all that about? Well, to make sense of the links, we must understand 3 key aspects of dependent origination. I'll get a bit technical for a minute, but bear with me, this will make things clearer. First, dependent origination describes 2 types of causality: linear and synchronic. Linear causality is like a domino effect. One event leads directly to the next. Synchronic causality happens simultaneously, like how having a front always implies a back, or having an up implies having a down. In the chain of dependent origination, these 2 types of causality are interwoven into a complex web of cause and effect. You can see this in the original formula of the Buddha. There, he first describes the linear principle and then the synchronic. When this exists, that comes to be. With the arising of this, that arises. This is why not all links follow the same logic. For example, feeling leading to craving is a linear relationship. Body-mind conditioning the 6 sense media is a synchronic relationship. It is important to understand Paticca transcends our everyday understanding of time. We'll return to this in a minute. A second key point is that each link interacts with all other links, not just with the preceding and the following one. The traditional order of the links describes the most significant relationships, but there are countless feedback loops running in the background. For example, feeling doesn't directly lead to craving. If it were so, enlightened beings who do experience feeling would also experience craving. But this would mean they are not enlightened beings. Rather, feeling in combination with ignorance leads to craving. Feeling without ignorance is simply feeling arising and feeling passing away. Also, ignorance is the cause of karma formations, but karma formations also reinforce ignorance. When we act, speak, and think in delusion, we create more delusion for ourselves and for others. As Thich Nhat Hanh writes, each link in the chain is both a cause and an effect of all the other links in the chain. The 12 links inter-are. This leads us to a third key aspect of Paticca. That is, the principle works on multiple scales of space-time. For example, while contact may lead to feeling straight away, birth leads to old age and death in a matter of decades. Feeling may lead to craving immediately, or a decade of feeling may be necessary for craving to arise. Cause and effect can happen simultaneously, or they can be separated by lifetimes. A core implication of this is that nobody really gets away with anything. Whatever the time horizon, causality keeps the records. Some Buddhists claim the 12 links describe the moment-to-moment arising of conscious experience. Others believe the links describe human experience in a lifetime. Still others split the links between 3 lives: past, present, and future. All 3 interpretations have their virtues, but I believe none of them does full justice to the teaching. We've seen how some links act momentarily and others across a lifetime. Let me briefly present the 3 lives interpretation. According to this view, the first 2 links, ignorance and karma formations, belong to our past life. Back then, we produced bright and dark karma in our ignorance. This has conditioned the arising of consciousness in our present body-mind. The last 2 links, birth and old age and death, belong to our future life. Then we will be born once again, suffer once again, and once again die. The rest of the links in the middle present the dynamics of our present life. This motto is meant to broaden the context in which we understand ourselves and the world. It reveals the causes and consequences of our existence which go beyond the life we live right now. It shouldn't, however, blind us to the presence of all 12 links in every moment of awareness. The dynamic nature of dependent origination means every static representation of it will be inaccurate. Numbered lists just won't do. The Tibetan wheel of life is also potentially misleading. One may surmise from it that the final link, old age and death, is the cause of the first link, ignorance. This is something the suttas never say. The best simile for paticca samuppada comes from the Buddha himself. Here are his original words. Dependent origination is like when the heavens rain heavily on a mountaintop, and the water flows downhill to fill the hollows, crevices, and creeks. As they become full, they fill up the pools fill up the lakes fill up the streams, and the streams fill up the rivers. And as the rivers become full, they fill up the ocean. On another occasion, the Buddha completes the description. Monks, the great ocean rising causes the large rivers to rise. The large rivers rising cause the little rivers to rise. The little rivers rising cause the large lakes to rise. The large lakes rising cause the little lakes to rise. The Buddha compares conditioned existence to the Earth's water cycle. The 12 links are local phenomena like pools, rivers, and streams. But these local phenomena are part of a much larger, dynamic cycle. Any change in one place or at one moment affects all other places and moments. Micro-feedback loops run within macro-feedback loops, spanning all of space-time. The world, the Buddha tells us, is a fractal of relationships. Dependent origination is not complicated, but it is endlessly complex. That's why there are so many different explanations of it throughout Buddhist literature. There is the 2-link version, which contains only cause and effect. There is the 3-link version with past, present, and future. The 4-link version has ignorance, karma formations, birth, and old age and death. The point is, we can divide existence into however many slices we want. A good division is one that serves our purposes. But in reality, all divisions are just conventions. There are no links of dependent origination really. The links are just pixels we use in an attempt to build up a picture of what is. And what is a dynamic process of conditional causation. Let's shift our attention to this universal principle. When this exists, that comes to be. With the arising of this, that arises. When this does not exist, that does not come to be. With the cessation of this, that ceases. This is the Dhamma. Every Buddhist doctrine, sutta, and commentary is a specific application of this universal insight. Let's look at a few examples. We've talked a lot about the Buddha's non-self teaching on this channel. We've studied its nuances and we've seen it doesn't say the self does not exist. Rather, the self as a concept is an inaccurate, conventional way of referring to the human condition. It doesn't do justice to the many relationships that animate our experience and the constant change these relationships undergo. But saying there is no self is just as inaccurate. This ignores the continuity of our past, present, and future. It doesn't do justice to the integrated structure of human personality and our responsibility for our lives. So, rather than teaching there is a self or no self, the Buddha teaches the middle way, dependent origination. The mainstream self view is useful for making sense of our daily existence. It focuses on the continuity of individual people's behavior. Its usefulness for survival has made it the norm. You would prefer dinner with a friend over dinner with a serial killer, I presume. The opposite no-self view is useful in overcoming craving and attachment, and hence becoming free of psychological suffering. This makes it a powerful spiritual tool, and that's why many novice practitioners cling to it. Paticca Samuppada shows how the flow of causes and conditions we call a person transcends both self and no-self descriptions. The teaching embraces both these limited perspectives, allowing us to use whichever is most useful for our purposes. The 12 links map the dance of the aggregates of human experience. They show us their mutual synchronization, which creates the illusion of a self, and also their conditioned nature, which creates the illusion of no self. In reality, a person is neither a self nor no self. A person is a temporary phase of dependent origination. This brings us to free will and karma. Did you choose to watch this video as a free agent? Or is your watching it the product of past experiences, thoughts, words, and actions? Are you fully responsible for the kind of life you have? Or is your life the product of circumstance, chance, and external conditions? Do you produce karma, or does karma produce you? One view suggests you transcend reality and act independently of your experiences and environment. The other view suggests you have no say in the course of your life, but simply experience a predetermined chain of events. Neither perspective does justice to the full complexity of reality. The Buddha, again, reconciles these extremes by taking the middle way, dependent origination. The body-mind, karma formations, and the world of experience are caught in endless feedback loops. Our actions shape the world shapes us, and we shape our actions. But our actions also shape us, and we also shape the world also shapes our actions, and so on. Here is how Thich Nhat Hanh captures this cyclical nature of existence. The egg is in the chicken, and the chicken is in the egg. Chicken and egg arise in mutual dependence. Neither is independent. The Buddha's teaching on dependent origination later evolved into the Mahayana doctrine of emptiness. My most popular video explored this at length, and you can check it out to learn more. In short, Mahayana emptiness concludes that since all things are conditioned, no thing has independent existence. There are no things really. Empty is the world. Nagarjuna, the father of this doctrine, warns us not to take it as meaning nothing exists, which would be absurd. He just means to show that to say anything does exist is just as absurd. But how can we reconcile this pair of negations? How can things both not exist and also not exist? The resolution lies in the middle way, dependent origination. The Buddha says, "For one who sees the origin of the world as it really is, with correct wisdom, there is no notion of non-existence in regards to the world. And for one who sees the cessation of the world as it really is, with correct wisdom, there is no notion of existence in regard to the world. In other words, experience arises, generated by causes and conditions. This, in our limited vocabulary, we call existence. When the causes and conditions change or disappear, the experience changes or disappears. This, in our limited vocabulary, we call non-existence. The ecosystem of dependent origination goes through many cycles of arising and passing away, some short, some long. We mostly remain blind to these cycles and fixate on certain points along the slope, expecting them to remain as they are, but they never do. This clinging to what is of the nature to change is how we guarantee our continued suffering. And this takes us to the famous 3 marks of existence: impermanence, non-self, and suffering. By trying to hold on to the impermanent as if it is permanent, we produce suffering. By trying to satisfy our non-self as if it is a self, we produce suffering. By expecting to escape suffering in this world of suffering, we produce suffering. This is all a different formulation of dependent origination. I can keep tracing Buddhist teachings back to Paticca Samuppada, but this video is long enough as it is. I invite you to reflect on other Buddhist doctrines you know, and see how they all spring from the Buddha's one core insight. Let me close with one final point. Remember the monk questioning the Buddha in the sutta we looked at? Why did he remain silent after the Buddha arrived at ignorance as the first link? Why didn't the monk ask, "Whose ignorance do you mean?" I believe the monk understood that the very question, "Whose ignorance?" is the ignorance the Buddha was describing. The very conviction that experience is happening to somebody, and that somebody is you. And you have likes and dislikes, and you need to pursue what you like and avoid what you dislike. This whole stance is the very fuel behind dependent origination. This is the rain filling up the ponds, gullies, and creeks. And here we arrive at the core point of dependent origination. As Professor Peter Harvey writes, dependent origination is a process which can operate only in ignorance of itself. Ignorance is not a first cause. It is just as conditioned as any other phenomenon in existence. Ignorance is, however, the cornerstone of the conditioned world. Take away ignorance, and the whole structure collapses in on itself. In other words, you and I and Barney the dog are different local cycles of dependent origination. Our body, minds, and consciousness get regenerated in countless cycles according to karma. And all of this occurs because we're ignorant of its occurrence. Dependent origination is like a nightmare in that it can only occur while we're asleep. The Buddha's remembering of his past lives, his discovery of the Four Noble Truths, of the laws of karma, impermanence, and the illusory self all occurred simultaneously on the night of his awakening. That is, the night when he realized nirvana. I believe all these discoveries and the realization of nirvana are different names for the Buddha's complete and final realization of dependent origination. The local cycle of dependent origination that was Siddhartha Gautama finally saw through itself. It was this vision that ended bondage to conditioned existence. What looked from the outside as a person becoming enlightened was, in fact, reality waking up to its own nature. And yet, this breaking up of Siddhartha Gautama's dependent origination did not lead to his disappearance from the face of the earth. On the contrary, the Buddha had his most productive years after awakening. This is a reminder that the goal of liberation is not non-existence. It is something much subtler and greater. As Tay writes, in his first Dharma talk, The Buddha cautioned his disciples not to be attached to either being or non-being, because they're just constructs of the mind. If you say that the purpose of the practice is to destroy being in order to arrive at non-being, this is entirely incorrect. With non-attachment, we see both being and non-being as creations of our mind, and we ride the wave of birth and death. We don't mind birth, we don't mind death. If we have to be born again to continue the work of helping, that is okay. We know that there is birth, old age, and death, but we also know that these are only waves on which bodhisattvas ride. Birth is okay and death is okay if we know that they are only concepts in our mind. Reality transcends both birth and death. So, what are the actual effects of liberation? The Buddha is reported to have suffered from backaches on several occasions. Does this mean he did not, after all, achieve freedom from suffering? The answer may lie in a simile he gives us. In the case of a well-taught noble disciple, O monks, when he is touched by a painful feeling, he will not worry nor grieve and lament. It is one kind of feeling he experiences, a bodily one, but not a mental feeling. It is as if a man were pierced by a dart, but was not hit by a second dart following the first one. So this person experiences feelings caused by a single dart only. In other words, at liberation, one does not become supernaturally invincible. It is psychological suffering that ends, and with it, the whole chain of dependent origination begins to break. There is no longer a sufferer with a story about their suffering and with intentions to become free of their suffering. There is only suffering arising and suffering passing away. The suttas compare the enlightened being to a fire put out with the embers still burning. These embers are the residue of past karma. Once the winds of time extinguish the embers too, no new fire arises. The flames of dependent origination are blown out. And yes, the Sanskrit word for blown out is nirvana. Once ignorance, the cornerstone of the conditioned world, is no longer present, the whole structure collapses. What remains then is the unconditioned. But we'll talk more about nirvana in a future video. Much of the Buddhist tradition focuses on waking us up to our bondage to cosmic laws we do not understand. This can result in a bleak, even hopeless picture of life. But consider this: how did the Buddha, in this world of bondage, ignorance and sorrow, how did he manage to realize nirvana? Looking at the 12 links, it seems all odds are against us. How is a sentient being supposed to find liberation? And if all things are conditioned, where do wisdom, compassion, and liberation come from? What conditions them? Before you go, allow me to share with you a little-known Pali Sutta on dependent origination. This nearly forgotten text answers these questions and reminds us the spiritual path is not one of negation, but of courage and discovery. This text, the Upanisa Sutta, expands on the 12 links we've covered with 11 more links. These additional links make up what is called transcendental dependent origination. Don't worry, I won't go into any detail on these, but it's worth your time to have a look at them. Here is what we've covered. Ignorance conditions karma formations. Karma formations condition consciousness. Consciousness conditions and is conditioned by the body-mind. The body-mind conditions the six sense media. The six sense media contact. Contact, feeling. Feeling, craving. Craving conditions clinging. Clinging, existence. Existence, birth. And birth conditions old age, death, and suffering. Upanisa Sutta continues the chain like this. Suffering conditions faith. Faith conditions joy. Joy conditions rapture. Rapture, tranquility. Tranquility, happiness. Happiness, concentration. Concentration conditions insight into things as they are. This insight conditions disenchantment. Disenchantment, dispassion. Dispassion, liberation. And liberation is the condition for knowledge of the destruction of the mind's defilements. This is the unraveling of the nightmare, the process of waking up to nirvana, transcendental dependent origination. Upanisa Sutta was mostly overlooked by early Buddhism. It took centuries for the tradition to arrive at the understanding that samsara and nirvana, bondage and liberation, ignorance and insight, are one and the same reality seen from different angles. This non-dual insight is usually attributed to Nagarjuna and Mahayana Buddhism. We can see, however, it existed from the very start, waiting for us to catch up with it. The Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi writes, as the frame behind the Four Noble Truths, the key to the perspective of the middle way, and the conduit to the realization of selflessness, dependent origination is the unifying theme of a single, coherent vision. This vision is the Dhamma, awakening and liberation. I hope this video gives you a new appreciation of the unity of the Buddha's teachings, and for Paticcasamuppada as the DNA of the Dhamma. To see dependent origination in a different light, and how it challenges our understanding of reality, I invite you to have a look at my earlier video on it. I thank all channel members, patrons and supporters for making this work possible. You are the condition for the arising of these videos. Good luck on the path, and remember, what you seek is seeking you. See you next time.